that those 30 words can only explain flat. They can't be used about curve. And we already gave at least 3 examples from the word list that can be directly used in the involvement of measuring or creating curves. So he's clearly wrong. I don't see what the issue is here. I think the issue is that he just can't concede because he's been told so many times that these words are absolutely correct, and he's never been challenged.
What are some of the other words?
It's in the list. Just look up in the list there.
I'm hoping right now. So, but you did fill 3 already, so it feels that.
Here, I'll read some. Here, let me find the post. Sea level, horizon, horizontal, parallel, plumb, perpendicular, elevation, angles, triangles. Holy crap, triangles are actually used for curvature. Oh my goodness.
Wait, I told you.
Defect, theodoline, spirit level, altitude, vertical, tangent, straight line up, down, straight, oh, hold on, straight, comma, line, comma, up, comma, down, plane, north, south, east, west, azimuth, altitude, and flat.
I told you he was writing a poem in the chat, bro. What'd I tell you?
So it says 30 words, and that's that you can't use these unless you're explaining flat. One more time, friends. The claim of the table is you cannot use these unless you're only explaining flat. None of these words can be used at all when you're talking about something that's curved. Now, do you find that to be correct or incorrect? I already pointed out 3 examples in these words. I don't think it's that hard to figure it out for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely incorrect. I mean, you could even get a little pedantic and say, like, a geometric compass you use subtends to an angle. You use that to draw your circle with. But, I mean, I would use a straight edge.
Oh, you can use a westerly. You can use a westerly. Yeah, you can use a westerly heading around a north center, and you'd be tracing an arc. Correct? The answer is yes. You would be. I mean, this is so banal. The fact that he's never been challenged on this before blows my mind.
Yeah, it does.
Like, who did you give this? Hold on. Who did you give this list of 30 words to, bro? That they checked off and signed off on it, dude. They need to have some caffeine and some focus factor and maybe a few vegetables in their diet.
So there might be an FED episode with that. I remember it.
But was it in a poem form though?
I don't know. I don't know initially, but
now remember this whole beef started. This whole beef started where One Deck said to everyone he was going to correct me. I said, okay, if you're going to correct me, then we're going to go to the tape. We're going to go to the tape, and you're going to get the facts from the tape, and then you're going to correct me. Still hasn't done it yet. He still doesn't realize that that's his burden that he was given.
You guys.
I even clipped the clips out for him, dudes. I clipped the clips out for him. I even did the work for him.
Somebody's trying to get in. What are you saying, dude? New guy? What's up?
Oh, I was just curious if anybody had heard of that study that brought like 4 flat earthers as well, whatever you want to call it, and then Globers, I guess, along the same expedition to Antarctica.
Oh, what have you heard about it?
I heard 3 of the 4 flat earthers had changed their mind.
Can you walk us through how that works? What are they?
No, I can't.
Okay. So you brought it up though.
Sure. This is like, okay, here for context, and you can laugh all you want about it, but I listened to a lot of Joe Rogan podcasts, and he was going through it with some guy. Yeah, so I'm not, take it for what it's worth. I'm not trying to sit here and claim it's fact. I'm just curious if anybody's heard about it or knew any more information about the topic, being I'm not very well versed.
Well, chat, how do you guys want to address this? Does the sun set on a flat Earth?
Well, that was the claim of partially. They touched upon that.
So, yes or no?
In my belief, you're asking, I have no idea if that's what you believe or not. I don't know.
We're just looking for a yes or no. Does the sun set on flat Earth?
Does the sun set on a globe?
Depends on where you are on the globe, but yeah.
So the sun sets on a globe. What about flat Earth?
I don't know. It's hard.
Maybe it depends where you are.
Did the sun set when they were in Antarctica?
Well, depending on, I think, the time of year they were there, it didn't. Or maybe it did.
So when
it
we're
was down for I don't know how long, because it was, one of those things to where it's winter months or something. I don't know.
so trying to work out how you could go somewhere and then now the Earth's not flat. What do they do down there?
Oh no, I don't think that's the claim.
Okay, you tell us.
From what I'm saying and what I basically understood it to be is they took 4 Globers and 4 Flat Earthers down to Antarctica to, run some experiments, and 3 out of the 4 Flat Earthers had changed their minds.
And what were the experiments?
Again, I don't know. This is all just I was asking for information. I'm not trying to sit here and prove or disprove to anybody. I'm just sitting here to ask questions and listen.
Do you know who the flat earthers were?
No.
Yeah, me neither.
That's what I was asking, if anybody knew more of the context.
All right, chat. How do you guys want to take this one?
I guess nobody has information about it, unless they're just not here.
Well, the way I see it,
I don't know why. I just don't know why this would confirm or prove, rather, that Earth's a globe.
It's not going to confirm or deny it. I was just genuinely interested about the topic. But it's totally fine if nobody's sat down and read through the whatever it was, or watched the full.
I think I understand the claim. I mean, the claim is that by at least one flat earther that Earth is a pizza, and the outer rim of the pizza represents 90 degrees south, and you can't have a single point of origin in one fixed particular point if that point of origin is also a ring of immense size. So this particular flat earther was claiming that the azimuthal equidistant coordinate projection system corresponds to the Earth itself. The terrain itself is stretched out in this way, like stretching out a pizza crust.
So you are more knowledge. You have looked into this, is what I'm asking.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure this is what the claim is, because I know this flat earther now says he's not a flat earther because his observation wasn't conformal to his pizza crust Earth concept, so he got upset.
Can I have his name?
Come on, what's it?
That was Jaren.
Oh, oh my God!
Not Jaren. Jaren.
Yikes!
Right, so like he was in Punta Arenas right before going to Antarctica. This is what I saw. The only real footage I saw was when they were in Chile. I didn't really look much at the expeditionary content itself. There probably wasn't much to even look at of note anyway. But he was filming. He himself was filming the sun rising and setting due southwest and southeast. And he was confused because he was expecting the sun to be rising and setting due to the north because he was a pizza earther. He didn't understand any of the claims prior to regarding nautical almanac,
what is it?
observation, celestial navigation principles, and basic astronomy.
What is a pizza earther? Oh,
Somebody thinks that flat Earth is a pizza, is a singular coordinate point of origin reference system where you've got North Pole and then concentric circles of coordinates emanating out from that North Pole, and then longitudinal lines that are radiating out from that central point too. Meanwhile, the actual coordinate reference system that's in use is spherical.
That's fine and all, but see, the problem is that if you have a polar coordinate system, it's really not a problem. The problem is your assumptions about the relationship between the sun and that system. So it's not simply about the Earth, it's about the claims about you're making in your mind about the relationship between the sun and the Earth. and where you see the sun and how that maps out onto your interpretation of the three-dimensional relationship between those two bodies. So that's how many assumptions are going down this line of thinking. So the premise is, bro, you imagine in your mind the sun is doing something over a surface, right? And you create a three-dimensional relationship in your mind. And then you say, I'm in a location and I'm looking at the sun and I don't think it fits with my interpretation of the three-dimensional relationship between the two bodies. And then you say, okay, if that's the case, then I'm going to throw out my interpretation of that relationship. Now, the problem is you only have your observations of the sun to deal with and your interpretations of it. That's it, right? So the person that said the earth was no longer flat, their argument wasn't about the actual earth. It was about the sun. So they went to a location and saw the sun doing something that they didn't think it should be doing based on their interpretation of what it should be doing. See the problem yet? So he didn't actually measure the earth. He didn't actually witness the three-dimensional relationship between the sun and the earth by going to a vantage point where he could see both objects simultaneously. He didn't do any of those things. He didn't do anything that could actually arbitrate the proposition of whether the earth is flat or a globe at all. So he gave up his worldview that he had previously based on, in my opinion, specious reasoning from his own framework.
You said what reasoning?
Specious.
What does that mean?
It means very, very weak and little and not really well thought out.
Specious?
Yeah.
All right, nice.
So, like on a surface level, it could be plausible, but like deeper down, it really doesn't do what you think it does. So, for example, like all the assumptions, like when you make certain assertions about maps and things and locations of objects you've never been to, some of that is assumptions, right? Because you don't know the facts completely. So you have these assumptions, you have these inferences, you have these ideas about what's happening, and then you create this model in your mind of how that works, and then you go out and test it, but you're testing a model in your mind that was based on assumptions. You're not actually testing reality. You're testing your mental model. That's it. So what you end up coming up with is my mental model of what I think reality is wrong. You didn't actually disprove reality.
Yeah, that's not good.
Which is why some of the people that went to Antarctica came back being flat earthers and then becoming globers, and some of them came back and said, this doesn't change the hierarchy of facts that if the earth measures flat, then it's flat, regardless of my interpretation of the celestial bodies. Because they were intelligent enough to separate the celestial bodies and the earth as two separate things, rather than trying to synergize them as one thing.
So what would it take if, like, for specifically you, just what would it take for you to change your mind if for some reason you had factual evidence? What kind of evidence would that be?
Demonstrable surface curvature. And that's pretty much what any flat earther will tell you.
Yep. If the surface is measured curved, then it can't be flat. It's over. But can we flip the question back to you? What would you accept? Like, would you accept it if someone presented you Earth with flat evidence? Would you change your mind?
I'm open to both ideas, honestly.
Well, there you go. What would convince you?
Well, any tangible evidence, really.
Any evidence? All right.
Like factual evidence, it's like tangibly something I can, recreate.
So cool. So let's use a real world example. So I'm in a building right now. There's a floor, and if I wanted to know whether this floor was flat or curved, and I was going to use a measurement methodology, right? Because I could eyeball it, but what if I'm wrong? So I'm going to use a measurement methodology. For the size of this building, probably the most consistent measurement tool I could use would be a laser. Would you agree?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. So if I take a laser, in fact, we do this all the time in building. We take a laser, we set it up, and we then get what's called a storyboard. The storyboard has marks on it for distance. So it might be 8 feet tall, and it's wide so it can catch the laser. And we walk out and we hit 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. Then we know that floor is level with the laser. But if we hit 5, right, then that means that the story pole went up a foot. So we know that part is humped. So if we plotted that out, right, we would know whether the floor was flat or not. So now, interestingly enough, if you take a laser and use the same methodology on a portion of Earth's water, which if the Earth is a globe must be curved, and you actually take a laser out and you measure it over 25 miles, you find out that the laser will hit a story pole on the other side that is 6 feet tall with an accuracy within 3 feet. So that means that within 3 feet, over 25 miles, you have essentially a variance of 3 feet between two horizontals. That means that's flat. Now, interestingly enough, the globe predicts that laser should miss the target by about 400 feet. So that means that you've effectively debunked the Earth's curvature by 2 orders of magnitude through a direct measurement methodology known as laser transit.
Interesting.
So now, don't get me wrong. You're like, well, what if that's just a small portion of the Earth? Well, guess what, friend? You know and I know how water behaves. You know and I know that the claim is that 70% of the Earth's surface territory is covered in water. And you know and I know that if there's this huge 70% body of contiguous water known as the oceans, that water is either curving or not curving. It's not curving here and then flat over there. It's either all one or all the other. So if you disprove that it's curving, you've disproved that the Earth is curving. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Going a little deeper, and this is let's take this as this is good information. I'm not going to say anything further. Going further, why do you think we want to subscribe to the idea of a round Earth?
Well, the first origins of history of a round Earth and a spacious Earth, meaning that it's in space, floating in a void, those ideas came from religion, not science. They came from philosophical assertions. So, for example, one such assertion was God is perfect. The egg, or the sphere, or even the testicle, is the perfect embodiment of creation. So the shape of the Earth, since it's God's Earth, must be one of those shapes. Now, notice how they didn't measure the thing. They just said, oh, it must be one of these things.
Well, yeah, but like, let's move forward as far as current day. We have this technology. Like, I'm sure this could be, if we were to put some resources toward this, we could easily prove this and disprove this. Why do you think it's not a mainstream thing to say, hey guys, we were wrong, the Earth is actually flat? Why is it being...
Oh, because there's a huge paradigm that's been built over, hundreds and hundreds, even maybe thousands of years, that's established that we live in this type of universe and it would upset the apple cart. Like, for example, right now as we live and breathe, in the past decade, in the past 20 years, there's been professors who have reached discoveries that challenge the Darwinian paradigm, which is evolutionary theories, and the Einsteinian paradigm, which is, cosmic and relativistic theories. And guess what? They were blacklisted. They were scuttled. Some of them lost their jobs, et cetera, et cetera. Why? Because they went against the mainstream paradigm. Now, interestingly enough, dude, if you look through the formation of this paradigm, you will find that it's deeply rooted in religion and anti-religion. So, for example, there are famous people involved, Hubble being one of them. You may have heard of the Hubble telescope or the Hubble constant, right? These men are on record in their own mouths saying that the idea that the Earth is special and we're not just floating in a cosmic void is terrifying. The idea that the Earth is unique, special, specially created, et cetera, they're scared to death of it. And so they said, and now mind you, this is in their own words, their own writings, they chose that the data says this is the way it is, But we're going to make a philosophical choice to say, no, it's this way instead. So men have intentionally thwarted progress.
Great, good information. I'm sorry, I'm kind of scattered right now. I don't mean to be an idiot, but I have like work stuff going on, so I'm just gonna come back later. Have a good day, guys.
Cool.
Are you gaming right now, bro?
Man, come on, he's working.
He's gaming, bro.
That's what he's doing.
He's gaming, dude. It's all right.
He's trying to help One Deck learn how to use a computer and figure out how to watch a replay of a recording that was posted for him.
Oh shit. One Deck? You gonna take that, bro?
Nah, he's going to go complain to the other forum, which told him all his words were legit.
Damn. Is he
Yo.
still in the chat? Hey.
No.
Yo, AI, you're the one I'm looking for.
Uh-oh.
What up?
Can you see the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna post this. Oh shit, wrong one. Said, okay, dude, show me a full orbit, which he didn't do, of course. Showed me this.
What the?
What's the problem? Can you see what the problem here is? This was allegedly taken from Hubble. He didn't know that, but I went and, did a reverse image search. He was like,
So
look at the shadows of the moons.
Oh, okay. It's supposed to be the shadows of the moons. What the heck?
Yeah, like the little black spots, right? And then you can see the little moons that are supposed to be cast in the shadows.
You can see moons? You can see planets?
Can you figure out what the problem here is? Think of the scales that they're talking about. What are the sun rays supposed to be doing?
Yeah, the shadows are different angles.
Yeah, they're coming from the wrong direction. So the artist was technically correct because they drew this with perspective, but they forgot that they don't get perspective to shit that's 16 million miles away.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the light must be coming from different directions to cast it, obviously. And then as soon as I told him that, you know what happens. Poof, ghosted.
Do you remember Quake Arena or wherever it was where there was this one laser and the secondary function was the laser would be like a heat-seeking laser and just follow you wherever you went? So the laser would curve and track you down and zap you?
What's that? Quake?
Yeah, it was either Quake Free Arena or Unreal Tournament or something, but there was a laser
Unreal.
there.
I think it was Unreal Tournament.
Yeah, it's basically like if the guy was off to the left, your laser would just curve and zap him. That's what they believe goes on in reality, I imagine.
Dude, and the other crazier thing is if these shadows were correct, that means like the camera's in the center point and then the moons are at the outer extent of the field of view, right? With the shadows coming in. It's like they drew this like they were like, I don't know, orbiting Jupiter, right? So they would need to be close to Jupiter to get this viewpoint. But this is supposed to be taken from Hubble, which is supposed to be here, not over there. Did you have you heard the eclipse from the moon? Have you heard about that shit?
Yeah, I was listening when you talk about it.
Oh, cool. So I woke up this morning, Clipcord posted in 24/7 Discord because I guess he brought it to either the Land of Misfit Toys or one of the other places, and they turned up the saturation. And then it turned like the ring of fire turned red. But there was also blue, right? So the blue went up all of it. So I'm like, that's a motherfucker. Let me go look, dude. So it turns out they also have a slideshow with the freaking little, I can post this, dude. This is crazy. Where you can see the lunar rover. Oh, I'm gonna hold on. Let me post that, dude, because it's. Where did I save that? Let me think for a second. I gotta remember where I saved it. Hold on, where the hell? Downloads. Well, it's even worse for them, right? So they have a slideshow where you can see the rover, right? So the rover is completely red, right? Everything is red. Brenda was denying yesterday that it would even be red. Like it was crazy. So, but you can see, right? So because you can see the rover, the eclipse is like very far away. It's like a little dot. So I like zoomed in on the shit. So now they're like completely fucking done because, oh yeah, this is it. So this is what they also uploaded. So this is the eclipse from the moon. So I zoomed in on the eclipse and then got this. Here we go. Whoops. Because they were like, well, it's just going around Earth's atmosphere and refracting and shit. Well, in the slideshow, it shows that the Earth is the same size. If I zoom in on that other video, I get this shit. Yeah. So all the crap they're talking, all their excuses, like their last excuse is gone now. Because obviously this isn't like the one I just posted, the zoomed in one. That's obviously can't be 4 times the size of the sun.
Look, that seems like so low. Why is their camera not even better than that?
Well, the first excuse was Snackle, so you're saying it's overexposed. That's why you don't see the red, is so that the Ring of Fire is overexposed. They overexposed the image. Now, that can't possibly be true, especially in the first video, because if it was overexposed, you wouldn't see any of the freaking little lunar lander here. That would also be overexposed.
Something's overexposed.
And that's getting overexposed. I'm overexposed.
Yeah. More exposed than a 304 on a Saturday night out. What?
This is like the gift that keeps on giving. But you can run all this through a histogram, and I did that, which tells you the color values for red, green, blue, and it's saturated in every color. Should be no blue. Is that nada? Nothing. The Earth's, atmosphere should be basically a blue filter.
That's the whole excuse, wasn't it? Anyway.
Yeah, that's the excuse. Is that the atmosphere is it's filtering out the blue.
Yeah, for it to arrive red at the moon. I'm just waiting for someone to say, "Oh, that's because you see it. You see the Ring of Fire with your eyes. That's a camera."
That's because you see the Ring of Fire with your eyes. That's a camera. So you don't have to wait anymore, AI.
That's right up there with Rob Noxious saying, "Oh, in the Chicago skyline, the second medium is the glass on the windows of the buildings."
Oh my god. What'd he say?
Yeah, someone told him, "Oh," because he said refraction. And they said, "Oh, you need two mediums," and he said, "Oh yeah, one is the glass from the buildings, and the other is the water."
Bruh. Come on, bruh.
At least when Robert Utah called refraction, he said the second medium was the glass on the lens of the camera.
Bruh. Does that count? That doesn't count, does it?
Which is more plausible than the glass on the buildings.
I mean, but that's not being refracted, is it? Like,
so that means everything would be offset.
these guys, bro. What the heck?
Well, dude, I mean that's refraction at the lens, not refraction that's going on out in the
Right.
world.
Like, bro.
They literally can't tell. Brenda actually tried to argue that. Brenda's such a fucking tool, dude.
That dude. Who's the best global route right now? Do they have one?
Oh. I don't know, dude.
I can't
like
think
you have
of
to
who
judge
it
them
is.
by a different standard. You have to judge them. Who's the most effective propagandist?
Oh, jeez.
Because
Yeah,
the
maybe we need
debate, the
superlatives.
debate thing, that's not even on the table.
Yeah, they can't talk for sure. Yeah, we need like superlatives. Best troll, most honest, best liar, most fallacies. I don't know.
Yeah,
Most
that's pretty much
triggered.
it. Most triggered. Dude, you like got the like that's like McToon like in every category.
Where's the guns?
Give them titles. Sophist Sensei.
Sophist Sensei? I like sophist or sophist?
Sophist, yeah, sophistry.
Oh, I like sophist. Sophist, sophist. What is this? Sensei? The sophist, sophist sensei. Just got a ring to it. Kind of like that. Dude, you know what? Castle Queen. He has the same like inflections as Neil deGrasse Tyson. Did you know the Earth is a globe? If you were a cosmic giant and you rubbed your finger, right? You know, like he has the same type of vibe almost as Neil deGrasse.
Talks, dude, like the way he talks, like his tone, like the vocal tone of his voice, sounds like someone's like tickling his balls with a feather while he's talking.
Yeah, you talking about Castle Queen? Yeah. Come on, man.
Yeah, man.
It's a globe. Yeah. Why you all know the flat Earth, man? That don't make no sense, man.
I'm stroking my nuts with a feather right now, man.
What the heck? I wonder how he got involved in this discussion. The first time I had come across him was in that singing competition that he did with Flatzy. He should just stick to singing, bro, because this is not for him.
Hey guys, just saying I'm back. Castle King?
Castle Queen, yes.
Castle Queen side, King side, yeah, whatever. Queen of her castle side.
Castle Queen mattress.
CB, look in the chat, man.
All right, let me take a look.
Nice.
Where's the guns, Nathan? Yeah. I've seen this one before. I think it's funny.
Yo, you can hear him screaming from fucking outer space. Dude.
Where's the gun? Nathan! Dude, just him pacing back and forth does it for me. Even if he was on mute, the video of him like pacing back and forth with his little ski pants on.
Shouting at a phone that you know has no cell service.
Oh, man. Where's the gun? Hey, you pointed out, I think this was a while back, you said, like, well, you did what you were told to. What do you mean, where's the guns? You went and did what you were told, like a good little boy. You didn't freely roam around Antarctica where, like where they said you couldn't go and then they didn't stop you. Like you went where they told you you could go. But what do you mean, where's the guns?
I mean, I found the guns in their own travel document paperwork.
There don't need to be troops waiting for you when you get there, type of thing.
Yeah, it's not like that. I'm going to pull it up here in a sec. Yeah, of course I have to keep scrolling and scrolling because my meme folder is so fat. Yo, meme folder's so fat. Shoot, I think I actually put it in my Antarctica folder. Did I actually organize this? I think I did. Do.
Oh, Amish, check it. Like if you scroll up a little bit, you can see they're claiming now they have a slideshow of the eclipse.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And
they got the lander in the frame. So if you go up, there's first video, and the second video, I zoomed in on. So I zoomed in on it. So to get the size or whatever, right? There's like they might. And it would be a stretch. So only the diehards would freaking believe it. They might have had an argument with the original image that it's like refracted, even though the problem with the red light. But this video, there's no way they can say that Earth is 4 times the size of the fucking sun in this.
Is it because you see the approach and it's not a refracting approach?
Exactly. You can see it approach.
I'll have to check
and then it sits there, and you can see like the light around the rim never goes away.
Busted. So, like, what degree of refraction? Like, if you were to humor the claim for a minute, how many degrees of an arc angle bend would that be? That's pretty freaking enormous. Because you can see the diamond ring of the sun on the bottom right, and then light wrapping around on the upper left.
I tried to get ChatGPT or. Whatever one I used. I used one of the freaking AIs. It said freaking there ain't none. Dude, like I've asked all the AIs, like the DeepSeek, ChatGPT, and freaking Grok, and they all say the same thing. They all say exactly what I say. I even put it like this, dude. I said, I'll actually show you a screenshot. I said to it, I didn't load it. I didn't ask it or anything about can this work? Can this not work? I said, what's this an image of? You can ask Grok what an image is of. And it said, I said, what is this an image of? And it says, this image depicts a solar eclipse, blah, 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 blah. And I said, what if I told you that is the Earth from the moon? Would you believe me? And it said, if you had told me the image is the Earth from the moon, I'd have to say that does not align with what we know about how Earth would appear from the moon's surface. Let me
Damn
break
right.
this down.
Wow. AI is another one of their unintended consequences, like the internet. Or is it intended?
Yeah, you have to. That's a possibility, man.
All right. I can't find this. IAATO.org it's like the International Antarctica, like on the freaking Vacation Operators Association website. And on there, these companies, like the expedition company that they went through for TFE, the website lists these organizations and that they must abide by their respective country clearance security requirements for all travelers. And so basically these tour operators step in and act as an intermediary for the guns. You don't see the guns, but all the forms you fill out ahead of time make sure that you don't see any guns. If you don't fill out those forms ahead of time for your Antarctic tour operator, you'll see guns at some point or death.
Oh, those are gun invisibility forms.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Make the guns go away because now you're authorized. Now now they can say, yep, you went to the dentist, you got a clean bill of health, you don't have any cavities, so you're not going to die of a toothache in Antarctica, and so on and so forth. It's like getting a security clearance or something. I mean, they basically do this. But anyway,
that's what it is.
I don't have it readily available. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Remember when SAIC and Lockheed used to have the contracts for the Antarctic operation support? And like, you had to have a secret clearance at a minimum to go down there and work at the NSF facilities. I mean, I know because I was looking at the job requisition site because I wanted a tour down there at one point a long time ago. I'm like, hey, this is pretty cool. I was with Lockheed at the time. I'm on their internal company website trying to find eligible jobs in Antarctica.
Oh, damn. When I kind of look at the whole like where's the guns thing, it's almost like when you drive on the highway, there doesn't have to be a police officer at every exit. But if you do something fucking stupid, you can best believe somebody's gonna come get your ass. You know what I mean? Like they don't have to be posted up on the highway at every corner. But if you're drunk, driving, doing something really reckless, they can surely come get you. So they don't have to be waiting for you, type of thing.
Load to the flat earth chat. Like, what is this? Oh, hey, flat earthers. Hey, y'all. Yes, I'm on, y'all. Flat earthers. Why is the earth flat? Why is it not round?
What are you doing out of the kitchen?
Let me show
Your ass is flat.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm gonna turn my camera on.
Shouldn't you be making sandwiches right
I'm
now?
gonna show you proof of gravity. So here you go. Wait, I can't turn my camera
I don't need to see you drop your beef sandwich before it's on camera.
Go back to the fucking ground.
Where's my sandwich?
Listen.
Like, what do you say about the photographs of the planet that like fucking?
Earth's not a planet.
What's
bro.
your proof for that? What's your rebuttal?
Newsflash.
What do you mean Earth? What do you mean Earth's on a planet?
All right. Okay. Name one.
What do you
planet.
mean by that?
Name one planet.
Jupiter.
Okay. Now name a single resemblance between Earth and Jupiter. We'll wait.
They're both spherical.
Oh wait.
What?
No, you don't observe that. So what else?
They both have moons that orbit
All right. What else?
them.
What else?
That's about it.
That's it. Okay. So there's the moon.
Sun type shit.
I'll bring your membership with the Starlink first as well. Fucking hell.
Listen,
You need to angle
I
your
think
phone
y'all are
closer to
like
the
stupid or
satellites.
something.
Not really. The guy that's named
I
Jupiter.
don't really know that
and there's
much
not a
about
single.
physics to like debate you, but like I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
You don't know what our position is and say it's wrong.
I heard you're flat earthers. That means you're wrong by default.
On mute.
Your phone's about to die. That's why.
Yeah.
I'm
Listen,
done with it.
listen, y'all are wrong, but right.
Y'all wrong.
Y'all wrong.
Y'all wrong.
Our international audience gets a kick out of these urban vibes.
Yeah, as the head of the culture
Y'all
department,
wrong.
I agree.
Oh,
We gotta keep it
y'all
urban
wrong.
and fresh.
Got to keep it
Fresh and
real
flat.
dumb.
Golly. Give women a microphone is what happens. Gravity, look, it dropped back down. Cool, bro. Nice one, bro.
They act like they're so smart, right? And they come in and they don't know how the technology behind their can of Coke or beer works. You know, and like literally, like the gods might be crazy, right? Like the kid with the freaking soda bottle in Africa, pushing it around with a stick, wondering what it'll do. We're dealing with that mentality from Globers who come in. They don't even understand the gas pressure requires a container, like their own soda cans demonstrate. And then they decry us for being a bunch of Luddites and troglodytes. Don't understand anything.
I don't know what your position is, but it's dumb.
Yeah, I mean it's like you're going up to the dorky kid and you say all the cool kids said you're a dork. Ha ha ha.
Yeah. You would disagree with me? Stupid. He probably doesn't even know what he's supposed to think. That's another thing. They don't even know their own worldview to be mad that we're going against it. In freaking incredible. The stamina issue is something I don't know how can be fixed. I find that to be probably one of their bigger weak points is they come in with a lot of bravado, but their stamina bar is like ultra low.
Dude, it's the heretic. What should we call it? The heretic's razor. Have you heard this yet?
No.
Heretic's razor, dude. I think he cracked the code on why this is happening. He said, "So look, modern society tells everybody that flat earthers are the dumbest people on the planet. So where do you think all the actual dumb people want to go to flex and feel like they're freaking Einstein? All the dumb people go to the flat earth room.
This forum.
This is why we're stuck with all of these ding dongs every day coming in." Meanwhile, I wager to guess that a lot of people in here are smarter than the average bear. So, yeah, the opposite experience tends to work itself out there, don't you think? Yeah, man. Heretic's razor gets full credit for that one. I think he's onto something.
It's a heretic. I mean, the last guy lasted like 7 seconds. What the heck? I'll give them more credit for lasting long. That's hard to do. I have a lot of respect for the guys that come in here, hit multiple topics, talk to multiple different types of people. It's not easy to do, especially when you're getting cooked by AI and Amish and
even if you're a flat earther, right, with some experience, having these discussions isn't easy. It's a whole different part of your brain that you might be working. You know, you go from receive mode, right, from consuming content, consuming globe earth, flat earth, whatever content, kind of passively, actively listening and reading stuff. But it's a whole different game when you now have to take that and articulate it back to somebody. And it's a whole nother level if you can do that and entertain people, which I suck at. So I'm not good at the small talk, man. But it's super helpful. And I encourage everybody in the flat earth world to come try this out because it'll help you focus your thoughts better. And you'll become sharper, more clear headed on these concepts. You know, we do provide a valuable training ground. As some of our friends like Mushkane and One Deck experienced earlier, AI came in with an internal critique, tried to sharpen everybody's swords, point out some of deficient claims being made and counterclaims. So, best thing to do is to accept your shellacking in good faith, like we all have at one point and will continue to receive. Get better from it. It's worse. It's worse to be allowed to go on making dumb mistakes because your friends don't have the courage to tell you that you're wrong. I want friends that'll tell me that my freaking front zipper's down. I want friends to tell me that I missed a spot when I was shaving last night and I look like a goofball. Or that my haircut freaking sucks because it looked like a lawnmower attacked it. I want friends like that. Friends like that are true keepers, man, because, yeah, they're honest, right? And we have the courage with the honesty. It's not just, being honest or having, like, honest moral intent, but carrying that out into the active world. Having the courage to do that is a whole nother level. So... but then at the same point, you have to consider being on the receiving end of that honesty. How do you take it? Are you going to respect your friend afterwards? Or are you going to turn on him?
Right. Good point. Somebody's singing.
Yeah, right. Is that Castle Queenside in the distance coming around the curve?
It's Quetzal Queen.
Hey, Quetzal, you're singing in the shower, man?
Gay.
Sorry, I've been multitasking all afternoon here. Kind of hopping from one thing to the next. I was on for like a good solid 3 hours straight earlier today. It was a good time. Had nothing else to do. Talked to Phil Bell, talked to Omnivore. I actually had a good parting words with Phil Bell. He was respectful.
Parting words? Where'd he go?
I mean, he lives in upside down world, so till we meet again, Dr. Phil, medicine woman.
I haven't heard from him in a while.
You haven't heard from him in a while. What? Don't you check your DMs?
He don't be DMing me, but actually, you know what? I haven't checked my spam folder in a long time either. I probably got some good shit in there.
It was a good discussion. It was pretty productive. I think I was kind of being a bit harsher with him and knocking him around a bit too polemically. But I think at some point we kind of evened out and matched each other's energies, and it actually turned out pretty good. He had to go right when he was asked to pony up for some data.
Oh, of course. Classic. Like that every time.
Dude, at first he denied it. I said, hey, look, great. Satellites, awesome. How do you account for their rotation around the Earth? They have to maintain a down vector relative to a curving surface normal. He's like, no, they don't. I'm like, what, welcome to Flat Earth? Like, what do you mean, no, they don't? And so I went into the history of Skylab and a broken gyro and the heat shield and cooking the astronauts because Skylab wasn't rotating with its orbital period around Earth to maintain down, which means for multiple hours at a time, multiple orbits out of the day, it would consistently cook again and again and again the astronauts inside because they didn't have the benefit of the heat shield rotating into position to shield the occupants from the harmful sun. That's the story, right? So gyros break, this happens. The ISS experienced gyro failure, and they had to overwork the other remaining gyros, they said, in order to make sure that the ISS could maintain proper orientation with respect to down. Otherwise, they would have suffered Skylab's fate. So this is the thing. Like a lot of satellites, even CubeSats, claim to have these gimbaled housings where and equipment that look at the horizon, look at the stars, look at Earth, and look at contrasting light and stuff to figure out its orientation in space, and to mechanically rotate itself to make sure that it's pointed down. This is extremely important for satellite to satellite communications, as is the case with Starlink that's claimed. So, you got different Starlink constellations. They supposedly communicate with each other. Other satellite constellations communicating with each other. One of the means of communication for some trains is using lasers. So in order, if you got a satellite that's 3,000 miles away, you're going to have a direct line of sight to it. It's going to require you to hit it for communications. And then if you got another satellite that's another angle, you're going to have to hit it for communications. You might have to orient your satellite differently at different angles to communicate with these assets, right? So you got all this stuff going on, all this movement. And I'm like, that should be captured in pitch data, like what we're asking for from airplanes. Showing a constant reorientation around a curve. Can anybody show that in anything? It's not just really pitch, it's a reorientation. So we're looking for data at the gimbal. Not showing any constant corrections, not constantly updating horizontal reference plane, which, by the way, you'd have to provide evidence of rotation itself. Otherwise, you wouldn't know that it's constantly rotating to update the down reference around a curve. So, I'm looking for this orientation data, and it's nowhere to be found anywhere in any of these systems. It was kind of funny to hear Phil Bell say, yeah, why would a satellite have to reorient it down? It just does it. Just does it automatically. So, great. Well, if that's the case, how do you know that it's doing it automatically? Right? How do you know when it's not doing it so that you know something's wrong? If these things are multi-billion-dollar platforms, it'd be good to know if they're not pointed properly where they need to be pointing to communicate with things in the right fashion. It'd just be kind of one of those things. Or that, you're rotating a shield into place to make sure it doesn't get fried by the sun multiple times a day. There are important considerations here, and so it's just kind of funny. Somebody like him, who holds himself out as an expert in aerospace solutions, says that satellites have no inherent need to maintain a proper down orientation. I'm like, I'm just a dude on the internet. I can tell you about 3 different systems that do this. 2 of them involve magnetic-driven flywheels. One of them is a freaking plumb bob in outer space, if you can believe that nonsense. They call it gravity gradient stabilization tethers. Just hang a big ball from a rope in outer space. Oh, man.
Yeah, next you're going to be telling me that when they build a landing module for the moon, that the proposal book should have more than 1,000 pages in it.
You'd think so, dude. That's another thing. Like a lot of the frontline stuff you get out of NASA, the consumer friendly stuff is just so thin. Like marketing brochures, almost like travel destination brochures, right? There's really very little technical meat on these. You got to go into the technical report server to find the cool stuff. And then a lot of that stuff's so incomprehensible, you wonder if it's even real, because it reads like freaking Star Trek The Next Generation's technical manual. Oh, we're doing cryogenic tests in space. We're developing powdered helium that's going to interact with cosmic rays and expand our satellite balloons into football-sized massive monstrosities. Which, by the way, they did claim that they achieved with Echo 1 and 2 back in the 60s. Powdered helium.
One
it
day
gets
you will,
cooked by plasma.
One day you will hear like the Enterprise that works with the antimatter reactor. One day you will hear some bullshit like that.
Yeah, that's coming, man. I mean, they're going to call them different things. Like right now, the new hotness are these Alphen drives, ALFVEN, basically manipulating Earth's magnetic field for travel and for consuming and generating power. Flip a switch, you start charging from it. Flip another switch, you start moving within it. But I mean, are these claims even real? Is that how the technology is really working? I don't know. Maybe it is. We've got these reports, right? Like this one double layers in astrophysics PDF. It's like 400 pages, where it talks about how these billion-dollar space assets are too valuable to be placed into the hands of astrophysicists who think that everything's just like orbital gravity gradients and stuff like this. Says no. This stuff needs to go to the real applied physics professionals who know the latest in like plasma theory, freaking circuit theory, electromagnetism, quantum mechanics, all of the above.
Imagine making something that can surf on those waves that are created by to collide in black holes. They generate those waves. They call them the gravitational waves. They detected with LiDAR or something like that. So
yeah, just shine a laser and wait for a little ripple in the beam, and boop, you got gravity, baby.
And you can surf on that wave. You can make surf because that fabric holds a planet, and so you can surf on that wave.
Yeah, so maybe some of this stuff is going on. Maybe some of this crazy plasma freaking stuff is happening. I don't know. I am not the scientist, but I do know that you don't have clear-cut physics going on. You've got on one hand it's all gravity wells, and on another hand it's all plasma physics, electric universe kind of stuff. So is there a synthesis between the two to be had? I don't even know. I mean, geez. Either way, Earth measures flat underneath all of this stuff. They can't provide a proof of a rotational vector in anything that flies or sails or travels on wheels. or hovers in place. They can't
But
provide an actual
remember-
measurement. They have to calculate when into place.
But remember, the Earth spins under bullets.
Hmm.
It sure does.
And it spins under satellites and geostationary, they say too. You just park something out there. Was it like at a Lagrange point or something? Boom, just got to watch it spin. Well, there's still a rotational vector there, dude. Right? Because it's about a frame, reference frame.
Just ask Tiger Wood if he's taking account of that spin when he's doing those long shots.
Yeah.
Swing.
Just shift the reference frame, man. Come up with a kinematic model. Off you go. Explain anything. So on to the earlier point, I think, which is a good point of discussion. This idea that globers can't use words like angle, parallel, perpendicular, horizontal, and so on, I think is a short-sighted thing to say. Trigonometry is all about like describing circles using angles and triangles. You know, you take a straight edge, you take it like the Greeks would grab a piece of rope and some chalk. They draw a circle with that. They'd hold one end of the rope down and they swing the chalk around in a circle. They basically did this on the ground when they'd build templates for their temples. They'd grab a pole, they'd put a chain on it with links of a certain length. They'd drag a big circle around. They'd do a vesica piscis right there on the ground. Start marking lines, start marking relationships.
And those 2 points, the needle and that charcoal would be the exact radius of that circle.
Right. They're using angles. They're using geometry. I could use an angle to measure an arc segment. What I need to do is I need to make two chords on that arc segment. And the two chords can't be parallel. So I'm going to do like a chord that is maybe from about the center of the arc to one of the edges. And then I'll do another chord that's maybe from around the center of the arc to the other edge of the arc. And then I bisect those angles. I bisect their perpendiculars. So I create perpendiculars by basically doing vesica piscis with the two endpoints of each of the chords. So there are four circles. And then I'd bisect those chords, and where they intersect is the center of the arc. And then I can measure that using an angle and say, oh, this is 35 degrees. So I'm using straight lines. I'm using perpendiculars. I'm avoiding using parallels. And I'm constructing, using flat angles, I'm constructing a means to compute the arc segment length and degree of separation of the endpoints. So it's kind of silly to say you can't use these things for anything curve related. What's a geometric compass in the first place? You got a pencil on one end, a pointy, sharpy thing on the other. You open it up, subtending an angle, and you give it a little twist, and off you go. You got a circle.
I think the point was that you can't measure using those, but you can calculate, but it's not going to be a measurement.
Oh, you can measure. You can measure using the way I described earlier. You can measure. Now, what you may not get so easily is the exact degrees, but you could eventually do that to get the exact degrees just through an iterative process of measuring the degree of arc in that arc segment that I mentioned.
It's not a direct measurement, right?
I mean, I'd say it's direct. I'm creating chord lines across different areas of the arc, and where they intersect forms my point of origin, and I've got a radius length.
How do you measure a ball?
I guess depends what you're measuring about the ball, right? Are you trying to measure volume, trying to measure curvature of the ball, what diameter?
It's basically 2D versus 3D, right? So a lot of the formulas work great in 2D, but what
I'm
are you
still
actually going
trying
to use?
to believe.
Yeah, like in spherical geometry, you do the PBX triangles, right? You basically have you can do calculations, but you can measure angles. So you can construct a situation where you basically do an azimuth and altitude angle, and you sweep across and derive multiple points, and then you plot your PBX triangle. You're still using angles to derive the spherical geometry. So to my point earlier is to say that you can't use angles at all in anything for curvature related is just wrong. You can actually measure lengths and arc segments and degrees using all these basic geometric principles. I'm surprised that's even in contention at all. And for flat earthers to go on as if globers can't use angles to talk about and describe curvature is just nonsense.
Always amazes me how these guys ask for fucking things that they can't do.
Exactly, India. It's those double standards, bro.
Yeah, I heard this today from a university professor. Her and her husband are PhDs. They teach at university. She said, one of the modern problems with science is half the people
That's right.
have this metaphysical, what'd she say? A math first metaphysics. That if you can't model it mathematically, it doesn't exist in reality.
Whoa. Their entire paper is written on this, criticizing that mentality. Like,
well, it's just dumb on its face, man.
It is, yeah, I know, but like, there's a whole body. Like, you're well aware. I mean,
let me give you the context too. So they were interviewing a, I don't know, she wasn't an astronomer. She's a physicist of some sort. I don't think, but she works specifically in astrophysics. So what she said was, basically, your thing is there's no dark matter. The reason that the rotational curves of galaxies don't match up is because they're using Newton's spherically symmetric mathematics, and that galaxies aren't spherically symmetric, so it's not nice and neat, right? So because they're flattened disks, and then like none of the crap works, they're trying to model individual orbits, and that there's three different people, like people that used a different model to model the galaxies, and they all agree with each other, like within 1%, and it all works out, right? So, and then that's what she said is just a math first metaphysics that, like, you know, that the point they're making is that like reality's messy, mathematics isn't messy, and that
really.
And that they try to shoehorn, they come up with a mathematical, like this mathematical, simplified, or even complex, idealized model, and then they try to shoehorn reality into it.
Yeah, I see that all the time in statistics and like financial modeling.
Oh, of course, man. Like,
yeah, that's my
bailiwick. In love with their models, right? They're just in love with their own model. Oh, so clever! Look at my model.
Yeah, it works great until it doesn't. It describes reality perfectly until it doesn't, and then what?
Yeah,
it's like, you know, isn't what you described a bit of a straw man too? Like if they're going to create a framework of Newtonian space, call it, and then say our Einsteinian interpretations of these geodesics don't comport with this Newtonian Cartesian flat world. I mean, it's like, to me, that's like a duh.
Yeah, and yeah, exactly.
You know, you're saying that this coordinate reference system is not the same as that coordinate reference system, and therefore there's a problem somewhere. And it's like, well, not necessarily.
Relativity is supposed to be like transformation invariant, right? Like it's not supposed to.
Right, across all frames, which it contradicts itself with. You know, with you know, what is the acceleration of g, and does that not vary with mass? Doesn't changing mass alter acceleration?
No, apparently it alters time.
Oh, that's right. Just alters the time. Of course, it alters the very thing that you might use to measure. You can't mess with your own yardstick. You're stuck with it.
Like there is no acceleration. You just speed up or slow down the clock.
Yeah, just warp the space around you too.
Well, they're almost the same thing, right? It's almost like a unit. That's why they call it space time, right? Like
yeah.
Like which one do you warp? Like
whichever one the motion is happening first.
Like because they simultaneously say the same thing, right? That if you increase the acceleration toward the speed of light, then the mass will increase. But then the clock is also fucking slowing down. Like, but which one is it? Like,
well, yeah. How do you describe curved space-time with a clock that appears to change? I mean, to me, that is just incomprehensible.
I mean, I think you comprehend it. It's basically the same shit that reality is some subjective fucking bullshit, right?
Yeah.
That's really what they're saying.
Did you hear Brenda's mental contortion for gravitational lensing?
Uh-oh. A really big dog bone causes a massive space-time rupture?
When, in consideration to the annular lunar eclipse that when you were describing with the image, gravitational lensing is not affecting that particular event, but then it is, but you just can't visually detect it, but it's still happening.
Right. Refraction is more responsible than gravity.
Less you know, the more you know, man. Don't you know that, Alpha?
Yeah, but it's funny how they say an event that's taking place with the idea that any light that's passing around a particular object, like a celestial body, that would be affected by gravitational lensing. So, in accordance with that, it has to be such that the light that's bending around the Earth would be affected by gravitational lensing. It's refraction, but gravitational lensing is a contributing factor to that as well.
Yeah, it's like atmospheric refraction is a contributing factor. Yeah, they got all these contributing factors that are immeasurable. You know, on one hand, they're so important to be there, but they're so negligible to be useless. So it's like, how can you have your cake and eat it too?
Yeah, it's still happening. It's so weak that your eye couldn't detect the difference.
Right. So if it's statistically insignificant, why should it matter? You know, if the error bars are so fat that you can drive a truck through it, and you have no way of getting a better degree of resolution, then your argument's self-defeating. You don't have a way to determine whether or not that you're able to measure curvature in the first place.
Dude, that's like those stupid social polls that you'll see on CNN.
Like what?
They have giant plus or minuses, they have giant marginal errors. Yeah.
Gets me every time. Generally, society is so bad at recognizing outliers and differentiating them from trends. I mean, I mentioned that to you the other day.
Yeah. So with a large enough margin of error, anything's 100%.
Damn Skippy. Yeah, what's your p-values? Infinity on either side? Now what? Anything goes.
It's really amazing. Like it's a very simple concept. Like, but like so many people just don't understand it. It's almost I think some people like they see some things and they're just like, oh, I can't understand that. That's complicated, and they like give up before they even tried.
Yeah,
it's like it's actually like kind of super simple.
It is. It's true. Like a lot of people give up. I think it's you don't need like a super high IQ to get involved in these discussions and learn about the things we're talking about. You just have to apply yourself. And there's so many people in school, so many young kids. It's such a tragic thing where they've just lost the will to apply themselves academically. I mean, I'd see this.
But then you get a different crowd. You get a different crowd, like the Shane St. Pierre crowd, and you think you have to have like, a doctorate just to have a discussion with those guys.
I've talked to them guys about that. Like, they're like, a lot of the times they're just like going so far other people's heads. Though you have to give them credit. They do literature reviews, right? So they actually go and not debate. So it's kind of preach to the choir a little bit. So they do literature reviews where they go over where the ideas from and the history of some of these ideas. Like, the relativity of simultaneity and just crap like that, right? So,
yeah,
it's not like they're just throwing it out there and saying we're fucking smarter than you. They're actually trying to educate people.
I appreciate that too.
Yeah, but they're challenging people on a level that
more of that.
It's escaping the common man. So either way, they're not able to. It's hardly able to break it down to a level where an individual, like the masses, aren't. If you take a group of people, I mean, you would say a very few select will be able to follow along with what they're saying, and everybody else will be like, dude, I don't know if this guy's talking shit or if something I can actually look into. But because of the fact that nobody really has that time to look into it, they're just gonna give them a hard pass. So it makes it really, what's the word here? Not palpable when you're listening to them.
Yeah, so I agree with you. I agree with you. Like, there's only it's always when you're dealing with that type topic, you're gonna go over somebody's head, right? So say you take a guy and what he does for a living is graphic arts, and then you spring that shit on him. He ain't gonna have no idea, nothing that you're talking about, not a clue.
Right. I mean, most people are going to end up in that situation too, regardless of background, with the kind of arcane crap that we like to get into anyway.
Well, yeah.
But, I mean, enough repeated. If you introduce the same concepts again and again, and people hear it described different ways, it'll start to click.
Yeah, and the other thing is, and this is just the problem generally, is the arcane language of each profession, right? So they all have the terms of art, and that half the time it's just they could understand it conceptually, but they're not familiar with the words. So it's just like when you read a book, right? If you're a kid and you're reading a book that's fucking way beyond you, the words you don't understand, you just skip over. Most people don't go to the dictionary and go look up that word to see what it means. They just skip over the word.
Right, but they can still maybe get enough to derive useful content from it.
Yeah,
and intuitively understand what's happening.
Yeah, I guess in the grander scope, I mean, you have to really consider the audience, because we're speaking to everybody, and so when we have the masses, when we're trying to bend their ear, we have to do it in a way that's connecting with them. You could use words that maybe go out of their scope of just a common verbiage and maybe get a little bit verbose, but at the same time you have to kind of explain where you're coming from, and if that doesn't happen, you're just going to be talking past everybody. And so that's the only thing that I have against that is that
100% Alpha. I agree 100%, dude.
I really don't care if they're verbose, man. It doesn't matter. Like, that's good. They can win on technicality. They can win on, papers that are brought up that maybe weren't cited the way that the person claiming the Earth is a globe would. So yeah, I agree. They can do that. Not, I mean, for most of us, we can keep up, but
I've said I've
people
said this
that
before.
just joined it, yeah.
Yeah, well, I've said this before, right? So if they have there's a glober and a flat earther, and they're contesting a technical subject they don't understand, those people just default to the glober's right. That's what they do. The globe is right. I just default to that.
Because that's one thing the globe has done. It's made it easily accessible for the common man. Well, what's causing the obstruction? Easily, Earth curve. Duh. Why do things fall to the ground? Well, gravity. Well, why do we have the starlight from millions of miles away? That's easy. Science. So you got these one-word answers that the common man is so used to. And so he'll use that and defer to the scientists, right, when they speak to us, because it's easier to do that. And, for them, it's an easy win because they don't have to explain anything. That's what I'm saying.
That's why.
The reason why, yeah.
No, well, the reason why, I try to the explanation thing. If I'm talking up, I don't always succeed at doing this, but I think you should always defer to the empirical information, right? The actual experiment, data, what's actually experienced in the real world, because no matter what age or level of education you're talking to, they're alive and they have experience with the real world and they have experience with what things do out in the real world, right? So regardless of the verbiage and the explanations and the physics, they can go, okay, this experiment happened, it had this result. What does this mean? And they don't need all the other wrappings on it.
Yes, unlike flat earthers.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, what the hell are you talking about?
How can you be so delusional and keep on doubling down on illusions? This is amazing.
So I'm going to ask you real simple. You better fucking answer.
Literally, you just
last chance, dude. If you don't shut up, I'm going to ban you.
Not understanding your simple terms. Anyone is smarter than you. You're the piece of shit that it is below a piece of shit.
Who hurt you? Show me on this doll where the flat earth hurt you.
That's the guy that Shane St. Pierre debated and totally mopped the floor with. He went
talked to him on X. Yeah. You just reminded me. I've talked to him on X, dude.
Yeah, it's him. Israeli French dude. He went by the name of Ayal Lev.
He acts more normal on X Spaces. He acts the fool here. Even though he acts the fool on X Spaces. I freaking raked him over the calls too.
Yeah, you have.
Oh yeah, I've got a piece of him a couple times.
You flat earther.
You notice how some of them, especially the Dunning-Kruger ones, they have their little. Brenda does this, right? And so does this guy in a bunch of them. When they get cooked on a point, they don't refute it. They just say, "You guys just don't understand anything."
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just ignorant. You just don't understand. You're a flat earther, of course, and that's literally the most dishonest. It's not most dishonest, but it's pretty dishonest, right? When you're supposed to be in an intellectual debate and you don't have an answer, and you just say, "Oh, you don't understand. You're a flat earther." You're literally doing an appeal to emotion, or an appeal to someone's bias.
Yeah, like a genetic fallacy.
Yeah. It's almost and it's so the liberal shit, right? Oh, well, you're Nazi anyway, so I don't have to listen to you. They've tried to do that on X, right? Associate flat earthers with Nazis, racists, whatever is in vogue to be the hated person. They've tried to make that association.
It bothers me that we live in like a guilt by association society. It's one of the worst things to come out from postmodernism. You know, you can defame someone's reputation if it's justifiable within the cultural milieu by their association with other things.
Oh yeah. Of course, it's because the ends justify the means.
Yeah, thank you, Machiavelli.
Yeah, it's okay to kill baby Hitler. I actually heard a rabbi saying this shit. The doctor goes and delivers the baby. They deliver the baby. The baby, I don't want to go into gory detail, but he described not just ending the baby, but like mutilating it. And then he's like, "Well, you might judge it and say, oh, why are you so cruel? But that was baby Hitler." Oh, it's still wrong, dude. It doesn't matter if it's fucking baby Hitler, dude.
There was an Outer Limits episode about that.
Well, the point is that it shows the mentality, right? Like the ends justify the means, and we all know the types of people that go against us are fucking degenerates, atheists, whatever, right? So that mentality, they have no moral freaking code. They have nothing to stop them from being dishonest because the ends justify the means.
Yeah, you guys are peddling dangerous misinformation.
Super dangerous. You know what Southern Israelite is? Do you remember him? Anybody?
Sorry, remember who? Southern who?
Israelite. Southern Israelite.
No, I don't think so. Like, is he Northern Rebellion's arch nemesis?
No. He's a little off the rails. But he was debating flat Earth for a while, and he's got very good arguments. But he said what this is really about, and I don't agree with it. I don't disagree. Is the reason they're actually debating it, if you rip away the veil and all the pretense and everything, is that it's just Nietzschean will to power. It's really just about power from their point of view. Because if the globe-tart atheist materialists, right, if the earth is flat, or people come to believe the earth is flat, they lose power within their atheist materialist scientism world paradigm, right? Where
there might be some truth to that, though.
There might be what to it?
I think there's some truth to that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't agree with everything what the guy says, but I think that is a underlying subconscious current with these people.
Right, they associate NASA with scientific materialism, right? And all the trappings of that zeitgeist, if you want to call it that worldview, that spirit of the age.
You've heard it, right? Associated. You've heard this topic, or people say to us, and associate this topic with, you guys are against progress.
Yep.
Don't use your cell phone if you don't believe in the globe. And you guys are going to take us back to the frickin' 1600s. So, but this isn't just like they bring up the technological stuff, but that's not the part they don't like. The part they don't like is the conservative moral values. That's the shit they don't want to come back. They don't want that to come back.
Right. So now it kind of gets dark because now it's about eugenics for them.
God forbid, a gentleman hold the door open for a lady.
Oh, eugenics. Where the fuck did eugenics come from, boys? Fucking hell.
Look, dude, they'd be happy. They'd be happy with the atheist. They'd go back to horse and buggies if it would turn the whole world atheist. They don't care about any of that crap.
So much of what you just said is conflating shit, though, because I'm a conservative, but I'm not religious. I definitely don't promote eugenics. Like, I'm a globalist.
Yeah, you're also an outlier, dude. Pets. If you haven't figured out that you're a statistical outlier in this fucking room, then I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
the rest of us know.
Maybe Indio, yeah.
You are not the general case, man.
Fair play, yeah, fair play. I'm special.
You're also in a transitionary
Do you really want to lump you with Brenda?
The Cavendish experiment requires a container, therefore gravity requires a container. Oh, Flurf Nobel Prize of 2025.
I love it. Gravity needs a container. Gravity actually needs a surface area for Newtonian mechanics, right? And guess what? Gas molecules don't have a surface area. Oh, no.
You can't have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, is that news?
I just love arguments that require the word container now.
You could replace that with Tupperware, and it makes it really funny and still true.
Can't replicate a vacuum without one either.
How do you have gas pressure without Tupperware? Are you going to burp the Earth's atmosphere?
Gas pressure without Rubbermaid.
Well, using the triple point demonstration, I could argue that you can't have the three states of matter existing simultaneously within the same system without a container.
I like that. That's a good one. I'm going to steal it. You can't have gas pressure without an inflator.
Hold on, dude. You just like, dude.
Am I right?
So how, in their cosmology, how would anything ever turn into a solid?
That's a good point. You can't, because
everything's in vacuum all the time, dude.
Well, crystals form in vacuums from what can't be vaporized, right? Like, geez.
Yeah, but isn't it already a solid? They don't crystallize from gases form into a solid without like increasing the pressure.
Yeah, that's true.
What if Rubbermaid made dark matter? That's a good argument point, right?
They've got these opaque containers. You can't see through them.
I know. Why did they ever invent those?
I hate those. I'm like,
so you don't see the mold.
You can just hide the problem. Ew, why does it stink in the fridge, honey? Oh, I don't know. Just don't look in the opaque containers.
You can't have mold without Rubbermaid.
I hate it when mold forms on my Rubbermaid. You can't wash that off.
Oh yeah, the little frickin' triangle grooves, man. Fucking forget it. And the lids, the little frickin' grooves. Like, anything gets in those cracks, man.
Yeah.
How do you have dark matter without a container? Isn't that what mold is? Dark matter?
Dark matter mold.
Tupperware stock's going to shoot through the roof. Rubbermaid versus Neil deGrasse Tyson.
How do you have a black hole without a container?
This is so funny. I don't know why it's so funny.
Or Einstein-Rosen bridges.
Oh man, yeah. Give a flat earther some Einstein-Rosen bridge, frickin' universal topology. We can explain anything to globies.
You just need a little bit of negative mass, man.
Oh heck yeah! That's why things move in the sky, Indio. Next time Globy say, "Why does the sun move in the sky?" We were like, freaking negative mass effects, dude. Have you heard of it?
I wish Einstein was still alive so I could tell him that negative mass requires a container. I'd really like to see his face.
I mean, I get asked all the time, by people coming in and say, so, in your view, why does the sun, moon, and stars move? Why do they go from there to there? What's causing that? You know what?
I'm holding them
telling
up.
Yeah. You know what I'll tell them? Gravity. Flat Earth gravity does it. What now?
Yeah, it's called flavity, so just freaking.
Flavority.
We could just make something up, right? We could do the same thing. We could affirm the consequent.
Yeah, that's right. And if we come up with math, we can use AI to give us some cool mathematics.
Like why we can't see beyond the horizon. I like atmospheric magflurification.
You know what I say? It's the freaking cosmic microwave background. Can't see past 25,000 miles, dude. Just see a wall of energy. It's a wall of causality. Because if you go past that, you might violate causality.
What's funny about that picture is it looks like it's the bottom of a Rubbermaid container.
Way to bring it back. I'm not a flat earther. I'm a Rubbermaid earther. It's Rubbermaid.
Yes.
I mean, in all seriousness, this existence has some finite boundaries and limitations that we can't fully articulate and describe, but we know must exist.
I mean, the non-standard refraction looming. How does Nathan put that shit? God, I gotta go do it again. The non-standard refraction hyena.
Yeah. See your own arse.
The slightly looming non-standard refraction hyena holographic projection of an Earth curve.
Just start going through that list of mentally insane laundry list of adjectives. People who have like mental disorders seem to come up with laundry lists of adjectives for things. Think of the purple-haired WTO protester that goes out there and starts, petitioning their worldview. That's what they do. They're like, you conservatives, you are filthy, vile, and this and that and this and that and it sounds like school bus kids insulting each other in the back.
It was actually, I guess there was a Washington Post article written by I don't know the proper terminology, so assume a trans man that thinks he's a woman. In the comments, like, fucking cooked this dude. Cooked him. But the best one was a lady that said, women don't go, do I feel like a woman or not? Like, so you saying I feel like a woman, like, how do you even know what you feel like? You can never even know that. Because women go through all these stages, right? Pregnancy, frickin' menstruation, menopause. So you can never truly know how vulnerable a woman feels in the world. Because you're a man, right? You don't have the same frickin', you're not in danger all the time.
Right. You can pee standing up as a man.
Are you guys mansplaining right now?
Yeah, but the level
we're
of like, the
spreading,
level of,
dude.
like,
We're going a step further beyond that. We're man spreading this.
yeah, but because women
Oh my
physically are not, they can't take the amount of damage that a man can take, right?
It's true.
So physically, if you can never know what that's like, right? Even a weak man, fragile man, a sickly man has more bodily integrity than a female. I have to tell you that, dude. Like sorry, they just do. Like,
yeah.
Unless you have like a serious like freaking, unless you're like Mr. Glass or something, dude. Like fuck.
Mr. Glass.
Yeah, I thought women had higher pain thresholds, bro.
I don't know if that's necessarily true. I think it's certain types of pain.
Pregnancy.
There's a couple women that can hog tie you and keep you in your line.
Yeah,
but other than that,
No,
they
yeah,
ain't- no.
your average woman,
The
yeah,
pain
sure.
doesn't matter when your fucking bones are broken, bro. They don't work, right? So
No,
it's
I
like
think- I
the
think
amount of physical damage you can take before you fucking perish. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about how much you can get beat up and take it.
Well, just pain.
Read about any like invasion that's taken place throughout all of world history in any part of the world. Just pick any time, any place about an invasion or an invading army came into a town or village. What happens? What happens? We can get down to the brass
Obviously, the
tacks
men
real
get
quick.
scared, and then the women go girl power, and they fucking fight back the army.
Yeah,
Joan
like
of Arc.
freaking the new Ghostbusters remake.
No, it's Joan of Arc times 100.
The point is, this is my point, Pads. If you have a baseball bat, if you have a man and a woman and a third person with a baseball bat, it's going to take frickin' 10 blows to kill the man and 1 blow to kill the woman. Okay?
Yeah, no, I got your point. Yeah, no, I got your point, but I just wanted to point out, like, I think it has been proven they do have a higher pain threshold, but their tolerance for pain, sure, men have been exposed to it. I
don't know. I don't know if that's true, man.
Maybe like
I mean, just based upon experience, maybe just women whine a lot or something, because that could be it. But in my experience, dude, they get freaking floored by minor shit.
There's a few things they're better at, like, but it's not much. I think one of them's long distance running as well. I'd have to.
What kind of pain are we talking about? Like uteral stretching pain? Of course, men don't have that experience, right? I mean,
what the heck?
Oh, you fucking
I mean, some men
transphobe.
do.
What are you talking
Some
about?
men do.
To the point of passing out, I think, like where your body just shuts down because of sheer pain. Yeah, like men could take a beating more, sure. Like 100%, I agree with that. Yeah, like that's not what I'm disputing, but I'm just saying. I'm double checking it as we speak.
They're not better at anything, dude. We're just better now, always.
In 99.9% of all like the ways, yeah, sure, but I think there is a very, very
100%.
few.
No, 100%.
Women got to be better at detecting poison.
I think women are better at detecting like facial expressions as well. And,
Well, because women see in more colors than men. So that's what I'm saying. They have to be better at detecting like poisonous fruit or berries or like whatever.
Yeah,
Just
there's
because
some
of that
things they're just
variation.
naturally better at, bro. But like, it's not. It's
Like
not
what?
competition.
Nah,
Just a
bro, it's that,
very,
bro.
very few things that I've mentioned. Like I said.
Nah.
I've named a few.
Look,
Nah, it's that,
no man could do what Lily Phillips did.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. I bet we could do it better. We could do it better, bro.
In 24 hours?
Yes. Wait, actually, no. Wait, are you talking about receiving or? Because I'm sure there's some dudes
receiving,
dude.
You
Yeah.
guys talking about porn or what? What are you talking about?
Yo, dude.
Yeah, it's that Lily Phillips
You don't
girl
know
that
who-
like slept with
you don't know
1,000
who-
guys in 24 hours or something.
Oh, geez. I was joking. I thought you were talking about someone in sports.
I guess that's kind of a sport.
Oh my god.
Well,
It is an
okay, so
athletic
my
event.
joke was appropriate.
Holy. Running
I'm just saying there it is some things they're better at. Laying down and taking it.
No.
Like the French.
Jesus.
I'm sure there's some
yeah, like
some feisty fellas out here that could do it better.
than the French. Frenchmen. So see the Frenchmen. See, you're right, CB. Frenchmen lay down and take it better than women.
Yeah, facts.
They lead. They lead from behind.
Oh my!
It still blows my mind that DNA tests, paternity tests, are illegal in France. Dude, it's so crazy. Dude.
Oh, you might find out you're part Algerian.
Oh boy, Moroccan.
That's because the French men have lots of mistresses.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure that's what it is. It's more like you're raising someone else's kids. Everybody's raising someone else's kids, man. No one has their own kids.
Dude, man, it's the freaking orphan trains from Tartaria. I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah, it goes back to
no, you gotta
8,000 years
fill me in.
ago.
With Tartarian orphan trains, I gotta hear about this.
You never heard of that? Oh gosh! All right,
No.
you're gonna make me sound crazy for describing what crazy people talk about. I mean, but there might be something to it, like maybe a 10% chance. You know, it's that 10%. It's why I like to look at it. It's why I like to look at National Enquirer when I'm checking out a giant. You know, it's just kind of funny to look at the headlines. Okay, Tartaria is the same thing. But the idea is that so orphanages and orphan trains were like super popular 100 years ago, 150 years ago. Just shipping kids into cities, stuffing them into freaking castles that have been repurposed as orphanages, putting babies in incubator exhibits at the World's Fairs, selling babies out of those incubators for like $5. Not even joking. Like there are pictures of like World's Fair Chicago and Buffalo, the baby incubator exhibit. They're brought in from orphan trains, and you could like take a baby home and just like pick one out. Like it's going to a garden shop. You're like, yeah, those azaleas, those toddlers. Yeah, let me get some of those and bring them home with me. I mean, it's freaking nuts, dude.
I mean, that's bad and good. I mean, I think kind of looking at it from our lens, but those people back then were like, it was like part of the Christian ethic. You know what I mean? Charity and all that shit.
Right, charity. Yep, and repopulate the earth. And yeah, let's.
You can't have kids, so we're going to get 9 orphan kids. You know
Where
what
did
I
all
mean?
the babies come from, Indio? I'll tell you what, they came from the freaking cloning facilities in Antarctica that Whitsitt went to. He tried to expose it.
God, he tried to expose.
They got to him.
I just want to know how you have so many orphans. Like, people are like, oh, let's have 10 babies and just forget about them and take off somewhere. And like, I don't even, how do you have all of those?
You answered your own question. You got 10 babies.
Yeah, so that's part of the weird thing about this is you look at like the orphan traffic and you compare it to the population growth and density numbers of the era, and it's like where did all these babies come from, dude? Like for it to be a thing, for there to be the whole Cabbage Patch Kids. Remember the Cabbage Patch Kids? That was like an outgrowth of this trend. That was riding the wave of this fad into the 20th century and beyond.
Yeah, adopt a baby. Yep.
Adopt a baby. Yeah, they commercialize it. You know, come get your babies. We got babies running out our ears. Got 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds. Go bring home a cactus, a plant. Go bring home an annual, perennial. Bring a toddler home. It's all okay. You can just pick them out and off you go. It's the craziest thing. So where did they come from? Well, they say like, well, you know, there are these parents that worked in factories and their conditions were poor. They would bump uglies and make a baby. They couldn't afford it, so they gave it to the Rockefeller Orphanage Institution, and they put the baby along with all 50,000 others on this massive train and shipped it off to the World's Fair to go sell to rich people that could afford $4 hot dogs in 1900s dollars.
So how is it okay for another group or a guy named Bob Rockefeller to sell everybody's baby, but if you went to sell your baby, they would put you in jail?
Oh, it's totally illegal now for everybody, right? Except for, you know, the baby selling companies that are officially sanctioned. Back then, it was more like the Wild West.
Government does it now.
Yeah, that's right.
Listen,
you have to go through USA
illegal, the government now does.
You have to go through an NGO.
Everything.
Dude, literally everything. Remember, like gambling used to be illegal, right? Now the government sells full tickets, scratch tickets, all the gambling stuff. It does all that, right?
Dispensaries, Indio, dude. Jeez, come on.
Yeah, now, yeah, there's that.
In Indio, mate. What's that video you fucking shared of Nathan Oakley, bro?
Funny, isn't it?
It's fucking wild. It's definitely something. Have you been to uni? Yeah. Is it like, I'm guessing you've been to uni or higher education? Do you remember in your? Yeah, have you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you remember in your first year of studies when you like learn a bunch of new words? So all your papers and everything are just over-explained, and like that's what that video sounds like, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's like reading a first year's paper. It's fucking. I'm not gonna lie. It was hilarious, bro.
I can't relate to that problem.
Oh really?
Plus, I don't remember much of my first year.
Did you hear about the new stuff?
I was like a dog that just got let off the leash, bro.
Supposedly they're discovering new stuff under the pyramids all the time. Coils and poles 60 kilometers down or some shit. I don't know. Never know.
I remember going to college, man, first time. Like, I lived a very sheltered life. And I show up, right, and my roommate has freaking like Budweiser beer freaking stuff, Corona stuff all over the place. Christmas tree lights up. The whole room looks like it's built for a freaking, 12-hour drinking binge on a Tuesday. My dad looks at me, he's like, son, I don't like this room very much.
One look around, yeah.
Like, oh man, this is fun. Don't worry about it, Dad. Don't worry. This is just the way it is. It's just art.
Yeah, it's art, yeah.
It's art. Yeah, it's an art form, all right.
Oh, shit.
Oh, man. Yep.
Well, at least you didn't get a weird room with like a Dahmer or some different type of art. You'd be like,
Dude, imagine nowadays.
Well, I switched majors like 5 times and was on the Van Wilder freaking scholarship program. Took me like 6.5 years to get my undergrad. So
nice.
Dude, when you walked into a college room nowadays, imagine what would be hanging on the wall. Fucking rainbow flag, fucking Black Lives Matter flag.
Dude, yeah. And meanwhile, we had like freaking, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Budweiser and freaking Cowboys cheerleaders stuff on the wall.
Yeah, exactly, man.
Yeah,
Cowboys cheerleaders, W.
Yeah, man. I graduated in the 90s, so
the 90s was the one, bro.
Really, the Cowboys cheerleaders in the 90s were fucking hot.
That's right. They made the freaking card decks and stuff. Jeez.
W misogyny, guys. W misogyny.
Cindy Crawford, Sports Illustrated swimsuit edition, dude. That was the best. Heidi Klum, Sports Illustrated. Oh my gosh.
Damn, Heidi
When was
Klum,
Girls Gone Wild? Was that like 90s or 2000? Girls Gone Wild. When was that shit? Oh, shit.
Yo, she married that dude, Seal.
Yeah.
Dude,
yeah.
That dude must have like the fucking giantest cock, dude. That dude is uglier than a box of rocks.
She left him for a bodyguard,
bro.
It looks like somebody took like an African spear 9 feet long and plunged it through his cheek.
Yo.
She left him for a bodyguard.
I was gonna say, where are you going with this?
She left him for a white bodyguard.
Oh man, just like the movie, right? Bodyguard.
The same bodyguard that was with Chris Cornell the night he passed.
No.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, baby.
Oh no, here comes the Hollywood conspiracy stuff.
No, it's not a
But he called Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer in here, man. Hollywood freaking conspiracy stuff. Jay Dyer's the best.
It's not a conspiracy. It's a dude that was messing with Heidi Klum. He's a bodyguard. Chris Cornell had the same bodyguard. And then Chris Cornell passed. The dude was in the next room. And a whole bunch of weird shit, and yeah.
Hey, okay, CB, dude. I want to see the red pill explain Heidi Klum and fucking Seal. No way. There's
Yeah,
no
I got
way
a hard
there's
time
Eddie
with that
Redfield
too.
explanation to
He's
that
got
shit. No way.
he's got status, bro. He's got hella status, dude.
So does she. And she
That's
can
like
get
the
any dude with
highest.
status, man. She had more status than him.
Well,
Maybe Seal
he
had
must
pudding
have
pop.
something else going on. He probably put that thing on her. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying, dude.
Yep.
He sealed the
He
deal.
put that thing on her, bro. He sealed the deal? Yeah, facts.
You got a 12-inch
Sealed
tongue that can
something.
roto-rooter or something.
It's a freaking
God
life
damn.
preserver.
Honestly, I can't even. It's too vulgar. I can't do it. Yeah, I can't do a chat.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah.
Dude,
Duh.
the dude is excessively ugly. It's not like he's like just like a little bit ugly. Dude, he's listen, looks like someone poured gas on his face and dried it off with a cheese grater. The dude's fucking ugly.
Yeah, he's messed up looking. Yeah, he really is. Maybe it was like a publicity type thing to where, look, if I go with this ugly guy, any guy will think that I like him.
It was love. Gay, I guess, right?
From Arise.
Yeah.
Well, how old was she when that happened? How old was she when they got together? Was she like over 30?
30s or something, right? Yeah.
That doesn't
That was like
matter.
that was
She's
like what,
cooked,
like the
bro.
late 90s, early 2000s.
Yeah, she's cooked. I mean, if you
They got kids together, right? What a tragedy, man. Goes from like Sports Illustrated and that. Jeez, now like she's divorced like 4 times or whatever.
I'm gonna go see what she looks like right now. I gotta get my eye bleach out.
Dude, I watch America's Got Talent like anytime it's on. She's on there all the time.
Grandma.
Still looks
Yeah,
great.
She looks like your grandma.
She still looks great, Radwin. Shut up. She still looks great to me, Radwin. Meh. Fine, you know what? Hey, Radwin, you're a grandpa. Oh.
He got married at 32.
Wow.
Cecile, she was already married though. She got married 3 times. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, there you go. I got married in my 30s.
She's for the street. She's for the streets.
Sorry to hear that.
You don't look that great, to be honest, in 2025. Yeah, she's post-wall for sure, bro.
I didn't even
The
know who
wall's
Seal
undefeated.
was until I didn't even know who Seal was until I moved to Germany, and he's like all over the charts over there. I'm like, who the heck is a Seal guy? What? He's married to Heidi Klum? Huh? Man, I miss the 90s. I think the 90s was like peak Western civilization in the modern age. Peak NASA, peak everything. Like the deception was full on, everything was working, everybody was doing the thing, man. Voting Democrat, voting Republican, Clinton versus Bush, Al Gore, Dan Quayle. I mean, that was it. That was the freaking inflection point before everything went to crap. Not that it wasn't going to crap, but I mean, like, everything went to crap for them. We started waking up. People started kind of waking up around what, like the Balkan crisis, maybe. The internet was new. People were checking into conspiracy theories, JFK, Flat Earth, all kinds of stuff. And things started to come apart, man. The wheels came off the wagon.
The Kosovo war as well. A lot of people were really not happy with Kosovo. It brought like a lot of attention to shit politically.
The internet was a mistake. Somebody call Vint Cerf and give him a call and be like, dude, you really messed up with this whole internet thing.
Internet 2.0 soon, bro. Let's go.
Didn't Seal do the soundtrack for the Batman movie, The Kiss by a Rose? I mean,
he did. Yep.
How could any woman, no matter how ugly he is, he did the
He's
soundtrack.
got a smooth voice, dude. He's got a good voice. His album from that is really good. Objectively.
So her
He's got a
choice
good
was
voice.
marry the guy that played Batman or marry the guy that made the soundtrack for the Batman movie. and she
Well,
took the ugly guy. Come on, man.
Come on, India. Women aren't stimulated visually, so they gotta go with what's
Maybe.
not visually stimulating.
He serenaded her, right? That was it. He
Serenaded her when she sat on a subwoofer.
Oh God. Playing 120 beats a minute techno.
Come on, baby, do it again. Go like that. Whatever you do, that. I love that.
You owe me a new speaker, man. You shorted it.
She's gonna require a container after she sits on that speaker.
Oh no, she's gonna be swimming out of that container.
I don't know if you guys remember, but the best one ever was Christy Brinkley.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, dude. Yep. Wasn't she on like that freaking like doctor whatever medicine? What? No. She was on like one of those 80s shows.
Oh yeah, shit.
Yeah, National Lampoons, National Lampoons. She's the fucking best, man.
Oh,
They're in
man.
that Ferrari, mate.
Oh yeah, that's the Vegas one. Vegas Vacation, bro. Sure it is. Nah, Denise Richards.
Nah, it was the
always
one
gonna be
where
the
they're
best.
going down to Florida, wasn't it? The original one.
Just vacation.
Yeah, that's it.
And
Yeah,
then
but
the
Denise
brand
Richards is the
new
one from that.
2023 or 2024.
Testarossa.
How are
Is it a
you?
Testarossa?
How are you?
Yes.
How flat is the Earth really?
Yes.
Kind of flat.
Yes, it is.
100%.
Is there no such thing as mountains? Like, is it just straight
Bro.
plain, or is there
We've got
such
a round table, Earther.
topographical
It's a pancake,
differences?
dude.
No, I'm just positing
Bro.
a question. Don't get all riled up. I'm just positing.
Hey,
Is there
Come on,
changes
bro.
in
Stop,
elevation?
man. You're going to turn pads into a flat earther. We should keep this questioning up.
I'm just trying to
Yeah,
ask: are there such things as elevations in different
Bro.
elevations on this flat Earth?
Yeah, no
plane
shit.
that we're supposed
No shit.
Hmm. So then, how would that work then? Because it's not exactly flat, is it?
Bro.
I don't get it.
You want to really continue with this line of banning? I mean, questioning.
Banning?
Hey, he gets it. Banter, I think you meant. But yeah, bro, I'm just
No,
bantering,
I didn't mean
man.
banter.
I
I mean
think the
ban.
Earth's
We
flat,
don't,
bro.
we're not doing.
You know what the
we're
what
not
the more
doing
important
pedantic,
fast?
childish bullshit, dude. We're over it. Go argue with that shit with other fourth graders.
Who
Damn.
mentioned the? Oh, go on. Sorry, go on. Kill the Glober first.
No.
And then
No, go ahead, bro.
He's
I was just gonna go back to chatting shit. That's all. Go ahead.
He thinks Earth is smooth.
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that flat earthers have never heard of mountains before, bro. Like, what? Yeah, and also the ocean doesn't have mountains either, so.
Yeah, how do you measure that mountain too?
Uh-oh. Oh, shit.
It has mountains. They're called islands sticking out of the ocean.
Oh, shit. Is he still here?
Yeah, I muted him. I mean,
Oh.
do you really want to entertain this? That's up to you.
Should we cook them? Let's just cook them, bro. Well done.
Okay, I'm gonna unmute you, dude. Apparently, they want to entertain your retardation, which does make good content. I'm not gonna lie. But there's a stipulation. If you ask a question, wait for the fucking answer. Don't talk over before the person answers.
You're definitely the biggest dork I've ever listened to on here, bro. I was just trolling. I was trying to tell you the most important facet to flat Earth, and then this dude mutes me like, what a fucking virgin. Anyways, fuck that
What's the most
faggot. What I'm
important?
saying is, who
How do
gives
you
a
know?
shit, bro? Who gives a shit if the Earth is flat or round when the whole premise, the original concept?
I'm gonna
Wait,
tell
listen.
you.
Hear my
I'm gonna
premise
tell
out.
you.
Hear my premise out before you
You
interrupt
give
me,
a
right?
shit. Go tell your parents right now
Buddy, I'm
that your
trying
Earth is
I'm
flat.
trying to help you out. I'm trying to
No,
help
go
you
tell your
understand
parents
flat
right.
Earth
If it
better,
doesn't
right?
matter, go
Like, we
tell
need
your
your
parents
help.
right now the Earth is flat. Then have them make you
I'm
a
trying
hot
to tell
pocket.
you what does matter about the flat Earth concept in its original concept.
It's not a
Shut up.
concept, bro. The fuck is you talking about?
He's gonna tell us. He's
Yeah.
fucking known about this topic for 13 minutes. Yeah, he's gonna tell us what's going.
Was he the one? Nah,
13 minutes, Indio? What the hell?
he wasn't the one.
Oh, man. 13 minutes, bro?
13 minutes. Dude.
What the heck?
You know, it's funny every time I hear that statement. It doesn't matter. Yet they're still here. They're still here.
It
Why
doesn't
do you
even
enjoy?
matter if it's
It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't
So I'm
even
coming to give you my
matter.
opinion on how much it doesn't matter.
It's all about mind over matter. If it don't mind, then it don't matter.
I think
if it don't make
when
dollars.
he cooks his hot pockets, they're going to require a container of some sort.
They discontinued. They discontinued the container.
Did they really?
Yeah, that sleeve thing. That was like November, like last year.
Yeah, the sleeve is gone.
They framed it as some kind of environmental responsibility for the planet and all a bunch of other bullshit. And then they're like, to celebrate the lack of consumerism and buy this sweatshirt, this like holiday sweater. You're like, wait, what? So your idea of marketing here and saving the planet is that you're going to get rid of this heating sleeve and then sell a bunch of sweatshop sweaters, Christmas sweaters, that'll be taken out once a year for some sort of family event, and everyone's going to kind of giggle. Oh, the Hot Pocket sweater. And someone's going to buy it. That's even the funnier part.
Has anyone seen Wolfie in real life? I mean, like how he looks like in real life?
Is he fat?
No, I mean, I posted a video. Duffy made an interview with him.
Yeah.
Will Duffy. It's in the side chat.
God, their final experiment is just like they keep hitting the snooze button. I mean, when's it going to be final? When's the final going to happen?
The ultimate final experiment.
Yeah, it's like, all right, we got it. That was like 22 years ago, and it's now final.
It's the final 2.0.
Yeah, how many decades? Like, how many months? Interviews? They're going to keep slamming this? Like, oh, any day now, it's going to be settled, and we're going to be all done.
Yeah, just the fact that McToon's channel is still going is just proof that it wasn't the final experiment.
Right.
Well, no, he can still keep his channel, but he doesn't get off Flat Earth. He's still, like, the whole concept, like, I'd like to debunk conspiracy theories. Okay, cool. What conspiracy theory are you going to talk about today? Flat Earth. Huh. I thought you had an experiment with that one, and it was settled science, no debate. Oh, yeah, this is, like, the last one. After the last one, before the next last one, and then there'd be one more last one after that last one. It's like that one, like that local, like, like shop that is always like going out of business sale. Like, didn't you guys have a going out of business sale like last week or like last month? They're like, oh yeah, but it was so successful, we stayed in business.
That's so
Going out
true.
of sale for real this time. Yeah, it's the flat Earth debunked for real this time.
The penultimate experiment, boys. That's what it is.
The final experiment for real this time. I'm not kidding.
The final experiment is you figuring out that the Earth isn't flat.
That's cat, bro. That's cat, bro.
This cat, can you prove to me that the Earth is flat like you claim it is?
Yeah, of course. How much time you got?
Say that one more time.
How much time you got, buddy?
Yeah. Okay. Pardon me.
Yeah, it's simple. Water measures flat. What's your go around for that?
So how do time zones work if the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
here we go.
Go ahead and explain it. Go ahead and explain it.
Find the debunk for water measures flat.
So you can't tell me how time
Water
zones work
measures
on a
flat.
flat Earth. Good boy. You just
water
proved
measures
that you don't know that how
I guess
time
keep
zones
saying
work
it
on a
until you
flat
find
Earth.
the debunk for it. I haven't found a debunk for it.
Debunk mine. So
Yeah, water measures flat.
how does water measure flat? Can you show me any proof of that?
Yeah, there's no deviation when
I'm gonna wait for the proof. I'm gonna wait for the proof that you're gonna put in chat.
Well, if you can shut your pie hole, maybe I can.
No, I said show me, not tell me. If I wanted you to tell me, I would have put it in chat. Yeah, just put it in chat because you're you're retarded.
He's on that demon time right now. Holy
No, he's literally mad because you can't tell me how time zones work.
Wow, we found the debunk.
You can't tell me how time zones work on a flat Earth.
Wait a minute. What about a clock, though? Is that a sphere?
To tell me how a time zone works on a flat Earth.
That's time zone. At water measures flat. Where's the debunk
Okay,
for
so you
that?
can't tell me how time zones work on a flat Earth. You're literally coping right now. Oh my god.
Water measures flat. Find the debunk. Where's the
Okay,
debunk?
I'm gonna wait for you to show me the evidence of everything you just said.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting.
So I'm gonna ignore what you just said.
Okay,
and I
I'm
want you
still
to find
waiting for the
debunk
evidence
what
that
I
you're
just
gonna
said.
put in chat, or else you concede.
Yeah.
Okay, so
find
you're
the
not
debunk
gonna
for
show the
water measures
evidence.
flat.
Okay, good boy. Okay,
Find
don't show the
evidence for water
evidence for the
measures
claim that
flat,
you
or
just
you're
made.
just a
Okay,
big numpty.
good job.
That's a dumb
Are you just
point
gonna
to
go to
make.
Arnold Schwarzenegger
Yeah, can you show me? No. Can you show me the evidence of what you just said? No, I'm still waiting. Okay, so you concede, I guess. Yeah. So
Yeah, water measures flat. Find the debunk.
So I'm still waiting for you to show the evidence of that statement. I'm still waiting.
Yeah, the evidence is
I'm still
water
waiting for the
measures
evidence
flat.
for that claim.
Water measures.
I'm still waiting for the evidence of that claim.
Oh, Jesus. Right,
So
boys.
you can't
boys,
show any
boys.
evidence for the claim. Okay, got
What
it.
the boys? I don't think you both.
You literally
gonna
can't
get
show me
anything out of
any
the other
evidence
one,
for the claim that you just made.
Jesus Christ.
Does anyone want to debate for him? Because he doesn't know how to debate. He doesn't know.
No, but Jay, I am curious. What's up with
Yeah,
the
let's
Hold on
debate him.
here.
He doesn't know how to show evidence for his claims.
Waiting for evidence requires a container.
Yeah, I'm still waiting. I mean, he's conceding pretty much at this point. I mean, it's really sad.
Wait.
Yeah, so water measures flat. Find the debunk.
Okay, can you show me the evidence of that claim? Go ahead.
Yeah, just hold a cup of water and tilt the cup in any direction. There's your evidence. Water measures flat.
Okay.
I'm actually curious about his time zone things. Is there an issue with time zones?
Who cares? We'll get back to that. We'll get back to that.
Flat. Water measures flat.
There you go. I posted 2 pictures of flat water, Holmes. Okay, so in the top one, you have specular reflection. The law of reflection is the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. In order to have symmetrical reflections, you have to have a flat axis. So the water's flat. The second picture, guess what? Same thing. There. Now that I've showed you water's flat, what else you got?
He's chatting away in the side chat. I don't think he's really good about listening to you, bro.
There's no measurements there, though, right? That's just an observation that it looks flat. There's nothing there to conflict with the idea that it might be a globe of 6,000 kilometres radius.
Oh, really? So there's not wonky reflections to conflict with?
Well, why would they be wonky if the radius was 6,000 kilometres and you're looking at a few kilometre stretch?
Dude, you think that's a few kilometers, dude?
How far is it? That's a good question.
Exactly. How far is it? You tell me, Mr. Globy.
No idea. Is that the Bolivian salt flats, one of those ones?
Yeah, where's the rate of change of slope for a horizontal plane of water? Where's the rate of change of slope for a horizontal plane of water? Mr. Whoever you are.
I tell you that level will deviate
Hello?
from a plane.
Yeah. So, what is the rate of change for the slope there would be if there would be any? What is that rate of change? That's the measurement, right, of a curvature. Hello?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, brother. If I put that image in Photoshop and put an axis and flip it, and it's within a sub-pixel accuracy, then that would be considered a measurement by Glober standards. With all their dumb stuff that they do with images out in the distance, and they try to say, oh, look at these pixels versus these pixels. And so if I have a symmetrical top and bottom image, then that means the axis is flat because you need it in order to have a specular reflection, because the angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. Ipso facto, the water's flat.
Pixels are squares, too.
Yeah. Where's the debunk for that, though? I still haven't heard the debunk. Mr. Whoever you are. Is that Daza?
No, it's deadly. It sounds like Daz, but it's deadly.
Sounds like Daza. All right. Yeah, where's the measurement of a rate of change of slope on the horizontal plane?
It is Daza, but anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, rate of change of slope on the horizontal plane. Any demonstrations, please?
Come on, Daza.
This should be easy. I mean, easy.
2 seconds, guys, sorry.
Oh, it's both. Okay, yeah, it was Daza. And earlier, though, it was Deadly talking, right?
Yeah, they're teaming up.
I prefer Bruce.
Okay, so where's it at yet?
Deadly.
We're waiting.
Where's his globe pro at?
Yeah, the horizontal
hear
plane
those.
should have some sort of rate of change of slope. Yeah.
I can hear those globe footprints hitting the pavement, running away.
Depends what you mean by that, AV, right?
No, Daz doesn't run, man. He sticks it in.
Yeah, he does.
In the chat.
Wait, pause.
He's like a punching bag.
He's like a punching bag.
Is this kind of like the long pause or the calm before the storm, or what are we doing here, guys?
He's ChatGPT is loading, dude. You got to give him a
Well,
second.
he likes to go a few rounds before he taps out.
They only like to talk when they can interrupt.
So, your whole plane thing, Alpha, you need a bit of clarification, right? So, the easiest thing to do straight away is talk about level and vertical, because horizontal, right, you can twist that any way you like. But so we can say a plane, right? If you've got a plane, a plane is established to be perpendicular to vertical somewhere, which we can call horizontal, right? That plane. There will be a deviation in slope on that. That vertical will no longer be parallel to that plane over the distance. So that's the globe model, right?
Globe model.
Tangential plane. Yeah.
Well, that's
And
the problem. I was asking if you have a drop over that distance from the tangential plane, do you have a measurement of that?
Yeah, I do, yeah. I mean, we've had this before. I don't want to go through it again. But
excellent.
GPS is the clearest and most obvious measurement that an individual can make, right?
Yeah, what? GPS?
Yeah. That's the clearest and most straightforward way to measure it as an individual.
No, it's not. Show me how you measured with GPS. Go ahead, Dozen.
So GPS gives you an absolute position relative to all of the transmissions that you're receiving, right? To the locations, all of the transmitters. And because of that, and Chris is going to get crappy because he thinks I talk about GPS every time, but for me, it's the most straightforward way.
No, I don't, dude. What the? I think it's good that you bring it up because, like, it keeps the conversation going rather than just like abruptly ending it. Like an I win button. You just say like, just come in here, GPS, slap the button, and then say you won.
Yeah, so the GPS right gives you a 3D position, right, in XYZ coordinates, and those coordinates are not dependent on the shape of the Earth. They're just dependent on where you are compared to all of the other transmission sites.
Well, doesn't that mean that you just gave up the ghost right there with that statement?
No. Because then you can go along and you can move along the surface of the Earth and measure your position in 3D, and it will conform to a spherical shape.
Really?
So if you go along a long level surface, GPS's raw coordinate will show that you're moving across a curve.
Okay, and where does that information get derived from? Is there a specific model that it's adhering to?
No, it's just working out the distance between you and all of the beacons transmitting their location.
Okay, and they're working off of a curved surface?
No. Straight line distances between you and the beacon.
A straight line distance?
Yeah.
So the straight line distance is going to show the drop over the distance?
It will if you move. You need to move position, and you get different spots, different locations, and that will show the drop. Yeah.
Yeah, but you said that already. But is that coordinate system working off of any other model, or is it just plain old plain Jane measuring the Earth? Because it sounds like you're trying to measure the Earth with this, right?
You can measure the Earth with it. Yes. Yeah.
You can.
But your position isn't.
Who's measured the Earth? Who's measured the Earth with GPS?
Well, it happens all the time. Every time you use GPS, effectively.
It's every day. Everybody, everywhere. Like, who's done it?
The best study I've seen of, other than the fact that, I'll give you two. So the first one is your favorite, the Bolivian salt flats. There's a group of guys did a GPS study on that, 45 kilometer by 45 kilometer area, where they did a high resolution GPS survey that was good to 10 centimeters precision. And they showed that was level over that area to within a meter. And so the deviation out of level was no more than 1 meter. But the level reference is the WGS 84 spheroid. So the surface that they plotted was a sphere.
It is. Yeah, I know.
So the surface that they plotted in raw coordinates was spherical.
I was asking you if it adheres to a model, and you just said it. That's the model it adheres to.
I know. Well, two things there. One is that it independently measured the shape of the surface in 3D space, in Cartesian
Well, they're not doing that. They're not measuring. They're not measuring. They're not doing that. The supported model is what's giving them the information to overlay their distance. So what they're doing is using the model.
No.
Yeah.
So here's how it works, right? So
no, you're not telling me how it works. You're basically just reaffirming the thing that everybody's doing is they're using the model that has already. It's supporting the information. So when they're distances, they're using that model. Duh. You should know that, Daza.
No.
Yeah.
So there's two things happening here.
Yeah.
Two things happening here.
No.
One is that.
What's the
He's telling
You're
you
a child.
without direction, you have one horizontal level plane with 1 meter of deviation over those 4,000 miles squared. So no, you must correct it to turn it to something not horizontal and level.
No, it's level, but it's not planar.
Horizontal and level.
And in three-dimensional space, the surface is a sphere. So you can measure the shape of the surface.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You're using it's a model-based. It's a model-based system, dude. What you're trying to insert here as a measurement is not. It's just reifying the specific model that
elevation is based on the model. So elevation is relative to the spheroid model, but the absolute position is not relative to the spheroid.
Bullshit. How are you going to make the distinction?
Because GPS doesn't measure your position relative to the ground; it measures your position relative to the transmitters.
Yeah.
Okay,
and how much deviation is there between the? How much deviation is there between the two? And is it adhering to the size of the Earth according to the radius value?
So, the raw positions that GPS give you, a grid of X, Y, Z coordinates.
Yeah, but how come you're not answering me straight away? You're doing this mental contortions not to answer the question directly.
No.
Is
because
the measurement that you're giving, Daza, is the measurement you're giving in accordance with the size of the Earth with the radius value?
The elevation values are related to the spheroid, yes.
Okay, so the size of the Earth according to the radius value.
That's when you're doing elevation calculations, Alpha.
Are you going to just dance around the topic, sir, or are you going to give me the straightforward answer?
It's clear that you don't understand what's going on here.
No, it's clear that you're not adhering to the radius value. That's what's clear.
So when GPS calculates your elevation,
more backflips. Yep.
When GPS calculates your elevation,
answer. Yes or no?
It is relative
yes or no.
to the sphere.
It's a yes or no. It's a yes or no. Is it adhering to the 3959 radius value?
When it calculates elevation, yes.
And how about the other way?
No, the other way is independent.
So it's not measuring it. So it's not measuring it like the radius value. It can't be measuring it like the radius value. It can't be measuring it like the radius value and not measuring it like the radius value simultaneously, isn't it, Daza? That's a contradiction.
It's only a contradiction because you made one up, Alpha.
No, it's the one that you listen to. Yeah, it's because everybody knows that when we're hearing that the size of the Earth is very specific, right? It's got these numeric values that you can't just say, well, let's just toss that aside for a moment. No, it is what the size of the Earth is. Now, if you are not getting the measurements that coincide with that, you are not giving us the radius value according to the Earth being the size that it is. So you are making a different measurement than it would be the size of the Earth to be what it is. You're giving us a different value.
No sense.
Yeah, no, it's perfect sense. You either toss out the 3959 radius value and bring up your own measurements, and that's therefore going to give a size of an Earth that's different from the one that's actually the actual Earth, which is of course the transcontinental planar surveying. Geodetic surveying. So that right there is an example of what you're talking about. So it's the same thing. They're using a model. In that specific case, they were using the Clark and Bezel spheroid models. In this specific case, you're using the WGS84 model.
Yeah, that's to get elevation, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Yes.
But it's either adhering to the 3959 radius value, Daza, or it's not. And if it's not, then it's not the actual measurement that we're looking for, because then it's not going to adhere to the drop over distance values that it should be if the Earth is an oblate spheroid of the radius value 3959.
So the actual measurement you're looking for is the raw measurement, which is the ECF XYZ coordinate measurements.
Yeah,
that is the one that lets you directly.
How did you do that?
Alpha?
How did you do that, Daza?
So that was what the GPS survey was. They traversed the surface using GPS and recorded the raw coordinates that was returned by the GPS survey equipment. And those raw coordinates are not related to the shape of the Earth.
What does raw coordinates mean? What does raw coordinates mean?
It means a point in 3 dimensions relative to the rest of the things you're measuring against, which is the GPS transmitters. So imagine you had all of these transmitters and you were connected to them by a piece of string.
I know that.
Right? And you knew what the length of the string was.
I know what you're talking about. But it's a big circle jerk, because the information that's supporting that would be overlaid on top of what's going to be the WJS84 model from those measurements. So when you get the yes. So what you consider raw data is not actually raw. It's already tainted by the WJS84. So when you get those and you're like, well, I got the raw coordinates. Yeah, they're not raw. They're basically tainted by the WJS84. Really? Then I need you to show a citation of how somebody's getting a distance measurement with the correct drop over distance in accordance to the 3959 radius. Show.
I'll get it for you. I can't right now because I'm.
It's time to put your cards on the table of your winning hand, and I want you to show everybody that you're getting 3959 radius value with the drop over distance intact and not something else. Because once it's something else, we're gonna toss it out.
So, are you familiar with the paper I'm talking about where they measure?
I don't need.
I haven't got it here. I can't post it right now. I can't post it right now.
So we've come to the crux.
Here before.
He said he was on the move, Alpha, twice. He said he's on the move.
So here's the thing. All right, here's the thing. People that say they have the winning hand don't actually have that. He's on the move, kick the can down the road, maybe later, possibly tomorrow. Bullshit, dude. If you don't have it right now, what you're doing right now is just hyping shit up. Don't hype shit up. Fucking drop the winning hand on the table. Quit your fucking yapping and let's fucking go. Yeah?
It's a bit of a cope you've got going on there, Alpha.
No, I don't think it's a cope. I think it's like, dude, show your hand.
Distressed.
Or quit. Yeah, it's distressing when somebody says, dude, I got the winning hand. It's right here. I got the values of the measurement of drop over distance. I'm like, bitch, fucking drop your hand already.
And
why are you fucking withholding that shit?
How long's the poker game been going on? About 10 years, and you still ain't dropped your fucking hand yet, buddy? And you think
do it. Fucking do it already. If you got it, fucking put it in the text and let's see what you got. Otherwise, you're full of shit. And if anybody else who white knights for him, you're full of shit too. Because all he's going to do is kick the can down the goddamn road and you're going to go along with him. He said he's driving. Well, then shut your big pie hole. Don't talk until you get somewhere and fucking pull that shit out, put it in the text, and fucking let's see. Yeah? It's that easy.
Yeah, don't you all have it?
Otherwise, you're just kicking the can down the road. Oh, I got it, man. It's right here. It's all the raw data. Really? Let's see it.
So,
yeah.
So I've just posted the Bolivian salt flats survey link. I haven't got a citation from it. I'll see if I can find that. I might have one too. Wait a second.
Yeah. Bolivian salt flats. Let's see. I don't see it. What the fuck is it? No.
Let's paste the summary as well.
Geophysical Journal International. Topography of the Salar de Uyuni, Bolivia from Kinematic GPS. See, is there somewhere in this elephant hurling fallacy that's going to point to where it says specifically?
Yeah, so the key thing is that they're GPS measurements, right? So all GPS measurements start out as a 3D coordinate in an XYZ, right? That's how GPS works. Then, to make it useful, because you don't want to know what your XYZ coordinate is, it makes no sense, right? It's some 10,000 k's this way, 20,000 k's this way, 4,000 k's this way. So what you need is a position on the surface of the Earth. So you can take that XYZ coordinate and find out where that is relative to the surface of the Earth. And that's where the spheroid is involved, WGS84. So these guys have calculated all of the raw positions in XYZ. And that surface that those points describe is a sphere that is parallel to the WGS84 spheroid.
No shit. No shit.
Yeah. Yeah. So a surface parallel to a spheroid is also a spheroid, right?
No.
And that's what I'm saying.
According to their overlay, it is. Not according to the physical and natural world. Because it's adhering to a model.
And the other... It's not adhering to a model. It's showing you what it looks like compared to a model.
No, it's not. It's telling us what it looks like. It's not telling us what it looks like according to the physical natural world, demonstrating itself that way to you and me. It's telling us, well, this is what we would see if we could see the Earth from a distance of such and such altitude, like the satellite. And we would see the drop over distance. It would be according to the WJS-84. And that's not what we're asking for. We're asking for the specific drop over distance that could be measured on the surface.
So those surface measurements will show drop over
let's
distance.
Put it this way. Nah, this is bullshit already. I need you to tell me how we can measure the drop over distance on the surface, not from a fucking satellite.
Okay. Well, my satellite's my best one. Just before I close, your leveling network you talked about there.
All right. So you got the satellite. Well, I see curvature on my satellite. Yeah, bullshit. We're on the surface. Let's measure that monkey right here.
Okay. Fine. You can reject it. That's cool. It doesn't bother me.
No, it's not about rejecting it. It's about putting it to the test.
Did. You just rejected it without testing it.
No, bullshit. I'm saying, what can we do on the surface? What are we going to do on the surface?
So what about, you talked about the leveling network.
What are we going to do on the surface?
The Great Survey and the
What are we going to do on the surface? Yeah, I know. But that's nothing. That's neither here nor there. It's been debunked.
So what kind of thing would you want to do on the surface?
I want to know, from an observer's standpoint, on the surface of the Earth, to a target distance, how much drop over that distance there would be from a tangential line. Yeah.
Okay.
Because according to the satellite
data, but
satellite's giving us raw calculations. Yeah, satellite's giving us raw calculations. All right. Yeah. All right, satellite. Let's put your shit to the test. An observer standing at point A and a target distance at point B should be in accordance to that. Shouldn't it, Daza?
Yeah. So all you got to do is get three GPS receivers in those positions, and you can measure that. Right?
We don't need GPS. We're confirming whether or not GPS is having something, like you said, raw calculations or raw data or whatever the fuck you're calling it. It should coincide with a line of sight measurement, because between point A and point B, there should be a specific drop over distance.
There is.
All right, there is. All right, then. It should be fucking easily measured then, Daza. Who's done that?
I just told you how we do it.
Nah, we didn't do it with GPS. Bullshit.
Okay.
I want to know how you can do it on the surface. You're trying to test out the claim. Yeah, that's right. You're trying to test out the claim whether or not that satellite is giving us data that's reliable that we can test on the surface. Yeah?
Yeah. Did you know that your traverse leveling network, something like the NavData, is also being resurveyed using GPS?
Who's done it? I don't care about that. Who's done it, Daza? Who's measured the surface to have that curvature, drop over distance? Because satellites and airplanes and anything that you say,
which you reject,
it doesn't matter.
Fine.
Anything that you say is happening in the sky, and it looks down and saying, well, we got all the raw data measurements of Earth curve calculator. Okay, we don't care. We want to know if the person on the surface notices that the surface of the Earth is actually dropping away at the specific rate that the fucking satellite says it is.
Notices. Okay, so not measures, just notices. Okay.
No, measures. Drop over distance. Yeah, obviously, if the person notices that he can't see a building that should be obstructed by the curvature, he can't see the building. So obviously he's going to say, wait, what purpose can I not see the building? Let's try to figure this out. Is it because the satellite gave us raw measurements? Well, let's test it. Hello? I'm asking who's done that.
Yeah, you're making no sense. I'm finished.
Oh, no, I'm making perfect sense, because you're saying a satellite's captured this raw measurements or raw data or whatever the fuck you call it. Yeah? So then it should be easily applicable by somebody on the surface doing a line of sight from point A to point B, point A being the observer, point B being the target distance, and then we're going to figure out how much drop there is in accordance to the satellite giving us raw data. Now, if you say that it's true, then it would remain true no matter what anybody does, because their line of sight would be in accordance to that, what you said, raw data. Now, if it's not, then it would be debunked. Simple.
Well, we already know there's lots of problems with line of
Simple.
sight, right? It's not reliable.
Yeah, what's the problem with line of sight? What's the problem with it? It's not
variable,
reliable?
right? The angles
Oh,
and
it's
distances,
variable.
or the angles in particular.
Okay, it's variable. Oh, it's variable.
Mm.
So how the fuck did they get the radius value in the first instance?
By lots of different measurements over different time periods, and you get
Measurements.
a minimum. That's for
Measurements
sure.
and time periods.
But that's
ambiguous.
But that's what GPS
That's ambiguous.
is so good for.
Yeah, that's
It's
ambiguous
independent
as
of
all get
optics.
out. That's ambiguous as all get out. Measurements over time. Yeah, really. You didn't give us one specific moment where somebody did something. You're just rambling on about something that you're trying to make it sound like. Is it raw measurement or raw data from a satellite? Dude,
if you're measuring something that
you can't reverse engineer from a satellite down back to the ground where they had the 3959 radius prior to the fucking satellite going into orbit. Because they had to have some kind of idea of what the thing's going to be orbiting around, if it was an oblate spheroid or what. And according to what they knew, it was a radius value of 3959 to get orbital mechanics to put the satellite in a position where it's going to give raw data measurements. And according to what you're saying, is going to give us the measurements. That's fucking circular, because they had to have known the size of the Earth prior to that.
So if you were making lots of optical measurements and observations and looked at the data you had, you rather than rejecting all of it, you might be able to see that under certain circumstances there was lots of consistency and repeatability, and that's what's happened over time.
The problem is
you can
we don't
reject
have.
that, but
The problem is we don't have a reliable way to measure a drop over distance, Daza, and you know that. That's the reason why you don't want to say anybody who's ever done any line of sight distance measurements to say that it coincides with the radius value of 3959, because you say, well, it's a lot of variables. Well, that's problems for you, because you have to come up with this. Yeah, it is. Because your magical satellites aren't going to give you a radius value that already has factored in them the WJS84 model. That does.
So here's what happened historically, right? So some people came up with some estimates of the radius of the Earth. They didn't reject it out of ignorance and had a crack at launching a satellite. And it turns out that the measurements were okay.
Launching a satellite. Dude, where are you getting your history from? And whose citation?
Because they had very high confidence in the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, high confidence. Yeah, I'm pretty sure high confidence wins the day always, right?
There's 2 centuries of geodetic surveying, all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Celestial navigation, all these things.
Surveying. What does geodetic surveying impose on the mind of the person looking it up? Geodetic.
Geoid, right?
So what? Why does somebody have to think? Why does somebody have to beg the question on what the Earth is based on just already starting out and saying, "Well, we're going to do some geodetic surveying"? Really, you're already begging the question that's a geoid. How'd you get there?
The problem is, right, that if you reject everything like that,
it's not about rejecting it, dude. It's not rejecting.
No, it is.
This is where you're going. This is where you go off the
rejecting.
You tend to just veer off the path. It's not rejecting it. It's addressing it.
Oh, you just rejected the other information, so why can't I reject your strategy?
When you say geodetic, that's implying some sort of geoid, right? And in order to do that, you already have in mind that it's already some sort of geoid. So you're just bypassing the fact that we're already assuming it's a geoid and then using that information to do some type of surveying. Well, that's kind of important, don't you think? For somebody to realize that it's a geoid prior to the measurement of it?
Don't
What do
forget
you call
to
that?
apply
That's
that
a begging
correction
question,
button
isn't it?
on your measurements.
I think
because if you measure
this before the word, though, bro.
Yeah, why is the word used, Pat? Why the fuck is the word used the way it is? Is it just because they found a fun little name to call it? No. The word actually means something. You utter fool. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's because
no, that's not what you're saying. You're trying to make it sound like it's just a word they picked arbitrarily. Well, the guy just said geoid.
It means
a bunch of friends. They sat around. They were like, "What name should we call this?" Geoid sounds like a cool name. Bullshit, dude. The actual fucking
they
word.
knew that it was
the word means something.
They knew.
Yeah, the word means something, and it implies something, which means that they're pointing to the Earth being something already prior to the fucking measurement of it. Yeah. So it's already giving you the information of an implication of it being a geoid. Now, they don't know that
As
shit,
often
but
is
they're
the case
using,
with words,
now,
yeah.
are using geodetic surveying, really? You're implying that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, a geoid, prior to the measurement of that. That's a fucking
They suspected
problem.
it and they tested for it, right?
Suspected it. Yeah. What is the suspicion gonna fucking do to the end of the day, Daza? What?
If you test it, it can become a fact.
Really? Well, I suspect you're an idiot.
Now you've resorted to name calling, Alpha. This means that you absolutely
do you see
have
how that
nothing
works?
here, right?
Do you see how that works? Does that mean you're an idiot? No.
No, it means
it
you're just
doesn't
using
mean
ad
that.
homs, right?
So my suspicions or anybody else's about what the Earth is, it doesn't matter. You need to figure out why in the world they would even name it that. It had some sort of correlation to an idea that they were trying to propose, and then therefore they solidified a magical idea of what they think the Earth is. Oh, we think it's a geoid. Really? How are you going to figure that one out? Oh,
So
let's
you've
send up
done
a
that,
rocket
right?
and let's just send up a rocket and we'll spray and pray. Hopefully we find some information out and maybe we go from there. Bullshit.
So you've done the same thing, right? You've just declared that the Earth was measured flat when it's not been measured flat, and therefore you have concluded the Earth is flat, right?
It's observably flat. It's
Okay.
measurably flat, and it's
It's not
practically
measurably
used
flat.
as
That's a
flat.
lie.
Oh, it is. Well, really? Then show me the deviation. Show me the deviation on flat water.
I just did, and you
No, you
rejected it.
didn't. No, you didn't. You showed me an idea of a satellite giving us already superimposed information of a WGS-84 model, showing us that when a satellite does something, it's telling us
You
that
are ignorant of
the
what
Earth
is
is
happening in
curving, guys.
GPS.
No, it's not ignorant. It's already baked in.
It is.
It's baked in.
You are
So you're
uneducated
baking
about how
information.
GPS
Yeah, really.
works, and you're making false conclusions from incorrect
It's
information.
not measuring anything. It's already giving us information from two distances, and it's just using the model that it has to then therefore say,
Five, at
well, those
least
two
five
distances are
distances.
separated. Shut up.
Survey grade GPS will have 8 or 10 distances involved in one position.
Yeah. So those distances are using the WGS-84 model. That's what's going on. So it doesn't matter how many you use. It's using a model, WGS-84. Well, it's geodetic surveying, so there you go. Fuck off.
The silence is deafening.
It's always fun listening to Globers get cooked.
Yeah.
Inside of a container.
It is good hearing them be cooked, bro. I'm not gonna lie, but when you hear them debate for 20 minutes and at the end of them, one of them just gets muted, it's kind of like, well, what's the fucking point? Like, if you're just gonna mute the fucker at the end of it, like you disagree with, it's like, well, what are we even doing, man? So I do agree, but what the fuck?
Well, we're not here to be preached at, Pads. We were on the globe side. These globers forget it. So we're not here to be preached at and be convinced. We're here to tell you the Earth is not a globe. And not that we're going to preach to you, but we're just going to share the information which led us to that conclusion.
Yeah, it's kind of funny the reaction of some of these folks when you tell them that it's not up for debate. It's not even up for discussion. It is what it is. You can go argue with the horizon.
Yeah, that's right, exactly. Go yell your fancy orbital mechanic gravity equations at the horizon. I don't think it cares very much.
Preach it, my brother of faith. I suffer from a rare mental disease called schizoglobia. So when I get muted, usually I turn into a glober.
So I went skydiving last summer, and like I've also seen videos, but from my own experience, it looked like there was like a bit of a curvature to the horizon.
Excuse me, ma'am. What's wrong with your mic?
What's wrong with my mic? Can you not hear me?
Because we're driving.
It's a bit difficult to hear what you're saying. But if you're driving, that makes sense.
Do you hope I've been skydiving probably 100 times? I've never seen a curvature.
Pictures of you skydiving? Because, like, different experience.
What the fuck was that?
Oh, jeez.
Shit, is she driving? She might have just wrapped up, bro. Don't use your phone while it's driving
as well. While at it.
Sometimes glovers get really upset when they realize the Earth is flat, especially the horizon.
Be surprised if that's what just happened. I'll be honest.
Well, she thinks you're going to see curvature at 10,000 feet. Even the globe priests.
Well, true. True, yeah. You never know.
There's a guy in the background too. He probably did something to mess with her to cause her to react and then turn the call off right as she was reacting in order to troll the call.
Was there a male in the background?
Yeah. I think that he did something to mess with her to cause her to react that way and then shut the call off at the same time.
Oh. What a shame.
That's my speculation.
I think there was a guy called Do Hope here before. I think that's his girlfriend. He's changed his name several times. Might have been Joe.
Yeah, he probably couldn't contain her, you know. Sorry, terrible joke. Terrible.
Women require a container.
Yeah. Yeah. Marry her, bro. I can hardly contain her.
Oh, jeez.
I told you it was bad, bro.
That's a fair assessment, the requirement of containers. How is she supposed to make you a sandwich if you don't have a lunchbox?
What the fuck?
You go buy one then if you don't have one.
You ask Santa Claus for it. I want Power Ranger lunchbox.
Whoa. Don't speak bad of the Power Rangers, man. Whoa.
They're talking about rebooting it. I don't know if you heard.
Oh, shit, really? Fucking hell.
Well, how old are the actors right now?
But that's the thing. The actors were going to come... Because it kind of ended... Wait, this is what I heard anyway. So it's sort of... I didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw bits and pieces of it. At the time, as a kid, I was taking care of and whatnot. So, the story kind of goes that the dark lady from the moon, I can't remember her name now. It's on the tip of my tongue. So she ends up marrying
Rita Repulsa.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Why do I know that? I hate.
No, that's good. I knew that as soon as you said it.
Yeah,
if you just
man.
listed that because with an R, I would have remembered. So she was 10,000 years, had been locked away. She was defeated by the Power Rangers of Tartaria, like an ancient Earth civilization that existed. Like it's a little bit flat smacking going on in that show too. So then they defeat her again, but she really isn't defeated. She decides to change her ways because she's married some other supervillain, and they have like a mixed race kid that isn't really accepted by the other supervillains. So it kind of implies that they end in a draw, and then
it got shit, basically. That's what you're saying.
Yeah. So they ended up using some sort of time thing, and it switches like the way time flows. So it went backwards to when she was like 10,000 years ago, and she didn't fight the old Power Rangers from Tartaria. Instead, gave them some sort of device that would allow them to do something in the future, to kind of imply that the new Power Rangers were the old ones. And then it's like this sort of time loop thing going on. So they'll be able to have the old actors play the characters from the past, talking to the new ones. Or something like that. Anyway, I don't know. I kind of vaguely had a YouTube video listening in the background about how the story would be like a reboot, and they wouldn't make the same mistakes like with Ghostbusters and whatnot. How they
I bet two of them have like a sex change. You know what I mean? One's had a race swap. Guaranteed.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Yeah.
I actually read the comics, man. I like your little assessment of it. I never stopped getting out of Power Rangers. I'm not gonna lie, I just transitioned to the comics. Pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. So nerdy.
The Earth is a globe because of the WJC-84 model. Oh, I don't know what you guys are talking about with Flat Earth.
Talking about the morphing grid, bro.
Go power containers.
Earth is a globe.
Do you know it was filmed that shit, don't you? Like it was all the old footage from the East.
You know what's weird?
Like,
what's weird is that Daza comes in with the same shtick. He comes in with the same shtick and blames you, Crit, because for some reason you got him stymied on the point. So obviously you got under his skin somehow. I don't know what you did, what you told him.
Yeah, it was so weird. It's like, dude, I've talked to you about this many times, and somehow you think I'm upset about it. No, I'm not. I'm not upset by it. It's like, I told him, like, every time you come in, bring it up, because that way you're telling me that it's still up for debate. It's still a topic that you're willing to discuss, and you're not 100% on yet. So as long as you keep hashing it out, that's good, dude. Like, you are at that 51%, and we're like, in the real terms, we're only 1% away from each other.
Yeah, he tried to preemptively like prepare for that, I guess. Maybe at some point you did say something and it got really triggered him, so it stayed with him. It's like one of those PTSD things, man. He didn't want it to happen again, so he tried to get in front of it this time.
Yeah, so if I brought it up, he'd be like, "See, I told you, Crit was going to do it."
Yeah. I'm telling you, for some reason, Crit, you got the juice, bro. Like you get under there, like you're living right now in some, rental space in his head. Like he's got to like prepare for when he comes in here because he knows you're in here. Like for some reason. And Crit, don't say anything because I know you're gonna say it last time. Like I heard it in his voice. I'm like, dude, why? You don't have to say that. Then if Crit says anything, he says something. You don't have to prepare for it. That's funny. I don't know.
Go Power Ranger. Fuck.
Yeah, we're not gonna talk about that. You can go to another room and talk about your range.
Yeah, shit. How did that come up again? I just like
somebody was. I think Crit or somebody was just talking about it, bro. So calm down.
Because Paz doesn't want to tell us how he's a Glober and how he has any evidence for the Earth.
Bro, everyone in here knows I'm a Glober, bro. What are you talking about?
Yeah. What
I'm a
evidence
Glober,
you have?
right? Crit, whoa, one sec, Alpha. Crit, you know I'm a Glober, right?
Yeah. You said, well, you're
PJ, you know I'm a Glober.
You're bi-curious.
Indio.
Like,
yeah, bro. Everyone knows I'm a Glober.
Did you lean into that though? Did you lean into it and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe?
I'm leaning into both, really, bro. Like Crit just said, I'm globe curious, man.
You can't globe curious. No.
Well,
I think that
curious.
You feel like space is a real thing. The vacuum of space is a real thing, and no matter what anybody else tells you, you always view that the vacuum of space is something for like really real, like for real.
Well, 3-4 weeks ago, I'd have said the same thing about the fucking shape of the Earth, bro. So, and look where I am now. So, you know.
Well, that's the thing, though. It's like the evidence always should be something that's presented to you. If somebody tells you, some type of paradigm, if they're saying that there's a vacuum of space up there, and they're showing you videos and pictures and all kinds of stuff, that's great. Because all that does is confirm a specific bias towards it. But they don't tell you how you can know it yourself.
I've yet to join any community. To be fair, I've yet to join any community that doesn't show me videos arguing for that community's position. What you've just said is true, but it's true for every demographic, like organization, demographic. I've never joined.
Yeah, aside from videos, you can know for yourself, right? Empirical evidence.
Yeah, no.
First-hand experience.
Yeah, I'm down for it, bro.
Well, that's what you should be down for because if that's true, then everything that they've told you, it becomes moot.
Like Ultimate just said,
you have
I'm a
that
flat earther,
first-hand
but I just don't know it, bro. I'm in denial.
Here's like with pads. This is my take. Okay, some of it comes with like one-on-one talks, but I'm thinking you'd be okay with me with talking about it.
Yeah, go for it, mate. I know you enough.
So basically, he came in here thinking, "What is this about?" That it was some kind of gag. Like, just like people just in here just playing video games or hanging out, and it just had Flat Earth tag on there just for some unexplained reason, just for shits and giggles. Then he realized, wow, you guys are serious. There's a bunch of Flat Earthers in here. Maybe I should pay attention to what they're talking about. And then he was like, oh, the Earth is a globe, 90%, 10% Flat Earth. And then he started seeing the way the globalists act. And especially the one that really got him was how they react to the science and space news I post. He was like, what the actual fuck? I can't remember. Like, one of them came in here talking about Chris bullying me and harassing me. I get a DM from him every morning. And Paz was like, what the fuck did you DM him to make him freak out like that? And it's a headline with a GIF. Yeah. He's like, no way, dude.
Newsletter.
No way. There's no way something like that would cause someone to crack that hard. I go, dude, I told him that was mild. Okay, I show him screenshots of calling the FBI and all kinds of crap. And so now, over the time, he's got to the point where he thinks the Earth is a globe, but it's hard to parse that out with how irrationally batshit crazy the globalists are and how the Flat Earthers seem rational, but their position seems, from his point of view, is not rational. So he's got this weird juxtaposition between the rational position makes you act irrational, and the irrational position sounds rational. And he's juggling it, and we'll see where it comes out at.
And also, I did enter it not maliciously. I did enter it. I really had.
Yeah, you can say maliciously. Let's just call a duck a duck. It was maliciously.
One sec. Well, even if it was maliciously, even if it was like to have like a poker of fun or to just like have a nosy and see what's going on, you do quickly come to realize like some people in here hold like really respectable jobs. Like some people are doctors, engineers, architects. You know, I said it the other day. You're not talking to a bunch of what I assumed were just wackos, bro. You know, but so over time, I have to take that into consideration. You're dealing with like some people who know what the fuck's up, you know. I just don't subscribe to all of it. I'm down with all the level 1, level 2 observational shit. I am not down with the vacuum of space sort of stuff and the container. But you know, it's one of them, isn't it? Flat Earth as a whole isn't a unified community. There's many.
But it's not about
branches, let's say.
So when that whole idea is, it leaves the fact that everybody's individual from like you're not the same as the next guy, right? How you articulate your point, how you're presenting it doesn't matter what it is. So that in and of itself would debunk the fact that like we're all just like a hive mind. We're not. We do have this almost similar talking points, but we have our own style of how we administer it, right? So everybody's going to have a different way to put it to you.
Some do. Some flat Earth is hive mind, just like some globe is globe mind. Like it's hive mind as well. Sorry, like there's people in flat Earth that just do reiterate shit without understanding it. But there's people here that genuinely
right?
understand it.
If you're talking about
God
consistency,
gave everybody an independent mind to discern.
If you're talking about consistency, then it has to be on certain points that are demonstrated to be true no matter what. So the consistency is in the truth, right? Truth has consistency. So objective reality. That's not, I can't say it different than Crit. Crit can't say it different than Indio. Indio can't say it different than, Jedi. We're all consistent in that way. But that's not saying that he's going to articulate a point different than me. Like, so
for sure, yeah, of course.
That doesn't matter. Like, so, in that regards, everybody is different. But in the
on the wider aspects as well, though. I mean, on the actual wider aspect, like some people at some stage adhere to some sort of model while other people didn't. Some people believe the final experiment proved some shit. Some people didn't. Like, it's not just a case of articulation. Some people are genuinely just up to different stages of understanding within the community. Some people have been there a year. Some people have been there 8 years. Some people.
Yeah, but that's
is it understanding if you never applied and affirmed it in the physical world? No.
What's that?
Understanding like the main arguments and like tenets to the.
So you're saying people know more or less details about an ungrounded theory of what they're.
You're going to divert this conversation, man.
Okay?
You're going to divert this conversation.
Yes.
I don't want it to go in that
Never
direction.
grounded it or proved anything.
Pickle, I'm going to mute your dumbass, dude. Stop it. All right. So what we're doing here is laying the groundwork for a foundation of truth. And
how many years have you been at it without a model? Come on, bro.
Pickle.
Yeah, that's my name.
It doesn't need a model. Reality itself is demonstrated to you. It's self-evident. So when you try to put it into a model, when you try to put it into a model, you're going to try to simplify something that's very complex. You can't do that because it's complex already. The complexity of nature has so much intricacies woven into it that you can't, in and of yourself, demonstrate how you're going to put it into a simple model. That's putting reality into a box, let's say. You can't do that. You can't frame it in some type of compartmentalized structure. It's not going to be able to be put in that way. And people who believe the earth is, not you, baby, but people who believe the earth is a globe tend to have that mentality. They're trying to square reality, and it's not able to be squared because of the fact that it's super complex. And every moving part has something to do with some other moving part. So there's a lot of variables that interchange with each other. You can't pinpoint one thing that's not affected by another. It's all working in like this coherent, system, very dynamic. But my point was that the consistency is the truth of the nature of reality. So when we speak of those things here in this chat, we don't need to model it. It could be referenced in a simple way, right? The orientation aspect, right? How can we view the earth if we don't have a specific orientation to give someone about it, right? If you say I live on a globe, then everything's relative, right? Relative to some other thing. And so you can't really tell me that up is up and down is down, because to you, if you live in a ball, down is really in and up is really out. So there's a lot of things that, when accordance to it, everything being relative, you can't pinpoint an exact way to describe it. However, on flat Earth, all you got to do is describe things the way they appear, and in accordance to somebody else in another geographic location, it'll be the same thing. It's not going to change. So for us, it's simple, right? The way that we describe the systems of operation on the Earth are very rational. They're sensible. It seems to be the way everybody experiences it. So we're not speaking of things that are not consistent. So consistency is the key. We don't need a model. The model comes into someone's mind when you're trying to square reality. You can't do that. There's no model that you're going to present that puts all of the systems of reality working together in a like a coherent way that it's going to kind of put it into a box. And then
when we talk these models, Alpha, like what are the purpose of these models, Alpha? Like when we talk about, like, why do the globers have a model to begin with? Like, what's the purpose?
Because you need to do useful things in the physical world, and without a model, you can't.
Like
all you have is words.
Like what? Name one thing. Okay, let's put it this way.
One sec,
Name
Alpha,
one thing.
slow
Yeah,
down.
I'm gonna ask him the relevant question. Name one thing that it's useful for. The model of the globe. What is it useful for?
The satellites that you deny are that high up that they do this weird thing. We could even put them lower in your flat Earth model, but you can't explain satellites at all.
Forget that, bro.
You'll use words. Well, let's not forget that. That's the example I'm using. Yeah. So you'll use words to tiptoe around how satellites work, like a goon, even though everybody else uses a globe model to do it. Like, give me a break.
Yeah,
you're a child for even denying that.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask him. Well, what model? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask.
The one I was taught in school called GIS clown that they use to put satellites in the air.
GIS clown. I'm not familiar with that model, man.
Right? It's funny.
What's the GIS clown model? I don't know that one.
Yeah, all GIS models are based on the globe, homie. Let me get you a Wikipedia page.
What a fool. How high did Echo go, and how fast did they move, and how long were they up there?
There you go, playing around again. See what I'm saying?
It's not a game. Echo 1 and Echo 2. How high did they go? How fast did they move? And how long were they up there?
What's your flat Earth model and tell us, buddy? Put it in side chat.
Well, he's got a wiki.
Just show the thing, the GIS thing. So this is what the model is for. So this is one thing we can use the model for. So yeah, Alpha. So there is purpose to have it. If this is true, I mean,
no, we're challenging that notion. Pads.
Yeah.
If you're not keeping up and you keep interrupting,
I get.
You don't realize, dude, you're interrupting me. You're not gonna let us challenge Pickle. You're just gonna keep
I asked the question about the model, though, bro.
You're interfering with the process. This is the process. The process is the challenge that's been put forward. Now, the man says that he has a model for satellites, right? And so he's gonna put that up based on a wiki that he's looked up. So what we're doing is challenging him and
I get it, Alpha. Alpha, I get it, bro. Come on, bro. Right, I get it.
Well, I don't think you do.
1 second.
You keep interrupting.
I asked the question for a specific reason. I had a few more follow-up questions, but you hijacked the thing, and now you're going down a rabbit hole yet again. I was going to keep it on task, but sure.
Well, this isn't a hijack.
Let's go down this.
This is a 24/7. First of all, you need to know your place. You're a fucking guest here. This is the fucking 24/7 channel. This is not Pad's fucking channel. I didn't hijack it. This is my fucking forum. You're a guest here.
Okay, bro.
You are hijacking my forum.
All right, I'll mute up. Crack on, lad.
That sounds great. That sounds like a good plan. Should have done it before.
All right, crack on.
All right, so back to Pickle. Now go ahead and post your data for everybody to kind of look through and see if there's any merit there for satellites being required having a globe Earth model.
I'm okay with satellites too if they're inside of a container. Just saying.
Yeah, but we're not. That's not. All right, let's keep up with the convo, fellas. We're talking about what usefulness does the globe have, and the globe model that Pickle is producing, I guess in Wikipedia, is going to demonstrate the usefulness of it with satellites. So we're going to look at that. It's a challenge now. Interrupting or interfering in the challenge is only going to delay the inevitable. Yeah? You're just delaying the inevitable. We don't want that. We want to be quick. We want to get to the end fast. And do that if everybody jumps in and diverts the topic.
Don't forget, I asked
You wanna
about
get to
the
your
importance
end
of the
first.
model, bro. I asked about the model for a reason, bro. I didn't even get to ask the follow-up questions, bro. It does say in the title,
the challenge
Flat
has
Earth.
been made.
1 second. It does say Flat Earth, ask me
1
anything,
second.
and I asked you the question, bro.
Yeah, I know. Listen, you and I were having a conversation. Somebody came in with the challenge. The challenge supersedes the conversation. So now we want to know, inquiring minds want to know why the man said that there's a usefulness to the globe Earth model. And a Wikipedia supposedly produced. So now we're going to look at that. That supersedes the conversation just, about questions you might be asking. Because this is now like, it's a challenge to say that the globe Earth model is being useful in some way.
I should say, let's take a few minutes.
You're the
to
only
read it.
ones lost, bro. The majority of the world doesn't play this game. They get results.
No, it's not a game. I think
it clearly
Ethan
is. You don't have any results, man.
No,
Years of this nonsense. You don't have any results, so you're clearly playing
results. Now, what results
you know
do you
what
have?
that
A
is?
Wikipedia?
As a man, as a male, do you know what results are? Do you know why you were put on this earth?
Yeah.
You
So a
clearly don't. You
Wikipedia
clearly
page
don't.
is results.
Yeah, dummy,
Wikipedia page is results.
It's better than your babble in here for years.
All right. What does it state in the Wikipedia?
Why don't you read it out for me? You got a brain that God gave you to discern.
No, it's your claim. It's
While you
your
spread
claim. You
lies
got to
and
back it
deceit.
up.
Read it. Bro.
Really.
I'm not going to read it for you. I'm not your lapdog.
I'm not spreading lies and deceit. I'm calling
That's
you
all
out
you're doing here,
for
homie.
your evidence of a globe Earth model being useful. The
You show
globe
me
Earth model
evidence
is
of
not
your
useful.
wayward
That's
belief
my
system, buddy. That's the way it works. God stands alone
the
with
globe
truth,
Earth
bro. And
model.
your goofy ass is over here in the dungeon with horse shit. So you explain yourself. God doesn't have to
Okay, so a
explain
lot of
himself,
nothing.
fool.
That's a nothing burger. Really.
Yeah, so is
what
your
you
belief. All
what
right,
you
bet.
produce is nothing. Are you able to articulate your point verbally, sir,
No,
or
you
not?
can't, homie. And it's fine time you did, nigga.
Yeah, I'm asking you. I'm calling you out on your dumbass claim that the globe Earth has a useful model for something considering
Seems
satellite.
legit so far.
I'm calling you out. I'm calling
Let's
you
read it and
out.
find out, bro.
So you said a Wikipedia. No, let's not read it because what's in there that's useful should be
we
a
don't
burden.
know.
It should shut up. It should be a burden laid upon the man who made the claim, and that man is Pickle. Now he needs to come forward and tell me what in that source is useful for me to look at that shows that the globe Earth model is useful. It's not my fucking claim, you big bunch of dumbass. It's his.
I mean,
He needs
you
to
asked for some
produce the
stuff.
evidence.
He showed some stuff.
You're just
Let's
going to
just at
interfere,
least
aren't
look
you?
at it.
You're just going to interfere.
I
I'm
thought
not
you'd
going to
broke-
fucking
I
look.
thought you'd paused. Okay.
Yeah,
okay. if
the
you're not gonna
pause
look, don't
is
look.
the
That's
pause
fine.
is for him to actually come forward and say, you know what? Let me just tell you how it's useful. He hasn't done that yet. All he's doing is yammering on, hemming and hawing about how I am this and I am that. I don't give a fuck. Produce the evidence or clam up. It's that simple. Yeah, we ain't playing no games. Ethergrass already told you. This isn't fucking. We're not playing games. Put up or shut up. Has that been done yet? Nope. Not verbally. Putting a source in there, well, here's my Wikipedia. It's called an elephant hurling fallacy. If you don't tell me where in there you're going to point me to so that I can go maybe perhaps even look at something specifically, or you verbally telling me, then it's useless. So the usefulness of the Earth as a globe, once again, doesn't have any.
He
Until
might be
you're
just
able-
one of those side chat warriors.
Maybe. Until you're able to articulate your
You're not
point,
supposed
sir.
to converse with Satan
Not
too
valid.
long. He'll get you entangled in this confused mess.
Right. You can say whatever you want, man. But if you don't have evidence to back up your claim, you don't have evidence.
Doesn't Satan require a container?
No, we're not going to indulge that. Either produce the evidence, Pickle, or don't say that the Earth as a globe has evidence that's useful. It's not. You have all this time. You have the floor. You can speak to us on how it has its usefulness, and you squander that for what? Talking about how I am? Looking at my character, poisoning the well? Is that how you use your time? Pathetic. Anyways, I'm going to kick it back over to Crit. I got to bounce, homie.
All right, take care.
Later, bud.
Yo, what's happening, Crit?
Is Pickle or is he like...
If that's an attempt to poison the well, he's doing an even bad job at doing that.
What are we doing in here?
Just ignore what it says.
I was going to unmute you if you were muted, but I'm tabbed out, so I didn't know for sure if you were muted.
I'm going to be quiet after I speak the truth, dude. It speaks for itself.
Crit, have a fucking word with that guy, bro. It gets toxic as fuck when Alpha's about. Fuck that guy, man. He kills the chat. Fuck.
Don't let them kill your energy, bro. Protect your energy.
Oh, I use these people as context to figure out what Satan's doing.
As fuck, bro.
I profit.
Well, I don't know about the Satan shit, but yeah, it's chatting shit. I don't know about that, bro.
Alhamdulillah, inshallah. Wala.
That was that.
Fuck knows. I think it was a fucking witch doctor.
So, guys, what were you guys talking about earlier about Flat Earth?
Oh, a few things came up. I don't know, like, you got a question?
Nah, I just like want to hear like some of the topics that was discussed today. Did you guys cook anybody?
About 20-30 minutes ago, well, longer than that, about an hour ago, somebody did come in here. They were a troll, but they did briefly say about time zones. And I was curious, how do time zones work? But then we got talking about models, and is it possible to ask how they work if we don't have a flat Earth model?
Of course, time zones can work on a flat Earth.
Yeah, because
of course.
Okay. In my head, if
the sun is above the flat Earth and it spins around the Earth, the Earth isn't spinning; the sun is rotating.
The interesting thing is, you don't even really need a shape model of the Earth to explain time zones.
Oh, if you believe that NASA model,
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sorry, mate. What were you saying?
No, I just was saying if people believe that NASA model, they're kind of lunatic.
This is why I really wish FE had a fucking model, because the only one I can think of is the pizza fucking dish thing that nobody believes in anyway.
Oh man, I have the
when I look
perfect
at the lines
model.
on that, it just seems like the time zones would get like
Crit, did I send it to
longer, or the time zones get wider the further away from the North Pole you get.
Yeah, so what if you look at that?
Here it is.
Are there more or less time zones in the South?
When I look at what is it like the model, like the general pizza model?
Oh, no, how many time zones are on the Globetard? There would be 24 time
24 time zones. Yeah.
How many time zones are there?
23.
No, look it up. It gets progressively more the further south you go.
Are those time zones? I thought latitude was the time zones. I didn't think longitude had anything to do with time zones.
Yeah, the longitude is the time zone.
No, latitude, isn't it? The ones that go down. The vertical.
That's longitude. The ones
that's longitude.
Oh, is it? No way, is it? Ah, right. Okay, because of the space in between. Right. Okay. Yeah, it's not the actual line. Okay, fair play. But yeah, either way, the vertical ones. Yeah. Let's have a look. This is what I was asking about the importance of a model. I get like FE can't produce one, but as a way of demonstrating some shit, it would be.
Hold on, Pads.
Would be
How many
convenient.
time zones are in the northern hemisphere?
I'm looking now.
Like go with the Globetard. Like let's go with the Globetard for a minute.
Well, I'm just looking up a globe model. I used to have an interactive
Like
website.
how many time zones would you would predict? It would be 1 hour time zones divided by 24 hours in a day. 24 time zones. check or hold.
Holy shit, bro! I just found another layer to the flat Earth, bro. Using AI.
I can't just bring on a model with an actual time zones on it, for fuck's sake.
I sent it to you, bro. It's in the side chat.
Who said that? Is that you, 23 Smartest?
Yes. That time zone, that model perfectly explains what's going on Earth.
I thought many people didn't like,
just because a
subscribe
person
to
doesn't
the model.
agree with the model doesn't mean the model is inaccurate.
No, but that is true. But that's what Globers would argue.
Globers believe in people who give them information based on a narrative. They're the weakest form of evidence. You guys realize that, right?
No, but I'm just saying they would argue. I'm just saying using them.
I get you. No, I get you.
Pads, I tagged you in the side chat with that video. You can watch later, but
bro, that's the man. AI came up with that model.
Time zones hide the flat Earth. Why is it? So is this against?
I mean, look at the firmament. It even has a firmament. And then guess what? The AI just said that the North and South Pole, we really have no proof. We only have secondhand proof of the North and South Pole existing. It's getting deep, boys. It's getting deep.
It's getting deep.
No, I'm serious. It's getting really deep.
These images like that, I call this cartoon Earth images. It doesn't matter if it's flat or round. They're still cartoons, and I don't consider them really proof. They usually end up creating straw men. Like somebody will see it, and then they'll say, "So you're saying this," and make up some bull crap. But it tends to cause more problems than it solves.
Like this animation.
You'll see what I mean, though. If you haven't already, you'll see what I mean.
Yeah, so Pads that.
The only evidence of the poles existing is satellite imagery, scientific research stations, sun tracking data, and 24-hour live streams. But who's running the cameras? Why can't we fly over the poles freely? Why are both poles surrounded by military presence or protected by international treaties? Holy shit, boys.
Okay, what did you mean about the lines getting like more lines? I can't find what you were saying.
They got you by the balls, man.
Nah, see, I know the truth. But wow, it gets really deep. No one's ever been to the North or South Pole. And that's a fact. That's very strong evidence of a cover-up.
In that, like, impossible to say.
It's not.
Like, nobody's ever been. How would we prove that nobody's never been there?
Prove it. That's the thing.
Right, exactly. So we can't prove it, so it can't be a fact. Like, even I know that. Like, you can't follow that.
This is what you do. So listen, this is what you do when you're dealing with the situation. You analyze the data, you look for patterns, and you look for predictability. If a person is hiding the North and South Pole, which means it's heavily guarded by military, you can't fly over it, none of that. So we have to deduce one or two things. Either it's sacred land or it's hidden knowledge. There's definitely something there.
Patterns, predictions, and deduction are heavily slated.
You can't rely on science.
Well, they're heavily slated around here, so again, I wouldn't invoke any of them for an argument in a flat Earth community because, as you know, no one around here. That's what globalists. That's what globetards do, isn't it? They deduce it, they make predictions. Well, spot patterns and shit, postdictions, pattern. It's.
Well, some people believe that the Antarctica thing really happened with McToon's trip, and others don't.
I know a lot of flat earthers in here believe it.
That's right. Some globe earthers think there's alien bases inside the moon, right? Globe earthers think there's alien bases inside the moon, right? Just because some people think some dumb shit or something. You know what I mean?
A fair point.
Yeah.
It's in regards to the model, dude. I mean, the time zones. What you got 32 time zones in the south, right? That doesn't. Well, you got 24 in the north, 32 in the south, right? And when you say global, like what? Yeah, you can look it up.
I'm looking for that. That's what Crit was mentioning, right? That's what I'm looking for. All the maps I see just look equal. Looks, just looks even.
You can just look it up. Look up how many time zones are there in the southern hemisphere. It's 32, right? And then you got China that spans across 4 time zones, but they only have 1 time zone.
Because they're in on it. China's kind of in on it.
Yeah, China's in on it. But bro, what globe model? Are you talking about a desktop globe, or are you talking about a scientific model that's been tested to make sure it matches reality?
Well,
right. So
this is what I was asking.
Even if there was a globe model, right, it falls apart at the radius value, right, because they don't have any evidence, right, of a radius, right, Earth curvature, Earth motion, right, all these things. So who cares about some bunk model that doesn't reality in any way? But I mean, if I asked you post the globe model in the side chat, like you're not going to find a globe model post that explains everything, right? So expecting flat earthers to have some sort of model that explains how everything works when you guys don't even have that is ridiculous. What we're doing is testing math. What we're doing is testing the globe math claims, right? And they fall apart when we go out and test them. And then when we look for counter evidence, we get nothing. We get fallacies, we get feelings, we get assumptions and calculations based off those assumptions, right? And just blind faith in shit that you can never check in outer space, right? Where they tell us that it rains diamonds on Uranus and sideways glass rain on exoplanet, blah, 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 and there's hairy black holes in space. It's absolute horseshit.
Yeah, no, I mean you are right. It does sound right. I just meant I thought global are different models representing different things. I googled one the other day, and they had a model for estimating and gauging the impact area of like meteors and stuff entering the atmosphere based on obviously the globe model. And I thought, well, that does seem like a practical use if we can, if we can predict the trajectory of alien, bodies entering the atmosphere.
So when did anyone ever witness a meteor hitting the Earth? Ever?
I'd have to look. It's been done a few times by the looks of it.
Okay, didn't we just have one in Russia?
It's been done a few times. We've estimated one now that's coming in 2030.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, you broke up, DJ. What did you say?
Yeah, show me a meteor hitting the Earth on video.
I think we've had quite a few in recent years.
That's what I'm saying. Didn't they have one in northern Russia that just hit and it was on film?
Oh, yeah, it went over Portugal as well.
To see the film of it.
Just Google like asteroid.
Just happened to be in Russia, right? And I've never seen a video of one of them hitting the ground.
Try one, Russia, just Portugal.
Russia don't show you no asteroid, dude. They show you some fire fire in the sky right above the building.
Well, whatever the claims to be, but I'm not disputing the whole asteroid. What is it? Is it CGI or some shit like fuck knows? But all I'm saying is like I did find what could be arguably a useful reason for having a model. So I get I'm not asking
what's the useful reason that you believe in fake stuff coming in from space that you can't. Brother, listen, you got a thing called the fucking ISS. Do you honestly think that big fat ass meteors are coming? Big balls of metal and junk and stuff like whatever, big old comets and all that stuff from space, right? Asteroids, meteors, and there's nothing on the ISS. It's blank.
I think that, bro. Yeah, haven't we found like extremely rich deposits like on Earth, which we've guessed.
Can you hear? The ISS live shows nothing. No asteroid, no comet, nothing.
Okay.
So you guys say that there has been an asteroid that hit the Earth and there's videos. Have you guys ever seen the videos, or do you just think that would be such a thing?
I mean, I've never seen the actual impact, I must admit. I don't know if we've captured that yet, but I've seen many in the atmosphere and shit.
Nobody has, bro. There's no such thing as that. right? So what you would need to do is confirm that what you're looking at is even an asteroid in the first place, all right? And then show me a video of it hitting the ground. This doesn't exist.
Like I say, I do it. I'm still subscribing to space existing and asteroids and all that sort of shit.
Yeah, you can't validate it. That's the thing, right? So it's just a belief. It's nothing more than just a belief system.
I'll have a look and see if we can find any impacts in a minute. 'Cause if we find some impacts now, then obviously.
Yeah, so you find an impact and then work out a way to confirm what you're looking at is actually what you're being told it is. But
Well,
I don't think you can find that anyway.
But again, that's where no matter what I do, without seeing it with my own eyes, it will always and forever remain faith-based. But I've been through this a million times. Every bit of footage that I've ever seen on anything ever, unless I filmed it, I've took it on faith that it actually happened. So to that degree, sure, I have to confirm what is happening. But sometimes it goes beyond the standard.
Of a sparrow, dude. You don't have to have faith that was a sparrow in the video. I mean, like,
yeah, I have to have faith that like it wasn't planted there, or it's not trained to do a certain thing, or that the color correction hasn't been altered too much, that it's showing a totally different color. Yeah. Like the amount of faith I have in shit.
Right? You can go and confirm these things, right? You can go film a sparrow yourself, right? You can go do so. Right? But when it comes to space, it's all just some story that you've been told, right? That you can never validate. You can't even show a single experiment that proves it can scientifically exist in the first place without completely being fallacious and just begging the question.
No, but on this actual... Oh, sorry, you broke up. No, go on. Sorry, I think you broke up. Sorry.
No, it's all good. I'm just saying you can't even prove space exists, right? It's just a faith that you have, right? It's kind of like a religion in a way, right? You don't have any proof of it.
Sure.
You just have to believe.
Yeah,
you can't have asteroids in a container.
To a degree, sure, but like, I don't want to. The container. Doom, bro. I'm telling you. Always the freaking container.
I didn't mention container, bro. That was another globe earther that mentioned the container.
No, I know. I just meant like it's a trigger word around here for both sides. Like,
no, I don't care about the word. What I care about is people like when they have something that's they can't validate, or people just say things, right, that they've never even like, oh yeah, there's heaps of videos of asteroids hitting the Earth, right? Have you ever seen one? Oh well, no.
I'm gonna try. Right, we're gonna try live. This is it, boys and girls. We're out here.
Global, like this is one thing that it kind of annoys me, right? You guys claim a model, right, and it's so important. Like somehow it's so important for us to have a model, but you guys don't have a model. Right, and even if you did have like a model, it doesn't match reality, right? Because it would have to have a radius value of 3959 miles, which you guys can't validate.
The model is if, but do you believe me?
Yeah, it's just bullshit, man. It's just all faith-based nonsense that they teach you since you're a child, right? Most people. We have to spend half our time in here educating you globe earthers on basic things like how many, and no offense to you, Pads, you're an awesome dude, but not knowing how many time zones there are, like you'll learn way more about the globe than you learnt your whole life from flat earthers.
Yeah, I have. I've said this, bro. I have, undeniably. I've learnt more in the last month than forever, like literally all my life. It's awesome. 100%. But yeah, no, you are right. I can't. Just a quick Google search. Obviously, this was 20 seconds, 30 second search. As soon as I Google like asteroid impacts, it's just all CGI. There's a lot of footage of asteroids though. Like asteroids, meteorite. I don't know the difference.
Don't you think there would be?
As well, meteorite, meteor, whatever. Go on, sorry.
Let's say, oh, sorry. Don't you think there'd be like an observatory?
What? Sorry, I think you broke up, bro.
Watching.
Am I breaking up or is he breaking up?
DMOC, you're breaking up there.
That was a pause. The moon. So if the moon we went to it in a certain time. So from the time before we went What's the first footage or photo of the moon ever taken that's recorded the moon? The first recording of the photo of the moon or video that you could compare to today and see how it's changed and seeing how all the meteors hit it. Just the moon.
What are you saying? We do see a lot of like impacts, or we don't?
No, no, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say anything is impacting anything. I said if you had a picture from 1908, right, of the moon, big blown up picture, big as your wall, right, and then you took a picture today of the moon and blown it up, and they're identical. Would that be weird?
If that happened, would it be weird? Fuck no, I don't know. Maybe. Depends, doesn't it? I mean, was there a lot of change? Well, one sec. It'd be hard because we'd have to compare it to another similar time period at a different stage. I don't know what the expected change would be in that time period. So to ask me if it's weird or not, I have no basis. I have no reference. It might be weird. It might not be weird. I don't know.
All the rovers, the mirrors, the stuff, the meteors, the asteroids, like everything impacting it. You think it would be exactly the same?
No, I didn't. I in no way just said that. No, like, I'm just saying without a reference point. How do I? If you're saying it stayed the same over, say, a 100-year period, I'd go, okay. Did it stay the same the previous 100-year period? Because if so, then
100 years.
Do you know what I mean?
10 days would be good for me for it to stay the same. Should be changing every second if there's unlimited everything in space, isn't it?
I don't know the frequency at which stuff hits the moon. If it happens, for example, if it happens every day that 10 things hit the moon, and then all of a sudden 1 week, for no reason, nothing hits the moon for 5 years, then yes, that would be pretty weird. So I don't get what you're asking me.
Have you ever seen anything hit the moon?
I've not. No, definitely not.
You don't think?
Fuck knows. Let's have a look. Has anything? Well, we need footage. Yeah, that's it. It's a weird one, isn't it? Because cameras have only been around for fucking God knows how many years, but not a long period of time. So to capture shit on film and to say has it happened in the history of the cosmos, I think it should be treated with two different things.
You don't think anybody would have written that down like Copernicus so they write down running around with fish, but they wouldn't have wrote down something crashed into the moon today?
Again, let's go further and just say 2,000 years, 3,000 years, whatever, is still only a short time.
So what are you looking for?
What you're looking at...
all I'm saying is we can't say, look, just because there's not video of it, it didn't happen. I'm just making sure that's not what you're saying.
No,
obviously.
Pads, this is what you're looking at when you look at the moon thing. All the craters appear to be 90 degrees. Check or hold.
It appears to be 90 degrees, sorry.
Yeah, the craters on the moon, do they appear from our point of view? Is it like a 90-degree impact? Or is there okay.
It looks like,
And
to the ones that are on the front of it, sure.
And the moon that side always faces the Earth.
Yeah.
How the fuck does that happen?
Nothing hits the Earth.
So this is like from the moon back to the Earth, like 90-degree angles back and forth?
Appears.
It's what you call... That's a clue. That's what you call a clue.
Maybe, but I did actually just Google, has anything ever hit the moon? And yeah, apparently, probably quite a few times by the looks of it. It's actually on video.
The Earth? Didn't have
no, just in general, it's on video from like something hitting the moon in general. Space rock. Google it. I want to find out what comes up on your Google. If it comes up on mine, just Google, has anything ever hit the moon? And you should see everything there, guys. I can send you the link of my Google, but
my Google said Earth's in the way.
Googling. I'll just send you the Google search. Has anything? So you just not to be a cunt, just so you see the exact same thing I'm seeing.
What year? What year did it say?
Could be bullshit. Well, it says 2023.
Oh, so you're looking for something from 4,000 years ago, but 2023 they're telling you something hit, huh?
No. Don't know if this is just. In fact, I do remember. In fact, I might have heard about this shit.
I'm just saying, like, in what angle or what way would all this stuff be able to be visually, appear coming into your view from everywhere in space at any different given angle or variance? Like, what?
Again, I do get the issue with none of this can be confirmed because we didn't film it, but.
Well, nothing on the globe.
To a degree, we have to not brush that point to a side, but we have to account for like reasonable shit, don't we? Like we can't, us as individuals can't be everywhere at once recording our own shit. There's some,
What can you account for with a globe, and how would you?
Like what?
What could you account for with the spinning ball, and then how would you account for that?
That's how we got started on this, I think, because I was talking about space and I was talking about meteorite impacts on Earth and how we can predict the trajectory and impact location.
You can predict that?
Yeah, that's how we got started on this, I think.
So you can predict where something's going to hit the Earth and the way it's going to come from?
Yeah, apparently so, yeah. Yeah.
That's weird. That doesn't sound like infinite space to me.
Well, I'm guessing it has to be in a certain radius for us to even fucking detect it.
Might be flat. Might be just a flat base, and they know it's got to come straight down vertical to hit the flat base, or from above down. How come you never see any meters coming from down up? How come no helicopters film them coming up past them, almost hitting them? You mean it just has to guaranteeingly hit Earth when it goes
asteroids?
Anything, meteor, asteroid, debris, anything, a comet. What's stopping them? What's stopping them from coming in and hitting planes, satellites, anything?
What's the check? This fucking. Tell me if you think
I
this
would
is
love
real.
to see a bottom-up asteroid, though, hit a helicopter and its rotor blades.
Just saying, man. If the ISS is getting hit by them, what's stopping? Where are they stopping at? Stopping in the air? Apparently not.
Check that in the side chat. What do you think that is?
What do I think what is?
I mean, do you think it's even real?
A UFO?
Yeah, that's a UFO. What do you mean UFO?
Looks
just
like
Google,
a light to me.
I did say this. Just Google Portugal.
It looks like a shiny light.
And there's loads of people with this fucking mad.
That doesn't look like a light to you?
It definitely looks like a light. It's definitely giving off light. Sure, 100%.
You think that video looks realistic though, or it looks like it's been made?
Could have had some color. Could have had some color correction shit done on it.
You think that's all, right? Or the whole thing could just be faked, right? That would be pretty easy to fake that video, right? You can make, like, I could fake that really easily.
If anyone's been on the of it being claimed, there's multiple videos. There's a lot of video on this. It would be a case of It would be a case of if it's fake, it's not an asteroid. It's more like a drone on fire or a missile. Or if it's fake because it's the object, not because of the footage. Because there's loads of footage on this. Do you know what I mean?
There's crazy electrical shit up in the sky, right? Sometimes it looks like there's freaking tentacles from a freaking monster hanging out of the freaking sky. Like, there's crazy shit going on up there, bro. We have ball lightning. We have all sorts of crazy things going on in the sky.
And why do only people see it that can't speak our language and that are like third world and like some little kids?
Portuguese.
Well, little Tommy saw the best evidence ever. Not our observatories, not NASA, not our ISS. Little Tommy caught the best footage in Paraguay.
Well, you wouldn't trust any of those sources. Like, it would only.
Yeah, you make good sense here, bud. None at all.
No, one sec. It would only be through independent people that I think FE community would trust. I don't think the trust sources from NASA, from the ISS. If they presented you with this sort of stuff, you'd claim it was fake immediately.
Little Susie got the best footage ever.
Girl captures best video of meteor in Portugal. That looks ridiculously fake, bro. There's no way that that's real.
Just Google Portuguese, but that's just one footage. There's just Google Portuguese asteroid. Like, there's loads of this shit out there. Just Like, it's what it is. Like, I'm not even like, I'm just saying, what do you think it is if it's not an asteroid?
That looked like CGI.
Well, to be honest, I don't know the difference between asteroid and comet and meteorite.
CGI, bro, but that looks ridiculously fake. The lighting, the way she's acting in it.
It's fake as fuck. And even then, it's just a light. Like, who says it's a rock? Oh, yeah, you can totally see that's a burning rock in the atmosphere.
That's my point. Yeah, if I was going to say it was fake, I'd go down that route. Because, like I say, I'm looking at ring door cams now, dash cams. It's just Google. Like, I'm not going to send a bunch of videos. Literally, just Google it. There's so much footage on this. Yeah, if it was fake, it's more a case of what is the actual object. That could be the fake part. Sorry. What I'm saying is people gathered and kind of knew this shit was coming because of systems like where they were able to predict impact areas and say, like, well, if you look in this direction at this time, this part of the world has got more likelihood of seeing it, you know, for example. Again, which
There's
was
a couple of reports of people actually like being injured or having retrieved the object. So there was a lady in the 50s or 60s had one crash through the roof of her house.
Holy shit.
They retrieved it. And then there was a report of a young German guy.
What was it? The one they retrieved?
It hit him in the hand, like the size of a pea. Just a rock or something, or a clump of substance. I don't know. Like, it could have come from an airplane. Could have been expelled shit from an airplane. I don't know. But it was a young German kid that got hit in the hand by a pea-sized object that they say was a meteorite. Don't know how to confirm that story.
Fair, yeah.
When I read about it years ago, or some article I read, I think they said it actually like put a hole in his hand, went through his hand.
Well, that sounds like Jesus Christ.
And I think he said he heard a whistle before it hit. Like before, he heard a whistle and then felt this pain and looked down at his hand and it was like a hole in it in his hand.
In his hand.
Yeah, went through his hand. Yeah, a pea-sized object went through this kid's hand, apparently. And they say it was a meteorite.
That sounds kind of odd. I think the kid shot himself in the hand.
What, lied about
Mama told him he was going to shoot his eyeball out with that BB gun, and then he's like, no, it's a meteorite. I didn't do it.
Yeah.
That could be the case. He's hidden the gun. Like, I wasn't playing with it. Yeah, no.
Cleaning it. Man, a lot of people have done that. Shot themselves on accident.
Sounds like a bullet in the air and it came down. Yeah.
I was coming home from work years ago, and I saw this strange, like, shaped, like, wispy clouds in the sky above me. And I wondered to myself, I wonder if that's a meteorite trail, right? Because it didn't look like it kind of looked like a contrail that maybe the wind had distorted, right? And I wondered to myself, I wonder if that's a meteorite trail, right? And I got home and we're having dinner, and on the radio or the news or something, they said in my area that a meteorite had hit. People had seen it, and then they saw it. I saw the after effect. People said they saw the streak of light, and followed by the trail being left behind. And there was this meteorologist saying, please, anybody go out and find it. Like it would be nearby, right? If you come across it, let us know. We want the sample, right? Like on the news or something. Yeah.
The Earth is round.
There you go. You heard it here first, man.
Weird claim. Prove it.
Okay,
round like a pizza.
Okay, wait, hold on. So you want me to prove that the Earth is round? So Can you do me a favor? Okay.
No, full stop. The burden of proof is on the claim. You just made a claim. Now prove it.
I'm proving it. Okay, so can you do me a favor, right?
Pizzas are round in their flat.
Okay, it's spherical. It's spherical. Next, thank you. Okay, anyways, here's what I need you to do for me. I need you to stand up and I need you to jump. Okay, so what's gonna happen when you jump?
Oh, you're retarded.
No, what's gonna happen when you jump, babe? What's gonna happen?
Gonna get exercise.
I'll tell you what's not going to happen.
I just did it.
The Earth isn't going to spin beneath you when you jump. Tell you that much.
Facts.
I did it anyway. I jumped up. Now what? Oh, they muted. Oh, shit.
Here you go. Have fun with
Okay,
that.
so when you jump, right? When you jump, you're gonna go up and down, right? So why are you gonna go up and down? Why do you think?
Why isn't the Earth spinning beneath you when you
Okay, you're not answering my question. You're not answering my question. So why do you think we go up and down when we jump?
Because you're denser than the surrounding medium.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an interesting theory.
Does everything go down? Does everything go down?
What? No, that's not how physics works. Okay, anyways. So basically, you know why we go up and down? It's because this thing called gravity, right? So we all gravitate towards the center of the Earth's core,
Where's that
right?
at?
because of gravity, which is inside the spherical planet, which is inside the spherical planet, right? So how could we go up and down if there's nothing to gravitate towards? If the
Which
Earth
gravity are you talking about? There's more than one. Did you know that?
Okay, anyways. So
anyways. So no, not anyways. Which fucking gravity are you talking about?
Can you stop muting me?
Which gravity? I'm not muting you. Just answer the question and they'll stop muting you. Which gravity are you talking about?
The gravity of your fat mother.
Which kind of gravity? Get real.
Be specific. No pun intended.
The gravity of your land whale mother.
Did you know there's two kinds of gravity?
Girl, I don't care.
No, you don't care. But you're claiming gravity, but you don't even know there's two different kinds.
Bitch, the only two.
Bitch, please.
304 in the house.
Y'all really.
Glover's getting wrecked.
I was pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Bitch, please.
No, you're gonna have to be specific about which type you're talking about.
Okay, a glober. So y'all, isn't it?
Dub. Don't encourage it.
Fair enough.
And by it, they meant the topic. Don't encourage this topic.
Yeah, well, that was easy.
Quick question on quick question on gravity. So if like they said, will it get is the argument from Globers then that the further down in the Earth I go, the stronger gravity gets? Like, is there so far I go down where I just can't hold up my own weight anymore? Like, is that a Globers argument?
Here, I got a hypothetical for you, Pat. Right? Let's say let's say hypothetically you could have a tunnel that goes all the way through the Earth from one like through the center, right, from one side of the Earth to the other, the globe. Right, and you drop something down the hole. What's gonna happen?
This is what I'm getting at. Yeah, depends where in the hole I am, doesn't it? Like if I'm smack bang in the middle.
Let's say you jump down the hole, right, and say you like the hole is like heat proof, right? It's temperature controlled, and you just jump down. What's gonna happen when you get towards the center?
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna shoot past the center and then slow down, and then go back the other way. Apparently. Like,
but what about all the mass next to you?
Well, what do you mean next to me? If there's enough room for me to turn around in this imaginary tunnel thing, yeah, sure.
You're in free fall, bro. Free fall.
Huh?
You're in free fall. You're falling.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go up and down like a yo-yo, no?
Well, if you go with Newtonian, right, they're saying that the mass is attracting other matter, right? So you've got this hole, right? that's going through the mass, right?
Yeah.
So as you're falling down through it, there's going to be there's going to be this a huge amount of mass beside you and above you as well.
Yeah.
So what's that mass doing? Is it pulling you to is it wanting to pull you to the side, slow you down?
No, because it won't pull me to like left and right, would it? Because I'm in the center of even greater amounts of mass, which would be pulling me towards.
Wouldn't you hover in place?
Wouldn't it? Like the center.
But as you go down, there's less and less mass below you pulling on you, and more mass beside you in all directions pulling on you as well.
In a sphere, really? No, the deeper that I don't think that's true, is it? Because the deeper in a sphere you go, if it's a perfect sphere, the deeper you go, the more you're in the center of mass. Like whichever way you put it, like. Yeah.
So is it more matter that makes the gravity pull stronger, or less matter?
More matter, because that's what it says, isn't it?
As you get closer to the center, you're reaching the place where there's going to be less matter below you and more matter above you.
Again, with being in a sphere, you're still
around you.
You're still at the center of mass, though. Like I get what you're saying.
Stuck in place.
You'd eventually, like I say, you'd yo-yo up and down the tube, and then eventually, I think you'd come to a stop. Yeah. Given enough time in like the center, and you'd be pretty just stranded floating in the air, I guess.
Couldn't move.
I don't know. Well, again, I'm not saying this would happen. I'm just saying, is this what Globers argue? Like,
no, it doesn't make sense. That's my point. It's ridiculous to even try to think about. Right? Here's another one. Right? Let's say you hypothetically
I didn't the tube thing, but.
Bro, right? This time you're just digging a hole, right? So you're digging, and you get down to the center of the earth, right? So the hole's above you, right? And you keep digging through, right? And then you're going past the center point. Now what? Do you have to? Are you upside down? You all of a sudden you're upside down. Are you now digging up, and then you've got nothing under your feet? Like, how's that work?
Well, I wouldn't. No, obviously, I wouldn't. You'd just keep going the same way, wouldn't you? I don't think you'd feel the effects of it personally.
You'd be upside down, though. You'd be upside down, right? So, say you're in the top. You're at the North Pole. You're digging a hole down.
No, yeah.
Yeah. So you're standing upright the whole time, and somehow you're getting the dirt out of the hole, right? And you keep digging, and then you get to the center, and you keep digging through, right?
Yeah, you think you'd like go from digging down.
Upside down from upright.
Go down sideways up is what you.
The higher you get, the you fall back to the center.
Yeah.
Just start putting like little like those rock climbing things in, because now you're like okay. So say you're in Australia and you dig the hole.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, no, I don't think the thing does make sense. I was hard.
He's saying it would perpetually ping pong back and forth.
Yeah, I think I've seen it in a film. What's that film? Like Incredible, Inhuman or something. But yeah. Like I'm curious. I want to know exactly what would happen though. At the center of the earth.
Neil deGrasse Tyson could tell you.
Fucking could not.
Yeah, that's
where does gravity come from?
Turns out,
gravity. Where does it come from? Neil has no idea. He says, "Next question, please."
Where does it go to?
Where does it go to?
Yeah, where does gravity go after it gets where it's going? Does it stop there and don't do anything, or what's it do?
I do not follow that. I'm not gonna lie.
So gravity just it finds the center of stuff and just sits there?
Nah, it's an effect, isn't it? Again, it's not.
I don't know what it is.
It's an byproduct of the mass, isn't it? It's not something.
So where's it at?
It's the bending of space-time, they say. So any mass in space will actually create the gravitational effect.
Yeah, it's an effect. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
But it's kind of like D-Mog said, though. They can't prove the causation of this. They can't do it in a bucket in a lab. It's just they don't know why gravity happens, so they can't actually prove it to be actual in existence.
Well, they're saying it's down. At the same time as being in a vacuum, it's making everything orbit. And then they have a Lagrange. And they have everything that's the opposite of itself. So gravity's doing all this stuff. So where is it coming from if it's down and up?
So either way, right? Like with Newtonian or Einsteinian, it's the large body of matter, right, that causes gravity, creates gravity, right? But what makes large bodies of matter form? Well, they say that's gravity, right? Gravity makes large bodies of matter form.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay, so what large body of matter existed in order for the first large body of matter to exist?
I don't think it was a larger. It wasn't that there was a large body of matter. It's just there was a large.
But that's what creates gravity.
One sec.
That's what creates gravity.
No, I think it's when something is larger than stuff around it. It creates the biggest gravitational pull. So then from there,
until there's nothing smaller around it, there's no gravity.
I think it's like the moment you had something that was bigger than something else, we had that effect. I think that's how.
But before that,
that's mass attracts mass.
Well, that's yeah.
But I'm saying the actual. If you take a rock and you put it in space, it's going to bend the fabric of space, right?
Exactly.
And whatever you have around that rock is going to have a gravitational pull. And if it's like a small rock and they're like 10 feet apart, I'm willing to bet there's probably not going to be enough of a gravity well, if that makes any sense, to pull on each other. I don't really know exactly how it works.
When you're in NASCAR
to begin with.
You draft each other in NASCAR, but that's only with the medium. It's not a vacuum.
Yeah, they say it doesn't work on Earth because everything's being pulled to the center of Earth. So our mass doesn't even matter. And that's why I think the Cavendish experiment is such a bunch of crap. Like, they're saying that these little needles are attracted to each other. It's a pretty stupid experiment.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Yo, what one big pond, bro? You can hear me. I'm sure you can hear me, bro. Stop spamming me in the side chat, man. I'm not like a horrendous guy. Come into the VC, bro. I don't like being rude. You start spamming shit in the side chat and get into VC, bro. You're not even in the channel, man. For fuck's sake.
So they say that hydrogen atoms, right? They have a natural propensity to repel each other. They're not naturally attractive. But if there's if there's trillions of them in a condensed area, right? In a space, millions and trillions of them, then suddenly they realize that there's a center of them, and they go, oh shit, I'm not supposed to be repelling. I'm supposed to be going towards that middle point there amongst us all, right? Like, what the fuck? Why would a lot of things that naturally want to repel, right, be attracted to each other just because there's a lot of them?
Don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know.
Isn't that what makes it like a shit? I nearly said law, but I stopped myself.
He said 8 million repulsions equal one good attractor.
It doesn't make any sense. Suddenly there's just, that's considered to be like a singular mass. All these tiny little things that are repelling each other are suddenly a singular joined together all together. No, what? Why? What's the difference between a tiny amount of these things that will never want to stick together in a million years compared to like a trillion of them deciding that they better stick together now. They better fuse together now.
I get what you're saying. Like, where's the switch? Like, exactly where's the switch? It's a fair point.
Right.
Yeah, and why?
I get what you're saying. Yeah. And why? Yeah. No, it's. Don't know, bro. Mathematics, bro. We've been through this.
That's what it is, man.
It knows to be buoyant.
But are these things naturally, like, why are we making the claim that we're always, at some stage previously, they weren't attracted to each other? Like, is it not just the constant state of the
when have you ever
theory of nuclear fusion that
It takes great heat and great pressure to cause two hydrogen atoms to fuse their nuclei together.
I miss that.
Like extreme pressure and heat. Unimaginable pressure and heat.
I hate to bring this up, but one of the dumbest Glover claims is how time gets bent in space. Like, they never explain how that actually happens. It's really irritating.
Don't they say
right?
you can go back in time or something like that if you go fast enough?
No, they say that like time slows down, like for astronauts in space, than it does for us on Earth, and that just it's like they'll say time, I think, speeds up around a black hole than it would for us on Earth, and that the whole concept doesn't make any sense.
Other way around.
Time dilation?
Is it?
Dilation is?
Yeah,
Time
it's the other way
dilation,
around.
Yeah.
It speeds up, time speeds up when you get away from Earth. For you be older, and then around a black hole you can stop time or go through time or some shit supposedly.
And again, is this true or a theory, or is this bullshit? Or...
No, it's real. It's called the twin paradox. The one twin that went up on the ISS or the satellite, whatever, he was the younger twin, and then by the time he came back after so long on the ISS, he was the older twin. No, it's supposed to be a real fucking thing, brother.
Oh shit! Okay, I thought it was just like for movies and Interstellar. And...
No, it's just that if you have a ball, right? It's a time machine. As long as anything leaves that ball to a bigger ball and that ball's spinning, your mouse, your rat, your cockroaches, you put them on a little ball and take them from the little ball, and they'll automatically age faster than all the other larvae, worms, bugs.
So how, like, aging is nothing?
No. Hold on, brother. Listen, that doesn't really happen. In reality, if you spin a ball around and put a bird on the ball that's just been born, and like a batch of birds, like both born to and you put another one on there away from it, not spinning, they're both going to age the same.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Aging is just the lack of being able to regenerate cells at like the same rate, essentially. And I don't see why that rate of cell regeneration would change.
Now, if you had some type of hyperbolic or some type of chamber that you could put them in, then you might be able to keep them looking younger than their twin for a little bit. But other than that.
Yeah, like I said, I don't get why it would change cell regeneration.
No, it wouldn't,
I mean,
brother.
these commie globbies love to make stuff up.
It's
more
comedy.
Time you give them.
Yeah.
A spinning ball, dude.
Well, apparently that's the...
Spinning ball time machine. Okay.
Spinning ball time machine. It's so true.
I'm going to Google this shit with time dilation. That's where I knew the term from Interstellar.
And you know what's funny? Glover's never really bring it up in here in the debates because they probably know it's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, like they never show the lunar, like the Apollo footage either. They never look at this footage from Apollo. Flat Earthers debunk this.
But apparently,
they like to talk about the story, don't they?
We're the only ones that post the Apollo footage.
Yeah, they talk about they went to. Oh, you mean this? And that's fake. Like what that guy yesterday was demanding you show him the source, right, DJ?
Yep.
He's like, no, that's not real. Show me the source.
No way, there's that.
Oh,
Do you like this footage? I just posted some sweet footage in the side chat.
Yep. It's hilarious when they say, show me the source, and you do, and it's NASA.
Yeah. I picture that angry, crying, laughing with the mask Wojak meme.
Yeah.
What's this you've shown us here? Looks like something out of Superman.
Bro, they wouldn't put that in Superman.
It looks fucking...
It looks too ridiculous.
Do you remember Superman? The first one. No, what is this actually meant to be though, DJ?
That's the Okay, so in that, right, there's a bunch of Freemasons wearing nappies, right, and they're lifting off, leaving the moon, right, and there's someone back at Earth in the 60s or 70s, controlling the camera, right, and panning it up just at the right time to film them leaving the moon, where they left 100 bags of shit, piss, and vomit, which are apparently still there.
Does look like Thunderbirds, doesn't it?
The Thunderbirds laughed me. They would laugh at this. Like, look what I just posted, bro. Imagine if they used this spaceship in Star Trek.
Looks like a blag, bro. Looks like someone's blagging somebody somewhere.
Looks like the helmet of a Star Wars character.
Yeah, after it's been 3D printed and shat on by a dog.
They destroyed this technology, and it would be a painful process to build it back.
Yeah, but I think it's all been debunked on it, bro.
What do you mean debunked?
I don't think most people believe anything that comes out of NASA. Nobody believes the fucking moon.
Bro, people come in here triggered. Most people love NASA, and they've never seen any of this footage, right? When we show them this footage, it's like they're seeing it for the first time, right? And then they have to choose. Dude, most people, well, they'll defend NASA, even though they've never looked into it, and they'll defend them. They'll get emotional about it.
I was supposed to like just. I say average people. I just mean like my parents, my friends, like people who don't spend a lot of time on Discord and lobbies. Just your average, everyday 9-to-5 folk. Speak to my mum and dad about it. I think. Like, even they've said, like, yeah, it's fake. I think just your general 9-to-5 person, you know, not in a community like this as such, I don't even think they believe it to be real anymore, bro. Like, just now we've seen footage of what shit actually looks like, not just in space, but in the world. Like, we know it and understand better technology. I don't think anybody can look at the moon landing and suggest it's real. Like, I just don't get it.
I agree, bro.
I mean, the idiots will, sure, but the general zeitgeist, the general fucking mainstream populace don't believe it's real, as far as I'm aware.
And you know, the launch of the Tesla car into space was unbelievably fake launch.
Might believe
every
that.
Single one. Every single you believe that.
Every single one. Might believe that.
I thought you said I believe that.
Well, maybe.
People,
I believe they launched something.
Even educated people, right? Like all the anti-flat earthers that come in here all believe in the Apollo missions, right? All of them. Have a look at this article in the side chat.
Don't get us wrong, but I believe some of them were good attempts at trying to get to the moon. Because don't forget, I believe in the moon still. So I just don't think. I think they realised quickly they're never getting there. They stage the rest of it. Let's have a look. One sec.
When an astrophysics enthusiast stumbled across a huge crater on a beach in Ireland yesterday, he was ecstatic at the prospect of it being the biggest scientific discovery of the century.
Digging a hole in the sand.
That's what it was. It's just some dude dug a hole the day before.
Wounded. The guy's devastated.
Yeah. He brought his wife there and everything.
Brought a pickup truck. Like, we're going to be rich. We're going to be famous, honey. Yeah, now, like I say, do you not think some of the earlier Apollo missions were real? None of it, none of it.
Bro,
no, it's a genuine question, DJ. No, you don't believe any of it,
dude. It all looks like miniatures and model. You know, they actually have, right? So if you look at like in 1966, they said they did a spacewalk, right? And then there's footage from the spacewalk, right? But NASA admits they completely faked the footage, right? They don't even claim it's real. They said they faked it using footage that was filmed underwater Also, some footage filmed using harnesses and miniatures and models and things like that. Right? So they do know how to do that stuff. They admit that they use that stuff. But no, definitely
like
not.
some of the earlier ones, like some of the later shit with the final claims, like well, the footage and everything starts coming out and all the transmissions from space. Yeah, sure, all of it bullshit. But my understanding is, the earlier attempts do seem somewhat genuine, as far as I can tell. Again, I can't verify the footage. I think they just realised early on they're never fucking gonna get there, and just decided to blag the rest of it. Like,
so which part of it looks real to you? I mean, which if they never got.
It's been a while since it was years ago since I deep dived it, but some the earlier missions, some of the earlier mission footage that I've seen, it looked like they were trying to shoot shit into space. Whether they had astronauts on it or not, obviously, I can't verify, but it definitely wasn't models. Some of the later shit was all staged, sure.
One small step for man, one container for mankind.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Yeah.
We're gonna
Nobody's
play
down.
5.
They shot some rockets off, but they didn't space. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I don't think they made it up into space and on the moon and shit. Nah, neither do I. It's just too convenient. They were trying to beat the Russians to it, and it just so happened to be the Americans that won. You know, it's a bit too.
And rover on
Yeah.
Mars. What do you think about that? You buy into it?
The what?
Helicopters on Mars? Rovers on Mars?
Probably not. It'd be very, very profitable to bullshit like that, especially with the interest in science at the minute and exploration. It just so happens like I can imagine the amount of capital that's going to be gained from showing it, so probably not. There's a lot of money to be earned. So
what about the James Webb Space Telescope images? You like those?
Yeah. From what I've seen, let me just Google some of them. Let me just Google one sec. But
yeah, just type this in. Type in James Webb images, and then hit images, right? And use your own common sense, and let me know what.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I've seen all this shit.
You think that's fake?
No, obviously not. Again, it's just I assumed it was the same as the NASA shit. The fucking in fact, this is the composition shit, compositional shit, whatever it is, where they layer it up and everything, isn't it? It's just artist impressions, man. Sure, it is.
Yeah, it's all just I mean, yeah, you can make this kind of stuff in. I mean, now you just need AI prompt in, but I mean, previously it would just take like 30 minutes to whip up something like this in Photoshop or Canva or something.
I'm looking at it here, but it does see infrared wavelengths in it. There is some real like truthness to these images. I just know they're not fucking the big bright images that we see are just that photoshopped or that whatever. It might as well not be real. But no, there is some truth to some of them, bro. I'm sure
there's stuff in the sky. I mean, obviously you can take amazing footage of some amazing stuff in the sky.
Yeah.
What is it? That's a different story,
I have no idea.
You just have to
Photoshop.
Believe them, yeah.
And somebody before mentioned like about time, didn't they? I think I've heard from globalists like the further you can view in space, apparently that's the further you can look back in time, because the light is so far away, it's still traveling towards us. So that's why like some of the stars and stuff that we see at night, they're not even there anymore. Like they're gone. You know what I mean? But the light from it is still traveling to us. So if we can look in and zoom on him, but it's essentially looking back in time. Essentially.
Yeah, it's kind of cool, because if you had like a planet that was like a far enough distance away from us and you used a telescope, you looked at us and you'd see the dinosaurs still, right? But the dinosaurs aren't there anymore.
Exactly,
it's really
bro.
cool.
Exactly.
It's awesome.
Exactly. This guy gets it, bro.
Yeah. I just got here. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to anything.
No, but that's what I've heard. Like, yeah.
But yeah, it's an awesome concept. But what's cool about it is that the what people consider to be the speed of light isn't just the speed of light either. It's just kind of like the universal speed cap, because light is made of photons. They're massless. In theory, they could travel as fast as they wanted to because they're massless. However, that would be impossible because it would require an infinite amount of energy to do so. But you know how it goes. There's not an infinite amount of energy in the universe. What are you guys talking about in here?
We were talking about diamond rain on Uranus, right?
Oh, yeah.
We were talking about holes that solve the Hawking's paradox, sideways glass rain on distant exoplanets. I mean, all
Mate, why did you mention? You've mentioned these a few times. I don't get the
Well, this is how ridiculous it is, bro. Imagine if globe earthers didn't make these claims and flat earthers, you came in here and flat earthers are like, well, actually, bro, it actually rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune.
Why? Is that all right? Is that like a genuine fucking claim?
Space, there's black holes, but some of them are hairy. Black holes.
Are you trying to say that it's ridiculous that diamond rains on certain planets?
Look at that planet flashlight.
It sounds ridiculous.
Look at that light planet.
Is that an actual claim? Like, is that a genuine fucking claim?
Yeah, all of these are actual claims.
All right, I thought you were trolling.
My claim
I'll
is
make a
diamonds
bet.
need a container.
I'll make a bet.
Who said that? I'm going to mute him. Was that Patman again?
Who said what needs a container?
No.
Uh-oh.
We got him, bro.
Who said what needs a container? Did someone say something needs a container?
Yeah, I said diamonds need a container.
Oh, that's funny.
Right.
I get it. It's a usual. It's a play on words because flat earthers like to do the gas needs a container.
So if you see a twinkling light out in the distance at night, that's a planet or a star?
Apparently so, yeah.
So how do you know what it's made of?
You know, a dead star of some sort, yeah, possibly.
How do you know that and what a star is or what it's made of?
That's what the textbooks in 1989 said, bro.
I know, but listen to this though. Today in 2025, when I shine a flashlight in the park and I'm away from you, let's make it the woods. I'm in the woods at night and you see a twinkly light. Now, do you think from me shining that light on you or whatever you see far away, 3 miles away, do you think that you're going to make out my weight, height, distance, sex, color? No?
No.
No?
No.
Does any other glober in here think that?
I mean, I might.
So on Earth,
no.
So clearly on Earth, looking at a light is not going to tell you shit about what's on the other side of the light, right?
Not with my eyes.
No, not with anything.
The light goes through a prism. You refract the light, and then you analyze that result. So it's not just looking at the light.
Well, no, that's why I said. That's why I said not with my eyes. No, like just me looking at it. No, but could it be possible to determine your height, for example, given like the correct like equipment? Probably.
No.
Yeah, like some of those things. Yeah, but from my eyes,
no,
just,
probably not.
No, but
I
don't think we can compare the two.
You won't know what I am. You don't know what it is. You will not know anything about the object at all, except you see a fucking UFO twinkly light.
Yeah,
You're being a little bit disingenuous there, I guess.
I guess that's the word. Yeah, I just don't think those two are comparable, really. Like,
well, prove it. Have somebody pop up in the distance.
Agree with you, like.
But I'm not talking to you. Hold on a minute, agreeer. Talking to the disagreeer. So have somebody pop up in the distance with something you don't know what the thing is. You're not going to know what it is going to be, what the object is. And then you sit in a room and you got a window. All you get to do is use whatever tool you got in that room to see what that thing is. And you got one try to get the height, the weight, the chemical makeup, the density, how far away it is, and then, come back to us and let us know how you got it all right and you didn't get it wrong at all. You couldn't possibly, because it's on Earth, right?
LLM, he was talking to you, bro.
Oh, he was talking to me? I didn't even realize that. What'd you say? I thought you were talking to someone else.
I'm talking to you, the one that believes in twinkly light stuff. That you know what it is.
I didn't say anything about twinkling light stuff.
Oh, were you talking to me?
twinkling light stuff.
Yeah, wait, who said anything about twinkling lights?
Maybe we're talking to me. Maybe I mentioned stars and shit.
Well, I think you're the only person who brought up twinkling light stuff, man. Like, I think that's a you thing, Democ, or whatever your name is, penny person.
Stars and planets, buddy. They're twinkly lights. How do you know what they are?
You can look at them.
You can look at them? I just told you I have a light in the distance.
Well, yeah, that's when you use something like a telescope or a satellite.
You're gonna sit in a room. You get a window. You can have your telescope. You get whatever you need in that room.
Okay.
And then you look out and you tell us the distance, the height, the weight, the chemical makeup, the density, and what the object is.
Uh-huh. Yeah. What's up? What happened?
No, that's not what happens, bro.
No, but it's just a non-sentence. It's a non.
Yeah, I think you're strawmanning all of science right now.
Is that the word? I don't know. But what's that comparable to? It's not the situation like scientists find themselves in. It's not. I just don't see where that's going.
Hang on. So you think? Let me ask you then. I think this would be a good time to actually ask. Do you know how they actually do, quote unquote, determine the makeup of the stars and stuff? What method do they actually use?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
I am. Either of you. Like seconds ago, bro. Do you want me to? I'm already on to Googling it. So.
Well, it's actually spectroscopy, but it still requires a container.
Well, container aside,
I've got the Google in front of me, but.
Well, that's it. Okay, so check that out, right? They use spectroscopy.
Mm-hmm.
But what does that actually do for them?
Understand the properties, composition, and location. How? I mean, I'd have to Google Ah, shit, I'm stoned, bro. Spectroscopy.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
But
it's nonsensical, dude. Spectroscopy.
Spectroscopy.
Take it away, Q. You know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
And what's that do?
Don't know. I think that guy was about to explain it. I think.
Yeah, it's not finding out what the sun or anything is made up of. It's finding out what the gases around those objects are made of, which is a second law of thermodynamics violation. But actual spectroscopy is legitimate. What they call spectroscopy, solar spectroscopy, that's an abomination of spectroscopy.
Do you know what spectroscopy is?
What?
Do you know what spectroscopy is?
Yeah, I did like 4 presentations on my channel.
What is it?
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, what is spectroscopy?
You have emission and absorption line spectroscopy.
I'm asking for a definition.
I don't have one at hand.
So you don't know what you don't know the words you're using.
Yeah, I fucking do know what I'm talking about.
Then what's the definition?
Test me.
I'm testing you right now. What's the definition?
I don't have it at hand.
So you don't know you don't know these words. Why are you using them?
I do know these fucking words.
You can't give me a definition.
What are the types of spectra, sir?
Huh?
What are the types of spectra? 10 seconds.
What is spectra?
10 seconds.
What is spectra?
So, yeah, that's exactly what I'm fucking talking about.
Well, I'm asking you for a definition.
Yeah,
10 seconds.
right.
What's the definition of spectroscopy?
I'm asking you what spectra are.
I'm asking you what the definition is. I asked you first.
I asked you first.
You don't know what you're using. You don't know these words you're using. And what is the definition?
Exactly what it is.
Give me the definition of spectroscopy.
I already told you emission and absorption light.
No, you didn't.
I already did.
No, that's not a definition.
Let's see what it says. Let's go ahead and look it up. But I already said emission and absorption of light. Yeah, I already said that. Let's go get the definition of it from ATA Scientific. Spectroscopy is the study of absorption and emission of fucking light.
Well, let me just chime in here real quick and just announce myself if anybody has questions for me.
So next question.
You didn't know the definition.
Shut up, Grandpa.
So next question, LM Arkansas. You just I don't know who do you think you're fucking with, but you just fucked up, son. Spectra.
I'm fucking with somebody who doesn't know the definition of spectroscopy.
Types of spectra.
I'm fucking with somebody who doesn't know the words they're using, so they have to look it up on Google.
Types of spectra. I already fucking answered your dumbass. Without even looking it up, I knew it.
You're asking for types of spectroscopy?
Yeah. No, spectra, dumbass.
What is spectra? I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Right back to where we started.
Well, I was never using spectra as an argument.
Because the study of, or spectroscopy is the study of spectra. Dumb fuck.
It's not. You're not letting me get my point off.
So what are the types of spectra? And
you're
10
not letting me get my
diarrhea of the mouth, dumb fuck. That's right. Keep talking. Right? It ain't gonna fucking work.
Can I get my point off?
Spectra.
Can I say my point? Can I give you my point?
Spectra, son.
Can I make my point?
I already answered your question. You didn't. I asked mine first. So I answered your fucking question without looking it up. Yeah. Spectra. Types of spectra. Right now. You have plenty of time to stall. Do it.
Can I give you my point first?
Shut the fuck up. Put him on mute. You're done. Anyone else want to take the Pepsi?
You are a fucking child.
Anyone else want to take the Pepsi fucking challenge?
Yeah. Let me try.
This is why I switched to Glover when Quantum's in.
I think spectra is the wavelength of light that certain materials either absorb or emit.
That's incorrect. What are the types of spectra? Was my question.
Different types of spectrum.
I know.
Yeah, I don't know that one.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Can I enlighten them?
Is that a pun?
Unintentional.
You think you know it?
I know different types of spectra.
Why? Because you watched my presentation on it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
There's absorption, emission, and continuous.
Correct.
And earlier, Quantum, you said there's an issue with the one the Globers use or something?
Yeah, it's not. The actual spectroscopy, emission and absorption line spectroscopy, it's done in a closed system, in a machine.
Right. What, so it just straight up doesn't apply? Like you just
exactly. Yeah,
right, okay.
It doesn't apply at all.
Yep. So I was right when I said it needed a container. I'm learning something.
That's too funny. I got some pictures of them around here somewhere. Hold on. Let's see.
What was we on about? What led us to that then? We was talking about space, but what was we just on about? Mark, what were we talking about, bro? Fuck.
So, there's an atomic absorption spectrometer. And an atomic emission spectrometer.
To answer the guy's question, the British dude there. Oh, yes. Sorry, Q. I thought you were done.
No. This is a legitimate discipline. It's not science, right? But this is a legitimate discipline. Astronomy, astrophysics, and cosmology adulterates spectroscopy with their Tootsie Roll decks, and they give you something completely different than what this is. Atomic emission spectrometry and atomic absorption spectrometry. These are legitimate disciplines. They can tell
the
you
British dude. Oh, yeah, British guy. Your question, like what you guys were talking about before.
Yeah,
you guys were talking about the stars and what they're made of and how they got there and all this stuff. And one of the questions that arose was, well, how do you actually know that? How do you know what they're made of? And the only way that they try to determine that is what Curie was saying is bastardizing spectroscopy right? And saying, oh, well, because the light from this thing that we, is of a certain wavelength, and we know that certain gases emit this certain wavelength, they kind of line up. So therefore, this thing must be made of X, Y, and Z gas.
No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't do that.
No, well, it's incorrect. That's the claim.
So
that's the claim.
So here's a good look at it. So solids and plasmas, they give you this depiction, which is, I guess it's okay. They show you a lamp, right, with a filament. See, without anything in between you and that filament, that solid or plasma, you're going to get a continuous spectra. Now, what do we get with the sun? We get absorption line spectra, by the way. So that's something between a gas, between you and that continuous spectra. Because the gas, low energy gas, will absorb the wavelengths. It'll tell you what the gas is made of, not what the continuous body is, from the solid body or plasma. It won't tell you that. It'll only give you between the gas, between you and it. Now, emission line spectra is just how, you see what it looks like? So the solid heats up this gas, right? And then the gas will emit. You're not getting the emission line spectra of the solid. You're getting the one of the gas. See?
What are the black lines on the absorption? You see the black, like, vertical line?
No, it's the absorption line spectra of the elements made up of gas.
What, so each line is like a different gas? That's how we recognize it, or?
No, there's certain, it's a fingerprint. Yes. You got
like a signal, like the wavelength signal from.
No, it's not a wavelength signal. It's absorption line spectra. It's the flip side of the emission line spectra. Certain elements have distinguishable line spectras.
I thought it was all. I thought all this, because we're dealing with light, was waves.
No.
No?
How would you explain emission line spectra then? Does that look like a wave to you?
Well, lack of.
Yeah, you're not getting that from waves. That's
just because we're dealing with light. I thought spectrum was dealing with light, and it's naturally, obviously,
it
when
is.
I hear light, I just assume waves.
No, light's particle, photons. That's the only way you're explaining.
We measure it in waves, though, don't we?
No, you don't.
Like frequencies and waves.
No, you don't. No, you don't. How do you do that? Tell me how you do that.
I'm just spitballing through it, bro. I thought that's how we did it. That's all.
Nope.
Sure.
Nope.
How do we do it?
You could never explain emission and absorption line spectra with the waves. That's for damn sure. This is quantum. These levels are quantized. What they do with light.
How do we normally measure light?
Yeah, I'm going to tell you what they do with light. So what they do, they take a monochromatic light source and they fire it through a diffraction grating. Instead of a double slit, it's thousands of slits per millimeter. And it throws up the interference pattern. They do a little measurement, throw in some trig, and they come up with the wavelength and frequency of that light. But it's a collective pattern. My question then, let's just fire one photon and let it hit that diffraction grating. Tell me what the frequency is.
I thought you just said light at the end, like I said.
Yeah, light's photons, man. Yep. Yeah. You can never do it. So diffraction grating is how you get the wavelength and frequencies of light.
Yeah. Nice.
So this monkey, like I said, I just posted the emission. This is an emission. Well, they're flip sides of each other. On top, you got absorption, and then you got emission line spectra. This can never be explained by waves. This is particle behavior. It's quantized.
So I don't know the cause of it. Like I say, I just thought we read light as waves and frequencies. I'm not saying that's the cause of it.
So is photoelectric effect, Compton scattering, photodiodes, all work on light as particle.
Nice.
Period.
Interesting.
In Discord.
Oops, my bad.
There you go. Here's Feynman and Shankar telling you what they are. What light is. 19 minutes after the hour, Feynman. The first thing Newton believed, light was corpuscular. Turned out that it had very strange properties from that point of view. And it was then explained that many of these strange properties was because, in fact, it was a wave, which was wrong. Turned out he was right. It was a particle. Then the chair of physics at Yale, Professor Shankar.
Nice.
Everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons. I wasn't done yet.
Oh, sorry.
Everything is really particles, all things, electrons, photons, proton, neutron. They are all particles. So let there be no doubt about that. C sounds pretty darn confident there. Wonder why he's confident. Interesting. They usually don't come out with confidence like that, right? They'll usually waffle a little bit. There'll be some ambiguity. No ambiguity in that statement. Just saying. And didn't I have a little something on that spectra? Hold up 1 second.
I really like things that require a container.
Yeah. Oh, here it is. I got it too. That's funny that you brought that up. That spectroscopy was brought up. Let's take a look at this. From ChemLibreText, the origin of discrete spectra in atoms and molecules was extremely puzzling to science in the late 19th century, since according to classical electromagnetic theory, only continuous spectra should be observed. Thanks. Appreciate you. Of course, electromagnetic theory, that is, Maxwell was debunked long, long ago. But people still parrot that shit. It's a lot of fun when people come in and say that shit. Let's go back to Professor Shankar, chair of physics at Yale. So here's what you do to find out what's wrong with electrodynamics. I mean, Maxwell's theory. It all starts with the double slit experiment. So everything looks good for Maxwell till. You got to love that word, till. You start doing the following experiment. Till. Till's a good word. If you ever want to do like a really in-depth Bible study, put in till. Till will put hair on your back. Right, the hand. You're so far above your fucking punching weight here. Just go back to retardville, son. Do your chat skank in there. They'll probably laugh you out of retardville. Why are you allowed in there? Is he in here?
Yeah. What he'll do is he'll get like banned from the channel, and then he'll leave and then rejoin the server. It's like obsessed, you know, and just the hassle of getting them out of here just isn't worth it. He triggers, he gets worked up, spirals out of control, then leaves on his own.
Why don't you go back with Ranty and have late night dinners, candlelight dinners, and talk about how the second law of thermodynamics is false because a flat tire didn't spontaneously inflate. You glue sniffer. Oh my god. That is, I'll tell you what, that has to be top 5 funniest things I ever witnessed. Man, I wish I would have said it wouldn't have mattered anyway. I would have had to download it since the bitch Ranty deleted all those videos. Alrighty then. What's next? Ads, I heard you talking about models before. But the globe model, where's that at? We need to see that monkey. You got that? You got one on you? Well, according to the globe model. Okay, let's see it. No? That's what I thought.
It's like they think that whenever someone's got a question about, the nature of reality, that some physicist walks over to his drawer, pulls out the globe model, and says, "Ah, yes, here we are." Matter pads, he gone quiet, mate.
Well, it sounded like Pads was kind of converting over out of the globe.
Yo, hello. Someone say Pads. Was that this chat? No, no match.
Yeah. So, I don't know. Someone said your name. I don't know who it was though.
Sorry, Crit. I did ask him something before. I heard you talking about models, the globe model. Can you show us the globe model in text chat?
No, not right now. I am
okay.
Mid something else right now.
Okay.
But,
all right.
No,
we'll get back
anyway, I was asking about models anyway, and like the purpose and like what's the purpose of them really, the use of having one. You know, that was about it really.
Well, it depends. You want runway model or a scientific?
Yeah, exactly.
Runway model purpose. I can give you plenty of them.
Yeah, I can think of a couple, you know. But now I was just chatting about models in general. I hear a lot of talk about models, and I was just curious, like why they seem to be the be all end all sort of thing.
They aren't.
Well, it turns out, yeah, they're not.
In fact, there is no globe model. That's why I asked you for one.
Yeah.
So when people say according to the globe model, well, according to the globe, well, you got to show that first so we can see how it's according to.
Well, somebody mentioned earlier, didn't there? There's like different models for different reasons and stuff. Different
purposes. Scientific models.
No, but functioning. If they function and they work, I don't know.
Function and they work. What the hell kind of model? See, we're having a problem here. See, you're talking about a different model than a scientific model.
Sorry, say again. Sorry. Right. Okay, you've got me. I'm here now.
No, a scientific model is a very specific thing.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So it gets Tootsie Roll dick adulterated by every Tom, Dick, and Harry that walks these lanes and roads. But they really don't know what they're talking about. That's my job.
You mean the job that you are... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You mean the job that you self-appointed?
I have to do it. No one else does it. That I was self-appointed. That didn't make any grammatical sense.
What did they actually say? Oh no, just to
self-appointed job.
And what I said was, QE, it would be good, it would be nice if there was like a FE model. You know, it might help people get their head around.
It would be nice if there was a globe model.
Well, that as well. But I just mean it's like just for people to, humans like to have models and shit to work out, don't they? Or at least some sort of visual representation, so they can get their head around shit. You know,
your mind melded with some type of model that doesn't exist. There is no flat Earth model because it's not science, and there is no globe Earth model because that isn't science either. Yeah. Now, if you're talking about some other type of model, then that's different. But there are no scientific models for shapes and aspects. It's non sequitur. You've been Jedi mind tricked by people telling you model, scientific model. We got a model here. Astrophysics, cosmology, astronomy, model. Yeah, they don't have one. Not a scientific model.
That's why I was asking, like, the use of them. What's the importance of them? What's the purpose of having one? So there isn't one, essentially. They don't work. Can't predict anything. They're just totally baseless, I guess.
Yeah, it's non sequitur. It's category error. In this topic, now you have models for other things, I'm sure.
Sure, yeah. Of course.
Oh, according to Stanford.edu, models in science. Are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Probing models, phenomenological models, computational models, developmental models, explanatory models, impoverished models, testing models, idealized models, theoretical models, scale models, heuristic models, caricature models, didactic models, fantasy models, if you can believe it, toy models, imaginary models, that's more like fantasy, mathematical models, another fantasy, substitute models, iconic models, formal models, analog models, and instrumental models.
Nice.
Then it says models, then it says, continuing with Stanford, models play an important role in science. But despite the fact that they have generated considerable interest among philosophers, there remain significant lacunas in our understanding of what models are and how they work. Guess what lacuna means?
Like caveat or something, like holes. Don't know.
A big asshole!
It's a shame you didn't say container models.
Let's just see those
I was going to.
types of models, though, because I had imagined there was going to be a bunch of different sort of models. Whenever people talk about globe models, I always imagine there isn't one unified like model. Where it depends on what you want to do, and I think that's more the purpose of a minute. Depends on what you want to do is the model you go off. Sure, you can say all the models are just bullshit, but
they are. According to Stanford, they don't have any fucking clue what they are.
I mean, that might be the case, yeah, sure. But I just think it's not, as you've just said, because there's loads of different model types. It's not prudent or even fair to ask somebody to present a globe model or a flat Earth model.
Yep.
It would depend more on the task at hand, right? So again,
it wouldn't be a science, yeah, but they're glue sniffers over at Stanford. This is a lot.
You just read it. I mean,
this is horse shit because there is a scientific model is defined. I got one for you right here. You ready?
It seems prudent to have it separated into what you wanted to do.
No,
not
as a
like
scientific model. Just relax.
Okay, sure. Yeah, sure.
Indiana University Chemistry Department. The important point that Becker introduced is that the explanation of a natural phenomena, i.e. model or theory, they use model and theory synonymously, which is a train wreck. But anyway, must be testable by experimentation. In other words, once a model is proposed as an explanation of a phenomena, it can only be considered a scientific model if it can be objectively tested by experiment. End of citation.
Yeah, I'm guessing within some of those categories that we just went through, stuff like fantasy, again, wouldn't constitute as a scientific model.
Yep.
But maybe the mathematics one might, or some of the observations might be, or
mathematics won't.
Well,
that's not. That's not. That's not.
It was a big ass list, though, bro. But what I'm saying is, there's going to be some discrepancies between some of the models that are legit and some that aren't legit. Based on what you just said, like, I agree with what you're saying. No, it's got to be. It can only be considered a scientific model if it's objectively tested by experiment. We can't. Well, I'm guessing fantasy means the same for you as what it does for me. I'm guessing we can't test that fantasy fucking model run, but I'm sure there'll be some that we can, and that's why they use certain models, right?
You can't test the globe. That's a cause and effect relationship. It's non sequitur, dude.
Yeah, but like I've said though, it's like we've just established, it's not really fair to ask somebody to present one entire working model of the globe because it depends on the functions, doesn't it?
Now we got a working model.
We'd have to break it down into like
what's a working model?
One that continuously predict, like it just says, where is it?
You were supposed to say your sister.
Postix, the explanation of natural phenomenon.
So one that doesn't exist physically anywhere.
Yeah, you're in a category. Yeah, this is all non sequitur to the topic with models. So I gotta go for a few minutes. I'll be back.
It seems legit. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, you need a physical model like a 3D ball. How come all your models of a globe don't? Huh?
No, because we don't, do we? Because he just read out a bunch of categories for models, and one of them was mathematical. So I'm guessing some models can exist purely on paper.
To do what?
I don't know. It depends. This is my point. It depends on the purpose of what the model is for. Some models seem to be.
Well, this model is supposed to be of the Earth 100 for like 1-for-1. Like it's supposed to like be a smaller version of it. So if in physics, anywhere that can happen with protons, electrons, all the stuff you write down, this physical stuff, that's the attribute of itself and supposed to act the way it acts. Why are you not able to model and mimic it out with the 3D sphere?
What, like locally? Like in a classroom?
Yeah. In a lab, outside. In the physics we exist in, brother. Why would you not be able to
rely on other things, other models, don't they?
Other what? No. What physics do you rely on other than the physics we have right in front of us? Do you understand or not?
No, the explanation for them. Yeah.
No, an explanation is not physics.
The explanation relies on something else, is what I'm saying. I'm giving like credit to your argument. I'm agreeing with you. I'm just saying the explanation for it is rooted in something else, which is often a problem. I'm not really.
I understand what you're saying. Then explanations, but I mean, here we are with an explanation that with the non-existent 3D model of anything, no water, no speeds, just nothing, just like everything that they said, mechanics, orbitals, all this other shit. That like, there's none of that in a lab.
It depends, bro. Because if you wanted to just make a model of the solar system, one sec, it depends. If you wanted to just make a model of the solar system. We asked fucking kindergarten people to do that in classrooms. Scientists would make a like-for-like, scale-for-scale representation of the solar system where you would see like the moon only ever revealing one side. Sure, that's an easy model to do. But
where?
One sec. Well, we could do that. Me and you could do that. You know what I mean? Like we could do that calculation. We could do that measurement, and we could. Engineer a bit of apparatus like
I don't think you could.
It's the internet.
What would be our scale size? 24,000. Slow down, stutterer. 24,900. Well, I know, but let's make it simple here. Just knock all the dogs out.
I don't want to get bogged down in it.
No, I know, but I could have just said it by the time you just said you didn't want to be bogged down. Okay, sure. Okay. So 24,901 miles is what the Earth is. What would be the size you knock it down to scale it down in a lab? All I'm asking. Can't be that hard.
I don't know. Fuck knows, bro.
No. 24,901 is the math number. Mm-hmm. You have to know.
Mm-hmm.
So what would you scale it down with? Millimeters? Billimeters? What would you...
I don't know, bro. It depends. We'd have to find the range between the smallest and the largest factors, won't we, to know that if we scaled it down right, we'd still be able to see the fucker. Like, it would take a little bit of calculations before we figured out what scale to work in.
You have the scale. You have the math.
You're not getting me.
No, you're not getting the physics that Newton wrote down and Einstein wrote down for you.
No. I'm not disputing you. You can't just scale everything down. It's not like a toy car that you can scale down a tenth because you can see it. We would have to find out. 1 second. No, we would have to find out the largest and the smallest values in what we wanted to scale down to ensure that when we scaled it down, it's within a scale that we can work with.
It's called the word scale, and you have a size. Yeah. You go from bigger to smaller.
Yeah.
And so if I have a big car, I can make a toy car for a kid, a model that's really small, and they all have a motor, they all have tires, they all have air. They all have a speedometer. They all like. What are we saying? We can't model. What do you mean you can't? What are you talking about? So how do the physics of a big car work?
I can't explain it any differently, bro.
No, I couldn't.
No, I said to you, this is not like an RC car, and then you went on to use an example.
What's not a big car? A big car is not like a little car.
That's not what I said.
You're saying a big ball is going to act different than a little ball. Show me that. I can't understand what you're saying.
Again, that's not what I said.
So what physics can you show me of the ones that don't exist anywhere around us? How do you demonstrate those? Space physics.
No, you're not. I think you've missed the point. I'm not arguing that. I think you've genuinely just missed the point. All I'm saying is due to the vast arguable differences in scale and distance between the planets in the solar system, if you wanted to scale them down to work with them in a lab, right, and could recreate, an apparatus to represent the solar system, you would have to ensure that you scaled down to the point where the smallest value in that solar system would still be something we could easily see and view. There's got to be a word or a technique to scale them down to a workable size.
Yeah, so if you imagined yourself being 5 million times bigger, now the stuff wouldn't work. You're not making any sense.
I'm not saying it wouldn't work. I'm not saying, I never said anything about it actually working mechanically. I just simply said in order for us to view it and work with it as people, like in a lab, we would have to find a suitable scale. Like you don't just scale everything down straight away. Like it was really a throwaway point. I told you I did.
Why not? Why wouldn't you?
I told you I didn't want to get bogged down in this point, bro. Like it was a whole.
I'm just saying, little grass becomes big tree, little seed becomes big. All the little,
I didn't want to get. Okay.
Little bugs become big bugs. What do you mean you can't scale stuff down and it won't work? You're not making any sense here. Then babies wouldn't be adults.
You're just not listening. That's not what I'm saying. Well, to be fair, bro. To be fair, I mean, if you this isn't what I'm saying, and it's taking what I said out of context. But yeah,
so how can we model the globe?
One sec. You cannot get an ant and scale it to the size of an elephant. Do you think it would function perfectly? That ant?
Yeah, it would function like an ant.
Okay. Okay. I don't. I believe that due to the pressure on it, it wouldn't just scale. It would absolutely get crushed to the ground.
There isn't no pressure on the ant.
Would there be increased pressure on the ant due to its size? Surely.
So you think a bigger ant with an exoskeleton would get hurt, but a little baby ant's not getting crushed right now?
Him as an elephant.
Are you crazy?
You think you scaled an elephant down to the size of
no, it doesn't matter either way.
Would function.
What do you mean it would function? Would it be an elephant? It'd be a little elephant. Would it breathe? Would it be alive? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. What do you mean function?
Would it be able to I mean, I think it would probably instantly die, to be fair.
But, I think you're goofy.
Right, fair play.
I think it would have a lot of motherfucking food.
Yeah.
Caterpillars can't make it because they're little. Insects have no chance here of eating grass and living unless they're big as an elephant. What you're saying is weird. You never seen a little elephant? Don't elephants start off as babies? Not necessarily an ant, but I mean, come on.
They do, bro. They do. Just Google it. I can't remember what the scientific term for it is, bro. But yeah, you can't just scale shit.
Micro and macro? Big and little?
Again, this is taking what I initially said out of context. This is not even what I was initially on about. But sure, if you want to, again, yeah, you can't just scale shit anyway. So if you want to take it out of context, either way, I'm still right.
So the basic thing is you're right that a glober shouldn't say the word scale or model or anything like that because they have no damn clue or the physics or demonstration or predictions.
Just Google it.
Because they don't have the model to make the predictions with.
Just Google it. Just Google. Can we scale that?
Google? No, I don't believe in Google. That's not my religion.
Okay. Well, Google religion, as a verb,
it's a weird religion.
Research it.
What's scaling animals got to do with it?
Again, this was not even. I can't remember. I've said numerous times. This was taking what I said way out of context, bro. How we actually got here, fuck knows.
Yeah, but aren't you saying that we can scale the universe? Is that what you're getting at?
No, it was a simple point. All I said was due to the size of the solar system, if we wanted to make a model,
You don't know what size it is.
Well, regardless, one sec. We'll take the measurements that the globe is presented as. So using
There aren't
those
any.
measurements- One sec. If we wanted to represent the solar system in a classroom on like a, we had like servers and arms and like a mechanical, all I said was simply due to the distance that's proposed between stars and the sun and the planets, for example, we would have
Yeah,
to
it's just a
scale.
scale.
Yeah, we would scale it down to scale, but of course, we'd have
But
to
it's not
take into
scaled
account.
down.
Let me tell you, we'd have to take into account the smallest value. Otherwise, if we scaled it down, we might not even be able to see the fucker.
You're not. So what's the smallest value then?
Whatever the smallest value in the solar system is. What do we consider it? I don't know. What's the smallest planet?
That be? What's the first rung of the cosmic ladder?
What's the smallest planet first? I don't know. Tiny. What's tiny? Pluto, or did we just find another one or some shit? I don't know.
Well, the problem is how do you get those values?
Yeah, but fuck knows. But I wasn't even talking about any of that. All I said was, if you want to work with it, you have to scale it down to a workable size, like anything else.
It's all. Everything's based on what they say the size of the Earth is.
Right. Sure. Granted. But,
yeah. But they don't have that.
Sure. But again, that was not what I was arguing or anything not related. But sure.
Yeah. So you can scale anything. If you say the Earth is smaller, then everything's closer.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If you say bigger, then everything's further away.
Yeah, but you can scale everything. Sure. Yeah. This is not what I'm disputing.
Yeah. That's all they've done, though. That's actually what they've done.
Yeah. Yeah, again, it was a throwaway argument. I did state numerous times I don't want to get bogged down in it because, again, even this was just a throwaway comment to something else that we were on about. But shit gets bogged down, man.
Yeah, and then it got into scaling an ant.
Yeah, and animals and bullshit. Yeah. But yeah, no, my point does stand though. I will stand on the animal thing. I've just googled it and stuff. I know you don't believe in Google, but whatever. Yeah, you can't. If an ant was scaled, it's proportionately meat legs. One sec, it's proportionally meat legs.
Google? What does that mean?
This other guy doesn't. I don't know.
Yeah, he knows Google exists. Everyone knows Google exists.
I don't know if he does.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, it's a reference to a Rick and Morty episode where they're arguing over whether or not Pluto's a planet. And you mentioned Pluto, planet. I was making a joke. Never mind, I digress.
Yeah, Pluto's a planet. Yeah, I've seen it. We're little people on it. Yeah.
So you're still stuck on this space thing, aren't you?
Yeah, not moving from it, bro. Don't care. I think I've heard enough now in Flat Earth to know, like,
yeah,
get them on board with space shit. I don't think I'm going to vibe with it.
Well, you can never come to a conclusion with space, so.
Yeah, well, that's part of it. It is what it is, isn't it? It's not the same as the Flat Earth stuff where you can come to conclusions and definitely not show drop over distance and, like, lack of curve. Sure,
exactly.
That's bullshit, but with space shit, it is. Everybody's a pundit. Everybody is a pundit. That's all I can say.
But Pads, do you think that those things up there are like worlds that you can go to? They're places you can go to and walk around and that sort of thing?
Yeah.
Is your name Pads?
Yeah, you're full on globe, Tard. You're not on the fence at all.
What? Why? You don't?
Yeah,
why?
because that's part of the religion, isn't it? The religion of space. That's part of the religion.
It's not religion.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's based on facts.
No, it's
Science.
a belief without proof.
It's not.
Acceptance of belief.
It's not religion. You're misguided.
Acceptance without proof.
No, there is proof.
Yeah. Proof of what? Proof of what?
Yeah, proof of what?
He don't know. He just believe.
Yeah, that's a religion.
Shit, with space, for me, it's just a case of looking up. Like, I haven't heard anything that...
Up?
It's following the same logical observational shit that everybody follows in Flat Earth on the ground. I follow that same observational shit and just look up.
Dude, we launch shit into space all the time. Are you retarded?
What do you see when you look up?
Stars and shit. Stars and a lot of fucking blackness.
Yeah, and what are they?
Shit, this is how we got onto I can't say it.
Well, star is just a label applied to the thing that you see, but what is that? That could be a loaded term the way you're using it.
Yeah.
I can't remember that word. I can't say it. What was the light thing that we were talking about?
Spectroscopy, but
Yeah,
everything that you see in stellar, everything you see in stellar spectroscopy is in the Earth's atmosphere.
That's why.
Yeah, there's no. Yeah. So when you look up and you do stellar spectroscopy, it's everything you go, that's made out of that because it's making these spectral lines of these colors. And you go, but everything that you see in those spectral lines is in the Earth's atmosphere. So how do you know it's not? You're not picking up the Earth's atmosphere.
We don't.
Instead of what's the planet's what this is, you think it's made of.
Yeah, exactly. No, yeah. Exactly. QE spoke about it earlier with his absorption and emission types of. I hate the word spectroscopy.
Yeah, because the only spectroscopy you can rely on is the one they do in a lab, and you know why? Because you can test what you're actually testing. So you put a gas right in a container, and then you do spectroscopy on that, and you go, okay, well it's showing me these lines. That means that this is that gas, yeah. And then you go and you test it, and you say, oh yeah, well that's the gas I put in, and that's giving me these lines. So that's that. So that's in a container in a lab.
Yeah, QE literally went through this. I don't know if you were about like.
No, I wasn't in. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I'm not being rude to you, just to save your own breath, bro.
No, you're all right, man.
Fair play, like. But yeah, literally.
I don't mind repeating it for this other retard that's in here. Not other. I don't mean other. You being you.
That's it, buddy.
Sorry.
You dick.
Are you referring to me?
Yes. Well done.
What are you yapping about, dude?
You?
I wasn't even listening. I was eating cheese.
Yeah, I know. That's why I called you a retard.
You were talking about spectroscopy in a container in a lab, dude. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
See, you weren't listening because you don't know and you don't understand it.
Oh, you're obfuscate now. Good job, buddy, because you're yapping and you weren't saying anything.
Okay, so what's spectroscopy, mate?
Oh, it's the study of emission lines, dude. It's not quiz time, dude. You were yapping.
Okay.
Admit it. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
What would be the difference in stellar spectroscopy and actual spectroscopy?
Shut your mouth.
Yeah, okay, mate. Well done.
That lasted long, didn't it, boys? Shit.
What is like the best of the best Globers, Part 5?
Yeah, I think so. Or the worst of the worst. I think it's bloopers at the moment.
Oh, and the second he got server immunity, spiraled out of the room. If I can't say whatever I want, I'm leaving.
Oh, ANG, you tagged me, bro. What did...
Glover's gone wild.
Yeah.
ANG, why did you tag me, bro? I think I missed it. I couldn't figure it out.
This is who you associate yourself with, Pads.
Yeah, go fuck yourself. That's nothing. No way.
He's your mate.
Shit, I'll throw him back to somebody else, bro. It's not to do with me. But yeah, like I say, I just look up. It's going to take a fucking lot to convince me space in some way does not exist. It's just
the vacuum. It's not what you don't. It's not what you look up and see, right? It's the vacuum of space, right? The vacuum being adjacent to air pressure. That's what doesn't exist because it can't.
Yes,
it's possible.
Exactly. It's what you imagine you're looking at, right?
Yeah.
You're imagining things about what you're looking at. You don't know what it is you're looking at. You got a story you were told, and that gives you a bias, a tendency towards thinking about it in a certain way.
Yeah, because that's all you've been told. You don't have another option.
So the TV told you that there's a lump of gas in a vacuum, and we call it Jupiter. Can you reproduce a lump of gas in a vacuum?
No. I mean, no. No, most definitely. I don't think so.
Right. It violates natural law. That's what we're disagreeing with.
It's different. Getting your head around that, I think the space argument is way more tricky than the actual curvature versus flatness. More of a head fuck.
I have a good friend who's having a lot of trouble letting go of the space part of it as well. It's I think it has a lot to do with the science fiction that we've grown up with because it's fun. I don't know, but I get it. You have to let go of that for sure to agree that space doesn't exist.
Yeah, are you a Star Trek fan, Pads?
I am not.
What it is?
I was like Galactica though, but not Star Trek or Star Wars. But no, it's not that. It's just more like, I mean, there's evidence that all societies throughout history have always just looked towards the stars, like hieroglyphics that show.
Yeah, they're there. No one's arguing that they're not there.
Yeah,
they're there. You can see them.
And if then, yeah, I don't know how to explain it. There's a few approaches to this space thing. Some approach it from the sun's just a bulb, it's been put there by the government, Other people are saying, we don't know.
Who said that?
I don't know, fucking people in here, bro. People have said, how do
no one's ever said, no one in here has ever said that.
No. Bro, this server's 99% my only reference to flat Earth. If I've heard something, I
you heard a globe dart say it then.
Maybe.
I'm just saying, dude.
Maybe they might have been reiterating someone's argument poorly, but chances are it's from this channel.
No, it's not. I've been out here.
No, it's not.
10 years.
So
I've been out here for about 10 years. I've heard all the arguments. Shut up.
Anything that they're telling you happens on other planets happen here.
Fuck.
I mean, I'm not saying you guys agree with them. It could have been somebody that was trolling.
Dude? Shut the fuck up. I've been out here for 10 years. I've heard all the arguments, every single one of them. I have never heard a flat earther say that the sun is there because the government put it there. I've never heard that once.
Or the moon, like it's emitting in a line.
Never heard it once.
It's been, never?
No,
okay.
No flat earther that I've been around has ever said that.
Well, people think the moon is self-illuminating.
I don't know what you're talking about. So
that, yeah.
Has anyone else heard? Any other flat earther in here heard that shit before?
You must have.
Recently, I heard not in here though, it was on the YouTube about the Antarctic sun that could have been created. Yeah, I did hear that just today or yesterday.
It's a different topic.
Yeah,
but it's in the same vein though. There's that much shit gets thrown out, bro.
I never heard it.
I don't have that many flat Earth circles, bro. I promise you. I'm not saying again. It could have been a troll. It could have been somebody reiterating a poor FE model or something. I don't know. But no. But
yeah, you're not going to get very many flat earthers who go and invoke the sky at all, let alone make a positive claim about the sun.
Yeah, I mean, either way, my point was I've heard a lot of ridiculous claims. I wasn't even agreeing with the point, but that was my thing. I've heard a lot of claims.
Me too. Mainly from baltards. Absolute ridiculous claims.
Well, from a lot of people over the years.
Yeah, mainly from baltards.
Both sides.
I would say 98% baltard idiot claims versus, you got crazies on both sides, but mainly the crazy retards are on the ball side. So I'll give you 3%. For flat.
Either way, it makes it trickier, doesn't it, to anybody looking into it? So
doesn't make anything tricky. I mean, what's tricky?
Well, it gets tricky when you have flat Earth disinformation out there, but when you come here, it's pretty well regulated.
Like
well, like the Flat Earth Society or other certain YouTubers or TikTokers, they're presenting weird ideas that we don't experience or observe.
Sure.
Sorry, not in here though.
Not too much in here, no.
Professor Dave was in a 90s disco band. What?
Now that boy is full on retard.
That's the YouTuber, innit? Not the guy that was in here today.
Professor Dave, full on retard. That boy, he full on pretender clown retard. He's a pretender clown. He's one of the biggest pretender clowns. Him and McToon that I've seen in my life.
Professor Phil. So Brian Cox was in a band. He was a keyboard guy.
Yeah, Brian Cox is a legend, bro.
Professor Phil is a fucking retard too. No doubt about that. But
what's your take on Brian Cox, guys? I know you don't like Neil deGrasse Tyson.
He doesn't know what he's talking about anyway.
You just got T-jumped.
Brian Cox or...
you just get T-jumped.
Brian Cox said one time, he said, we've observed 2 galaxies spinning around each other, coming closer and closer together. Now that's retard. Because no one's seen anything like that.
And we don't dislike Neil deGrasse. He's actually funny as hell.
What, in a satirical way?
He makes a great hostile witness.
They're not scientists, that's for sure. Either of them.
He's more of a community speaker, isn't he? Or communicator, as they fucking call him.
A communicator about what?
Yeah.
Globe religion.
Globe religion, definitely not science.
Well, just
I would guarantee
general community consensus. I think
I would bet the fucking farm that if either one of them come in here and I asked them what a scientific hypothesis was, I'll bet you everything that I had that they'd both get it wrong. Guarantee it.
What, Neil deGrasse Tyson and Brian Cox?
Yeah. I'd bet I'd go all in.
I agree 100%. 100% they wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'm on your side.
Let's try it. Go get him. Bring one of them in here. Don't tell them what I'm going to ask them, though. Now, go ahead and tell them because they'll probably fucking wiki it, right? So I want to hear that shit, but they'll train wreck themselves with the wiki.
I want to hear them recite Wikipedia so bad.
Like open book fail.
Yep.
Wikipedia is only bad if you're a fucking idiot, though. To be fair, it's a great starting place for a lot of stuff. If you just check your references and you know what you're doing, but like, it's not as bad as it used to be if you're on the ball, you know. Shit, so just check your references.
Yeah, I've seen people Wikipedia something and they go down to the citations where it says, you're like, hey, citation needed. Then they click on that and then decide if that is something they want to use or not.
Yeah.
But a lot of
Over
times,
time,
even
you start recognizing like
that stuff is a lot of the stuff is just broken links. Like it doesn't even go to anything.
Exactly. So you treat it as bullshit. Google Scholar as well. I know people laugh at Google, but if you literally type in Google Scholar, bookmark that, and always search shit on there, it's a totally different sort of Google. Well, to a degree, since AI, but
yep. The Google Scholar stuff is a completely different world, but it's also you got to take it with a grain of salt too.
Cross reference in it. Yeah, you can really get lost on Google Scholar.
Hey, don't the atheists say that they don't read the Bible because man wrote it, but they love all the science books and believe those wholeheartedly? Who wrote those?
I don't think an atheist says that, do they? Maybe.
You never heard atheists say that they don't trust the Bible because man wrote it? You never heard that?
Oh, trust it. I thought I said they won't read it. Sorry. Yeah, trust it. Yeah.
Right. So who wrote the science books?
God.
It was Pergamon Press. Go ahead.
Pseudoscience books. That's what most of them are, anyway. Unless somebody can show me an actual science book. Can somebody do that?
We're not, what's that though? We're not like, I get like it might be like flat Earth versus globe, but we're not saying all of science is wrong now, are we?
Now, all of science. What's all of science?
Well, everything that we would say is like, scientific in the West, for example. All like scientific advancements.
No, they got to show.
In terms of like medicine, chemistry, biology. Physics.
No, stop. So, the pseudosciences. Paleontology, anthropology, archaeology, geology, evolutionary biology, whatever that is, and yes, I'm still laughing. Theoretical physics, astronomy, cosmology, and astrophysics are all, in total, demonstrable pseudosciences. Now, you got quantum mechanics, the actual sciences, quantum mechanics, chemistry, biochemistry, biology. But not all those. They're not all encompassing. Like, take, for example, chemistry. Chemistry, most people would consider science. However, a major part of chemistry is synthetic chemistry. That's not science. Biology. A lot of people consider biology a natural science. Not all of it, because you got a lot of collators, glorified secretaries, making conventions and classification systems. That's not science. So, each subcategory within the actual sciences has to be evaluated on its own merit.
Right, so it is those natural sciences then, what do you mean?
The natural physics is the mother of all sciences. Then today, that's quantum mechanics. You say physics, it's quantum mechanics. There's nothing else.
Right,
so, but even within that discipline, if you have somebody make a claim within quantum mechanics that's not experimentally validated, guess what?
Not real science.
And they call it science, it's demonstrable pseudoscience. Not the whole category, that specific part. Follow?
Yeah, I follow. Might not be science, it's still progress. But I don't know what you call it. Maybe we just needed a straight up word for it. Yeah, it doesn't follow the scientific principle, but it fucking sure as hell advances society. Whatever
like
this advancement,
like
well, like you say, yeah, chemistry might not be fucking an actual science, but we seem to make enough fucking medicine out of it.
Yeah, medicine, chemistry, synthetic chemistry.
Sure.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Yep.
Yeah, it might not be a science, but it advances shit, doesn't it? Like
yeah, that does.
Like many
what do
things
classification systems do?
I don't even. What do you mean? I don't even know what that is, bro.
In biology, taxonomic classification systems. What does that do? How does that help
bro.
society?
No idea, bro.
It doesn't.
I don't know. Okay.
It doesn't. None.
Yeah, but I just pointed out something that did though. So like,
yeah, something that
again,
did.
Again, there are ways in which it does though. So yeah, maybe we just need a new word for it. If it's not science, but what should we call it? Just progress, advancements,
philosophy.
No, well,
no, like what is this? What should this
a lot of
act
people
be called?
screw up what philosophy is too. So, what is philosophy?
Smoking a cigarette in like a dressing gown.
What about economy?
Somebody get some citations for that monkey. Let's see what philosophy is. Don't fucking guess. I want actual citations.
Hey, Quantum. I had a debate with somebody that's in the chat here. I was wondering if I could ask you the same question, see if you could clear it up for us.
No, we're on a different topic for right now. Just hold off.
All right.
Right after we're done with this one.
I apologize, gentlemen. I'm driving and I can't cite anything.
No, this is a good one because a lot of people say philosophy, they use it as a pejorative. What the fuck is that monkey? Let's go through this. Let's get educated.
What is philosophy? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
What the fuck is philosophy, bro? That's a good fucking question.
It is.
Definition, fuck knows. Fuck knows, man.
Let's see. Britannica says philosophy, the rational, abstract, and methodical consideration of reality as a whole or fundamental dimensions of human existence and experience. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that that's what they said it is.
Yeah, it's not what I'd call the advancement, that thing that I was asking. Like, what should we call it? It's not.
They got natural philosophy, and then they got something.
No qualifiers, not natural philosophy. We're talking about just philosophy.
So,
Right, just
Florida
saying.
State University, what is philosophy? Quite literally, the term philosophy means love of wisdom. In a broad sense, philosophy is an activity people undertake when they seek to understand fundamental truths about themselves, the world in which they live, and their relationships to the world and to each other. As an academic discipline, philosophy is much the same. Those who study philosophy are perpetually engaged in asking, answering, and arguing for their answers to life's most basic questions. To make such a pursuit more systematic, academic philosophy is traditionally divided into major areas of study. The major areas of study is metaphysics, epistemology, ethics, logic. That's what they said. Interesting.
That covers quite a bit of stuff, bird watching, why are boobs good, why are we here,
Some
it
of
covers
it's,
a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
Where is everybody?
Who, what, when, where, why, and how.
Whoa,
Yeah,
this
I did
is a
political
good one.
philosophy in uni. Fucking
This
head
is
right.
a good. I've taken philosophy at uni also. Metaphysics. Listen to this. Florida State University defines metaphysics as at its core, the study of metaphysics is the study of the nature of reality, of what exists in the world, what it is like, and how it is ordered.
Nice.
No, I think a lot of people would have defined that monkey differently. Wouldn't you think?
Mate, there's so many definitions for these things. There's a million definitions for most
That's a
words.
problem. That's a big problem because isn't that if you have many definitions for the same fucking thing, isn't that at its core a law of identity violation?
I don't know, bro. But that's exactly my point. Like, people put terms. We use different words in different ways. We understand words in different ways. And when we do it, people put terms onto it like you've just done in different ways. You might call it that. Other people might just call it society, like language, communication. Like, it's just...
No, that's a law of identity violation. If you define something that has many different meanings, it could, like an anvil. An anvil's not fucking water.
No, but it's the difference between definitions of words and how they are used in daily life.
Yeah, but they can't be the antithesis of themselves. And no matter what context.
Sure, maybe not in the dictionary, sure.
Yeah, they can't be.
But, wow.
Like metaphysics, that surprised me right there. That one shocked me because a lot of people not using that motherfucker. Tell you that.
Pure Rigger just said, "Yo, Pads, you're on some pill pull shit." What's pill pull?
What?
That's some American shit. Pill pull? I don't know, bro. Is it an American thing? Anyway, sorry, Kiwi.
No idea.
That's all right. You're good. I didn't have anything else. I just stumbled on that metaphysics term, and a lot of people better wake up.
It's like I'm making up my own interpretations of words, bro. Yeah, I haven't even said what. Sorry, I haven't even said what philosophy is in my own terms. QE just read it out, bro. I've just sat here and listened to him.
Yeah,
How the
I'm
fuck
not
am I
dogging
making
you
shit
out.
up?
I'm not dogging you. I didn't say it. Florida State did. What?
Read it out, but yeah, I haven't even given my definition.
Yeah, he didn't say that he agreed to it.
Yeah, I'm
To
just
me,
saying.
philosophy is.
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
No,
to me, philosophy is. Yeah, philosophy is the study of the natural world using logic and reasoning and observation. You know, bird watching or thinking about God. You know that. What are we doing here? What is the purpose of life? Why are we here? You know, there's a lot of stuff that fits in that category, but in the same way that all Texans are Americans, not all Americans qualify as Texans. That's how natural science is, or natural philosophy, compared to philosophy. All natural philosophy or natural science is philosophy, but not all philosophy qualifies as natural science.
Yeah. No,
And that seems to be a huge problem for Globers for some reason.
No, it seemed pretty chill the first time he said it. I don't know what he was on about. But yeah.
Now, I'm willing to be corrected. Does anybody disagree with what I said?
Say it slower.
Jeez.
I'm a Texan. I can't say it any slower.
I'm sorry. I wasn't paying close attention. I apologize for that.
It's all right. You probably would have corrected me if you were paying.
No, I like I said, I didn't. You might have been right. I didn't listen closely.
That's all right. Somebody was trying to butt in. I think now is a good time to reassert your butt in.
Oh yeah, somebody was asking me. Who was asking me something about a debate or something that they had?
I think it was Mushkane.
Mushkane, what's up?
Yeah, that was me.
What's up?
All right.
All right. Is that it?
That's the quickest one yet. Setting records.
Good job.
Yeah. Yeah, but pure rigor, bro. Like, yeah. Can you tell I studied philosophy, bro? Does it show? I like you.
Discord glitching or something. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now.
All right. Would you agree that the physical and material world is governed by Newtonian mechanics?
No, Newtonian mechanics was debunked 110 years ago. All of it.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. So when I throw a baseball, that motion, though described by equations derived by Newton,
really,
that's not actually what's happening.
Yeah, let's see them. Let's see the equations.
Am I still on?
I think so. Is Discord glitching today or something?
It just went super quiet.
Well, I've heard a lot of people say that it's been acting weird.
Yeah, right. Anyway, I'm disappearing. I'll catch you all later, boys and girls.
All right, later.
See you in a bit. Later.
Do you think it'd be wise to listen in while I'm at the gym?
Why not?
Yeah, Glober gets me angry and I just work out harder.
Why would they get you angry? It'd probably be hard to work out when you're laughing.
That's so true. It would probably be flat earthers that would make me angry more than Globers.
So who was the guy that said that the government put the sun there? I really had some questions, but I was busy. But now I'm not.
Those pads.
You still here?
I think so.
Nah, he left.
He said he heard somebody say that on this channel.
I think if that happened, anybody who heard a flat earther say something like that, they'd be dragging them around by their short hairs. Man, that kind of shit pissing me off. When people put words in your mouth, nobody fucking said that shit here.
I told him some globetard LARPing might have said that. But that sounds like something a globetard would say.
Oh my God, retard omnivore's back with him saying that they didn't call it debunked. He's got to be fucking retarded. This guy, he pulled that same shit last night. You're a fucking retard, omnivore. You're a retard, sir. You are retarded. Yeah, don't even mess with him, Kiwi Buzz. He's a friggin' retard. Ancient Traveler, what's happening, man? Haven't seen you in a coon's age. What you doing out there in Cali?
Hey, what's up, QE? Just got my day off. Had some night shifts, so I got a Monday off. Take care of errands.
Yeah. How's the family?
Otherwise, just listening. Everything's good, thank God. Counting my blessings.
Yep, aren't we all?
Should be. Got some fish, ready to set up my aquarium that I've been aquascaping.
Nice.
I got the CO2 injection in there. Plants are growing nice. Little spring water generator.
I don't like them, man. I don't like cleaning them out. I don't like it at all. I don't like it at all.
Well, once you get all the nutrients down and everything, it's very low maintenance. But you can have overgrowth if there's like an imbalance of stuff.
Yeah, there's too many things to go wrong.
Oh
For
yeah,
me.
like I didn't even decide to put fish in until it's been cycling to like find a balance for almost a year.
Really?
Yeah, because I put in a lot of fertilizers first. There's like a lot of layers to the soil so that the plants can grow. So it takes a lot of time for there to all the nutrients and everything to balance out, so there's not overgrowth.
Mm.
And then you got to balance the CO2 levels so you don't kill the fish, and the iron so the shrimp don't die.
Yep.
So I have it attached to pH sensor, and based off of the carbonate levels, you know how much of the CO2 is in solution, and then that's attached to like a regulator which shuts the valve off when the pH gets too low.
Right. That sounds high speed, man. I'm not talking about that, man. You're trying to be God and shit. So
Exactly.
that's yeah. I'd rather just stare at the wall.
Oh, you haven't stared at my aquarium then. I have a pretty high flow, so like the aquarium's only 16 gallons, but I have a 100-gallon filter, so it's very high flow, high current. So I got two types of schooling fish. I have like a top part of the water column schooling fish that like to school at the top, and then I have a type of fish that schools at the bottom. So it's like they're on a constant treadmill, pretty much. It's pretty cool to watch.
You got the bottom feeders. You got are there any ball-tard fish in there?
Yeah. No, they're smarter.
Yeah, the fish know the water's flat.
Yeah, the fish are using a Haversine to convert the surface level to curved.
They also don't watch a whole bunch of bullshit on TV all day.
It was funny, Q, you mentioned how like if you asked Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody the scientific method, they wouldn't even know or what science is.
Yep. I'd go all in.
I'd be so shocked if someone told me. Hey, Q, did you get your binoculars yet? Did you get your binoculars yet, QE? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know, sometimes, like, I don't know, my gut feeling is like I have this suspicion that there's just such few baltards willing to actually argue that, like, someone's paying Matthew Learns to be the baltard.
Listen, I don't discuss any. I can neither confirm or deny any compensation. So, I generally don't want to talk about that.
I want to talk about it for a second. I think flat earthers need to stay away from speculating about people getting paid while ignoring. Hold on. While ignoring the fact that Matthew has anchor bias, sunk cost bias, confirmation bias, and that this is how humans are just hardwired. Matthew, do you disagree that you have biases?
Yeah, I have biases. That's right.
Right.
Yeah, I think
never attribute malice when you can just, attribute ignorance. Like, this is what Matthew believes. Who cares? It's his fucking religion.
But the thing is, he knows the definitions of the words that we use, like, that he doesn't make the connection. I find that suspicious.
No, I just think it's insufficient evidence. That's all. I'm looking for evidence, the observations to the best evidence, basically.
I think you got it misplaced there. Like, no one's really getting paid to do this. This is not something that people like is worth their time or effort.
That's also speculation.
I mean, what they got is like like a social media platform or something like that, like some sort of character they play online. But like in real, I mean, the only thing that you could really show for it is like the final experiment. One of the things it did is like, are the globalists just as awful in real life as they are online? And it turns out some of them are worse. They're worse in real life. So you got to say, are they doing this for whatever? They're completely obsessed. Like, this is just something. It's like when you see like a Southern evangelical or like a Southern Baptist, they're following gay people around. They stand outside gay bars and take pictures of people and try to find out where they live and where they work. To out them or whatever. That's kind of what the anti-flat earthers are like.
But who does that?
Oh, come on! You're old enough to remember the sort of like the Velvet Scare.
I mean, maybe I'm speculating, but I feel like Matthew Learns understands pitch data. He understands elevation angles. He understands celestial navigation. And then after all that, after understanding it, to say that it's not substantial evidence.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, celestial navigation requires the globe in order to work, right? Can you take, because it's a linear
How do you get
equation.
a 90-degree angle with a curved adjacent?
Oh, you don't. Triangles have straight lines.
So when you're using the horizon to get the 90, that's two straight lines using the surface.
That's one way to do it, but I'm saying you don't need the horizon or 90 or 90-degree angles to do celestial navigation. You just need the angle.
Fuck? Shut your fucking mouth, you absolute retard. You're pulling that same shit again. What a fucking moron. Yeah, 90 degrees, they're all elevation angles are right angle triangles, you retard.
Hey, ancient traveler, here's your answer to why nobody wants to talk.
Yeah. That's right. That's your fucking answer. Because you got Mr. Retard that does the same fucking thing every time, right? Oh, you don't need the right angle triangles. That's what elevation angles are. Mr. White Knight, Mr. Helper. That's the end of the conversation, dumb fuck. My God.
You need help,
Every time you tone police QE, a Glober loses his belief.
Do you understand? Who was that? Twonger retard. Do you understand that elevation angles are right-angled triangles, dumb fuck? Do you understand that? Yeah, you better run.
Matthew Learns left too.
Oh yeah, they boot scooted.
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk to QE.
Yeah, because I fucking exposed him. It has to be in the high thousands over 4 years. Every single word that comes out of his mouth, I've debunked him. I guess that starts to get pretty fucking old. He tried to pull that same shit Matthew learns with Nathan. I got him on audio. I sometimes play it before my shows where he says, you must have 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees, 90 degrees. Yeah, there aren't any right angle triangles in celestial navigation. That's what he says that. He just did the same thing to you.
Is he a masochist?
He's fucking retarded.
Yeah, like I was.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. I didn't mean to cut you off there. I was going to say earlier why I said that some of the people are more awful in person than they are online. Matthew's one of those guys where he'll find flat Earth meetups. Like there's like a website called Meetup that people use and whatnot, or just he'll go there and like stand in the back and just like watch, like he's observing like some sort of something that like animals in nature or something like that, and make these like really snide comments and whatnot. And like he'll have like a plastic ball, like a globe, that he'll hold up, and it's just really super cringe.
Are you serious? How did you find this out?
Yeah, people have posted pictures of their meetups, and there he is, right in the background, holding up a little toy globe. And
damn, that's pathetic.
Yeah, they're just obsessed, just completely obsessed that somebody disagrees with them.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that.
I would. I've had Globers tell me, we got to get you to stop saying these things. Why? Like, why? Why do you care what other people say? Why do they care so much? And I think it's because once you start questioning science, which is like, where the perceived authority comes from, because when they say the word science, then everybody has to go, oh, wow, I bow down to science because it's science, right? For no other reason than the fact that you said the word science. And then if people like regain their own authority and stop accepting received ideas from someone else, something that they've never experienced, then they take their authority back. That's me speculating. I don't know if today's Sunday or whatever, but that's what I think is going on. They need us to stop questioning things. It's not good for them.
And they're really super fictitious in their worldview. Like they think they got some sort of secret king knowledge, but they can't explain or take questions on any of it. All they do is just like, obsess and harp about flat Earth. You can ask them anything about the globe. They'll just, Google it, bro, or whatever. Wikipedia. Well, how do you know that? Do you know this? They're like, oh yeah, I know it's a globe. How? And just like random shit, like Star Trek Enterprise, beam me up, Scotty, physics, science, just buzzwords. See, what the main issue is, they've got some other agenda they're pushing, and for some reason they need the Earth to be a globe for that to be true. It kind of boils down to a sort of cosmic nihilism. Like Bill Nye had said it best. He gave this "I suck" speech. Like somehow the grand scope of the universe, his life is completely meaningless. He's just a grain of sand on the beach. And you're like, well, quite the opposite. Like, don't you understand that inside the heliocentric model, there would be no other worlds like Earth, no other life. The full visible universe, not a single other organic material out there. You would be extremely valuable, unique, a literal snowflake, one of a kind, never to exist again. But they have this agenda-driven worldview, like we are the Borg. You're just one mouth to feed. You're killing the planet with your desires and your needs. It's hard to even get through. There's so many layers of bullshit and so many layers of like propaganda that you can really never get to what the root cause is of what's going on with them. other than sometimes it's simply they think they want to flex on people. Like they have a very low opinion of themselves, so they try to find people that they think are even lower and then punch down at them, so they kind of feel better about themselves until their next high caloric, low nutrient Cheeto binge or something. You see, a lot of them too are gamers. They like to play video games. They'll get destroyed in the video game and then get pissed and have to go like make fun of a flat earther before they can cry themselves to sleep at night.
I mean, in my experience, a lot of the people who have that resistance, in my opinion, it stems from that they've spent years studying and it undermines their authority because essentially all the things that they were studying or their worldview that they gained from all the years and investment in studying is wrong. And they don't want to start all over and have to look at things from a new perspective. They're lazy.
Fucking.
Or not interested in the truth.
You know, every Glober I talk to, they will
It's retarded.
They will not ever talk about curvature, absence of. They will do anything but talk about that.
They don't even know what curvature is. That's why they're not talking about it. They don't know it. They're fucking retarded. All of them. There's a whole slew of them in chat right now. Leading the way, omnivore, dumb fuck.
Tell him he has to get out of the text chat if he's not in VC. If he's even here. I don't know if he is or I'm tabbed out.
No, he's not here. There's chat skank galore in there, man. He's part of... See, these aren't globetards. They're anti-flat earthers. I call them the left-wing fuckwit faction.
That's who I was debating with that guy. Trying to get that guy, but he won't come in here, so I gotta talk to him in text chat.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be there for much longer. You better make it quick. I think Crit's got his eye on him.
Yeah, I mean, it's the main thing is that we wanted the text chat to mirror the VC. So if people are watching on YouTube, they've got content that they can see and hear. Right. If you got some globetard just spazzing the fuck out, constantly burying everything that people are posting. It's like by design. They know they're doing it on purpose because they want to cause confusion.
Yeah.
Yep.
Exactly. And I was going to say they got to at least be in the YouTube, watching on YouTube and be in the side chat. But even then, like if you can do that, why not just be in the VC?
Yeah. What? I'll tell you why. Because they're yellow spine. That's why. Who the fuck overtalked me with their beluga shit? Probably another idiot globetard. Fucking illiterate moron.
Wait, is this thing on?
Yes.
Depends on what you mean by thing.
It depends on what you mean by on. Wait, what are you guys doing in here sitting all quiet for?
We've been waiting for you.
Oh, you're waiting on me? All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're waiting for evidence of the globe. Curvature, axial rotation.
You don't be waiting a while.
It's also because QE made it awkward like he always does.
Shut the
No, these people are very sensitive. They need to get their ovaries out of that.
Somebody said, "Shut the fuck up."
Blatzy, I don't even know what you're doing out of the kitchen right now. Shouldn't you be busy?
Shush, I'm taking a break from the kitchen, okay?
Oh, okay. All right. You know, we need breaks every now and again. It's all right.
The CB? Damn, the hype man's here.
I only got a few minutes. I'm pulling a mini right now. I'm on break, so I figured I'd just stir up the pot a little bit. I'm surprised you guys are just here quiet.
What with the 304?
I mean, hey, man.
What the hell? What do you have against West Virginians?
Oh, is that the area code? Is that the hey, I'm down with West Virginia. Shit.
304 represent. Yeah, I went and looked it up because I said, "What the fuck is he talking about?" So 304. It's all West Virginia.
Oh Lord, man! I got a lot of people saying, "What's 304?"
I'll tell you real quick. You know how you can put 8008 on a calculator and turn it upside down?
It's
Do the same thing with
80085. Yeah, you got to put 304 in a calculator, turn it upside down. Shout out to all the 90s babies.
Are we asking why boobs are good again?
Boobs? So somebody say boobs?
Well,
yeah. Why?
Sorry, go ahead.
That's the only curvature I approve of.
Facts, bro. Facts. Bro, where are the Globers at? Where's Carter? Carter. Yes.
Is it 8 inches per mile squared?
Some Globers will say that flat earthers made that up.
They made it up. It's based on their fucking shitty model.
Dude, that's actually happened. I think Globers will be like, no, those are flat earther numbers. You made that up.
No, holy shit, are they Gloo's numbers, man, or what?
Bro, dude, 100%, bro. Holy dude.
And before they start calling it flat earth propaganda.
Those are your flat earther numbers. It's like when they say QE's citations. It's like, dude, he didn't write the citation, bro. Oh my god.
That's what Matthew would say too. QE's definition of law of entropy or something.
Yeah, every time, dude.
Does he do that? Have you heard him say that before?
Yeah.
What a retard.
Oh man.
The scary part about that ancient traveler, he's actually a professor at university.
Oh, I know I've been listening to Flat Earth debate for years, so I think he gave his address and communication recently. He said you guys can send a letter about how I should be fired, or he's telling Nathan you can send a letter to this address. Then Nathan's like, I'm just kidding. I wasn't actually going to do anything.
He goes to flat earth meetups and stuff too. He's on some super weirdo time. But
he's a fucking creep, man.
What is
he's on some weirdo time, dude.
He has some weird Stockholm syndrome thing.
Yeah, facts. Facts.
What does Matthew Learns do at flat earth meetups?
I don't know. Just be a cornball. I don't know. I don't know.
He Googles himself.
He was apparently trying to get flat earthers to measure the distance to the sun. Whatever that is. Whatever that is. I think Flat Earth Dude would tell you. He's like, yeah, we measured the distance to the sun when he was here. He would try to set people up to do weird stuff like that.
Sonny met him.
Yeah, I could probably meet him too. We're all over here. I don't even want to meet the guy. But what would I say? I would just cook him, dude. I would just straight cook him in real life. Why are your face look like that?
You're roboting, man. You must be a 909. You're roboting 909, or are you a 707?
Oh, afternoon, Quantum Eraser.
What?
Good afternoon, Quantum Eraser.
Good afternoon.
What's
Even though
going
it's
on?
evening where I'm at. Well, it's almost past evening. It's almost night.
Make your grievances known, Glover.
Who here wants to join the Galactic Federation?
I'm already invested in the Space Force.
Dude, I got a question for you. How did they
I was
come
going
up
to
with
say
the
I'm
name
already a
Milky
fully
Way?
pledged member.
How did they come up with the name Milky Way for our galaxy?
Math?
Meth? Did you say like methamphetamine?
Doesn't the name have its
Mathematics.
origins in ancient myth about it being like a river of milk or something?
I've never heard about that, but if that's true, then sure.
I'm gonna go fact check that.
All right, Chad. I think we're live again. No, sorry, dude. This grocery store has a horrible connection, dude. You guys can hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
Hear you. You're good, buddy. How's everybody doing?
All right. And we are live. Is that Wooly?
Yeah.
Is it Wooly or how do you say that?
Said it right. Wooly. Yep.
Wooly. All right. W's in the chat, guys. Oh, shit. So, who's next? T-Dubs.
T-Dub? Yep. I'm just going to read this out. The term Milky Way originates from Greek mythology. The name is derived from the Greek word galaxius, meaning milky circle, due to its appearance as a milky band across the night sky. In Greek mythology, the Milky Way was said to have been created when Hera, Zeus's wife, spilled her divine milk after discovering she was nursing the infant Heracles, who was placed at her breast by Zeus. This mythological explanation was later adopted by the Romans, who called it Via Lactea, or Milky Way, which has been translated into various languages.
Pericles, that's Pericles.
You said Pericles or Hercules?
I didn't know how to pronounce it. Thank you for the correction.
Yeah, it's Hercules, ain't it? What the heck?
Pericles, he said. Shit.
Oh, shit. All right. Sorry, I just heard Never mind.
It's also Heracles.
I don't know about you, but it sounds like the Greeks were just trying to troll everybody with that one.
Facts. We have God and Magog and Magog, soldier.
How you doing?
We are live. How are you?
Doing good. What's the topic?
Well, TBD. Is it your first time here, or you been here before?
It's my first time. Topic.
Whoa.
Kind of butt in or ruining.
No, you're not interrupting anything.
Oh, so there's no topic?
About to be.
Okay.
So wait. This is your first time joining a Flat Earth Discord, so what you doing, man?
This is the first time joining this call.
Oh. Okay.
Are you ready for Armageddon?
It depends on what that means, I guess.
The final battle between God's army and Gog and Magog.
Wasn't that supposed to happen already?
Yeah, it's happening right now. I think they call it.
That
BRICS
doesn't happen.
nation
That doesn't
versus
happen
Israel
in
and
Armageddon,
NATO.
by the way. Gog and Magog, the battle, the last battle. That's not Armageddon. Armageddon's a place.
Or I believe it's the final battle before the supposed Antichrist comes, right?
No, Armageddon is something completely different from the Gog Magog.
I know Gog and Magog is the army of Armageddon.
Now, Gog is an insect king. Gog, he's from the southern steppes of Russia.
Correct.
Yeah, that's not the last days battle from Armageddon. Armageddon's a place. It's called Megiddo. The Megiddo Valley. It's a staging area for all the Antichrist armies to attack Jerusalem, trying to kill every last Jew.
Yeah, correct. Basically Russia, the BRICS nation, Palestine versus Israel, modern day Israel.
I don't think you got that right either.
That's what's happening today, right? It's pretty much all the armies.
And the battle doesn't take the battle doesn't take place in Armageddon. It's a staging area.
It's a staging area.
Yep. For
Wait,
all
somebody
of the
asked this guy.
What?
Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, I don't know. You can go down that route if you want.
I only got like 10 minutes.
The Christians, they're typically flat earthers for the most part. I'm not like that.
Oh, so you believe in the globe, dude?
Yeah, I believe in the globe. You know, like I'm
Oh.
not a Christian.
Okay. What makes you think the Earth is a globe?
I believe humans created a big machine that went to space. We observed proof of that Earth is a round sphere.
Big machine with a spear.
That's exactly what we did, brother. Good job.
Yeah.
Who's we? When did you do this?
They went right into a second law of thermodynamics violation.
There's a possibility that's also fake.
So they went into a second law of thermodynamics violation and witnessed the round sphere tard.
Excuse me? Say that again?
You said they went to space, so that's the vacuum of space. So they went into Narnia because that's a second law of thermodynamics violation. I'm sorry. Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? My God.
No.
So humans didn't go to Narnia. No.
Yeah. Hey, the space expedition could have been fake.
I don't think you've been keeping up on current events. You see, the vacuum of space violates the second law of thermodynamics. The vacuum of space does not exist. So if they went there,
stop.
If they went there, they went to Narnia.
No, they just went up and out of space, dude. It's easy.
Outer space, that's Narnia. Second law of thermodynamics.
No, it's not. It's just going up. It's
just
going
no,
up.
It's not.
Away
well,
from the Earth.
You can't go up on a globe tard either. You don't
Yes, you
have
can.
up and down.
Yes, you can.
No, you don't, because
Yes, you
up
can.
is elevation. That's related to what? How is elevation measured? What's the benchmark?
Let me
Doesn't
ask
matter.
ChatGPT this question.
Wait a second. What is elevation? What is it measured from?
Okay, what
Now, Twonger, come on.
Elevation.
Come on, Twonger.
Gotta give him a chance to Google it, bro.
Okay.
Elevation is measured
Sea level,
from what?
ground level, and geoid.
That doesn't sound like Twonger.
Level.
Geoid. I'm stealing that. Geoid.
Man-made machines and went up into space, and we saw that the Earth was a globe. It's a beautiful thing.
You
dude.
went up
Embrace
into
it.
a second law of thermodynamics violation.
We went far enough to see the planet we live on, and we saw that it was a globe. Isn't that beautiful?
You're a moron too.
How beautiful is that?
Yeah,
Not a violation.
a beautiful moron. I don't know. That's a contradiction in terms.
That a monkey made a machine and blasted off into
You're a
space.
monkey. You're a monkey, not us.
Yeah, no, we're all monkeys, brother.
No, you're a monkey.
Not me.
We evolved
from a monkey.
Not me.
Yeah, we're all
Evolve.
monkeys.
What's evolved
Not
mean?
me.
No, evolution is kind of bullshit.
Keep coping, bro. We're all monkeys.
monkey's uncle.
All right, if evolution is real,
what's
No, I don't
evolution?
believe in evolution. Evolution.
No, if you don't believe in evolution, how did
Nobody cares what you believe in. It's science.
Explain to me, how do we have
It's
crocodiles?
No.
Why do we have crocodiles?
Have too much
Evolution is
Holy fucking
bullshit.
shit! We got every Dick and Harry in here
Yo,
now.
can you explain to me how? Wait, so let's have a
Shut
question.
the fuck up.
We don't know. We don't know.
Shut the fuck up.
How do magnets work? How
Shut
do
the fuck
magnets
up.
work? Please tell me, how do magnets work?
How do magnets
Why is
work?
everybody yapping,
Yeah.
bro?
Yeah, what happened, dude?
Evolution is bullshit. Because
Tell me, how do
we
magnets
can't-
work?
we didn't observe evolution or nothing. We didn't see it happen. We can't.
10%
we didn't
Neanderthal. Shut up.
realize
What
it.
happened to
So-
Twong? Hold on a second.
Evolution
Wait a second.
is
Wait a
pretty
second.
much
Wait a second. We're not done
it's
yet.
a
Shut the
religious
fuck up.
belief.
Shut the fuck
Evolution
up.
is a religious
Shut the
belief.
fuck up. We're back with Twonger first before you get into evolution. Twonger, how do you have up on a globe tard? Where's elevation measured from?
Perpendicular from the surface, man.
No, it's not.
It's measured.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
What the fuck?
So
It's measured
No,
from
it's
sea level.
not. Well, it has a specific name. What is it?
It's plum, retard.
Come on, not plum. If I'm a retard, you're Helen Keller. Where is it measured from? Where is elevation measured from, dumb fuck?
You gotta let him look it up, dude.
Helen Keller's retarded?
Now you got something to say? You're supposed to answer a question.
Longer. Where is it
Goofy.
measured from?
And ground level, such as building heights.
Where is it
It's
measured
plum,
from?
duh.
Longer.
The surface. The
No,
surface, idiot.
no, that's not what it says.
The surface of the Earth is the shore of the cosmic ocean.
What?
Now listen, dude. We made a machine and we went to space and we saw that it's a
Citation,
globe.
please.
We saw with our eyes that it's a
Citation,
globe.
Yeah,
Citation.
We observed the fact that it's
Citation.
We saw
Don't
the
follow
globe,
that
brother,
shit.
and
Shut
you're
the fuck
out
up.
here coping.
Don't follow that shit.
Ain't no
Twonger.
Lee.
Elevation. Where is it measured from, Twonger?
I was laughing at the side
You're a
chat. I
fucking
have a lot of
retard.
fans in the side
You're
chat.
a fucking retard.
Bro, there
Can
ain't
I
no
answer
we,
the
bro.
question? I don't get it. Can I answer? Why don't you ask me?
No, you can't answer. Shut
No,
dog
I have the
up.
answer for you.
Shut them up.
He just wants to
No.
argue, bro. He just wants to argue.
Charlene,
Doesn't care about
you
I'm
two
just
shut the
trying
fuck
to
up. We'll get to your dumb ass here in a second.
Wow.
Twonger.
The ad hominems
Hey,
are amazing.
Gog and Magog, shut the fuck up. Twonger. Where is elevation measured from? 8th time. Come on, you can do it. Use your
You
words.
ain't got nothing for me, buddy.
Use your words.
Bro, you're getting cooked.
Shut up, Goofy.
Bro, you just stole that from me like you didn't even like the insult.
How about you just go on mute and you can put it in the side chat. Let me know when you.
Ooh.
Yeah, go ahead. All right, fair enough. All right, we may continue. CB, are we live?
We are live. I got like 3 minutes I gotta roll out.
What do you have to check your GoFundMe for your sex change operation?
No, I just got, 304 is waiting.
304. You in West by God, Virginia?
I'm in East Virginia. All right, who's that shuffling papers?
Oh, am I still?
T-Dub.
Oh shit! Sorry.
All right, I'll take that away then for Twonger.
Hey, you want to know where it's measured from now?
Yeah, what is height or elevation measured from?
It's measured from sea level and ground
Correct.
level.
Ooh.
Sea level.
Building heights.
No, not ground level, sea level.
Yeah, sea level.
Yeah.
Most common reference point for measuring elevation on Earth.
Correct. That's what I was trying to get out of Twonger, but he wouldn't acquiesce. Now, how can you have level, because you're a globetard, how can you have level on a globe?
It's not level means no point on it.
Gog!
I don't know.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on.
You gotta give him a chance to Google it,
It's
bro.
based on gravity. Not a flat surface.
Lord, here we go.
Uh-oh.
What's based on sea level's based on gravity? What?
Bro.
Yeah, not on a flat surface. You think it's a flat surface? It's based on gravity.
No.
A globe is based on gravity. We have gravity.
No, it's not based. Elevation, level's not based on gravity, and gravity doesn't exist. But that's besides.
No, level is based on gravity.
Even if it did exist, it wouldn't be based on gravity. For fuck's sake.
Holy.
Level on a globe is based on gravity, my friend. It's divine. It's defined by geoid.
Wouldn't have it without gravity.
Whatever the hell that means.
Geoid? Did you say geoid again?
Geoid. The hell does that mean? I don't even know what the hell. What exactly
Geoid,
are
bro.
you looking for, my friend? Listen, we created a big old spaceship, right? And then we went. To
Oh
space
my
and-
God! Going back to the
there
second
ain't
law
no
of thermodynamics violation again.
Listen,
Fuck.
you're saying
You just
nothing.
returned to your vomit. You
What
just
are you
returned to
talking
your
about?
vomit like a dumbass dog, Magog.
Okay, and now you're going to personal attacks.
You're dumbass
and ad
dog.
hominem.
No, you're going to gravity.
That's how
from
you know
sea
you're
level.
lost, my
That's
friend.
not ad hoc. Don't fucking overtalk me.
Oh, okay. Yeah, see, there
Do
you
you
go.
understand me? Shut your fucking mouth.
Hey, man, I think you need to go to get a
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads. Fucking guy doesn't even know who Gog and Magog is. Get your dumb ass out of here. Change your fucking name, too.
What's wrong, man?
Change your fucking name.
What's wrong with my name?
It's dumbass.
bro.
God, dumbass dog. Glue sniffer.
Glue sniffer. You sure you ain't been sniffing?
You're a
no
glue
paint
sniffer.
lately? I don't know. It sounds like you've been sniffing some paint.
Sniffing some paint. Yeah,
Huffing
because
some
I told your sister not to fucking paint the bedroom.
Savage, bro. Holy. All right. So what's next?
Not him.
Do you believe in observation?
Oh my god, bro.
Oh, okay. Do you believe in observation?
No.
So, so what? You don't believe what you see with your eyes?
That's right.
Okay.
You don't.
I do.
No, you don't.
Because I see something and I kind of believe it from what I've seen.
All right, you see the Earth is flat.
I
Then.
kind of believe that.
No, I don't.
You know
I don't
you see
believe
the Earth is flat, right?
Because I can't see that.
I see a
You do
tricycle.
see
I
that.
kind of believe that.
You do see that.
You don't see
Not
it in its
necessarily.
entirety.
There's no such thing as
Oh.
seeing the whole reality in its entirety, dude.
We're not talking about the reality. We're talking about the surface, which is what we're talking about.
That is reality.
Get
like
Carter.
not. It's
Get
one
Carter.
component
Get
of
Carter.
reality.
Hey, get Carter. Shut the
So
fuck up.
stupid.
We're dealing with Dog and Madog right now.
You
It's not
can't.
stupid.
If Earth
He's
is
not
a
fucking
flat
muted yet.
place,
It's about to be that way in about 3 seconds.
you'd
Then
be
we'll get to
allowed
you,
to
get
see
Carter.
the Himalayan mountains from here, but you can't.
Shut the fuck up. You can't even spell Himalayan. All right, Carter. I'm going to get your ass.
Yeah, so you don't know the Earth's actually flat. You just suppose
Yeah, we
it is
do.
because a
Yes, we
certain-
do.
a certain
Yes,
part
we
of it
do.
seems
We know it's flat.
Or perspective
Word.
makes it seem flat.
That does make it flat. May I introduce you to the Black Swan? It's definitely flat, some bitch.
Okay.
Set. Match. There you go. Say goodnight, Globetard. Right there. It's all over.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's just a
It doesn't matter. Yes, it
made-up
does matter.
argument.
It matters.
Stupid made-up argument. It doesn't
It
contradict
matters.
anything.
It's not a made-up argument.
Someone's arguing for
It's not.
geometric
This
observation.
is observation. Everyone's arguing that. Yes.
No one's arguing that.
That's what you are. Yeah. You arguing that. You're just too stupid to
I'm
realize it.
saying you can see it geometrically as a sphere.
Geometric horizon. That's correct. That's your religion,
I can do the
dude.
same thing. I can do the same
That's
thing.
your fucking religion,
I can
dude.
give you Blue Swan. I can
That's
give you
your
Blue
fucking
Swan.
religion, dude. That's not ours. Geometric horizon. That's your horse shit.
Go ahead and explain it to me. What is
That's
this
your
argument
horse
saying?
shit. Explain it to you. Holy fuck. It's 5 years old.
Gee, then you should know it.
Oh, yeah, I know. I am the fucking damn
your argument.
paterfamilias. This
Your
is
argument.
mine. If the Earth
is
is a
it?
sphere tard with a radius of 3959 miles p, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet q. That's the geometric horizon, glue sniffer. But not q. The horizon distance is greater than 9.41 miles in this photo, therefore not p. The Earth is not a sphere tard. That's it.
So what about refraction?
What about what?
This doesn't account for refraction.
Refraction.
not an
Thank you
argument.
very much.
It's not an
Welcome to
argument.
Flat Earth, Glue Sniffer. You just imploded your
doesn't
own
do
position
anything.
by giving up your own geometric argument.
No. It's because you can't observe it. as a
Refraction.
sphere
What the
in
fuck is
sky.
refraction? Define
Curves
refraction.
light.
Define refraction with citation. Shut the fuck up, Charlene. We'll get to you in a minute. Dumb fuck.
When
Carter,
light goes from one
citation,
medium to another,
please. Snell's law.
Yeah.
Hey,
You
Glue
just said it.
Sniffer.
You said it.
Citation, please. Snell's law.
Citation of what?
Snell's law. You begot refraction. Time the cowboy to fuck up.
Dewey thinks that refraction is Snell's law.
Yeah, I think QE thinks that the refraction is Snell's law, the law of refraction. Yeah, he must be out of his fucking mind. Shut the fuck up, Charlene. You glue sniffing idiot. So, back to Get Carter. What's Snell's law,
shit, bro.
fuckwit?
Okay. So, you want the
Okay.
equation?
Yeah. Oh, I got the fucking equation right fucking here.
Okay, so what's
So
the
let's
issue?
populate these motherfuckers. We'll populate them for you. Make it easy for you. So we won't waste time. We can move on real quick after this. Okay? Glue sniffer.
Hey.
There we go. So there's 1. There's 2. There's 3. Let's see how many we can get in here.
Snail's law.
Yeah, that's
I did not
right.
say that. Shut up.
Yeah, well, yeah, you did. You begot refraction, you
didn't.
glue snipping idiot. So, let's see what it is. We have the equation, we have the definition, and then we have diagrammatic representation of the fucking monkey. Which one do you prefer? We'll do all of them. Let's go with Britannica.com.
Do you actually understand these, or do you just read them?
Shut the fuck
doesn't
up.
understand shit.
Shut the
Ding,
fuck
ding,
up.
ding, ding,
Shut the
ding.
fuck up.
I think these are just flashcards.
Hey,
you like to
Charlie,
get out from time to
Charlene.
time.
Now we got the White Knights. Hey, moderators, fucking wake up. I'm talking to Get Carter. We got Charlene and Kalam Sagan.
Stop
White
trying
Knighting
to make
for
your
Mr.
argument.
fucking Carter.
Dude, move on. Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh, we're going to get there. Charlene. No, not him. The one below him. Thank you. Get Carter. You can unleash him. There you go. Thank you very much. So let's go with the top one from Britannica.com. Snell's law in optics, a relationship between path taken by a ray of light that doesn't exist and crossing the boundary or surface of separation between two contacting substances and the refractive index of each. Can you tell me where in your fairy tale paradoxical atmosphere where gases have boundaries or surfaces, please?
Okay, so firstly, what's the difference between two isotropic media? You should define that.
We're not
first,
talking
right?
about isotropic media just yet. We're talking about boundaries or surfaces in gases.
Okay, so in this
Do
example, we'd
gases
be
have
talking
boundaries? Do gases
What
have
is a
boundaries or
boundary?
surfaces?
What is a boundary to you?
Do gases have boundaries or
I need
surfaces?
you to define
Don't
that.
fucking interrupt me.
Perfect.
Do gases have boundaries or surfaces?
Answer my question first.
Dude, you fucking put them
I
on.
can't
mute.
answer
You're
your
done.
question if you can't
Say
define
goodnight,
your
dumb
term.
fuck. You're finished. Gases do not have boundaries or surfaces. As you can see right
does that
here,
mean?
as you can see, what does that mean? It must have a boundary or surface because that's where refraction takes place. You fucking moron.
What is the boundary between?
That's right. There is
between two
none.
different things. What is it?
There is none.
Oh, there could be. But you're
There
not
is none
defining
with
it.
gases, you
Not
glue
defining.
sniffer.
You're not defining it.
Show a boundary or surface in gases with citation right
Between
now.
what two things? They could be the same gas.
It's
and it
not
could be
two
different in
things. It's
density.
one thing. Gases,
No.
dumb fuck. Dumb fuck.
It could be the same gas, but two different
You
densities.
can't have a
You're not
boundary or
defining the boundary.
surface in a gas.
You're being too vague with your question.
They don't have boundaries or surfaces.
What does that mean? Boundary
So
between what?
Snell's law does not apply. Next definition. Physics classroom. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. Light's not a wave, by the way, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another material. Can you show the two different materials in your fairy tale fuckwit atmosphere?
Okay. What do they mean by material, dude?
That's material.
You need to
What they
define
mean
your-
is from
you need to define
one
your term.
material to another material. That's
Okay, well,
from
that's
one
wrong.
substance to another substance.
That's wrong.
Yeah. Oh, so physics classroom
I
is wrong,
disagree.
but get Carter retard is right.
Okay, put in the link, dude. Put in
Yeah,
the
next
link.
one. Listen to the next statement. The refraction occurs at the boundary. We need
What does that
citation
mean,
right
dude?
now. Shut the fuck up. We need citation right now for a boundary or surface with gases. Right now.
This is really stupid.
Yeah, that's fucking stupid, isn't it? Because it's not Snell's law. It's not refraction.
Guess what the
That's your dumb
index
fuck.
of refraction.
If you
guess what
can't
that's based
show,
on?
if you can't show two different materials and the boundary between said materials, you're fucking debunked.
So why does the material
why
change the speed of light?
show?
Why does it change the
Not
speed of light?
why. Show.
Dude, you don't let me talk at all.
Not
It's crazy.
why. Show.
You don't let me talk.
Show.
So do you know why light changes speed?
Show.
Just relax, dude. Just relax.
Show, dumbass. You wouldn't know the difference between refraction and a chartreuse windsock. You're a dumb fuck. Mindless parroting, Wiki Discovery Channel idiot. Go on mute.
Dude.
Stay there. Fuck
You
what?
don't know what refraction
Yeah,
is.
I sure don't. That was clearly
wanna engage, you
demonstrated
just wanna
here.
spew
Dumb
bullshit.
fuck. You're a moron. That'll be about that end of that. Kalam Sagan, Mr. White Knight. Is that fuckwit still here? Kalam, no.
Ask him if he can see the back of his own head.
I don't want to. We don't need to hear anything else from him. He's a fucking retard.
It's so funny. You give them facts and they just refuse to accept them, you know?
Yep. Well, they're part of the, like I told you, they're anti-flat earthers. They're part of the left-wing fuckwit faction. Just make shit up. That's all they do. They're abject retards. All of them. Every single last one of them.
How these globers just like think and just like, why can't they actually just stop talking and stop arguing? Doesn't make sense.
That's all they can do. They obfuscate by continuing to projectile diarrhea vomit from the mouth with little sissy, inane arguments that don't make sense.
You sound like a critical drinker. He says the same type of stuff. It's hilarious.
Critical drinker?
He's a movie review YouTube guy.
He stole that shit from me.
Probably, yeah. But you guys are very similar.
So your comeback here, Carter Dumbfuck, is the guy talk like 20 times more than I did? You're an abject retard, son. Go back to your cake decorating forums, okay? I'll bet you they'll laugh your ass out of there, too. That's why you're here. Just like you and fuckwit Charlene. I forgot about that dumbass. What a clown he is, too.
Is that guy named Charlene or?
I call him Charlene. It's Charlie. He's a fucking idiot.
Oh yeah, Charlie. Yeah. He almost gets it, but then he doesn't.
No, he's not.
He gets really close. Like he'll start talking like he's getting it, and then he'll just like flip on a dime.
Yeah, because he's retarded.
Like some of the stuff that he says, it's almost like he is a flat earther, but then he'll say other shit and just like he'll get really close, but
no. I don't want him as a flat earther. He could stay there with the left wing fuckwit faction.
Oh, but boy, can he count toothpicks?
Can he count?
Like he's like really close though, so you know. Sometimes.
What's the toothpicks? I missed that one.
I was just referencing a scene from Rain Man.
3 minutes to whop there, Charlene. Timbo, what's up, man? Caught you unawares. You weren't ready for that shit. Timbo. He's stonewalling me. Shut up, Flatsy. Shut up, Elbow. Fuck, no one's taking the bait. Yeah, Carter, that's actual refraction because you have two different isotropic media, air and glass, you dumb fuck. The refraction occurs at the boundary, dumb fuck. That's the glass. Show glass in your fairy tale paradoxical atmosphere. Fucking moron.
You understand what the air density gradient is?
Do you understand what the air density gradient has nothing to do with Snell's law?
No, yes, it does.
No, yes, it does. That makes perfect sense.
Why is there a
fucking
difference?
idiot? Now let's put it. I'll grant you you don't know what refraction is, but I'll grant it to you anyway. Let's take a look at this. And you said density gradients. Okay, well let's take a look at the Black Swan. We're on the shore in Santa Barbara, and we're looking out, and we're looking at the horizon, which is at the ground. And your appeal, your fucking retarded appeal, is density gradients. Can you show us horizontal density gradients? Because we're looking horizontally. You glue-sniffing fucktard of the ages.
Dude, I already told you.
Fuck wet. Show us horizontal density gradients.
It doesn't show that. I never said that was.
No shit, dumb fuck.
I never said that was.
Then, how is the horizon refracted then?
Horizon isn't. You're able to see more.
Well, there you go. Thanks a lot. Welcome to Flat
you're
Earth.
not listening.
Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. DJ spinner request. Smoke them if you got them. That's the
They say
argument.
don't show them the bathroom, you know.
That's the argument, dumb fuck.
I go to the female bathroom.
Yeah, that's not surprising.
No, but freaking the light curves upwards.
The light curves upwards from the horizon.
The light,
so the
light,
horizon. So it
towards the
curves
surface.
upwards.
Alright,
it's
sorry,
not
sorry,
coming
sorry.
to us
Curves towards the
directly horizontally. You fucking moron.
It curves towards the surface. Sorry, that's why you're able to see more.
Curves
Because
towards the surface. Well, we're already at
along the surface.
We're already at
exactly.
the surface.
So your line of sight is curving along the
The
surface.
line of
That's how you're
sight
able to
is
see more.
fucking straight. How is the line of sight
The
curving?
line
you
of sight
moron?
is being refracted.
It's the
line of
fucking
sight is being
refraction is
refracted.
density gradients as per you. So show
If it was a
us
straight
horizontal
line-
density gradients from the
If it was
ground to the ground of the horizon. Show.
Right. If it was a straight line, it would go through different densities.
Show
as it goes-
horizontal
as it goes
density
through that
gradient.
atmosphere, right?
Show atmosphere is a paradox. Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
Okay, I
Now,
don't care.
show us horizontal. We're looking horizontally, dumb fuck. Show horizontal density gradients.
When you look horizontally, your line of sight is increasing in altitude on the curved surface.
How the fuck is it increasing? You don't know what horizontal
On the
means,
curved
do you?
surface.
Shut the fuck up. That's begging the question.
look
How can it be
straight.
curved?
This whole thing is
What
begging
the-
the question because
define
you don't believe in refraction, bro.
Define
I'm just
curvature. You don't
explaining
know
what you're seeing
refraction
from
is.
the globe Earth
I even
model.
gave it to you. You're a dumb fuck.
No, I'm explaining
So
what you're
what
seeing from the
is
globe Earth model. That's the point.
curvature? What is curvature? Define it.
Drop over distance.
And what does that mean?
What the fuck do you mean? What do you
What
think
the
it
fuck
means,
do
bro?
I mean? What the fuck do I mean? Drop over. This motherfucker's not dropping.
I already told you because your the
How
line of
can
sight
it be
is
dropping
curving.
when it's higher in our field of view?
Light
What
you're
does
seeing
drop
from that,
mean,
From planet
dumb
habitat, the light you're seeing
What
from
does
planet
drop
habitat
mean, dumb
is
fuck?
curving along
What
the
does
surface
drop mean, dumb fuck?
because of the-
What does
it's
drop
being-
mean? Just put him on mute. He's got fucking projectile idiot diarrhea of the mouth. You dumb fuck.
Stop talking, dude.
You don't even know what fucking horizontal
way
is.
more
You
than
don't
me,
know
bro.
what drop is. We're looking horizontally. The fucker's higher in our
course we
view,
are. I agree
but
with
it's
you.
dropping. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up. Ignorance
You're
is
like
bliss.
so-
Shut
you're
the
so
fuck up.
crazy,
You're a
dude.
moron. Get the fuck out of here.
Hey Carter, can you stop pretending you're a clown and just take this seriously, bro? Come on.
He's not. He can't. He's retarded. Look at him.
He's not being serious either.
He's not being serious with horizontal density gradients that I just fucking claimed. The fucker's curving, but it's higher in our field of view. It's
the light
drop
you're
over
seeing-
distance, but it's
the
not
light you're seeing-
dropping. It's fucking.
The light
It's
you're
fucking
seeing from planet
paradoxical. Amelia
curving
hurricanes, but
along
it's
the
not fucking
surface.
drop. Shut the fuck
That's why
up.
you're able to see
Shut
it.
up.
If it was straight on a
Shut
curved
up.
surface, it'd be going
Shut
through
the
different
fuck up.
densities.
Shut the fuck up.
It'd be going through the density
Shut
gradient
up.
and it would curve.
Shut up.
You won't let me say anything, dude.
Shut the fuck up. You already been exposed. Mae West is in a corner belly laughing. Shut the fuck up. Put him on mute. He can't
Leave me
control his dumb
alone.
ass.
Put me
Shut
on
the
mute.
fuck up.
Carter, are you gonna take this seriously or you gonna keep messing around?
No, don't do it. Leave him there. It's already been twice. He's done. You can't recover, Carter. That's it for you. You're not immature, you're just retarded. You're a pretender clown. Shouldn't be here. Should be back in your cake decorating farms. But you're not there because they laughed your ass out of there. So that's why you come here. You couldn't explain you couldn't explain hearing to the bionic woman if you chained her to a back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant. You're a fucking demonstrated retard. It's all over. You can't recover. Bye. Go fuck off. And then when you get there, fuck off some more. There is no debate. Debates occur between objective topics, not subjective ones. You fucked that up too. You don't hear debates about whether silicon exists or chamomile tea or tree bark. Those are objective facts. Debates occur with subjective topics. Like gun control, voting age, shit like that. Not with objective topics. When's the last time you heard a tree bark debate? You glue sniffing fungus muncher? You can't even get that shit right. Fundamentally, you're a fuckwit. Your average fuckstick. Just return to your true vocation. Picking up cans alongside the road.
You still don't know. It's
Supervise. Shut the fuck up. Who fucking unmuted him?
Stop muting me, bro. It's not nice.
You fucking unmuted him. Whoever did.
Man,
it's
Kiwi
your
has
turn.
the mods in a leash.
It's your turn. Shut the fuck up, Charlene. How many times we get exposed, you're dumbass? You're worse than he. Carter is smarter than you are. Just sit there and shut the fuck up. If we need any snacks or any refreshments, we'll signal your slobber nurses and you can help us bring those refreshments, help them bring them over here. Other than that, just sit down and shut the fuck up. Ontological moron. Let the dumbest person in the room talk again, Charlene. Haven't you been keeping up on current events, dumb fuck? He already had his chance. He doesn't know dick. Much like you. Yeah, let's let the dumbest motherfucker in the room talk. I don't think so. Do you understand that, Charlene? Oh, well, why'd you shoot him? Well, he come walking into the movie theater and he opened up his Glock on us, so we shot the motherfucker.
Well, as long as they don't have driver's licenses, should be
It's
good.
not fucking supernatural, Charlene. It'll happen to you when you open up your incoherent blowhole, right? And talk about shit you don't know. That's everything from primary school. That's first grade and up. That's everything you don't fucking know. And then you'll projectile diarrhea vomit from the mouth like he did after he was exposed. Why are you muting me? I don't fucking know why. Are you being mean? Do you think actual people that can fog a mirror, you think they're going to buy that dumb shit, Charlene? He was muted for cause. Because he's a dumb fuck. He demonstrated it. Like you do every time you open up that incoherent blowhole of yours. It's not fucking supernatural, Charlene. The fuck out of here.
Tell us how you really feel, Kiwi.
Or I sick my wolf pups on your dumb ass. The fuck you want, Flatsy?
I just wanted to give you a hard time.
What's up, Flatsy?
What is up? Who is that?
That's Wooly.
Oh, what's up?
Infantry Troop Wooly.
I haven't gotten used to you yet, Wally.
Ah, it's all good.
Normally,
I'm just not very good at debating, so I mainly just listen. So,
well, it's no longer a debate, so you're okay.
I mean, arguing, I guess, whatever you call it.
Well, since two people asked the same question in a row, what's up? I'm gonna answer it. It's not the ground below your feet.
Nope, it's your sister's ankles.
Oh my gosh!
Wow.
No. You need to clean it up, mister.
That's not the first time I've been told that.
Oh, good grief. I know that when you're on here, you kind of lose your cleaned up vernacular, but I think that you should try. You're letting it slip on your show a little bit. And poor Paula probably leaves every time you start doing it. Somehow the chat is like stuck on that Crimea River meme or GIF. I think I need to drop out and come back in.
Drop out! Come back in.
Let me drop out. There we go. That fixed it. Grab me a sandwich platter. It's hilarious. I made chicken Alfredo tonight. No sandwiches today.
Like my favorite thing. That's one of my favorites, chicken Alfredo.
It goes a
You
long
put
way when
parsley
you
on
have
it too?
Oh yeah, I put basil, parsley, and oregano. I didn't. I should have, but I didn't have to really put that much garlic in it because it had. I mean, it had enough. I should have put a little bit more of the seasoning garlic. Anyways,
Did you cook the chicken with the garlic or something? Is that what?
I did. Yeah, I seasoned it up with garlic and everything. I thought that would be enough. That'd be plenty. But it could have used a little bit in the sauce. It's all right.
Did Carter give up?
What is this shit? Colossal waste of time. Yeah, why is this shit so full? Why is no one talking?
We were waiting on you to get here. What's up?
Oh shit! Really?
Yeah. So what do you know about curvature? You got any evidence of the curvature?
The fuck did he say?
You got any evidence for drop over distance? You know where you're at, right?
No, I don't.
Welcome to the Flat Earth discussion. 24/7.
Oh, what?
Do you have any evidence of curvature?
Yeah, I do. I got some balls in my hand right now. That's curved.
Okay, we're not asking for pre-latent homosexual tendencies. We're asking for
I have
curvature
a
of
lot
the
of
Earth.
tendencies. Don't
Is
worry.
it gay to touch your dick?
No, it's curved. I just proved it.
Is it normal to bring up your testicles during like a public conversation with a bunch of new people?
I don't know. Is it normal to
No, I'm sexually
QE on a high horse and like worship him?
I'm sexually attracted to Larry.
As he berates
I just want
everybody?
everyone to know that.
Yeah, it's okay because QE is
Is it
fighting
normal to
fire.
stand by and like allow that to happen? Clearly, because
Yeah, because he fights fire with fire. He's treating you guys the way that you treat just a random flat earther. There's some random flat earther online minding their own business, and you guys bust into the room, start calling them abject retards, making
Yeah, you
fun
tell
of
them.
And then so QE gives back what you guys do to just some random person.
Exactly.
And you don't like it.
Yeah,
Obviously.
take it like a good boy. Take it.
So no, is he being put up on the pedestal? No. What he's doing is like, I say I disagree with it, but I understand. People like you are the reason why. Duh.
True. Man, I agree with you, man. You sound confident and sexy as hell.
Well, thank you. You too.
Yeah, I want some of those man libs on my lips.
You don't sound triggered or upset at all.
No, I'm pissed. I'm fucking mad.
Well, it's better to be pissed off than pissed on.
Whoa. That's deep. Watch out, Latsu's typing. Careful. But why is there so many people in here, though? That's my question. It's like a botted channel? Why is there so Why is everyone muted, bro?
Because there's really good conversations that happen here instead of like the base level chakra testicular, level, right?
Yeah, what
We're talking about
conversation do you
higher.
have?
Well, I asked for curvature of the Earth, and you started talking about your balls, I think.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate.
Just looking for evidence of curvature of the Earth.
Oh, the Earth. How do I do that?
Yeah. Right. Exactly. You can't.
I can't?
You can't provide evidence of curvature of the Earth.
Larry, I have a question for you.
No.
Do you have an answer?
I do have an answer for some questions. What the fuck?
Okay, you have an answer? I have a
I don't
question.
know.
Okay. Let me tell you something.
You're going to tell me a
On
question?
plane.
Yes, I've flown many times.
You're flown to different countries.
Well, for me, like Ohio was a different country. Yeah, sure.
No, I'm talking about different. No, shut the fuck up with that shit, okay? Don't do that. Give me your answer straight, or else, Larry. You understand me?
No.
So, did he go to another country or no?
I went to another state.
You haven't been out of the country. How can you even talk to someone who hasn't been out of the country? Yeah, I can't talk to you.
Okay, you can't talk to people. You're gonna have a lonely fucking life then, bro.
No, not with people like you. Who doesn't leave the country. Never seen.
What kind of abject moron doesn't leave the country?
The fuck's an abject?
I can't talk to you, bro, if you don't know what that is.
And not allowed.
Somebody else.
Larry Bird, with your big ass nose. Listen here, man. What's an abject? What is that? Fuck you, Larry.
Yeah, if you don't know what it means, just don't go with it. Just say, okay, whatever.
Yeah, is that exactly? If you don't know the answers, you don't talk.
No, you don't.
Larry doesn't know he doesn't know the answers, so he can't talk. He doesn't have the answers.
Well, I feel that he answered your question pretty finely.
He used a word, abject, moron, or something like that.
What the hell is that? What the hell is an abject? What is that?
How about, do you know what that means? If you what's a moron?
No, I'm asking you, okay.
Yeah, we're parsing it out. Let's go step by step.
Yeah, what's an abject?
What's the word moron mean?
What's an abject?
Yeah, we're going to go through step by step. What's the word
moron? You don't have to answer questions, or you?
What's the word moron mean? Is that a noun?
Fuck you.
What is that? See, the main problem is you don't know what these words mean.
I don't.
And no, you don't. Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, I don't. That's the problem we have.
Yeah, so you don't have to worry about it then.
So I asked you a question. Do you have the answers or no?
Yeah, same answer as before.
Okay, give me the answer. What's an abject?
Yeah, you don't know what these words mean. Don't worry about it.
I want to fucking know. I'm trying to learn, you damn curved ass belugas. I'm gonna fuck you.
Go back to kindergarten, Mike.
Oh, who's this foreigner? Put him back in the fridge.
Really? He wants to know what is an object?
Yeah, what's an abject? I've never heard that.
Yeah, go back to kindergarten and learn from there.
Oh, you got schools where you're from? Sounds like you don't got schools.
If you're curious as to what the word abject means, I mean, you could always just go Google the definition, right?
You know what? Okay, I'm just going to explain it because y'all are being dicks about it. So basically, abject is something that
Sometimes just giving people the answer is not a good way for people to learn.
Yeah, it's a very easy, low-level logic and reasoning. If you give a man the fish, you feed him for that day. Teach him the fish. Feed him for his whole life.
Yup.
So just going through, what does abject mean? Well, what was the word right after? And then parse out, is that a noun? Is it a verb? So is abject an adjective? Is it an adverb? What is it? Then they go through it step by step. Dude didn't want to. He just said, I just want to know what abject means. What do you think it means? I don't know. Well, don't worry about it then. You still get the same message across. You were just a adjective moron. Duh. Pretty easy to figure out. Come into a room and just start asking, why is everyone muted? It's pretty dumb.
Damn. I was literally just gonna tell him what abject means. That was it. That was it.
Yeah, I know. You don't need to, though.
I mean, why be muted for that, though? I'm literally just helping.
Guys, I have a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, how are there still flat earthers after Will Duffy and the final experiment?
How is it still a debate for them after their final experiment?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know how this.
I was going and looking at something, a fucking experiment, though. And how does looking away from the surface of Earth determine anything? You know, McToon got flat Earth elevation angles to the sun, right? Like,
yeah, but think about it. They weren't even convinced by their own bullshit. Why would any flat earther be convinced by it?
Well, I mean, after they got to Antarctica and they witnessed the sun being in the sky for 24 hours a day.
Part of our argument.
I mean, as far as I'm aware, the flat earthers that went actually did recant their beliefs to their credit, except for one, I think.
No flat earthers went.
No, they did. That was the whole point of the experiment.
No, they purposely did not allow any flat earthers to go.
Well, these guys were flat earther influencers, weren't they?
No, they're true earthers.
What?
Yeah, Jaron and Whitsid are part of a group called the Globe Busters, who believe that it's a true Earth, not a flat Earth, not a curved Earth. They believe that you can't objectify the Earth as a thing; it's its own thing. So when they would say, "Oh, we brought flat earthers with," no, they purposely refused to bring any flat earthers with. The flat earthers who wanted to go, they told them, "No, you can't. Fuck you."
Interesting.
Hold up a second. So if we can't look at the sky to prove anything about the surface of the Earth, then y'all just can't really be mentioning elevation angles, really, can you?
No.
Why don't you focus on measuring the Earth? Like, isn't that the most logical thing? Like if I wanted to know if the surface of my dining room table is curved or not, would I measure anything other than the surface of my dining room table?
So you think that the Earth can be flat, and also that the sun can shine for 24 hours a day in Antarctica. Those are congruent?
No, which one is it? Does the sun set on the flat Earth, or the sun doesn't set on the flat Earth?
I'm just aware of this experiment. As far as I know, flat earthers don't believe that the Earth or that the sun shines for 24 hours a day in Antarctica.
No,
they don't believe that.
No, that was nothing to do. The sun has nothing to do with the surface of the Earth.
Okay, so wow, I guess these prominent flat earther influencers
they weren't flat earthers.
They're not representing the community, I guess.
You just told that they weren't flat earthers.
Interesting.
They said the Earth was flat, both of them, but they weren't really flat earthers because
they're
they're true earthers. They said that over a year ago. You need to update your bullshit.
Yeah,
so this is how you guys are coping. Okay.
No, there's no cope. You can go on their YouTube channels. They had what was it, seminars called True Earth Seminars. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So
shut your hole.
Do the people who went change the fact that a 24-hour sun was witnessed, or
yeah, who cares? It's irrelevant.
Yeah, the 24-hour sun was witnessed like 200 years ago, written in a book called Zetetic Astronomy.
You're a retard. Shut up, you flat Earth bitches. Fuck you.
So true earthers are not flat earthers.
Do you not realize why that's like a problem, or?
Do you tell us why is it a problem?
Yeah, how?
I mean, is the sun just skedaddling everywhere, or like what's going on?
Well, what does that mean? Are you gonna make like a coherent argument on why it's a problem? So how about this? Here's the real problem. How do they predict a 24-hour sun in the first place? Do they use a globe for that?
Oh, what, an appropriate spheroid? Yeah.
No, they don't. They don't. Nope.
What do they use?
If you go to Time and Date or SunCalc or the U.S. Naval Observatory, they use something called the equation of time. And if you go to mathematical equations, there's no globe in it.
Okay. That's one way of doing it. You could use the geometric method and algebraic method, tons of things.
No, there's no globe in the math, dude. What aren't you getting?
So true Earth means you don't think the Earth is a globe. You think it's a different shape where the sun can shine 24 hours a day in summer and Antarctica.
I don't.
No. I've talked to true earthers. I'm on their Discord server. Okay, they hate flat earthers just as much as you do. Okay, if anything, they think flat earthers are just as dumb as you think they are. Okay, this is what they think. The Earth cannot be objectified.
I mean, that's brain dead. That's actually brain dead.
The sky and the ground are two separate things.
I see.
And this is what the ancients thought.
So it's more like a spiritual perspective.
No, it's a logical perspective. There's no justification for thinking, because when you look at things, objects in the sky, they don't follow any of the rules that apply to the ground. So there's no parallax to the there's no parallax to the stars. None of that shit, right? So like things like distance cues, like the stars, when you look at the stars, they all look like they're the same distance away, right? What on Earth looks like it's the same distance away no matter what it is? Nothing, right? So they thought in ancient times that there was different rules for different quote-unquote physics, as we would call it today, for the heavens and other ones for the Earth. There's no justification for thinking they're the same.
And then people improved that.
Improved it? This is a philosophical idea. There's no justification for one way or another.
I mean, how can it be a philosophical idea if you are literally looking at the night sky?
Yes, and when you look at the night sky, none of the rules that apply to the ground hold in the night sky.
Sure, maybe.
I'll give you an example. You think the moon is a sphere, right? So you think the moon is a sphere, right?
So it's similar to a sphere. It's roughly a sphere, yeah.
Okay, so certain rules that apply to a sphere don't apply to the moon. So it's on the horizon. It looks like it's gigantic. Second one is
sometimes
the thing you think. Okay, the thing you think is a shadow that crosses an eclipse, right? So you see a round shadow. Well, if it had a curved surface, that shadow would distort and form an S shape when it crossed the center line of the moon, because the surface of the moon would be curved in one direction in one way. Then when it crossed the center, it would curve in the other direction. So you can actually replicate this with two spheres. And just take a sphere and a light source and another sphere.
Oh,
and make
okay.
shadow.
Well, yeah. Can you make those spheres sufficiently distant? Because I don't know what you're talking about there.
What do you mean sufficiently distance? Don't matter,
doesn't it?
Why would it matter?
The moon for baseball would be
distance never matters to perspective.
Why would the distance change? If you project a shadow onto a surface, it takes the form of that surface.
That's how light works.
Yeah, that's not just repeating yourself. Repeating yourself is an argument. So
light works.
So hey, if you say you have a set of stairs and a handrail, and the sun's shining, and the shadow of the handrail is cast on the stairs, does that rail make a straight line on the stairs?
I mean,
yes or no?
The rail makes a shadow on the stairs. I mean, you can.
Does it make a straight line?
I mean, yeah, within the shadow will be contained straight lines.
Yeah, the steps. It'll conform to the shape of the steps, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, when you project a shadow onto a curved surface, or any shadow, it will get distorted.
In some areas. I mean, you probably heard about eigenvalues, right?
It's irrelevant. I don't give a fuck about quantum mechanics right now, okay? Good try, though. Good try, though.
Quantum mechanics. What are you on about?
Yeah.
I'm talking about like vector.
Yeah. Eigenvalues is a part of quantum mechanics. So
argument from linear
you're trying to deflect. You're trying to deflect, dude.
I'm not. I'm literally mentioning what you're talking about.
We're talking about projections. That's not what I said.
Isn't a deflection.
Steelman, what I just said.
Oh my god.
Steelman, what I said. 5 seconds. Or I'm muting you.
I forgot what you said.
5? Yeah, that's what I thought.
What an idiot.
Well, it can't be that a flat earther is right and I'm wrong.
Why not restate what you said so he could listen to it and Steelman it instead of just muting him for not having listened the first time?
Dude, cut this shit. Dude, I'm going to kick you
Charlie,
off.
because he's a time waster and you know it, Charlie.
Yeah.
I think you're...
You don't think. Don't lie.
Up, dude. You're not running anything here. The only thing you're running is your mouth. I don't know why you haven't been able to figure. You claim this smart guy with all these amazing high-level degrees, and you can't figure out how to read a room. Your input is completely irrelevant. You can go test it. Go make your own room and see if anyone gives a shit to even listen, to even join.
Let's try. Yeah, hold on, I'm going to try Salty Lemon here, since he had want to put his 2 cents in. So, okay, now maybe you have a reputation, Super Salty Lemon. Go for it.
I disagree. The stairs was a bad example because it does distort. So, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's my argument.
Okay, yeah, but stairs are inclined. The angle matters. Like, what's your...
That a shadow of an object, if it's projected onto a non-flat surface, will get distorted.
Of course.
Okay, so why is the shadow of the Earth from the heliocentric model round on the moon?
Shadow of the Earth around on the moon, like curving because the light from the Earth... Like, you do know it's not...
Yeah, but you just agreed that it will be distorted unless it's a flat surface.
And it is. It's not a straight line. It's not a curve either. Like, it's an ellipse. Have you ever seen it? It's never a straight line. It's 2 inclined curves. Like...
Okay, why are you strawmanning what I just said?
I'm literally giving a refutation. That's what a refute is.
No,
what you're saying is...
Steelman my argument then.
I'll do the best. You're saying because of the way it's curved, it should be curved a separate way of what we see when we look up. It should be curved more. Or it's curved differently than how it is what you're saying.
Yeah, it shouldn't be a circle.
Okay, but this Earth is a circle.
But the surface the shadow is being projected on is curved.
Because, yeah, it's a circle. It's curved. That's what
it's a circular shadow projected onto a curved surface. What aren't you understanding? It would only be circular on a flat surface.
No, it would be circular on a circular surface too. If you hold like a ball, and again, the light example you gave it earlier, it's still a curved shadow because the Earth is curved. It's not going to be completely curved the way it would be on a flat surface, but it's still curved.
Will it look like a circle?
No. Why would it look like a circle?
That's what it looks like on the moon, dude.
But yeah, the Earth is curved, so our light is curved because it's hitting a curved surface and then bouncing onto another curved surface. It's not going to make it. It might change how it's curved, but either way, it's going to be curved.
Is he intentionally stupid or trying not to get this?
No, he's trying to,
I mean, what do you not understand about this? Like,
yeah, dude, like pretending
what I'm
isn't
saying?
going to work. Pretending.
Well, no, refute it then. Refute it. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Nothing you said even makes sense, dude.
I mean, it literally made sense. You're just like
write it down in chat. Write it down in chat, dude, in sentences. I want to see that make sense.
You want me to write down? Okay.
Yeah, what you said, the words you said in chat.
Okay,
dude.
2 curves on a curve from a curved shadow.
A curve from a curve. That was my argument. Why is it a circle?
A circular shadow because the Earth is circular. Okay.
Okay.
A circular shadow on a circle
surface.
On a curved surface will still be curved. Like, I don't know.
No, well, it would still be a circle.
Yeah, well, the whole Earth, that's when the eclipse is, when the Earth shadow completely or...
Will it still be a circle?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
You already conceded that would only happen on a flat surface, right?
But I didn't concede that. That's what I'm saying.
And now you're just lying, and now you're muted, because we don't do that here. I got you to say it twice, dude.
Yep.
I don't know why y'all think y'all can lie and play tricks. We've been doing this for too long. Y'all ain't clever. Not even remotely. Just like swatting fucking mosquitoes, dude. Anybody else want to deal with that?
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, not me.
You're retarded, bro. Sorry, I can't help you.
Oh,
You're too deep,
Right.
and no matter what I say will help you. You're too deep. You'll believe anything. Your brain is mush. Game's
yeah.
over.
Yeah, no arguments.
Were you
have
alive during
no
the lead
arguments.
paint era? Any questions? Like, were you alive during that, or were you too young? Because if you were walking around those cars with that lead paint out there, you
So
probably
this is you coping.
No, this is me saying you're mentally deficient in a way that's almost unbelievable.
Yeah, and you have literally
people
no
like you
evidence.
walk around society genuinely scares me. I'm like, what if that guy's my mailman and he accidentally like falls down my stairs 10 times because he's too retarded to stop?
You're the generation that doesn't even believe in mailmen.
And you're the generation that
that's right.
Amazon
you guys
comes
don't
every
even
day.
believe in mailmen.
Amazon comes every day, monkey.
You believe in female men.
I believe in anybody male. I just want my mail, bro. You're a retard. Again, like I said, you have that lead paint in your brain, and you can't understand the big picture.
Really, the big picture, dude. You can't even make a coherent.
You can't, bro. You can't even see the picture because your brain's running on lead paint. Like
you
can only
literally
see, like,
came
half
in
an
here
image.
and
You got,
told
like a
lies.
ChatGPT image inside.
You literally came in here and told lies.
Well, you're retarded. I can't help you. I could tell the truth and you still not believe me. So I'm not.
Oh, so now you admit you lied. Yeah, that's cool.
No, I'm saying anything I say would seem like a lie to you because you're retarded.
Yeah. Like, do you think you calling me names like a child means?
Well,
anything
I don't know. I don't know how else to describe you. Like, you seem retarded. The way you view the world is unbelievably stupid.
Well, how do I view the world again? Okay, so hold on. How do I view the world again?
Like a retard. Like everything you said so far is just
okay,
like what,
you're
and then
a
I refute
retard
you.
because the way you view the world, how do you view the world? Like a retard. That's
Yeah, like a
circular
retard
retard.
would.
That's circular logic
You
retard.
believe whatever you hear.
That's
You hold your
circular
opinions
logic
very.
retard. That's circular logic retard.
He doesn't know what you just said.
He doesn't even know he did circular logic.
No, not at all.
He doesn't know what circular logic is.
All he knows is it works.
He just knows it proves the globe.
So who is the brick? Thick as a brick?
You'd have to know what logic is to know what circular logic is.
Oh, crap. He probably doesn't even know what a circle is.
Are you really asking what that guy just got banned for, Rick?
Oh, God, no.
Are you serious?
Oh, now you guys come in.
Oh, yeah.
I was watching.
Oh, and Kiwi's back. Now we're all going to leave.
See you later, guys. Take care. Have a good one.
Where's Charlene at? Oh, come on, Charlene. I swear what he means at this moment. You mean everything. You in that dress. My thoughts I confess. Birds on dirty. Oh, come on, Charlene.
Oh, boy. I love it.
Oh, he started chat skanking. Sorry, I had to go take care of some business out there. But when I was out there, I was standing out there. I was getting ready to clean up, and I said, "Oh, come on, Charlene." Oh, shit. You know what I'm talking about, right? Jetty in India. You got it? Did you get it?
No, who the fuck, Charlene?
Charlie.
Oh, yeah, Charlene.
Oh, Charlie. Gotcha. Yeah, no. Yeah, I know.
Charlie.
Every time he comes in, just call him Charlene, man. And then when I see him next time, I'm going to hit him with,
Well, your favorite person's here, Twonger.
Hey, Flatsy, you're my favorite person.
Twonger. What a retard, dude.
I want to talk to you, Flatsy, not this other retard.
Retard. If I'm retarded, you're Helen Keller.
This guy has no idea what science is.
Shit, I'm the paterfamilias of science, motherfucker.
No.
So
all
why don't you
know-
tell us? Why don't you educate us, you glue sniffing fungus muncher? What is natural
No.
science?
I don't feel like educating you.
Yeah, you couldn't educate the bionic woman if you chained her to the back of a dump truck and drug her through a nitroglycerin plant.
I do
You're
it for a living.
You're a fuck stick.
I do it for a living, pal.
Yeah, you really? What do you do?
Is a fuck stick for a living.
I'll tell you what he does.
Yeah, that's a good
I tell
one.
you what he does. He goes down for the special people where they take the recycled cans, and he's like, "These are the cans we take. These are the kind
Yeah,
we don't
right.
take. These are 10 cents. These are 5 cents." That's what you train people to do.
Come on, Indio. Don't do me like that.
Oh yeah, that's right. It's fucking way above. Yeah, you
You're a
can't do
fucking
that.
moron. What do you actually?
You're
do?
on the other side of that counter, buddy. 'Cause they're training you.
What? No, let him go.
That was a low blow last time, Indio.
Low blow. We're not talking about your sister here. What is it? What is it that you do here?
What do I do here?
What do you do that makes you Mr. Science Twonger, you twat?
I make fun of retards like you.
Yeah, you don't do shit. You're a fuck stick.
Well, let me just interject here and say, Grandpa Fiddlebones here. If anybody has questions or
Shut the
comments for
fuck
me
up.
at all,
Go on mute. Shut the fuck up. Don't interrupt us again. You understand me?
well, I was just announcing.
Don't interrupt us again. So, Twonger, you do what
ahead.
for a living, fuck stick?
Jedi already told you.
What, picking up cans alongside of the road?
No, that was Indio. Get your goons together.
Yeah, so you're a professional fuck stick.
Right.
Yeah, I bet you are. You wouldn't know what science was if it climbed up your arse and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire.
More yapping.
Really? So what's natural science? Tell us. Educate us.
I told you I'm not willing to do that.
Yeah, you bet you're not, you fucking pretender clown moron. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't say anything.
What'd I tell you? Shut the fuck up. You reminisce with strangers? He's Googling what reminisce means. Fucking retard.
Shut your mouth when you talk to him like that, Twonger.
Twonga's going to be no fun then.
Press ups for all Globers right now on the dot.
There he is. Guess who? Come on, Charlene. Oh, I swear what he means at this moment. You mean everything. You in that dress. My thoughts I confess. Verge on dirty. Oh, come on, Charlene.
It's hilarious.
Fucking clown. Nice dress, by the way.
Huey, you can call me whatever you want.
Charlene. That's what your name is.
Yeah.
Fucking gay.
Oh, boy. All right. Where are we at? Old business?
You talking to me?
Shut the fuck up, Charlene. I'm not talking to you. We want to talk about glue sniffers. We'll fucking bring you into the conversation. Other than that, just sit down and shut the fuck up.
What about Grandpa?
I thought you wanted me around.
Shut the fuck up.
What about Grandpa Fiddlebone?
No.
No?
No.
Have you spoken to him before, Timbo?
Maybe about a year ago, I think. He's an old English dude, yeah?
It's gotten exponentially worse. Don't do it.
Yeah. Yeah, don't.
At ease.
Carry on.
Hello, Flat Earth. How are you doing today? How does it feel losing debates today?
Shut the fuck up, Joe.
No, how does it feel?
No, shut the fuck up.
I'm smoking meth right now. How about you?
That's not a shocking surprise.
I mean, yeah, I have more common sense than all of you, ironically.
I know.
To tell that the Earth isn't flat. So
define common sense.
Common knowledge.
What do you
How
know?
can you tell? How can you tell? So that we may know.
How do I
Just
tell
tell
that
me.
the Earth
Yeah.
isn't flat?
Yeah, without using the TV or cartoons or like newspapers or
Okay.
magazines.
Do you know how density works? Yeah, you're about to lose the debate.
You know how
Yeah, that's
density
like a
works,
coping
you
laugh.
dumb fuck. Shut the fuck
Come
up.
with the fact that you're about to
Shut
lose
the fuck up, you
debate.
glue sniffer.
You're coping right now.
You're a glue sniffer.
Anyways,
Yeah, I'm
do you know
coping with your meth addiction.
Okay, Quantum, I'm gonna deal with
Shut
you
the
later.
fuck up. Don't you
Anyway.
speak to me, Joe.
You're talking to me, anyways.
Don't speak
Who's
to me,
the
Joe.
other person talking
You
to
fucking
me?
retard.
Explain to them how density
You're a
works.
retard, son.
Okay, so you're gonna
You couldn't spell cat if I spotted you C and the A. Shut the fuck up.
Okay, so are you gonna listen or are you just gonna cope?
But listen to your dumb ass. No, it's
Okay,
like
so you're
listening to
coping.
Charlene.
Okay, Mods, I'm about to mute him if you don't mute him.
Shut the fuck up.
That's not a good idea, buddy.
But why won't you mute him when he's interrupting debates? Is it like
He
bias?
owns the mods.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Yeah, Charlene, shut the fuck up.
Then why
I
does he
didn't
not
ask
have
you.
a mod role?
No one fucking asked you
because
anything, Charlene.
I don't know,
Just shut
actually.
your
That's a good
fucking mouth.
question.
Shut the fuck
He
up,
doesn't
clown,
own
dumb
you. You
fuck.
just listen to him
He's
like
smarter
you
than
did
you
the
are,
other.
Charlene.
Well, why did you
Let's
like
listen to him for a little while. Shut the fuck up, Charlene.
What did I tell you?
What did I
Those
fucking
are so
tell you, you
nation
clown,
bad.
dumb fuck? Go ahead, Joe. I'm gonna sick Hank on you.
You mean Jay?
Well, did
yeah,
anybody here have questions for me? Comments?
Why would we have questions for you? You're a fucking loser.
I'm just announcing myself.
Yeah, announce this.
Why is that so funny? Announce that.
Because the dude's tool, man.
Because
Narcissist.
we knew when he said announce this, we knew what he was fucking grabbing.
I'll neither confirm nor deny.
Yeah.
Jay jetted.
Yeah,
Joe, where'd Joe go?
It's his low impulse control. He left. He can't handle it.
He got muted and then left.
No, some of these guys, they just want to heckle, right? They don't actually want to have it. They want to, like, stay out of the crosshairs by, like, blurting out nonsense every once in a while.
Are we doing what, Charlene? You're a fucking retard. Go over to the Land of Misfit Toys and talk to Brenda. I told you that, you dumb fuck. You've been exposed. Fucking Mae West is in the corner blushing over your dumb ass. You think you can respawn and come back in here, you ontological idiot? Get your dumb ass out of here before I sick my wolf pups on your dumb ass.
I want to hear Brendan him talk about quantum mechanics.
Oh my God.
It's like a morbid curiosity. It's like driving by a car wreck, man. Like you just like can't stop but look. Yeah, you know that would be nuts, man, if those two got a conversation about quantum mechanics, dude. That'd be fucking funny. Charlie said he's an expert in quantum mechanics.
Oh my God.
I think he said it's a specialty.
It's his speciality. This fucking clown. It was about 5 years ago. I drug him with his dumb ass around by his short hairs. He came on camera like a dumb fuck. And proceeded to fuck everything up. Him and his... He doesn't even know what ontology means, for fuck's sake. Quantum mechanics.
Depends on what you think it means.
You are a monkey, Charlene. Dumb fuck. Squirrel monkey. He knows about quantum. He fucking couldn't even spell it. What's it start? What's quantum mechanics start with?
Hold on, we got Joe back up. Joe wants to come.
Oh, good.
Getting Joe Steckman up to the plate.
Is he?
Brilliant.
Okay, Joe. Here's your shot.
And do you know how density works?
What?
How it works?
Yes.
It's a quantity, dude.
Okay. So now, since you
What do you mean, how does it work? That's like asking, how does height work?
Yeah, how does it work on our planet?
How does underwear work on a globetard?
Anyways, right? Are you aware of the fact that
What?
Actually, I have one question before I continue on. Just one more.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. Do you think? Okay. So.
Okay.
Here's what I'm about to do. Okay. There we go. But
So is density matter per unit volume?
yes.
How does that work?
I asked the question first.
How does that work?
The fact you think that that's even a legitimate question? Or
I don't think that's a legitimate question at all. That's why I'm saying I'm skipping past it. But anyways, do you think density is a vector or
a vector?
You know what a vector is?
Yes.
What's your vector, Victor?
Yeah. Can I continue or?
Yeah, we're gonna have you define your term. What's a vector?
Okay, I'm gonna continue with the question first because I haven't finished the question.
You asked me if I thought density was a vector, then I asked you what's a vector.
Hold on, I haven't even finished it. You interrupt me.
Shut the fuck
You're gonna
up.
ask
You
more
asked
than
me.
Here's what I'm gonna do, Quantum.
So how many questions?
Question.
Oh, Joe, how many questions am I going to answer at once? You
okay,
asked the question.
one more, and let me ask it: is density a scale or a vector?
Oh my God!
Do you know what either of those things even are?
No.
Yes, so can you answer it for me?
Okay, define
Okay, hold on. Can you answer it though?
Yeah, I can answer it. Define scalar.
Okay, so can you answer it though? Since you can.
Yeah, I will. Define scalar and define vector, then I'll answer it.
Okay,
I gotta make sure
why do you need to ask me a question to answer my?
So that you understand. So I know you understand the answer.
Okay, so can you answer then? Because after you answer,
I can't answer. I have to know you understand it because I want to know if I talk fucking stupid.
Okay, so
I want to know if I can talk. I have to talk English or stupid. So
okay, I'm waiting for you to answer the question. I already asked it.
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to define your terms.
Okay, but I can define it after you answer the question.
No, that's not how it works, bro.
That's how it works.
You don't know what it means, you dumb fuck.
I'm mentally stupid.
You don't know what it means, you dumb fuck.
But Jedi,
What's a
since you
scalar
obviously
mean?
know so much,
What's a scalar mean?
Density is scalar.
What's a fucking scalar? What's a fucking scalar, Joe dumb fuck? Go ahead and look it up.
Quantum, I hope you know I'm ignoring you.
Shut the
but
fuck
anyways,
up.
Jedi,
Shut the fuck
go ahead.
Shut up.
Don't squirm over to me, son.
Can you tell us what Avogadro's law is and what it states, Joe?
The you concede to the
it has to do. It has to do with your question.
Okay. No. Can you explain it to me? I probably know what it is, just not by word.
Explain it to you? Why should he explain it to you? You should already know it. You should already know it, dumb fuck.
if you have a gas, two gases, or any gas at any particular volume, that the same volume and pressure, the same number of molecules will be in that volume, no matter what the gas is.
Okay, and what does this have to do with your answer to the question?
So, do these volumes, do they have the same amount of mass?
Oh shit.
They have the same. Now they have the same volume. They have the same number of molecules. They have the same mass.
Okay, so I'll be able to answer
You have no
that.
fucking idea what I'm talking about.
I'll be able to answer that after you answer my question. Go ahead. Because it's obvious you don't know the answer, but you're just
He
kind
asked
of
you a question
avoiding.
about Avogadro's law.
It's okay
You
if you
will
don't know
fucking
the
answer
answer.
that
just
question
tell
right
me.
now.
Let me know when
You will answer that
you
question
don't know
right now.
what I'm
You will
asking.
answer that fucking question right now. Avogadro's law. You had plenty of time to stall and fucking
Blocking
Google
avoidant
and
lighter. I don't care that
Google
you
your
fucking block
fingers
me.
into Avogadro's law. Give him a fucking answer.
Yo,
Shut the fuck
anyways.
up. You shut your mouth when you're talking to him.
Can you answer the question?
Density is a scalar quantity.
So,
He doesn't know what he
is this
said.
your way of coping?
No, a scalar has a magnitude, a vector has a magnitude and a direction.
So, are you trying to tell me it's a scale?
That's what he just said.
Okay, so you agree with the fact that the Earth is round? Welcome to Round Earth.
Really? How did you get there?
Okay, I'm gonna put it in chat for you
How the
because
fuck did you get
just
there,
already
retard
agree with me,
Glue
meaning you think that the
How
Earth
the
is
fuck
round.
did you get to Earth
So you
is
just
round
admitted
from
that the Earth is
density
round.
Hey,
Hold on.
density dump fuck.
It sounds like Joe needs a container.
You literally just
It sounds like
admitted that the
listening to
Earth
a
is
Dan
round
Helen
without
Keller
realizing
retard.
it. You're fucking
What's
stupid.
density?
Hold on.
And density is a scalar.
Hold on.
I
So the
find-
Earth is round. Shut the fuck up.
I find this so funny that this is the level of Joe's desperation.
Yeah. He's an abject retard. What color is black? Well, it's black. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
You literally just admitted.
You fucking clown. You
that the Earth
literally
is round.
Joe, is gravity a vector in general relativity?
There's no need to debate.
Is gravity a vector in general relativity, or is it a scalar?
Look at the evidence in chat real quick.
Is gravity a vector? You have general relativity in here. So that's why I'm bringing it up. So, is gravity a vector in general relativity?
Hold on, I gotta be right back.
Yeah, that's what I thought. You can fucking just go.
They aren't even trying tonight.
I swear that guy cannot talk without laughing. It's giggling his ass off.
That's all he ever says. He comes in here and says and asks the same. It tries to ask the same stupid questions, but he never defines his terms, and he always laughs like a little bitch.
Yeah, because he's retarded. Like Charlene up there.
Like sitting on a fucking 100 horsepower fucking vibrator or something. Like giggling.
Has anybody read what Joe put in the side?
No.
It's some chat GPT thing.
Of course. We had a chat GPT
Indio.
last night that said the horizon curves.
Indio, I did not need that visual tonight. Thanks a lot. Good grief.
Flatsy piped up as soon as you got the vibrator.
He'll send you whatever he's done.
Ew, gross. You trying to make me throw up now?
It's only been used twice or 3 times maybe.
Why would you pipe up?
Why would I pipe up?
You know what?
Yeah, I
What are you
find it
talking
odd
about?
that you remain quiet the whole time until that
I've been
certain
listening
thing
and
popped up.
laughing at you guys. Ask my husband.
All right, let's ask him.
He said, "Don't ask me anything."
Grandpa Fiddlebone wants to know if he has any questions for him.
Yeah, how much of a retard are you? True or false?
Yeah, Joe, you're fake it till you make it shit. That don't work either. Y'all really need like a better shtick, man. I think you're the only one that does this. This is like the modus operandi on X. Get cooked, then fake it till you make it.
Fake it. They're not even faking it. They're the left-wing fuckwit faction that just makes shit up on the fly from Wiki and Discovery Channel parrots. They're fucking morons, each and every one of them. The chief one is Charlene up there. Mr. fucking ontological fuckstick.
Got quiet all of a sudden. Did everybody get inside of a container?
What, your sister?
You know why we don't want to talk to you, dude? Fiddle your bone.
Why is that, sir?
Because you already said, I think it was 3 days ago, when you started being questioned, that you don't know anything and that you just rely on other people. So why would we talk to you when we can talk to them?
Well, I mean, you guys keep saying I should have an AMA here. You guys have questions for me. You guys want
said
me to
that?
do a round.
Who said
Everyone here has said that. At least once.
I want a specific name.
You, Quantum Eraser.
You're making a bad choice right now about lying.
Old
Dude. I
Haas.
have zero tolerance for lying. You globetrotters should figure that shit out. I have zero fucking tolerance for that shit. So you better retract that shit immediately.
Well, you were saying it endlessly.
Oh, was I?
As I recall.
Well, there's an alternative spelling for AMA. You know that? It's BAN.
I was trying to search for the acronym in my head, and then I said, "Oh shit." Go fiddle your bone, Grandpa Fiddlebone.
Oh, ask me anything. That's it.
Yeah, I was trying to think of like some sort of another acronym for like, get out, or like.
Yeah. BAN. I was trying to go through them real quick. Nope, it's just the ban.
I got it the first try.
Did you? Kudos to you.
Fiddlebone's still trying to figure it out.
Mustaine, you back?
About.
Sorry, go ahead. Sorry to
I was
interrupt.
gonna
Go
say
ahead.
like about March something with A.
Bidet, no, ban, not bidet.
No, I'll say like another acronym for AMA. That means like to get them out of here. Like about March and then another A. Abandon.
I thought it was against medical advice. In other words, you should have this baby or not. No, it's against medical advice that you should have Grandpa Fiddlebone.
Fiddle in his bone.
AMABAN.
George Stewart. That's a new name. What's up, George?
Yeah, bro. Like, do you still remember me, the guy from Indonesia?
No, I don't know you. Nope.
Oh, okay. It's okay, man. Hey, I got a question, by the way, bro. Like about space exploration. Where did the rocket go after that? I know, like
don't know.
they it just
I know where it doesn't go. It doesn't go into a second law of thermodynamics. That's for sure.
yeah, yeah. I don't know, man.
Hey, you've seen cars before, right? When your neighbor like drives away down the street and he turns the corner and you can't see it anymore, where did he go? Did he go to space?
No.
How do you know, man? I got an equation.
No, bro. I'm flat earther.
Yeah,
Also,
dude,
man.
you're like, you see how easy it is to just like dismantle your logic into like fucking 1,000 pieces?
No. What do you
Yeah,
want?
rocket went up into the air. I didn't see it anymore. And here's an equation. It went to a fucking second law of thermodynamics violation. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I don't
English
see
is
it
my
anymore. It went to Narnia.
Bro, English is my second language. Be patient.
Bro, I don't see it anymore. It went to Narnia.
Look,
Went to
dude,
Narnia?
Outer,
What
Outer
the
Space
fuck?
is a TV show. That's all it is. It's really that simple. It's a fucking TV show.
Bro.
You know, you guys, like, you globe freaking clowns, NASA fanboys, you really should look at the shit they produced back in the 60s and 70s of what outer space looked like. Go look up like some of the satellites, like Pioneer 10. It literally looks like the photographs are drawn with colored pencil. She probably were.
Colored pen. He ate them. He munched on them. He thought they were crayons.
How would you know if they counterfeited space if you don't have the original to compare it to?
Good point, dude. That's a good point. Like, if you've never seen like dollar bills before, how would you know if you had a counterfeit dollar bill? That dude's still in here? Oh, Dan, I wanted to show him freaking. Oh, that freaking satellite photo of Saturn, man. So, what do you think? Colored pencil? Don't they have like colored charcoal too? It could be that.
It looks really oblate.
Somebody say my name. Mushcade.
No.
Pretty sure somebody.
Look in the chat, man. Do you think that you think there's a photograph of Saturn there? Scroll up. It's at 11:59.
Well, it's got the rings there. I see one.
You think that's what Saturn looks like?
I don't know. That's what they say. It looks like Saturn through a telescope.
No, this is from a satellite, so they're really close.
Oh, damn, that's a satellite. Yeah, it definitely looks oblate.
But how about this other satellite? You think this is the real Saturn?
Oh no, that one's badass. That one's like Dune or something, and it's got the hexagonal. Is that hexagonal or that shape on the top?
Oh yeah, obviously that's the Thingamawitzit. I don't know the lore on it. Can you tell us the lore? I didn't download that DLC.
No, I was watching the show called.
What, Spaceballs?
No, not Spaceball, Silo. It's like a new Apple TV, Apple produced. So if the world to us appears Newtonian, but it's really not, couldn't it be that to us it appears flat, but it's really not? It's spherical. Doesn't that kind of prove that things aren't?
It doesn't appear Newtonian. Newton broke down at the perihelion of Mercury. Doesn't work. Sorry.
Yeah, but it appears Newtonian.
No. Why do you think Einstein came up with this theory? Because it appears Newtonian really well? Is that why you think he tried to perfect it?
You got busted by Hank, man. He just busted you wide open, man. That's some dumb shit you just said.
I mean, it's true. Newtonian mechanics is the shadow of quantum mechanics.
The shadow? What?
I have no idea what Newtonian mechanics are, dude. You're just saying dumb shit.
And he doesn't know what quantum mechanics is either. Holy fucking shit, dude.
Well, that's way too far.
Yeah.
A bridge too far, man, as they say.
Yeah. That's some dumb shit, man. Bust his ass, Hank.
Yeah, everybody knows that Newtonian and quantum mechanics don't go together. This is not something that I should be having to teach you right now. It just doesn't work. It's been disproven for over 100 years.
I never said they go together.
No, you said the world appears Newtonian. What do you mean by that?
I mean that when you throw a baseball in the air, Newton describes that. But it's not actually what's going on.
Any village idiot can describe it.
Yeah. There you go, Hank. Get him.
F equals MA.
F equals MA? What the fuck? What's M mean?
Mass.
What's mass mean?
The amount of matter. The quantity of...
Wrong answer.
The amount of matter. Really?
Yeah, you're wrong.
That's it?
He's not going to describe these concepts any further.
That's it. Not going to do it anymore.
Why did Newton believe in them?
Yeah, but Newton didn't believe that mass was the amount of matter, did he?
I think he did say it's quantity of matter.
Did he say it in the
I think it, yeah. I think it's in the very beginning.
Hey, he just said it more eloquently.
Did he? Can you post that? I want to see that. I might have missed that.
I'd have to find it.
No, not you. Him.
Oh, God, yeah.
If I do that, Discord's just gonna kick me out.
Really?
What?
Why would it kick you out? Is Discord an entity?
The last time I turned my mic on, it just kept on turning.
Really?
Out and came back in, and then it wouldn't. Yeah.
Yeah, you're all fucked up.
Let me ask you this much, Kane. Now,
Oh, no, hold on a second. Hold on.
Oh,
wait
God.
1 second, Indio. Hold on 1 second. He said Newton said that mass was the amount of matter. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to 7 minutes after the hour. The Royal Society of Chemistry says that, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance, that's the amount of matter, is often incorrectly identified with mass. That's interesting. From Taylor, Edwin, and John Wheeler from Princeton, 1992. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. End of citation. So, Mush, what the fuck are you talking about?
F equals MA.
You sure about that? Jetty.
I don't fucking know, man. Every time I go into like kind of
Every time you say shit.
new shit, so I don't know. I gotta look at
F equal MA. There's a fucking problem. At 9 minutes after the hour, from the Feynman lectures, Richard Feynman, even though the law F equal MA is false, yada, yada, yada. Uh-oh. That's the Globetard's Lord and Savior. Are they going to go with the left-wing fuckwit faction and then throw up in the face of Richard Feynman? Please. Floor is yours.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with Feynman, but saying it just appears that way to us.
What appears what way?
Not the way objects move.
Objects. Do you treat objects like women?
If it's cold and lonely.
Is he going to get up off the canvas?
I don't know. Discord is acting up on him.
You still there, Mush Brain?
Mush Brain.
Or is it Moose Brain?
Mush brain.
I'm rather fond of moose brain, actually. But that might be denigrating the moose population. We wouldn't want to do that.
No, I've been trying to talk this whole time, but it's not letting me hit the button.
What the?
I'll ruin the channel, convert everybody to Globe.
What?
They lose all their numbers.
You couldn't convert a
Bullshit.
soup sandwich to a globe. You said it's not letting you. What's it?
Sentient Discord.
Oh, he's on a cell phone. Dude, just close the app and open it back up, man.
Drop out. Come back in. Dogs are dags. What's your dumb ass doing in here? Dogs are dags.
Sorry, who's dumb?
Dogs are dags.
He's here for narrative control. He just wants to control the narrative. Let him.
What narrative?
The non-standard refraction, slightly looming hyena or whatever the fuck it is, Nathan, you say.
I don't know if I've used any of those words.
Have you ever said the horizon's looming?
What?
I think so.
What the fuck?
Can you remember when they used to say that?
Is he saying that?
No, I don't think he has.
Oh. I thought he said he did.
Did he? Did you say you'd use the word looming?
No, you guys do. You generally, when I say refraction, you guys go, is it looming? Is it super looming? Is it sinking?
No, refraction. What's refraction?
So refraction is a change the incidence of light. So that's the angle light is moving as it passes from different gradients of density.
No. That's not. No, that's
materials.
bullshit. No, it's not. You fuckwit. Citation, please.
Imagine writing that down in a fucking paper, dude, and passing
It get
that
fucking fail. Citation, please.
Yeah,
it's in the boundary.
I mean, the first thing that hit Google agrees with me.
Yeah, really? Go ahead, Google. Fucktard.
I'll screenshot it for you too.
Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot. I'll go ahead and post them all in here. From fucking Wiki Google. Your horse shit. We'll catch up to it. 1 second.
Oh, did you make these yourself? That's really
please remove
this
your
editing.
shit.
Good job.
Please remove your shit. Okay.
Remove what shit?
I'm
I don't know what
talking
you're
to
talking
Bear Pelagic Coffee. Thank you very much.
I did it for him.
Thank you very much.
Right. Did you make this little picture yourself, Huey?
No.
You're a special boy. Good job.
Yeah, I am special. So let's go through these right now. From Britannica.com.
Go through what?
Shut the
The
fuck
things
up.
you made,
We're going to go
or
through
are
these.
these references
step
to
by
something?
step, dumb fuck. Listen to me, dumb fuck. Shut your mouth.
Why would I listen to you if you're just a
Shut your
screaming little
fucking
bitch?
mouth. These are
I
citations.
don't listen to little
dumb
bitches. I
fuck.
listen to people that can.
Hey, dumb fuck. So, Snell's law in optics. A relationship between a path taken by a ray of light. Rays of light don't exist. Shout out to Andrew Thomas Young, San Diego State University, but I digress. The path taken by a ray of light in crossing the boundary or surface. Uh-oh. Where's the boundary or surfaces in gas or gases?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you ask a question about your little
That's
special
right.
picture?
I did. Yep, I did. Where's the boundary or surface in gas?
So the boundary is a mathematical principle.
No, it's not a mathematical principle. Boundary or surface.
Can you show a citation for it not being
boundary or
mathematical?
surface, and it's diagrammatically shown with the formula underneath the citation.
Do you understand what diagrammatically
Do you understand that you're a
shown
fucking
the formula
retard?
in the citation?
Do you
means?
understand that
what
you're
those
a
words
fucking
mean?
retard? Show the
Hey,
boundary
stupid, do you
or
understand what
surface.
those words
Don't
mean?
overtalk me, dumb fuck.
Hey, stupid,
Show
do you
the
understand what those words
boundary.
mean?
Shut the fuck up. Show the boundary or surface in gases between two contacting substances right now.
So, fuckwit, do you understand what
fucking
diagrammatically shown?
Retard. It's not mathematically. Boundary or surface. That's not mathematics. That's boundary or surfaces. That's what the definition states. Do it now.
So, your reification fallacy, you want me to show that in
It's
real
not
life?
a reification fallacy. It's a boundary or surface.
But you said it's in the diagrams, right? And the mathematics.
It shows it in the diagrams and the mathematics, yes.
Yeah, exactly. So if you say something is real in real life because it's in mathematics and diagrams, that's just a reification fallacy. You're taking abstract concept and turning it into concrete. So the boundary only exists in maths
Let's just kill you
and your
right
little pretty
now.
pictures.
We're just going to destroy you right now, dumb fuck.
It's only in your maths and pretty pictures,
Shut the fuck
QE.
up. Shut
it's
up.
a reification fallacy, buddy.
Shut the fuck up. So, physics classroom. Listen closely. Refraction is the bending of a path of a light wave. We got a problem there because light's not a wave, but I digress. As it passes from one material to another material. We're not going to stop there. We'll come back to it. This is the really important one for you, dumbass. The refraction occurs at the boundary. You see the boundary?
Yeah, the mathematical principle.
That's
yeah,
not
I agree it's in
mathematical.
mathematics.
What's the formula for boundary?
So in Snell's law there, where you see that
what's
it
the
is
formula for
a
boundary?
differentiation between
What's
the two
the formula
different
for
conditions,
boundary, dumb fuck?
the boundary
Hey, dumb
is the
fuck, shut the
difference
fuck up.
in it. Instead
You
of
said
it
it was
being an infinite
mathematical.
change from one
You said it
density
was
to
mathematical,
another
so
gradient,
I want the fucking
the boundary
equation for
reduces
boundary.
it to a
Show
simple
me-
change
shut
from
his
one to
ass
the other.
up. Shut the fuck up. You said a boundary was mathematical. I want the equation for boundary right now. Right fucking now, moron.
It's a mathematical principle. It's in the mathematics. In
Equation
Snell's
for
law.
boundary.
Why were you screaming over my
What's
answer? Do
the
you want my answer or
equation
not?
for boundary.
Are you okay? Do you need help? Do you need someone to jerk you off?
Equation for a boundary.
Do you want someone to jerk you off? Is that what you want?
Equation for a boundary.
It's in the equation in your post.
Equation for the boundary. There is no
It's
boundary
in your equation.
the equation, dumb fuck.
Okay, are you ready to listen, or are you going to keep
Hey,
screaming?
dumb fuck! You said it was a mathematical
the fear is
concept.
palpable.
You fucking
God, I can
retard!
smell
Hey,
the fear on
retard!
you, QE.
Retard! You said it
I
was
can
mathematical.
smell it. It's
So post the fucking definition and the equation for boundary right now.
boundary isn't an equation; it's a principle in equation.
You said it was a mathematical principle. Post the equation
Yes.
for boundary.
Is addition an equation?
Post
No,
the
addition is a
equation for
principle.
boundary, dumb fuck.
Do you think repeating the same thing
Post
again and
the
again makes you
equation
smart?
for boundary.
Do you think repeating something
Post
that
the
slow and
equation for
retarded makes you smart?
boundary. You said it was mathematical. Post the equation for boundary right now. Do it.
A mathematical principle doesn't have an equation.
Post the equation
Okay,
for boundary. You said it was mathematical.
Are you not listening to what I'm saying? What was the last thing I said to you, QE?
Post it. Yes, I did.
What was
You
the last
said
thing I said to you?
boundary
What was my
mathematical.
explanation?
You said boundary was mathematical. Mathematics
Okay.
doesn't provide explanations, you dumb fuck. It only provides descriptions. So fucking post the equation for boundary. You said it was right fucking now.
Are all
Do it.
mathematical principles equations?
Fuck you. Fuck off. Go on mute. Go
Oh,
back to
someone's
Dick
having a
Dick Brain,
hissy fit.
Fred.
Someone's
You're a dumb
so
fuck.
sad
You're a
that big
dumb
old
fuck.
dogs is
Shut
here
the fuck up.
cucking him.
Shut the fuck up. There you go. He's done.
And there was the narrative control that I was talking about at the very end, where he has to be his own cheerleader and like hype himself up that he's the victor.
Yeah.
It's all about containing the narrative with that guy. He's not here to argue like legitimate arguments.
Yep. Moron. Glue snuffer.
Typical dumb Aussie.
Is he an Aussie?
Yeah. Yeah, he is. He's a fucking embarrassment. I know wankers like him.
I'm not having a heart attack. I just exposed your ass. Fucking Mae West is in the corner, belly laughing and blushing. You fucking retard. You just talk out your ass. You wouldn't know the difference between refraction and a chartreuse windsock. And I just exposed you. Go back to your cake decorating threads, dumb fuck. You'll probably laugh you out of there. Good English. So, plus sign is a boundary, you fucking retard. Since you're reading this, what is the equation? Start over again in primary school. Pay attention this time. I'd probably along the way drop anchor in like 5 or 6 60-level basic reasoning courses along the way. You fucking retard. Next.
Look at a physical boundary, something that's physical. Be mathematic, which is metaphysical.
It's not, it's moronic. When he said a boundary or surface is mathematical, he's a fucking moron. Paraplegic, you're hot micing. Go on mute.
Oh.
Oh shit.
No equation for boundary?
We got an equation for a boundary? Where?
I was asking, he still hasn't given it to you yet?
No. I'm still waiting. Like giving me an equation for a banana. Wake me up when he fucking posts it.
Or cake decorating. Let me guess, it's E equals MC squared.
E equals MC squared is a formula. It's not an equation.
Well, neither is a boundary, right? I was just guessing his answer.
He said the boundary is mathematical. Like, what the fuck does that mean? Dude, sounds like he's been jabbed in a boxing ring, like repeatedly.
More like just waking up from being KO'd. That'd be more appropriate.
No, I got Larry's reference.
Yeah, it was a good cover there.
Yeah.
So tell me how Google Earth is a deception.
It's a computer program and not reality. Like, tell me how going outside and checking for curvature is a deception.
Well, the thing with the computer program is you can measure things with numbers.
So a computer program where they wrap the map around the sphere is a measurement tool? Is that what you just said?
What you can do is you can use it to measure distances and see if they're accurate.
Are those distances linear? You've been on Google Maps?
As opposed to eternal or analog?
Linear. When you go on Google Maps and you look at the key where it says 100 miles, is that linear?
I don't care what the dot says. When you drag it and says this is that far, it has longitude and latitude on it.
Okay.
What does that have to do with drop over distance? I'm failing to see where you're going. Can you help me out and connect the dots?
Well, if it's flat, then at one of the poles, it would be narrower, right? Or not narrow. It would all be equivalent.
It would be narrower, but not narrow. You're a fucking retard, dude.
You couldn't even say the word.
You're a
and I'm
retard.
a fucking retard.
You're a fucking retard, dude. What are distances? Are distances linear? Are distances linear or dumb fuck? Do you know what
So we
linear
have to start.
means?
We have to start back with what a number is.
We have to start back
and what
with linear.
What a mile
What
is. What a
are
meter
distances? Are
right.
distances
We have to go
linear?
all the way back.
Don't
to
fucking
what
talk
a line
through me,
is.
dumb fuck. Hey, dumb fuck, don't talk through me. Are distances linear? Yes or no?
If I answer either way, you can have your way.
Yes or no?
So Google Earth.
Shut the fuck up on Google Earth. Google's not Earth, you dumb fuck. Are distances
go debunk
linear?
It. Go debunk Google Earth.
Distances linear? Yes or no?
Go debunk
Are
Google
distances
Earth.
linear? Yes or no? Go debunk. Shut the fuck up. Distances. That was the first question that was asked to you. Are distances linear? Yes or no?
That's like saying, is somebody
Are
an hour away?
distances linear?
You're not letting me
Yes or
finish.
no?
You're talking over me.
Are distances linear? It's a fucking closed-ended question.
I don't have to answer your question.
Yes or no?
I'm interpreting your question as
yes or no. You're not interpreting shit. It's a closed-ended question.
Whether or not
Are distances linear? It's a closed-ended question.
You
yes
lose
or no.
You lose your little game because you can't shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, you're a fucking retard.
It's
Get the fuck out of here. Go back to your cake decorating threads.
It's the difference
Go back to
between
your
asking.
cake decorating threads.
You can't let me finish a sentence because you're afraid.
No. Yeah, I'm real fucking scared. Are distances linear?
Is something an hour away?
Yes or no?
Or is it a mile away?
Yes or no? Are distances linear?
An hour away or a mile away?
Glue sniffing Muppet. Are distances linear? Simple question. Yes or no? You're done right there. Whoever asked you first and you whistled past the graveyard, I brought you right back, dumb fuck.
Yeah, by them not answering that question, they are answering the question.
Yep.
They're definitely answering it. That you can't answer it is the answer. No Glober that comes in here will answer that question.
Nope.
It's fucking astonishing.
Because it's their asses. But they're too stupid.
They know it.
They're too stupid to realize. They don't know it. They just know when I ask the question.
He tried to
They know that their ass is fucking.
Yeah, you
They
still
know that
can't
their ass
answer,
is fucking
can you?
grass because they asked the question. They don't know it otherwise.
An hour away depends on how fast you're traveling, dude.
You still can't answer the question.
Just
can you?
James, relax.
I'm going back to it.
Relax.
By the way, it's linear.
Who is this fucking crayon muncher?
I don't know. I asked him the question about linear. Though.
It's down here. Onero. Dinero, dumb fuck. Our distance is linear. Still waiting, crayon muncher.
You're gonna wait until you reincarnate.
That's all right. We can do it without you. So, at 54 minutes after the hour, from Florida State University, distance is measured in linear units. Inches, feet, yards, miles, meters, centimeters, millimeters, and kilometers. There are many other units of linear measurement. We're going to get to those in a second. But those listed above are commonly used. Statute.
Nothing to do.
I'm not done with it yet.
You're never going to be done.
Shut the fuck up. Statute mile from encyclopedia.com. A unit of linear measure equal to 5,280
now
feet.
That you've
shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck up.
It's distracting.
I'll start over again.
So
shut your fucking mouth.
In a second.
Shut the fuck up.
Little baby girl.
I'm getting ready to deconstruct your dumb ass. Statute mile, encyclopedia.com. A unit of linear measure equal to 5,280 feet or 1,760 yards. Next, nautical mile. Guess what it is? A unit of linear measure chiefly used at sea. It is approximately 1 minute of latitude. You don't have latitude on a globe-tard, by the way. The definition of linear, dictionary cambridge.org, consisting of or related to straight fucking line. You're toast. Have a nice day.
Very good. So I came in here talking about Google Earth, is what I was talking about. Not a kindergarten question about vocabulary words and distances between point A and B being linear. All right. That's just, it makes your mind turn into like a brick when you're trying to be intelligent and someone asks you a stupid fucking question and your mind just goes, what?
Yeah, true.
Wasn't your question how Google Earth is a deception? Didn't you say something along those lines, or is that
right? If the Earth is flat, how is Google Earth a deception?
Okay, so did you hear what QE just told you?
Could you just say what you want to talk about instead of playing games?
Well, you asked for a deception. You're thinking curve when it's actually measured linear. So there's your deception. You get it?
Again, how is Google Earth a deception when you can measure distances and they're accurate?
So the reason they're accurate is because they're measured linear.
You're a
You just
fucking
gonna ask the
retard,
same
dude.
question?
Define linear. Define linear, dumb fuck. We're back to
So
this
the
again.
Earth is flat, and it works like a video game where you walk off
The
one
Earth is
side
flat.
and you come
Well,
back on
thank
the other,
you.
like
Well, that'll
on a
be it.
TV screen, right?
Appreciate it. Arguing by eggs, you dumb fuck. What's the Socratic method?
You dumb fuck.
Hey, dumb fuck eggs. Moron. Argument by definition, you abject retard. What's the Socratic method, eggs?
How is Google Earth?
Shut
a
the
deception
fuck
when you
up.
can
You're already
measure
exposed.
accurate distance?
Shut the fuck up. Eggs, come off mute, glue sniffer. Hey, glue sniffer. Yoo-hoo. Dumb fuck. What's the Socratic method, eggs? You stalled long enough. You had enough time to look it up. Eggs, scrambled brains, chat skank fuck stick. Yeah, you're a pussy. Mm-mm. Eggs, dumb fuck. We're waiting.
What? You're waiting?
We're waiting on scrambled brains up here.
Why are you waiting on scrambled brains?
Scrambled brains, he said, argument by definition. I
Isn't
asked him
this
what the
fucking
Socratic
like-
method was. Shut the fuck up. I asked him what
The
the
world is
Socratic
not
method
flat.
was. Shut the fuck up.
Just shut the fuck up.
Fucking clown.
It is not flat.
Abject retard.
I'm telling you, it's not flat.
I'm telling you,
You know,
it's not
when
flat.
this
I'm
flat Earth
telling
thing
you, I'm a
came
fucking
about,
retard.
like, a little
It's not
over,
flat.
14,
Shut the
15
fuck
years ago.
It's
Shut
not.
up.
It's not.
You've
We've
already
to
been
space.
exposed, you
We've
fucking
been to
glue
space.
sniffer. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah,
We've been to space.
There
We
were-
You've been
there
doing
were
a
such-
Chickasaw
shut
thermodynamics
up.
violation.
Such
That's fucking
good,
amazing.
How
did you fucking get to a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Shut up!
Hello,
There
mods.
was actually
Mods
good movements
down at
and
the bottom
discussion
down here.
and
Dumb
getting
fuck
truth
down
out
here.
about
Yeah,
how
that
to
means
reconcile
get him.
quantum physics
Hello,
and
Tito,
Kabbalah and the Tree of
Timbo.
Life and stuff like that
Anyone
with the
awake
map of the
down
solar
here?
system that NASA has.
Elbow. Hello. Thank you.
I'll just drop off. You're good.
Yeah, you better drop out now because I've got my fucking soul vision on your dumb ass.
For what?
Wait,
Hey,
why is Leo
fuck
getting
stick.
muted?
Fuck stick. How do you
I'll just
have
put myself
horizons on a
mute.
globe-tard? Oh, now all of a sudden quiet.
Why is everybody muted?
Why is everyone's favorite color? Why did I piss in the wind? Shut the fuck up.
There was such a good motion and conversation.
Oh my God, he's off again. I'm out.
Why do
Later.
you like to come up people personally when they have a difference of opinion? There you go.
Yeah, that guy sucks.
I know. This is fun.
Linear is not an opinion.
Well, it's not an opinion that the world's flat.
Linear measurements. Yeah.
Linear measurements are an opinion.
Oh,
So
they
you're
are?
saying- So you're saying
I said
the
they're
world's
not.
flat. Yeah, that they're not an opinion.
They're not an opinion.
Why do you?
It's a
what?
measure. It's a type of measurement,
Okay.
right?
Yeah. Like we measure.
Many different types of measurements, right?
The world isn't flat,
Linear is
though.
one of them. It's not an opinion. The type of measurement.
Then how come we can travel, and the travel distance with airplanes is longer based on the curvature of the Earth?
Longer than what?
Like literal, look at airplanes and the flight travel.
What is
Like,
it longer
if you
than?
look at the distance traveled when they fly around the map, if you it literally matches in distance.
longer than what?
Even airplane, yeah. Not only that, but you gotta answer longer than what. But even airplanes' distance is linear.
Not if you look at it. If you look at it on a map and you track distance.
Oh, because you drew a curve on a map, then it's a curve.
And distance, and you track
compared distance.
You can mathematically prove that the Earth is a sphere. You can mathematically prove that the Earth is a sphere.
Distance
compared to what? Sorry, go ahead, man. I'll mute.
No, you're right. No, you go ahead.
Compared to routing.
That's weird. What a weirdo.
When you route on a map for a flight track, like a flight path, it takes into account
flight paths.
Are you familiar with maps and keys? You know what a key is on a map?
What a key is on a map? Yes, I know what a key is.
Okay, so the key is linear.
Yeah, but that's just a little bit like far away from the premise. Premise is, how is the Earth a globe?
Right.
What do you mean the key is linear? No, it's not.
Yeah, don't worry about that.
It is.
Okay.
All distances are linear.
Yeah, but what is the evidence that the Earth is a globe, gentlemen? Not you, James.
What is the evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
Is we have sent men and women into the atmosphere, and we have taken images. We have projected images of our Earth, of our globe.
Yeah.
And then we have come back with said images, right? And we have proven through the images that our planet is a sphere. Also, we have images of other planets that are also spheres.
Yeah, we have the proof, man. We have pictures.
All right, so with the images that you're saying about the Earth being a globe and that, how do you know it's what the images represent?
What does that mean?
Well,
images represent.
If I show you,
you can't dispute them.
Okay, well, let's say this. I'm disputing them now. So if I have an image of a horse and I say, look, this is a horse, and you're like, okay, but where in reality do I see one of these things? And then say, well, just go to a ranch and you'll find one. You go to a ranch and you see a horse. You look at the image and you see the horse. You're like, oh yeah, I can compare these two. They look the same. Now, when can we do that with those? When can we do that with the images of the Earth as a globe?
What you're trying to say is there's only one Earth. I get it.
Yeah, you got no reference. Dude.
Yeah, but no.
So what? There's only one Earth. So what?
No. It's not about there being one Earth. It's not about being one Earth. There's no reference. There's no reference to the image being anything you can notice.
Why do you need a reference?
Why do you have to overtalk me, dude? Like, what's the point?
I'm not overtalking you. I heard what you just said.
There you are. Who's this, Twonger? Twonger, sit down.
Why do you need a reference?
Otherwise, how are you going to know it is what they're telling you it is?
Real quick.
Holy shit, dude. That's retarded. All right, I'm done.
No, it's not.
To add to the premise.
You're not at Grizzly, you're not adding. I'm talking. Here's the problem, right? Twonger, you and the rest of the Glovers come in here, and you got brain rot. One of them talks, and the other interrupts the other one. So I don't know who I'm talking to.
No, not true.
Yeah. So once you're done, he's continuing another topic that has nothing to do with your topic, and so
we're both talking about the picture. We
bouncing shit off each other, and nobody.
We're talking about the pictures of the Earth, man.
What is he? Let's split it. You want to split the evidence. You want to split the evidence one by one. Okay, then let's go back to the point.
No,
the images.
I'm not splitting the evidence.
Let's go to the images. No. That's what we're talking about.
Okay.
So now you're avoiding.
I'm not avoiding. I'm nuts.
Let's go. So with the
so you have
the images.
So you have an image of the Earth. So you have have an image of the Earth as a globe, right? That's fine. But where in reality do you notice that image looking like anything you can see? Empirical evidence, right? Where can you notice that image looking like anything in reality?
For example,
absolutely.
Real quick,
one at a time.
I have the answer.
Yeah,
So the answer is the star pattern. The answer is when you look up at the sky, what do you see? At night, when the light from the stars, and if you can identify said stars, right? You identify said stars
when you look up.
You can literally go to the North Pole and go to the
Do you
South
see the
Pole.
Earth when you look up? Do you see the Earth when you look up?
False. No, we do not. We see Earth.
Okay.
Based on.
So you were talking about. Shut your mouth for a second. You were
I'm talking about proving the fact that it's spherical.
You were talking about images of the Earth, and then you've gone to stars in the sky. Images of the Earth.
Yeah. Well, it's a physical. It's an improbability. You can't take
You're not gonna go very far if you keep on over talking everyone. How do you confirm
just think about
that
a camera.
the images?
Think about a camera lens.
You're doing it again. All right. I'll ask you a question. How do you confirm that the images are the true representation of the Earth if you have no reference?
Dude, that's so silly. What are you talking about?
Here comes
I'm
the
not
brain
talking
rot.
to you, so be quiet. I'm asking the other guy. You speak up again, you're going to leave the room. Other guy, how do you confirm that the images that they show you are the true representation of the Earth without a reference? See? There you go.
There it is, Grizzly.
It's an incoherent question.
It's not incoherent, you dumbass.
Okay, what would the reference
you're not
be?
taking into consideration.
Tell me what the reference would be, Timbo or Veritas, either one of you.
You don't have a reference.
Tell me what the reference would be.
The whole point is you don't have a reference.
What would the reference be?
I can tell you, it's the Earth.
Go ahead.
If the Earth looked like what the image was showing you, then yeah, you got something
right,
there.
And it does because we have a bunch of independent people.
The Earth? Okay,
dude, you have independent people that take pictures of the Earth. Those are references to each other, meaning yes, we have references, and yes, we have the pictures.
You're an idiot. If I have an image of the Earth as a globe, and then you say, well, somebody else took a picture of the image of the Earth as a globe, and you compare those two, you say, well, yeah, that looks like that's
a reference. Yes.
You're a dumbass, dude. That's a confirmation bias.
No, it's not.
You fucking fool. Yes, it is.
No, it's
if
not.
Somebody showed me a picture of a horse, and then another person showed me another picture of a horse, but I've never seen one in reality, they're showing me the same goes with fucking King Kong. They show me a picture of King Kong.
Those are horses.
Hey, dumbass. Wait, I'm still talking.
Go ahead,
King Kong. Show me a picture of King Kong, and then some other guy showed me another picture of King Kong and says, well, they just confirmed the other image with another image. You're an idiot. They could do that with every fucking thing, right? You got an image of the flying spaghetti monster, and somebody else gives me another image of a flying spaghetti monster. Oh, well, he confirmed that the flying spaghetti monster is fucking real. You're an idiot.
Because you both took pictures of the flying spaghetti monster and they looked a mess. Yes, dude, exactly. You're getting it now.
Sit your dumb ass down.
You're getting it, I hope.
No,
so Twonga, the only way that
you're not taking into account limitations. You're not taking
Are you speaking over the top of me again? So you're going to go, okay, we've got images of the Earth that show a ball, right? So you're going to be able to measure drop over distance on that ball and confirm that those images that they show you from space are what is represented on the Earth. Now, who's done this?
There's a lot of ways you can confirm it.
Stop, I haven't finished. Drop over distance to the exact same as the ball.
Well, there's other ways. That's not a good way to do it.
Well, if you're trying to confirm that these,
I mean, if I'm really want to confirming it, then I'm just fly out to space.
Talk over the top of me again. I'm trying with you. All right, I'm not interrupting you. You're doing it again. You got one more fucking chance, retard boy. All right. So You're trying to confirm that the Earth is a sphere, which is drop over distance every direction from your point on Earth, because that's what they're showing you. So, you should be able to measure drop over distance in every direction from your position to confirm that the ball that they're showing you in the image is the correct thing that you are supposed to be seeing on the Earth from the Earth. Now,
that doesn't
have you
confirm a
done that?
ball. If I were
That
to do
doesn't
that, all that would confirm is that there's drop over distance.
Okay, so has that been done?
I don't need to do that.
You don't. So what do you?
I mean,
what are
I
you
could just
comparing?
fly a space shuttle out to space and take a picture, and then I confirmed it.
Shut up,
Okay, go
dude.
then.
Shut
Do
up.
it then.
You're a
I'm,
big
and
dumbass.
I would bet my life on it that it's a ball.
I would bet my life. You would lose that bet.
Yeah, no comparison. These people are idiots.
Yeah, he's using an image to compare another image with. Like, it's the stupidest thing I've ever heard, man. He even said it. Like, did you hear him? If you have one image of a flying spaghetti monster and somebody brought another image of a flying spaghetti monster, that confirms that the fucking flying spaghetti monster exists. You heard it here,
Yeah,
man.
yeah, because you
how we
both
believe.
got pictures of the flying spaghetti monster.
He believes in Bigfoot. He believes in Bigfoot and unicorns because he's seen multiple pictures from. Or I can't even say pictures. Images from multiple different people. Therefore, Bigfoot and unicorns are real.
So explain directionals and how you could go from Alaska to Russia, and then you could go Russia back to New York.
You're flying
Traveling
around.
you're traveling over a horizontal plane, dude.
Yeah.
You're traveling over a horizontal plane. That plane does not deviate from a horizontal reference. So if you believe that the Earth is curving in any way when you're traveling over the surface, then you're going to have to demonstrate how there is such a curve that exists. Otherwise, you don't have the ball you think you live on. So one thing is for sure, you're traveling over a horizontal plane. Like I said, if you think you live on a globe and that's curving, that needs to be demonstrated. I don't care how you do it, you got to do it. Yeah?
That doesn't explain water currents.
It doesn't matter. You live on a fucking globe, dude. At some point, traveling over the surface. Hold on, don't get roped into this shit, dude. At some point, when you're traveling over the surface, you're gonna notice that there's a drop over the distance. You're gonna notice it if you're traveling over a curved surface. Now, if you don't notice it, then how the fuck can you tell it's curvy? There's no way to tell, right?
Gravitational pull.
Grizzly?
What's up?
Are you listening, dude?
Yeah, you're saying. I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, but I'm gonna be honest.
It's simple.
What you're saying doesn't really make much sense.
You believe going from point. You believe
current.
Here's the deal. Going from point A to point B. I don't give a fuck where you said Alaska to fucking New York. I don't give a fuck where it is. It doesn't matter. Wherever you start and you end up at. Do you know that the Earth is curving in between those 2 points? Hello?
Do I know that the Earth is curving between those 2 points?
Yes.
I would know that in order for me to route from Alaska to Russia and back around to New York, right? That if the world was flat, if you took a flat map, you can't teleport from one side of the flat map to the other side of the map.
No, shut up. Stop saying if the Earth was flat. Give me some confirmation that the Earth is a globe using this fucking idea that you have. How is it a globe? Fuck the flat Earth right now. Tell me how it's a globe. Go.
Tell you how it's a globe? We already know it's a globe. We
don't fucking know that. We don't fucking know that.
Confirmed.
You don't know. No, we don't. Who's we? Are you a part of some club that I don't know about?
Race. The human race.
everybody
has satellite images, has set satellites up there, taking constant images of the Earth. It has been confirmed the Earth is spherical. There is travel distance evidence.
So you're just gonna talk trash. You're gonna talk trash.
No, you have
don't
a bias.
fucking know.
You have a bias.
You don't fucking know.
You have a bias.
Dude. You don't fucking know any of the shit you just said to be verified to be true.
Have a bias.
How the fuck do you know, dude? How do you know any of that's true? How do you know any of it's true? How?
How do I know that NASA? How do I know?
How do you know?
I just told you when you.
No, you're just telling me some
on
shit.
Route on a map.
Yeah.
Go ahead and draw it out for me. Go ahead and draw it out for me.
How the fuck does that confirm that the Earth is curving, dumbass? How?
How does that? Whether it curves or the point is that
not say it.
I can draw it on a map.
No,
I can draw it on a map. You can't.
Dude, I can draw smiley faces on a fucking map. It doesn't mean that smiley faces on the fucking Earth, dude. I don't give a fuck what you say.
You cannot
it doesn't
go
matter.
here.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you draw. It doesn't matter what you draw on a map.
The
it only matters what
way
you can prove.
is for it to be a 3-dimensional.
Everything's 3-dimensional. Idiot.
Did you verify that? Well,
how can it not?
We can literally look up at the stars. You can look up at the stars at different locations on a map, and it will literally.
Stop looking at the stars. Stop looking at the fucking stars. We're not concerned with the stars. At the moment, we're concerned with the ground that you're standing on, that you keep saying is a fucking globe based on a map that you're drawing fucking circles on. Who gives a fuck about looking up? We're looking down at the Earth. Concentrate on the fucking Earth that you're standing on, that you're trying to prove is a globe, based on NASA and shit. How did you verify any of the shit that they're telling you? You did it.
You're just saying, pull holds you to the Earth, and then essentially the
age-old troll.
Your scaling, so your size in reference to the size of the Earth is the size of a fucking ant. You are a fucking ant.
So then you're giving an excuse. You're giving an excuse. Yeah, you're giving an excuse.
You're not taking into account relativity.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Goofy.
Yeah, shut up. You keep saying that relatively. Well, your argument right now, you're saying I can't tell if the Earth is a globe.
Okay, you want to deny science? That's okay. You get it.
You are fucking saying that, not me. You're saying we're ants. We're ants on a big beach ball, and we don't fucking know if the Earth is a globe or not. Well, you just fucking shellacked yourself, because how do you know if the Earth is a globe if you're a fucking ant on a beach ball that doesn't know if it's a globe? You just did it to yourself. So it looks flat, obviously. And you're saying, well, we can't tell if it's a globe because we're so tiny. No shit. So how the fuck do you know it's a globe then?
What science is he talking about too?
Yeah, what? How do you know it's a globe if you're an ant on a beach ball?
I mean, if you want to go, there, you could. There's the lunar eclipse.
No, we're gonna. I'm gonna stop your dumbass. I'm gonna stop your fucking dumbass. Answer my goddamn question. How the fuck do you know if you're an ant on a beach ball that the Earth is a globe? Answer that goddamn question. How do I
know that we're an ant on a beach ball?
You said it.
The grand scale. You can drive.
He's drunk.
I mean, I could drive clear across the United States. We could take a boat all across the ocean. Then you can get on another.
Shut up.
I think he's.
How do you know? Is he drunk? Let's see.
He sounds drunk.
You would know based off that. You would know based off the mileage, and
he sounds a bit coherent. So let's see. All right.
Oh my.
Yeah, you do kind of sound a little bit drunk, to be honest. All right. So you're saying you're traveling you're traveling all over the place, here and there, to and fro, back and forth, whatever the fuck. All right. You're going here from there. How do you know the ground is curving like it would as a globe? How? If we're ants on a beach ball. How?
That's what I'm saying, and that's why it's relativity. There's limitations. That's why when you're saying that you can't, you're trying to not validate the satellite.
Idiot, you're the one that needs to validate it, not me. I'm questioning you on how you believe it's a globe. I don't need to validate shit. I'm not the one with the belief that the Earth is a globe, and I have to be an ant on a beach ball that can't tell if the Earth is a globe or not. That's you. That is you, not me. Yeah, it's you, not me. You need to validate your globe. You're not doing it because you say we're ants on a beach ball. We can't tell.
You can look at the rotation of the Earth. You can look at the.
Where do we see the Earth rotating? You're just going from the fucking out of the frying pan into the fire. Where do you see the fucking Earth rotating, dude? We don't even know if it's a globe yet based on you. Now, we don't even know if it's spinning. You just think it is. Where the fuck do you see Earth spinning, dude? An observation of a natural phenomena of Earth spinning. Where do we see that?
Through seasons. Seasonalities.
Seasonalities, dude. Your fucking English is horrible. It's fucked up. And so, right now, we're supposed to listen to your dumb ass? Seasonalities? The fuck out of here, dude.
What do you mean? Seasonality is absolutely a word, brother.
Yeah.
Is
it applicable to the shit that you're saying right now?
Is seasonality applicable? Absolutely. I'm talking about the rotation of the Earth.
What rotation? Once again, you haven't defined where this has been witnessed empirically. Where have you seen this?
You can measure it.
Really? How do you measure it?
Oh my god, that's above my level, brother.
So you're just believing bullshit, thinking that it's spinning, and now you don't have an answer. You ran out, didn't you? Ran out of gas, huh?
No,
you don't have an answer.
He said that you can measure it, and then he says it's above his level, even though he said you can measure it.
Well, he also said that it's too big for them to even realize that it's a globe. So his evidence of it being a globe is you can't tell.
I'm saying as from the position of being on Earth and only using your eyes.
No one's saying using your eyes. We're talking about a measurement.
Only your eyes and only using basic tools that we have, like basic a level. Tools? Yeah, like a leveler.
Who's using? No one's using a level.
Alpha's not asking you. Alpha is not asking you if you know it. He's asking you how you know it. You get that? Like, I bet you he could ask you 100 different questions that you would be able to describe.
I've already stated.
For some reason,
how
you can't
we know it. How we as a society know it. How we as a society identify.
He's not asking how we know it.
It's not
He's asking you how. Go ahead, my bad.
You specifically. Yeah, no, James is actually right.
How specifically. How do I know?
Yes.
The Earth is a sphere.
Yes.
Like I said, you can travel. You can travel.
Yeah, dude. Here we go again. You can travel. So who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck if you can travel? Who cares?
Here to Florida, I could get on a boat from Florida to the UK. I could go.
So what? So what? You went from point A to point B, and
yeah, exactly.
You can travel all the way around the world.
All the way around the world. You're such in a. This guy is so steeped in the religion, dude. This guy right here, he's like the epitome of a globe believing zealot. This guy, he's just so into it, man. Like, there's no way. I don't know. This guy is so dug in. Like, fuck, dude. I haven't heard one of these guys in a while. Like, he's repeating shit.
Trolling a bit. Or he's just an idiot.
I think he's an idiot. I'll be straight up with you. I think he's just a straight up baltard. Like, this is a real baltard right here.
So explain the sphere. Explain the sun's positioning.
We don't need to explain. Listen, we don't need to explain.
You can look at the sun's position. You can look at shadows. You can look at shadows and literally identify them.
Yeah. Explain to me how the sun works. Explain to me how rain falls. Explain to me if the earth is flat. Like, this is this guy right here. That's what he does. Explain to me, and then it's like, okay, let me explain to you how the sun moves across it. No, fuck off, dude. We all observe the same thing. The same natural phenomena. We all observe the same thing. We don't need to explain to you what something very obvious is. Natural phenomena that occurs, everybody can detail what it's doing. We don't need to explain shit to you. What you need to do is tell us how the Earth has been observed to be spinning, observed to be a globe with drop over distance measurements. That's what you got to do.
The moon. Position of the moon, position of the stars. All of those are
position compared to what?
Yes, sister.
Oh, go ahead, Jedi. I'm gonna let you guys take over.
No, you're all right. I don't want to talk to him.
This guy is, wow, dude. This guy's a zealot. Go ahead, Timbo. I'm gonna head out.
Yeah, no worries, man. Want to stick to one topic, Grizzly?
Don't want to stick to one topic. I'm all good, brother. Honestly, I think I've proven my point, and I have science to back me up, so I'm all good.
Okay, well, all right.
Well, dumbass, dude.
I'll ask you then. So, what science have you got to back it up?
Don't even know what science is. If that's what he thinks science is, he don't know what it is.
Let's find out.
That's okay. I got science to back me up.
Okay, go ahead. What science are you using to back it up?
Independent variable, please. Sorry, my bad. I'll mute.
What, did he gone or?
He's there. He's just not talking.
He's just sitting there. I think he's looking for the definition of science.
No, he's not that smart.
He still don't get that. Alpha was asking him how he knows it. Like, he still doesn't get that.
He kept going to we. Well, we know. Like
I already explained. I didn't say we. I mean,
yeah, you did.
If you're saying that in order for me to confirm that the Earth is a sphere, that I need to then do X or Y is silly. It's the silly construct that you have. It's like if you have a problem or if you see somebody make a mistake, I can't learn from the fact that they already made the mistake.
Okay, you know what I'm saying? Out, dude.
Just chill out. Using context clues, dude. Just using context clues. Basic.
Okay, cool. So I want to go back to a subject that you brought up that says you can only do this on a globe, right? It was traveling to places. So traveling here to there, right? So how does that make it a globe?
Because of the routing. You're saying that it's you're saying that the world is a rectangle, right? That's what you're saying, that the world is rectangular.
Are you serious?
So then you would have to, even if you said that it was a rectangle, you would have to.
Do you think we live on an atlas map?
Dude, the routing is linear.
Hang on, James. One sec. Do you think we live on an atlas map, like Britannica Atlas? Is that what you think?
Mercator projection.
That's what I think that you think. That's what I'm.
But why don't you ask? Why don't you ask us if that's?
So how would you define flat?
Why don't you ask?
Define your flat Earth?
So I'm asking you the question, right? I'll explain it in a minute. I want you to tell us how traveling from one place to another tells you you're on a globe.
Because you can literally draw it as a circle.
So you can draw a line on a map and say, I live on a globe.
You can draw circles, dude. It means ball. Circle means ball.
You could also follow a compass, which would also tell you the direction.
Oh, so a compass around north. Is that right? So a compass points to north. Is that right?
Yes.
So if you headed east and your compass was pointing north, what do you think would happen?
If I
would you go
east, and my compass was pointing north.
Yeah, like it always does. Yep. Doesn't point any other direction.
You would draw a circle.
It would draw a circle. Yeah, exactly.
So I'm going to ask him a question that sounds like it's off topic, but
I just need to get him on this. I just need to let him finish on this. All right. So going around in a circle around north proves you're on a globe.
Yes.
How?
Well, it proves that the world is round.
No, it doesn't.
Round or spherical? What are you talking about?
Spherical.
How does that prove that it's spherical?
Because you could do the same thing. Well,
okay. So if I get if I put a magnet, if I get a circle, right, and I put a magnet in the middle of a flat table, right, and I put my compass is going to point to that magnet north, and I go around it in a circle. That's going to take me east, right? Now the compass is always going to point north, so all I've done is gone around the circle on a table. Does that make it a sphere? This is where you guys trip up, because what you said is retarded. It is. Think about it, man. Go, James. Sorry, man.
You've just gone in a circle, dude. What the hell?
That's his best proof.
So, do you know the difference between pants and shorts?
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm getting there, guys. Bear with me. If he answers, you know the difference between pants and shorts. Yeah, I'm talking to the baller.
The baller. Who's the baller?
Sorry, I was on a different screen. I haven't recognized your name yet.
Let's see.
Yeah. You know the difference between a pair of pants and shorts?
Yes.
How do you know it?
How do you know the difference?
Yeah, how do you know the difference?
I have pants and I have shorts. And I know the difference.
So how do you know that he's dodging it, right? He's dodging it because he knows where I'm going. How do you know the difference?
I don't think he's that smart, to be honest.
I could put a pair of pants next to a pair of shorts, and I can see that they're different.
Yeah, but how are they different? How are they different?
How are they different? Depends on the pair of pants. Depends on the pair of shorts.
He knows where I'm going. He knows where I'm going. How are they different, bro? Are you really going to not answer that?
How is the pair of pants and the pair of shorts different?
Yeah, how are they different?
A pair of shorts is shorter than a pair of pants.
Okay, so you can answer how something's different, right? So how do you know the Earth is a ball? How?
Distance traveled.
Okay, so compared to what?
This distance traveled. What?
You got a pair of pants and a pair of shorts, so you can compare them. So what's the comparison?
Sorry, what does that even mean? Distance traveled.
Bro, miles is a set
straight line distance.
I could grab.
This is why
I could grab a
miles.
Whatever the
straight line distance, dude. So you said traveling a distance, miles is a straight line distance.
Sure, yeah. Miles can be a straight line distance, but it can also wrap around a curvature. I could grab. Okay, so you're telling me that I can't measure my waist? My waist is a circle. My waistline is a circle, but we measure that in inches. We measure that in inches. So for you to sit here and say that my waist is not circular, my waist absolutely is circular.
I'm still
You
trying to
understand what I'm saying? You're trying to say that my waist is linear, but if I take a ruler, I'm gonna have to break it. I'm gonna have to break it to wrap around the curvature of my body because my body is not flat.
You're just talking about traveling.
But your point is that you're trying to justify it. My point
is this:
metrics are linear. Metrics, yes, are linear, but that doesn't take into account the axis.
You're gonna keep talking. You're gonna keep talking for me, aren't you? All you've said is traveling. Distance travelled. That's all you've said. Means you're on a ball because of distance travelled. How stupid are you?
And then you try to use a belt and a waist, but you know the difference, right? Between a belt stretched out at your waist that it wraps around. We're trying to ask you, how do you know you're wrapping that belt around something?
He's a boltard.
How do you know?
How do you know you live on a ball? Distance travelled.
Right.
5 miles that way. Okay.
Even though every map he's looked at is linear, even Google Earth is linear.
I don't understand how these guys don't understand how north works. Even on their ball, like, it's exactly the same. You're going around in a circle.
And
they think that from every point on Earth, if you go in a straight line, you end up back in the same point. I think that's what they think.
Yeah.
Right? You don't think that planes travel in straight lines, linear. Like he thinks they're like
curving.
Yeah, they're like ducking their nose every so often to go over it. Because if they didn't, they would just fly out into space, right?
Because that's what that's what they drew on a map. So it must be the way it is.
No maps are 100% accurate, dude. Not one of them.
Well, what are you going to compare it to? Right?
And that's the big question. What are you comparing it to? That's the big question.
Yeah.
They're comparing it to the picture in their head that they've been brainwashed.
The picture in their head instead of the actual triangulation measurements.
A thing, an image. What are you comparing that image to? The other image that someone else took. Okay.
He's already proven that he doesn't know how. That's why I hate to keep barking that, but I was real glad that Alpha was trying to get him on. How does he know? How does he know? And I'm not quite sure it's the same guy, but if it is, he doesn't even know the difference between images and a photo.
Yeah, you can just treat them as the same guy. They're all the same guy.
Right. Well, that's true. Can't argue there. You guys know him? Has he been in here a lot, or?
I don't even bother checking their names anymore.
No, me neither.
Well, you know what I mean, though. Some people you're like, you know.
Oh yeah. No, I don't know.
Okay.
Only seen him tonight.
Yeah. So, just to kind of get back into the swing of things, let's see.
5 miles that way means you're on the ball.
But you're asking me how I know.
Yes,
and
that
I'm going
was
to
the
tell you right
question.
now, you could look up at the stars, and
And what are they going
You
to
can
tell
look at
you?
the stars. You can,
He's gonna
you can look at the stars. So you're looking at the stars, right? You're looking at the stars.
Not
That's
the
what
Earth.
you're doing, right? You're looking at the stars. By looking at the stars, how do you know the Earth is a sphere?
because the farther you go from the equator, the farther
Farther what?
constellations go toward the horizon to be replaced by different stars.
Why is it? Now it's the equator. I thought you was looking at the star.
So as you move around, the sky changes. Wow.
Why is he begging within his knowledge? What's the fucking equator in his example? What?
Yeah, what is the equator, dude? What's that?
Because we're not on the sphere already in your knowledge that the Earth's a sphere, because you're already presupposing it's a sphere because the equator was involved. He doesn't understand what's going on.
He doesn't even know what the equator is.
No.
You can literally you can climb on the top of a mountain, look out, and you can see like if
at
you
the
look
equator.
At the ocean, look out at the ocean, you'll see.
Well,
You'll see
don't
what?
say what we can do. Don't say you can do this or you can do that. Tell us how you know.
Okay,
What say
I
you
went
say
on
you
a
can
cruise
do that?
ship. I looked out at the ocean. I saw the world was curved.
What did you say?
Therefore,
the
I
world was
understood
curved
the
on a
world
cruise ship?
as a sphere.
What did you
My
say?
interactions with the world tell me that it's a sphere.
What
End
did you
of story.
say?
End of argument. No need to sit here and stoop to y'all's level
Then fuck
about
off.
whatever bullshit. It's been scientifically proven.
He thinks
In
that
what
this
way?
is a scientific fucking question. My God, the bloke's an idiot.
Yeah.
What did you see?
The idiot is the person who thinks
Sorry,
the world is
you
flat.
think. Sorry, you think the tool of the natural science method, science, is the tool that you would use to figure out the shape
You
of an
will
object.
never convince me the world is flat. It is not flat.
We don't want you on our side, man.
Jedi, is Coruscant flat?
We're not trying to convince you. We're asking you how you know.
But you're stating the title of this chat is 24/7. What is it?
Yeah, but you
flat
could
Earth?
educate us. You could educate us.
Jedi, is Coruscant flat? Why are you avoiding the question, flat earther?
So explain to me how this world's flat. Explain to me how you know the world's flat.
Because that's how it's measured.
Dude, you're a politics journeyman. These niggas are gonna tear you apart. They've been debating this for like fucking years. Like, you're coming like this retarded.
You're just showing us what a cult really looks like. Earth is measured flat with elevation angles to the stars, utilizing sea level as horizontal. In other words, 0. So anything below it is below sea level. Anything above it is above. Both these elevations are derived from 0, sea level. That's how it's measured.
Okay, so what you're saying is what? That there's a backside, a flip side to Earth?
No, that's not what you said.
Like there's a front and back, like Earth is like a piece
How
of
did you
paper.
get that? How did you even get that out of what I just said?
Because you're saying it has a 0 point. You're saying it because your argument that it's a 0 point, right?
Have you ever? Have you ever measured it? Have you ever measured a 2x4?
Seriously, dude.
You ever measured a 2x4? Like you want to cut a piece of wood, measured it out, and then cut it?
Sure.
Yeah. Did you disagree with the measurement after you cut it? Or was it spot on?
2x4?
What I'm getting is measurements measure things. Measurements are the things. Yeah, that's how we measure things.
I already debunked that. I already debunked that.
You debunk measurements.
If the,
Yes.
if the 2x4.
Yes.
The 2x4.
We already debunked that measurements don't have to be linear. They don't have to be linear.
Right.
Like I can get based on physics. I could get a cloth measurement. I can wrap it around my waist, and I can measure a circle, which is the exact same distance as a straight line. You're literally. I mean, this is retarded as fucking argument. A retarded argument. But it's okay. Y'all need help in life. Y'all are mentally ill.
Dude,
have a good day.
You know that you're wrapping the belt around your waist, right?
He's gone.
You know you're wrapping the belt around your waist.
He's gone.
You measure out. I know, but he's still listening. So you measure the belt out, and it's this long straight. Yeah, but he's still listening.
No, he's not.
I guarantee it.
Yeah, on YouTube. He could be.
Yeah. Got YouTube silenced, and then.
I doubt it.
All right, you could be right. My point was, you can have a straight line wrapped around a sphere. Yes. Right, measure out the straight line. Oh shit, it's short. It doesn't go all the way around it. Short a couple inches. So the next one you do a couple inches longer. Right, your waist, however, whatever it is. How do you know you're wrapping that line around the earth? It's a little different than your waist, bud.
All right, let's go back to Anakin. I'm going to unmute him. He can talk now. Anakin, you can talk. I'm not going to answer your fucking questions about Coruscant, by the way.
Okay, so you're avoiding the real questions. Got it. Why do you avoid questions in here if you're willing to talk? I don't understand.
What questions?
Why are you running away from a Glober Jedi?
He asked the question, do I think Coruscant is flat?
What the fuck is Coruscant?
You wouldn't know that, Flat Earther. You don't study science.
It's a planet in Star Wars, Timbo. This is his angle.
Science, you fucking idiot.
How am I a fucking idiot? His name is Jedi. I'm asking you, is Coruscant flat?
Who cares?
What do you mean, who cares? He does. He's a Jedi. You fucking retarded? You know Jedi live on Coruscant, right? In the fucking the chambers? Hello?
Why would I know that?
Seriously, do you want to talk to him?
No, not really.
Does anybody else want to talk to him?
I'll talk to him if he wants to be normal. But
This is why I'm putting the offer on the table. Looks like we don't have a normal person. Does anybody want to speak to a not normal person? Do you want to try and reason with him?
Give him a go.
I like that.
All right.
Yeah, at least just hear his argument. All I heard was him just throwing shit without bringing anything to the table.
I don't think he's got an argument.
Do you, Anakin?
Oh, sorry.
Do you have a position?
I actually do have an argument. So we know Coruscant is not flat, right? Because I myself have been in a Naboo N1 starfighter, and I've seen Coruscant from space.
Yeah.
Unless
all right, you're really funny. All right, bring it back to us, dude. Nah, you are.
Come on. Where's your evidence? Show me your evidence. Where's your scientific method for that? How do you know I'm being funny? How do you know I'm being funny?
By invoking fantasy in a sincere conversation.
What makes it fantasy? What theory of truth are you operating under that makes it fantasy? Because I'm a constructivist mindset Nietzsche.
You even said it, sir. It's Star Wars. Star Wars is fantasy.
Yeah,
you said it yourself. Good job. Thinks he's intelligent because he can talk really fast.
Yeah, it makes him sound like a dickhead.
Yep. Probably a fucking debate bro clown.
Probably.
Well done.
I don't know. I think a clown has given him some sort of credit.
Yeah, sure.
It means he can dress himself and put on makeup. Yeah.
And he can tie his own shoes.
Can snatch his fucking wig.
I retract that completely. He's the monkey in the cage at the circus.
Retraction accepted.
All right, who have we got? Who's Myth?
Come on, guys.
Myth, are you there? Nope. No. A wire. Are you there? Twonga, how do you keep getting back in here and unmuting yourself?
I wouldn't want to give away my secret, would I?
Okay, are you going to have a normal conversation now, or are you just going to be a smiling fuckwit?
Dude, I'm always down to have a normal convo.
Well, not really. Every time I've heard you, you just speak shit.
Well, if people are speaking shit at me.
Okay, let's have a normal conversation then.
All right, go for it.
What's your evidence the Earth's a globe?
The pictures.
Okay, so how do you confirm that the pictures are the true representation of Earth?
Because there's many independent people that.
Who? It didn't last long.
How did you confirm? Lots of other people. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I was going to point out. The independent.
Wait, longer. So does that mean that if 3, 4, 5, 10 independent people get pictures of Bigfoot, it means Bigfoot's real?
Well, if they're good pictures, yes.
Or certain, like absolutely certain that it's real.
Well, I mean, Bigfoot. But generally speaking, yeah, I would say yes.
Yeah. Okay, so without verifying the images, without investigating any further,
dude,
you would take it on face value.
If there are 3, 4, 5, 10 people. Oh, and you're not
hang on. So solely by sheer fact that there are more than one instances of an image of Bigfoot, you would take it as legit.
If they are credible, verified images, yes.
Okay, so how does one go to assess the credibility and verify the images? Like, what's the method?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
But I know that. I mean, it depends on like who took the photograph, like when, where, like what. I mean, there's a lot. There's ways to know if it's credible, right? And I'm sure there's plenty of. I mean, let's just think about how many pictures of Earth there is, man.
Well, the thing is, Tonger, you realize that you're teetering on an appeal to authority fallacy.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
I don't think he's teetering on it. I think he's.
I'm appealing to independently verifying things.
Would that be the authority on the matter?
But Tonger, you didn't break down how the thing would be verified, apart from it came from X source.
Well, yeah, I'm not like an expert on verifying photographs, but there's ways. I know that.
Okay, so you can appeal to some other guy did it, therefore it must be true. You're allowed to do that.
I
don't
need to go I don't need to take a picture of Earth myself to know it's a globe, man.
What? Goes
Okay,
right back
so
to
what?
the
How else do you know it?
Yeah.
From the
How else do you
totality
know
of
that?
evidence.
It's like it's really sad when you go to the Bloomberg like,
Dude, if
hey,
people started
like,
showing me pictures
hey,
of like,
bro, could you shut up?
Twongo, did
Shut
you
up,
hear him
motherfucker.
talking?
no, Larry's mic is trash right now. Sorry, I didn't hear
But
him.
you can still hear him, can't you?
No, it was gibberish. Go ahead, Larry.
You heard him say gibberish. The fuck? Not lying.
Hey, so I'm just gonna go on mute.
You are cutting out, Larry. You still haven't answered how you know it, dude. Regardless of other.
Oh yeah, no, I got the totality of evidence.
What's the totality? Give us one evidence. Give us one evidence.
Boats disappearing bottom up.
Okay, so boats disappearing bottom up. Okay.
Or how about the sun? The sun not changing size as it sets.
That's the sun.
Oh, really?
That just
What about
depends
when
on
it
the
gets?
climate.
What
That's
about when
the
it gets bigger? Yeah. What about when it gets bigger?
It doesn't.
Oh, you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure.
These guys think you can look through gas and it won't get bigger or smaller. That's hilarious.
Would you like
You know, the thing is, Twonger, you can go by your images. Okay, if one were to grant you that, okay, and you say, oh well, I can't go up there and take my own images, or I don't know how to verify images specifically. Don't you think that somebody with the same sort of acumen could conjure up a way to verify the attributes of the object in the image by some other means? Right?
Yeah, there's plenty of other ways to know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I mean by totality of evidence.
Okay, so what can you enumerate some of those, please?
Yeah, we did. Boats disappearing bottom up, the sun. What else?
But that's not conclusive, though, because there can be other reasons why things appear the way they appear.
Right, but when you take the totality of it, only a globe makes sense.
Okay, so that implies that you have a giant list, all of which have been checked off.
Yes,
and verified that there are no other ways that any of these things in that list can be done by other means.
That is right. And if there are alternative ways, then do the science and submit it, and it will. And then you'll be a superstar. Go ahead, just do all that.
Okay. Well, you do know the bottom up obstruction thing can be explained just by optical phenomena. What is it, looming or stooping? One of those things.
Well, like I said, you can dissect each thing, and you might be able to find reasons that it works that way. But when you consider everything, it's obvious that it's a globe.
No, it's not obvious.
Sorry, but it's already, when you said go and do some sciencey things or whatever, there's nothing to do with this subject, but things like boats being obscured by the bottom up has already been done.
What's that, Timbo?
Things like boats disappearing from the bottom up has already been done.
Well, yeah,
you claiming it can only be a physical obstruction has been debunked by your own side.
Boats disappear bottom up. Do you agree?
Sometimes.
Oh, okay. As far as every time I've ever seen them.
Yeah, I'll live at the ocean, mate.
Also, every time the sun rises and the sun sets, it doesn't change size. It just comes across the horizon and it's full size.
Sorry, that's incorrect.
That's what it looks like to me.
It can get on dry days, it can look smaller than what we're comparing it to, which would be the normal size. And on humid days, it can look larger. So you're wrong.
The moon as well, and some stars.
So what's number 3 on your list, man?
So everything you're claiming so far has other, like Mick was saying, other explanations. Actually, most of them proven explanations.
Yeah, I know.
Too,
and then Right, but then I said
so you're not. It's not what you're
everything.
saying is not exclusive to a ball, like you said.
It is. When you consider everything, the ball is the only thing that makes sense.
Excuse me, we're just going through them one by one, and they're not exclusive to the ball at all.
You have to consider everything in context of all.
Yeah, but you're considering everything in context on a story.
You have to. That's how you have to. You have to.
That has multiple outcomes.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, give me something that we can't explain on a flat surface. Something.
Well, that's why you guys always say we don't have a model, because you don't. You can't.
Give me something that is exclusive to a ball that is not exclusive to a flat surface.
Like I said, you don't pinpoint individual things. You take it as a whole.
You give me something that happens on the ball that is exclusive to a ball and can't be explained on a flat surface. Go ahead. This is your opportunity.
Well, the sunset.
The sunset can be explained on a flat surface.
No, it can't.
It can.
Go ahead, explain it then.
Okay. You've got perspective in with atmospheric lensing. Makes it look like it goes over a hill. I can show you if you want.
So it's atmospheric lensing makes it look like what? That the sun's not changing size?
Combination of things, man. What are you talking about size? Why'd you bring up size again?
Because if the Earth was truly flat and when the sun's setting, it would be moving away.
No, we're not talking about the Earth being flat. You're giving us something that's exclusive to a ball, and you said things appearing to go over a curve. Yeah, because that's what you're explaining. Things looking like they're going over a curve, because this is not exclusive to the sun. Because you're talking about boats, other things looking like they're going over a horizon, correct?
Yeah.
Not just the sun.
So, yeah.
Atmospheric lensing makes things look like they're going down quicker than they would in conjunction with perspective.
Let's not fool ourselves, man. It's a globe.
I'll show. Okay, I'll ask you again. Twonga. Give me something that's exclusive to a globe that can't be explained. These things that you're bringing up are explained by people who are experts in their field on your side.
There is no evidence that pokes a hole in the globe model. If there is, show it to me.
What globe model? Where? Show me the globe model
that describes our planet and everything in it, and the whole everything, dude.
Which one is that? Can you post that one in the chat?
Oh, come on, dude.
Post it in the chat.
Which one?
Does that globe model have a radius?
Does that globe have parallel with divergent?
Okay.
Sunrise?
How did you get the radius?
It has both parallel and convergent rays, Jedi.
Oh my God!
What's the difference between a model and the real thing? What's the difference?
Going to try and talk to him.
One describes the other. What do you mean?
He's just said that you can have parallel and convergent and divergent light rays at the same time.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
It's a contradiction.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Imagine two lines that are convergent and then two lines that are parallel. Can that all exist at the same time?
No.
Yes, it can.
From the same source?
Yes, of course. You think how many? Dude, do you have any idea how many light rays are popping out of the sun? Come on.
Can you demonstrate that, sir?
Jesus Christ, dude! Let me rip this bong. You guys are.
Your demonstration is going to be the sun, isn't it? He's going to explain his example with the thing he's trying to explain. The bona fide bong head retard.
Well, in his head, it's all about the model. That's why I was asking him what's the difference between the model and the real thing. And if there's
I want to know your thoughts on
why
this
is
model.
one called a model?
What's that? Who said what?
The problem he has is
it's Shaggy.
The problem he has is models because he keeps going back to models. So that's why I asked him, what's the difference between a model and the real thing?
I'm
if there
a
is no
model, you know what I mean, and I shave my little tush on the catwalk.
If there is no difference, why is one a model?
Was that a serious question?
On the catwalk. Yeah, on the catwalk.
Yeah, shake my little tush on the catwalk.
On the catwalk.
There was
I'm
actually
a model, you know what I mean.
You know what I mean, and I do my little turn on the catwalk.
Catwalk.
I just saw an article, a new sport for children, pole dancing underwater. Yeah, that's a good one.
No, I want to point out, like Tonga said earlier, I like when people come in here and say, "Well, we don't have a model." And it goes back to James's question: what constitutes a model? Like, at what point does a set of abstractions, or even a single abstraction, qualify as a model?
Well, you'd talk about the difference between a scientific model and just a model that sits on your desk. That would be the difference. Scientific model would explain everything. Everything. So, every single thing on the globe.
But one could have for example, a geometric model, right? You can have a perfect sphere, or close to as perfect sphere as possible, made out of whatever material. Then you can have a 3D rendering.
Yeah, that's just a model. That's not a scientific model, though.
Exactly. Yeah. Hence why I'm not prefixing it. Hence why I'm not prefixing it with scientific.
So you can make that whenever you want. Yeah, you can make it you know how they make that one that looks like a potato. You can make that, and you can say, okay, this is a model, but it doesn't actually mean anything. It's just a model of what they think is representative of where we live. That's unconfirmed. You know, so like a model actually doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
And that's kind of why I like to point at this, because like I was saying, like, people come in here and say, "Oh, we don't have a model. We have a model." Certainly, I have not heard anyone describe a all-encompassing model that does explain everything, quote unquote. But technically speaking, a univariate model is a model, right? I.e., if you describe the surface being flat, planar, technically that is a model.
Yeah, you don't need to be able to finish the model, right? So you can draw a north point, and then you can say, okay, well, the compass goes around this north point, but we don't know what else anything looks like. And you go, okay, well, I don't know if this is it, but here's a model.
Yeah, what if one were honest, they would say, oh, well, it's probably incomplete. You know, it's not very complicated. It's not very elaborate. But it is technically a model.
I don't know if it's true, but here's a model that you can work off.
Yeah, it may or may not be accurate. It appears accurate within XYZ, percentage of margin of error from what we experience in reality. But it'll suffice for certain applications. Right? I'm trying to point out that, like, oh, we don't have a model. We have a model. That's not true, technically speaking.
Yeah, there's models everywhere.
Yeah, and just
there's a model of how the sun goes over the sky. There's heaps of models of it. They're all different.
And
which one's right?
Yeah, and it all starts with the most simple being the ground being described as planar. It's just a plane.
Yep.
The one that's the extremities right is the one that matches all the evidence, and that's the globe one.
Okay, put it in the chat, like I said.
Put what in the chat?
That one, the one that you're talking about, the model that matches all the observations and everything, put it in the chat so we can look at it and talk about it.
Dude, that's the lexicon of science. What do you mean? I'm not going to post. I can't post that for you.
Okay, do you have a model? Do you have a model that explains everything on Earth?
Yes.
Okay, put it in the chat then, and we can have a look at it.
The globe, man. Everyone knows what the globe is. You learn it in elementary school.
Okay, that's fine. That's your model. Now, what are you going to prove with that model?
That explains all phenomena we experience.
Like what?
Like the things that everything. What?
Start
Like
from,
I said,
start from the
give
start.
me something. Give me something that pokes a hole in the globe model. Go ahead.
I can do that.
What is it?
There's no verified curvature. There's no measured curvature. So on your ball, there's a supposed, of a radius of 3,959 miles, right? You have a 8-inch per mile squared approximate drop, right? If you use a parabolic approximation, when you go out in reality, you don't measure that.
Why not?
Because
there's no curve.
It doesn't
No,
exist.
it's because you're not measuring far enough.
Okay, so what distance would you deem as quote being?
You would have to measure a far distance, man, for it to be.
What, like 10 miles? 10 miles? Would that do?
About 40.
But either way, even if you measured it and you did everything
Twongo,
right.
Stop!
Dude,
You're avoiding the question. You made a claim that you're not measuring big enough distances. You got to stop wandering off into different topics because you need to address what you just said. What would be the distance, Mick asked you, that you would need for it to confirm that you will drop over distance? Because
unpractically large distances.
Okay, is 10 miles enough?
Okay.
It's unpractical.
Okay, so what would be the drop over distance on 10 miles?
If it's unpractical, how's it practical?
Okay, what would be the
It's not
distance
practical. I
over
never
10
said it
miles?
was.
What would be the distance? Don't let him go off
Thank
into the
you.
fucking wilderness. What would be the distance, drop over distance on 10 miles?
It's too late for me to do math right now. Go ahead, you can tell me.
Okay, it'd be 66 feet. So 6-story building over 10 miles. Is that enough to tell if it's curved or not?
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. Yeah, I'm sure that would be. Yeah,
Awesome. So why don't we see that?
we do.
Where?
That's why things far away you can't see them. They're behind the curve, man.
Okay, so when you look at the Black Swan, is that what's happening in the Black Swan?
That's just like an edited picture.
Okay, man. I think I've had enough of you, man. You're just dishonest. And you're full.
Let me ask
Mick.
one.
You can talk to him, Mick.
Last one, yeah. Yeah, Twonga, are you at all familiar with any of the laser experiments that have been done?
Not intimately.
Okay. Well, a series of I shouldn't call them experiments there, but of observations, series of individuals have taken lengthy strides to do exactly that. They take lasers and shoot them over gradually larger and larger distances and try to measure the deviation from the ground to the target and to see if that deviation actually lines up with the supposed geometry. And they don't.
Right?
And they don't. And not only do they not,
can you post that?
Yeah, I can post a few. Not only do they not line up.
I'll get it for you, Mick. You keep talking to him. I'll get it for him.
Thank you. We're talking orders of magnitude off. So like what Timbo was saying before, over 10 miles or whatever it was, 66 feet, right? If you had a deviation of 63 feet and 10 inches, right, 2 inches off, one could probably argue, hey, there's some, interference going on. Maybe the level is not perfect, whatnot, right? That would be a whatever.
You're saying it's way off.
An error of point something percent, let's say, whatever, right? You or if it was a deviation of 64 feet, that's 2 feet off. That's 2, 3, 4, 5%, whatever. We're talking 99, 95, 98% off.
Okay? How many of you have measured it with lasers?
Over distances of up to 40 miles, whereby there should be 8 inches per mile squared, so 8 times 40 squared, whatever that fucking is, something thousand, whatever. inches, so you convert that to feet, you probably get 100, 200 feet or something like that. If you get 1 inch deviation off the ground and not thousands of inches, what does that tell you, dude?
It's
The
not
model's
curving down. One of the exactly. One of the tests was it was about 40 kilometers. Now over that distance, the laser should have been 100 meters in the air because the Earth drops off.
And what was it?
Well, it was actually lower than what it left. So it left at 2 meters, and they picked it up at 1.6 meters.
There's no way.
Over 40 kilometers, yeah.
The thing with that, Twonger, is one could argue, or say some shit about it, but the thing is that target point, it's beyond the curve, beyond the tangent point from where the line of sight would be, right? So the laser can't traverse through that,
water.
Like,
yeah,
so if it's water,
through the hill. Didn't go through the hill of water.
I don't know, man. I feel like if I got a laser and I measured it, I would get the drop over distance.
Okay, well,
check out the videos in the side chat.
But you haven't done it, have you? So go and do it and come back and call us retards. All right?
Yeah, go feel it out all you want. I'm just telling you what has been done. Take it or leave it.
Yeah, it's been done. You haven't done it. It's been done. Until you've done it, you can't really argue with it.
And to boot, I think there was also done, I don't think by this group specifically who did this 40-mile long one, whereby they used different colored lights.
Yeah, that was the military in conjunction with a university. I think it was I can't remember which university it was, but yeah, they used different coloured lights. That was over 100 kilometers.
What do they call that? Trichromal or something? Trichromal laser?
I'm not sure, but yeah, they were supposed to, like as they say, supposed to refract at different rates because of different colours, but they ended up in the same target at the end over 80 to 100 kilometers.
There's something really wrong with your model, Twonger. I'd highly insist, highly recommend that you reconsider.
I don't know, man. I'll have to.
I know exactly. That's good. You don't know.
I don't think it's worth it.
Okay. Well, don't worry. Don't come back in here then. Go to a different channel.
Yeah,
go to the LGBT one. Like, fucking hell.
The guy spent time to give you. The guy spent time to post some videos in the side chat for you, dude. The least
I see it.
Watch one of them.
Yeah, it's an hour long, dude. I might check it out, but it's an hour long.
That's the short version.
Yeah, Twonger. The short version. There's one that's 40 minutes long. I think the FE Core one. I can.
Yeah, that's the shortest one I can find. That hour one.
Okay. Well, I can tell you, Twonger, go to the last 15 to watch the last 15 to 20 minutes. If you can't stay focused for that long, I mean, you have other problems. But that's where they go into the 40-mile long one.
I was gonna give him the PDF, but judging by that answer, I'm not gonna bother even fucking posting it.
Wait, but couldn't it be that with the laser, like that the atmosphere's refraction is bending it down?
Well, they account for that. In the paper, they account for what they would expect if they had X quote-unquote refraction, right? Or whatever. Like, they did some math to project out what they would expect.
Temperature.
All that stuff.
In there, dude. Just watch the video.
Yeah. If you can't spare 15 minutes, dude, I mean, you spend more time in here bitching and moaning, so.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, about nothing, too.
Come on, guys.
About giggling. You giggle like a fucking little schoolgirl, and I'm sure you've got.
Tempo.
I'm sure you got 20 minutes. Right about what, man? You giggling like a schoolgirl.
You can't attack what I say, so you're attacking my character.
No, Tonga, we've attacked everything you said. Everything you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, everything.
I do like to giggle like a schoolgirl. You got me there.
Yeah, Tonga.
So it's not an attack of character. It's a true statement.
Yeah, Tonga. Everything you've brought up, we've toned down. Not only tonight, but
no, not a dude. Don't stop coping, dude.
There's not a
If all
cope,
they
dude.
was worried about was attacking your character, they wouldn't have put up with you this long, dude.
James,
That makes no sense.
At this point, dude, come on.
But Tonga, see, the thing is, you're not even looking at the evidence presented to you. This is where a lot of people in here might reconsider your degree of honesty.
What do you mean, dude? I'm as honest as it gets.
Are you going to at least try and scrutinize?
You even just lied saying that.
No, I really am about as honest as it gets.
Longer, are you going to try to at least scrutinize what was presented to you?
Yeah, I'm gonna in a minute here. I'm gonna muster the energy to look over that propaganda and then debunk it. Yeah.
Okay, so you're immediately equating it or slighting it, calling it propaganda for whatever unknown, unstated reason.
Dude, it was for the giggle. Okay.
Okay.
He's not serious. He never has been serious.
How old?
Jedi, I can be serious, and you know it.
No, you
Wonga,
can't.
how old are you, mate?
Probably older than you.
Yeah, I doubt that.
I'll tell you this, man. The only way you know if something's propaganda is if you witness it.
That's right. I told you I'm gonna watch
You haven't
it.
witnessed it, and you're
I'm
already
gonna.
calling it propaganda.
It was a joke, brother.
It wasn't funny.
Yeah, it was. Somebody laughed.
I did.
All right.
You should check out the propaganda I posted in response to the FE Core video.
Yeah, check everything out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Because I can't still believe that FE Core are being posted as a example of anything except
Why? Because you got a video of some guy going, "Oh yeah, well maybe we didn't do it correctly," or
some guy.
Yeah, the guy. Yeah.
The main.
What did he actually refresh me? What did he actually say?
He admitted he didn't use the collimator, didn't use the super accurate laser aiming device, didn't level the laser effectively with the point of origin. Claims he did hit the target, but admits he hasn't released a photo of that, and says he will release the photo soon. And that video was from. Let me just.
What do you level the laser to?
From 5 years ago. They still haven't released the. It's your test, man. It's Timbo's posted the test. It's a response to the FE Core Balaton laser test.
How you said that he didn't level the lasers, so how do you level it though? What do you level it to?
Well, so 2 ways you could do a laser test. Just point and try to hit a target, but if you're trying to test and disprove curvature,
you're looking for level though.
Well, what you're trying to do.
You're the one that said he didn't level it. So how do you level it? What do you level it?
How did they attempt to level it? They built a thing they called a Salad, a super accurate laser aiming device.
Yeah.
You said that even he admitted he didn't level it.
But you can see in the video that they did that.
The Salad wasn't working.
So how would you level it? If you did the test, how would you level it?
So who cares if the Salad wasn't working? You can still level the laser.
How?
We can use the Salad level too. Do you have to keep on talking over the top of me?
That was James.
My bad. I'll mute.
So traditionally, level it. Yeah. So the Salad was only what they did was they had this disc with a really tight thread where they could wind it ever so slightly up and down. Yeah. they were still using a traditional level to level the apparatus.
So they did at one point. It's somewhat testing my memory. I'd have to watch the whole.
Now,
video again.
There's seven tests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it focuses that video. At least just focuses mostly on the Balaton test. And they
Okay. So there's other tests, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we want to go away from the one that was posted to talk about a different test that wasn't posted.
What do you mean the one that was posted? That in that video I posted was 7 different tests.
Oh, then they're all using So if it's that one, they're all using the same method of leveling. They use a thing you get from like Home Depot, like balanced on the top of it. They wind it up and wind it down,
and a windy wheel.
Also did a
So what's wrong with that?
A tape measure going down.
What's wrong with that?
If you use it, if you say you'll use it and it works and you do use it, fine. But if you say you used it and you didn't use it, then your tests change.
But they show you in the
parameters of your test.
They show you in the video that they use it.
Well, you'd need to check into the rebuttal in order to, you'd need to sort of listen to what you were saying.
But you just said to yourself that you're only talking about one of the tests.
One of the tests where they said they used it, in their documentation they said they used it, and then it turned out later that they admitted they didn't.
Yeah, great. So what about the other tests?
Yeah, are you referring to an FE Core thing that they published years before this came out?
No, I still think it was that test. I mean, I guess you could say they released 7 tests and they got caught lying through their teeth about one of those tests, but the other 6 are good. And that would be valid. I wouldn't hold that position, but I could see why somebody might.
Yeah, I mean, Globers get caught lying all the time. I'm not saying these guys aren't, capable of lying.
Right, but it's not
everyone's capable of lying.
Right?
But when they show they show the methodology of how they level the laser, just by you saying in this particular test, they didn't use what they said they used. Now, in all the other tests, that's okay. I haven't seen the rebuttal, but if you say so, then I got no reason to doubt what you're saying. So in all the other tests, when they show the methodology, and it's in the PDF, there's no rebuttal to those.
Yeah, I think there's some.
Slice Barcane goes into some of them. I only really focus, like his video is quite long and addresses.
Slice Barcane's a retard.
There's something up.
But where are we now?
There's something up with this. Eggs, I do remember in the past you brought this up.
Yeah,
when
anytime anybody brings up FE Core because they're
he does. And it's his favorite. It's his favorite pet.
Yeah, and it was determined, if I recall correctly, that what you're referring to refers to a prior publication to this one that was done years before, where they didn't have the video, they just had documentation.
Nope.
With photos or lack thereof. And that was what was being scrutinized. Whereas in this video where they show, beginning to end, edited out, of course, because it takes hours to do this stuff, but they condensed it, right? That's a different setup.
I looked through the video, man. The dubstep music at the beginning doesn't really help the credibility, but I will say,
can you fuck off, Twonga?
Just real quick, I'm gonna fuck off in just a second, but I will say the majority of
I'll help
experiments, the majority of laser experiments consistently.
All right, dude, just jump to the 40 minutes in. Okay, there's no music. At least not that I remember. So you'll be happy there.
Because music, I will not watch it.
And when we think about it, like this leveling thing, it's kind of weird because if the thing is not level, right? In one extreme case, you have this thing pointing directly into the ground or into the water, right? In the other case,
or
going straight up in the air,
yeah,
right? So the target,
Then
it
would be higher than expected.
Well, there you go. So it's either not perceivable, because if I recall correctly, they're doing this over a body of water that's frozen. I could be wrong on that.
No, they're no, those
frozen?
ones aren't.
Okay. But it's still a large body of water over 40 miles. A laser going through that would dissipate before 40 miles. Wouldn't come out on the other end crystal clear, as if it was shot directly into the air, right?
Are you still addressing the issue of leveling it? Because that's not the issue with leveling it.
What I'm pointing out is the issue with the thing being level or not. Right? It's a non-issue. It's a red herring, because if the thing is not level,
why would they?
If the thing is not level and it could only do one of two things: either go into the ground in one extreme, or go straight up in the air in the other extreme. In one extreme, where it goes into the ground or grazes over the ground, right, becomes like a tangential line, right? It would be a little bit lower, but the maximum or the minimum that the target would have to be for that laser to hit it, if it was a ball of said dimensions, would be the target would have to be in whatever feet in the air.
Well, I don't think you've really thought about that deeply, because if what you're saying is true, that it's a red herring and irrelevant as to whether they're leveling it, what you're also saying is these people put a lot of effort into building a device that was pointless, right?
No,
so that on the face of it, you should see
if it's not perfect. What I'm saying is if it's not perfect to fucking 10, 20 fucking significant digits, who fucking cares?
Well, if somebody sets up a test and necessary to that test is leveling the laser, and then they don't level the laser, I think I can explain. I can go further.
What do you mean? What do you mean they don't level the laser? Because they did level the laser.
Not in the test I'm talking about.
No, but okay, you're just saying. Okay, there was a type of tool that they didn't use, but based on that knowledge.
Timbo, you cut out. Timbo?
Yeah, it's like I can explain the reason you need to level it, right? If you are just shooting to graze, as you said, the surface of the water, then you have halved the measurement, right? The measurement has double the wibbliness from emitting from a point roughly 6 feet off the water to hitting a point roughly 6 feet off the water. Whereas, because what you are doing then is, shooting down at the sagittar. Whereas if you've leveled it locally, then the Earth should be dropping away right from the point of emission of the laser. The moment it leaves the laser, the surface of the Earth should be diverging if you're on a ball. But if you're not leveling it at source, then you're putting it down, and then it's grazing the sagittar only from that point is it dropping. So it absolutely matters whether they leveled it, and in their experimental design, they make it clear that's why they're leveling it, so that they can get a larger result that is outside the bounds of the error bars.
But the error bars, it's already outside the error bars anyway.
What are the error bars?
by orders of magnitude,
plus or minus
at that distance. What was it?
It's the error bar.
Timbo, yeah, but if you check this out, like Timbo, what were you saying before? At 40 miles, the target should be at, like, assuming the laser is absolutely perfectly level, where the point that it's emitted is is perfectly level, and the laser is forming effectively a tangent plus h, whatever its height is, right? What's the target height that it should hit? What would you say it was? Hundreds of feet?
Hit 100 meters.
100 meters, okay.
Which is almost 300 feet, something like that.
Is okay, so refraction or not?
Yeah, well, they do add in a refraction correction, but I don't know. I don't know where that number comes from. Yeah.
My understanding of where they get that number from is a very broken way to do it, where they took.
Where's that measurement of refraction come from?
So here's my ignorance, guys. I got a question because it's truly my ignorance, and maybe it'll help the people that are listening if there's anybody listening. When you say level it, I think I heard you said something earlier about salad. I don't know what that means, but
super accurate laser device.
Super accurate, right? Yeah.
What are you leveling it to?
Vector of down.
Yeah, it actually works off of James.
Like a bubble.
It actually works. It still works off a bubble level.
Yeah, the bubble level's not accurate to nearly anything the degree you need for this experiment. Like I do see them with a thing there, but that's one of of them is a bubble level is accurate. I don't even think to a degree.
So every day, just hang on. Every day, right? The theodolites that they use are set up with bubble levels. Now, you guys use this information to claim that the Earth is curving, right, over distances measurable on the theodolite. This is what you claim. And those theodolites are set up with a bubble. With a bubble.
I've ever said that, though. Fine.
Okay, so
it's irrelevant.
All right, so what's the... it's not irrelevant to this discussion because the claim that these theodolites measure distances up to 100 miles is ridiculous.
But nobody's made that claim.
Is ridiculous. Just hang on.
It's not relevant.
I know, because it's to do with a bubble level, right? So you'd agree that these theodolites are accurate. So you would have to say that in this instance, them using a bubble level would have to be accurate at the same time.
No, I don't.
Well, if a bubble level is accurate at 100 miles, it's going to be accurate at 40 miles.
40 kilometers even. So I think it's 20.
I didn't bring up theodolite.
27 miles. Yes, I know, but it's the relevance. It's the relevance. It's the relevance to the bubble level. You fucking idiot. You know what I'm talking about. Don't be like that, mate.
So there's a few points to this. I'm saying a spirit level, a long, straight spirit level, is not accurate to the right degree. When it comes to a theodolite...
What degree?
Excellent.
What degree
please let me.
How would you level it?
Don't count at me for 5 minutes and then interrupt me 3 words in.
Okay. How would you fucking level it?
The salad? How would I level the salad? Is that the question? Or
Not the fucking salad. The salad levels with the bubble level.
Well, no, I wouldn't use a bubble level.
It's accurate. Well, that's how the salad's set up.
Right. And it's a dumb way to set it up. I would be using a laser level or something that uses is more precise.
So you think an electronic laser device, a laser level, is more accurate than a bubble level?
That would be my guess. Yeah.
I think you're wrong there, man. I think you're wrong there, mate.
If I may interject quickly, if I'm not mistaken, these guys, they have a setup in the salad in this mechanism. Is it not the case that they have some sort of digital?
They have all of them. They have a digital level. They have a bubble level. They have a long 2 meter level as well. So they have a centering level. They have a long level, and they have a laser level too. So.
And they do it all simultaneously to
all of them together. Yeah.
Okay. So, but even like I was saying before, even let's say they were off. Let's say they were off tremendously, such that the thing is not level, and it forms a tangent, right, where the laser grazes the surface of the Earth at a certain distance. That target point at 40 miles is still significantly higher than what they achieve. Yeah, let's say it's.
I agree.
Let's say it's half, right?
Sure.
If we're talking 300, what was it? 300 feet.
I don't know, because it would have to bounce. It would have to bounce off the tangent then.
Or if it was if it wasn't touching it and reflecting off of it, but just grazing over it, let's say, right? At that point,
no, because the hill in the middle would be.
That's what I mean. Like the picture. That's what I mean. So the picture I'm talking about is if you go to like an Earth curve calculator, right, and you plug in your height, it gives you the furthest distance you should be able to see, and if you plug in a target, it gives you the hidden height, right? That hidden height at that distance, whatever that is, it's still significantly higher than whatever it was, 2 meters, point.
Correct. Even if it grazed the surface, it would still be higher than what it's expected to be. Or well, it would be at least equal as it would have to be.
So my point is that this is a whole nothing burger. There's no point on going into the.
True. No,
it is.
It's massively relevant. I can explain why if you'd like me to.
Okay, explain.
Sure. So, from the start is, it's not on to change your experimental designs when you fail to meet the target, fail to get the right result. Okay. Secondly, what you're saying would be accurate, right? So let's say they go out there and they go, okay, we're not hitting it, or the salad's not working. What can we do while we're here so we don't waste our time?
Manually level it. Yeah.
Fine.
That's what they did. Yeah.
Well, right. But they didn't succeed in the one I'm talking about, right? They stopped even trying. They just started trying to wave lasers from.
So because they didn't succeed in one of them, then because they didn't succeed in one of them, that
I can finish.
So because they didn't succeed in one of them, then all of them are thrown out.
Is that what you
said?
Is
that right?
I don't know. I was in the middle of speaking. There's a nifty trick if you want to know what I'm saying, and that is just let me say it.
Yeah, fair enough.
So then if you say, okay, I'm going to shoot down, as you say, graze the sagittar, hit the other target, because even though we've halved our measurable distance, that would still be a valid test. And I would agree, yes. If you went from point of origin, 6 foot off the water, then you do the 20 kilometers, forget what it is, 40 kilometers, I think it is, graze the water and hit the target. Bang, you've still done it. You've still, despite the fact you've changed your measurement halfway, your test halfway through, you've still done something that disproves the globe. If they hit the target. They did not hit the target.
In one test.
We're not talking
about
We're not talking about
what they did was, I haven't seen them ever hit the target at full length. I've never seen any evidence that they've hit the target at full length.
I have. You've never looked.
40 kilometers.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like you to show me that photo, because I think what you're going to show me...
You've taken one video and you didn't even know that. So you just thought that video that I posted was one test because you were arguing.
Many tests.
You were arguing about the whole video being one test. So you haven't seen the other tests.
No, I'm just talking about one test. I know.
Have you seen the other tests?
Yes. Fuck.
Thank you.
Jesus, you okay? What are you on today?
Okay, which tests?
Can I finish? You're still interrupting. You're still interrupting. You're still so overwrought by this.
You're lucky I like you, eggshells. Fuck.
So, fine. If they hit the target, fine. But on the test I'm talking about, one of the many, they don't hit the target and they claim they did. They say, yes, we hit the target. Yes, we've got photos of us hitting the target, but we're not ready to release them yet. Okay? And in the videos we do see, where they're standing next to this bed sheet that they're claiming they hit with this laser, all of the cameras are pointed at this light that appears to start from the horizon, maybe even behind the horizon, and waves in the sky above their heads. They do not, even after they've changed the experimental design, they still cannot and do not hit the target. But they lie about it and say, yeah, we hit the target. He gets on a call with Sly Sparkane, which is in the video. What's his name? Mike Kavanagh, gets on the call with Sly Sparkane and says, yes, we did hit it. We just aren't ready to release the photo of us proving the shape of the Earth, of us doing the thing that we crowdfunded to go and do. We're just not ready to release those photos. And they've never released those photos. And that's why I feel comfortable saying
that wasn't what it was. That wasn't what it was about, though.
Yeah,
the experimental design was to hit.
It was about radio signals. It was about radio signals. It had nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
What are you talking about? The laser test, the greatest laser experiment in history, is about radio signals?
Yes.
It's not about shooting a leveled laser over a lake to see where it hits a target.
No, it's not flat Earth core. It's field engineer core. And look at the start of their PDF, and look at what it says on what they were actually trying to achieve.
So
propagation of radio signals.
So
over a flat surface.
I'm talking about the laser tests that they have done.
Yes, that was why they were doing it.
Fine. Why they're doing it doesn't
they weren't
change.
Trying.
The test was, can we?
But that's
hit a target with a laser?
What you just said is being dishonest because that's not what he said.
But was it you, Timbo, who said that?
You just said that he came in and said. You just said that he came in and said we're not ready to release the shape of the Earth. But that wasn't what they were trying to achieve. So he didn't actually say that, did he? But you added something in there that he never said.
Well, I'm talking about the purpose of the test.
Did you add something in that he didn't say?
I don't think I did. I think you're making this up. I think this is a diversion from the fact of whether they lied about the test, which was about lasers.
Mate.
We were only talking about lasers right up until...
Yeah, so you just came in, you just said that he came in on a phone call and said, we're not ready to release the photos of the shape of the Earth.
No, of hitting the target.
And then you said, and releasing the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, through that debunking the shape of the Earth and doing what
he said that, or no?
Huh? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying he said
that
we are not yet ready to release. The photos.
You're a fucking liar, mate.
I'm not pretending that. Like I feel like the context is pretty clear. I don't think you really think that's a lie. But the point remains, you said that they did hit the target at a greater distance. I've never seen photos of that. I would love to see photos of that because that would debunk what I'm saying, where I'm suggesting even at the 20-kilometer limit, they couldn't hit the target. They released a photo that looks like hitting a target that many flat earthers share around as evidence that they hit a target, but is clearly not the right one because A, the laser's the wrong color, and B, it's far too small and well-defined, and C, he admits himself that was a shorter ranging shot that wasn't testing Earth curve. So if you or somebody in here...
I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
Okay, where's the photo of hitting the target? Where's the photo of hitting the target?
Eggs, check this out. The video that was posted, do us all a favor and just go watch the last 15 minutes. Spend more time in this room talking shit instead of actually just looking at the evidence presented.
Well, why don't you tell me what's in it? I could say the same about the Sliced Barcane video, right? What's in it that you feel is meaningful to this test?
Dude.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about.
You summarized the video already. This is 40 miles long. Right, the expected height that the laser would pass over their heads at that distance, whatever, hundreds of feet. But they don't get that. They get 3, 4, 5, 6 feet
over their heads.
No, off the ground.
Explain where you're seeing that, because what I'm seeing, I'm posting in the chat, which is exactly what I described. They get a dim blue laser on the horizon that goes over their heads. Where are you seeing them hit the target?
Is that going over their heads? What makes you think it's
not hitting a target? They're looking at the source. We want to see where it hits. Where's it hitting the target?
It's hitting their eyes, dude. They're standing 6 feet off the ground. That thing should be on.
They've got a target.
Should be that thing should be beyond the giant water ball curve.
Bingo.
They shouldn't see that.
So they shouldn't see exactly my point. You've gone from moving the goalposts in terms of leveling it to now moving the goalposts away from even ever hitting a target. Now we're not hitting a target. We're just shining a light and seeing if we can see it. That's how far the goalposts have moved now.
No, because you're only talking about
that's a valid test.
Because you're only talking about one video. You've just admitted you're only talking about one video.
Where's the one?
Mate, I'm not at home at the moment. Otherwise, I could do it.
Right, because I'm putting screenshots in the chat from the last 15 minutes. I'm scrubbing through it and finding it, and this is exactly what I was getting to. I mean, I'm glad you brought us back here because this was the point I wanted to get to. Is instead of then hitting the target, the best they manage, to my knowledge, on any of their tests, I might be wrong about this, but certainly the 20-kilometer one, is getting these kind of blurry shots back towards the source of the laser, saying, I see something bright, therefore I'm calling that a hit.
So how far off the target were they?
Don't know. Did they hit the target? That's the test. Can you hit the
So
target?
let me get this straight.
Did they hit the target?
You've got no proof of them hitting the target or being near the target, but yet you're stroking your dick over this is a fail because it didn't hit the target.
Yes. Their goal was to hit the target and they
You're
failed.
an idiot.
If your goal is to hit the target and you miss the target, does it matter by how much?
You haven't even got any proof of how close. I'll give you an example, X. If you said they missed by 8 inches, I'd say they missed by 8 inches. That's fair enough. If you said they missed by 10 kilometres, I'd say they missed by 10 kilometres. Give me the fucking distance that they missed by.
What you
target point A, they hit point B. What's the difference between the two?
I'll tell you what the difference in the target height was 100 meters.
Right. So how much did they miss by?
100 meters.
They missed by 100 meters?
Yep.
Jeez. That's
damning
for flat Earth, because it should be able to hit it direct, right? If you're shooting something level, over level water, you should...
That's at that 21 kilometre one that X is gibbering about? Or is that your one?
Let me...
Timbo?
My one's got 7 different tests in it, so I'm just going to grab the PDF. Just one sec.
Yeah, the last one's 40 miles.
PDF's really funny because he shows the photo of it hitting, but that is not the photo of it actually at the full length. So the PDF, he doesn't quite pretend it's the shot when it's hitting, but he also doesn't clarify this is just a ranging shot. He just has a photo of the target being hit and lets you make up your own conclusion.
Your opinion. It's fine. So.
If you're going to utilize missing the target that the Earth's a globe, then the way that they should miss would be through the water. Shouldn't miss above the water.
Why not? What stops you from pointing a laser up?
No, that's my point. That's my point.
Yeah, but if you point it up, then it's going to be missing more than 100 meters.
Sure.
Because it's going over a curve.
Their thing is, if globe will miss target, if flat will hit target. It missed target.
No, it's not. No, it's not, dude. Hold on a second.
And even
PDF.
For one, it sounds like
I'm driving at the moment.
Oh, if you're driving, I can get it. I've got it. I think I've got it on my hard drive.
You got the PDF?
One, it sounds like.
Yeah.
Correct me if I'm
page
wrong.
100 page 104 or something like that.
There's a chance.
The one you're talking about?
Let me try and find Davis Mark Sextant. Cool. LIGO plans. Riley's thesis. That is funny. No, I don't have it. So FE.
I'll find it. I'll be home in 5 minutes. I'll find it.
Oh my God! USA Today have
correct me if I'm wrong here, but from the outside listening in, sounds like we got 2 different types of leveling. One is a bubble and one solid, but from what I heard, they're kind of
bubbles.
The salad.
From what I heard, they're
James.
From what I heard, they're kind of. Hold on, let me just finish real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
For my ignorance, right? So if they're both the same, based on the bubble, and you're getting different results, isn't that a?
No, there's no different results.
There's no different results. They just don't use it.
Okay, but okay. So there's no.
Oh fuck.
Is it 100 meters? The guy said it was 100 meters off. Is it above or below?
Below. Can't be below.
Below.
Oh, so it hit the water did get in the way.
Yeah. If it was globe, then laser would be picked up 100 meters in the air.
Right. And the
laser
detected globe, bingo.
1.6 meters above the water level.
Right. The only other thing I would get at it is using light through a distance of gas. Would you have a differential from where the light source occurred?
Yes.
Where it ended?
So that's one of the other problems that many people point out with what they did is they did attempt to adjust for refraction, but
I'll agree with you there.
They did it the wrong way, where they just measured once at the source and once at the other end, and came up with a assumed that was then an even spread in between.
Yeah, so that was done beforehand. Yeah. So they did it with temperature beforehand, and they measured over a certain distance, and then they had variables to add in and subtract over the distances that they were talking on, judged by temperature. So,
It just
sounds to
creates
me
a
that you would have
gradient
to
that's
have
left to right, but in reality, what we have is a gradient top to bottom. So you need to test it against a gradient top to bottom, but they created one left to right, and left to right is going to create virtually zero.
Well, if it's going,
temperature difference is going to be minimal.
If it's shooting through a straight line, then it doesn't have to worry about a vertical gradient, then does it?
What do you mean? Not following.
Why would you worry about a vertical gradient?
Because it's claimed that a vertical gradient will pull the laser down a bit.
It's not going through a vertical gradient.
But that's the claim, right? That's the globe is saying there is a vertical pressure
but it's
gradient.
not going through a vertical gradient.
How isn't it?
It's going horizontal.
Right, but if the Earth's curving and the gradient is curving with the Earth, then any straight line will involve a change in that density.
Right. So if the Earth was curving, right?
Here we go. I finally found it.
Wouldn't
where's the Earth curving?
That's what you're trying to test. You're trying to show that the Earth isn't curving. So you have to go, given the assumption that it is.
What you're saying is that we would never come up with an answer, because if it was flat, then you'd end up with this answer. And if it was curved, you'd end up with the same answer because of refraction through a vertical density gradient. Is that what you're saying?
No.
That makes no sense.
Yes, it is what you're saying. It's exactly what you just said.
Say it again differently.
I'm not going to say it again. You heard me.
To my understanding, I don't get too much.
You say it again. You say it again, because you know what he said now. So you say it again.
What I'm saying is, the claim, at least to my understanding, is higher pressure low, lower pressure high, right? And that
Not
will
always.
affect. Not always agree, but generally speaking, that's how it stacks up. It generally won't be a very big change at all between 2 points 20 kilometers apart.
And then you just said if Earth curve then goes through a vertical density gradient, but the difference
goes through a vertical one. Yeah, that's
well, it
where
has
might
to
be
because it's raising in height.
Well, whether the
so
Earth
it's changing
is flat,
levels
hold
somewhat.
on.
It's kind of an ambiguous way to.
Whether the
Yeah,
Earth
I think
is
we might be on
flat
the
or
same page,
spherical, it's going through the same fucking thing. Whether the Earth is flat or spherical, the test is going through the same medium.
No, because if the Earth is flat, let me help you.
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat,
that's
and
what
you're
you're using to determine
let me.
it.
You've got to. If you want to learn, you got to keep your mouth shut.
Yeah, all right.
If the laser is emitting at 4 foot off the water, right, and it's hitting at 4 foot off the water, then it is stayed in the same vertical. It's stayed the same height the whole way across. So its height from the water, and the water is where the pressure starts. If its height is equidistant from the water, then the pressure will be roughly equidistant from the water. So if the Earth's flat, then you can virtually, not quite, but virtually ignore refraction because it isn't changing, which is the point Timbo's making. It isn't changing at all vertically. Therefore, the pressure will be roughly equal, pretty much equal the whole way across. But if you're shooting
through gas. Okay, go ahead.
I'm not getting it, James.
He's not getting it.
I'm not.
I don't think we'll get
I'm
that.
I'm not.
But let me
You're going through gas, dude.
Yeah, I know.
So the light. Hold on. Let's say you had a laser that could go 100 miles, right? Where the light source is going, starting from, is going to be different than a quarter way, midway, 3/4 way, all the way. So that light could wave. You could have ripples in it because of the gas that it's going through. Like it's not gonna. I don't understand how this is. I just don't understand it. And that's
all right.
I'm ignorant on that.
So I want to just get
You could have more humidity
in the chat.
20 miles away. You could have more humidity 20 miles away than you do at the beginning of the light source, right?
Maybe this will
not
help.
only that. Not only that, but the light source ain't as powerful at 20 miles away as it is at the light source. So there's all these variables that must
not about the power.
Factored in.
So just let me help you with this. I posted a thing in the chat, right? You got emission, it's leaving at 2.92 meters, and then on the other side, 12.5 meters. Can you see how that?
Where?
I just put a photo. I just put a picture in the chat
of the PDF
from the PDF.
Which number? What number test?
What number test? Measurement 5, target 3. But so this is just.
Look at this. I think you're reading it wrong, dude.
But this is just for the point of explanation for James. Is see that green line? That's leaving off the ground. Then it's going down. So that line is going through denser and denser and denser air until it gets to the surface where the air will be densest. Then the laser is getting further and further and further from the surface, getting through thinner and thinner and thinner air. So that means it will change height from the water. And if it's changing height from the water, it's going through different densities.
Sorry, that's not the measured position. That's expected position.
Yeah, you're also.
Yeah, I was only posting that, Timbo, just to explain the concept I was trying to explain to James. It wasn't about the test itself. It was just what I'm saying.
Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the recent post in the side chat, like the very last one?
The very last.
Yeah, like a tangent line. That one. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but that's not how we do shit, dude. We don't measure down like that.
Oh come on, man! It's just an example.
So
it's not,
is this
dude,
the test? If I can show you,
you're starting off with the curved surface.
So, in order for you to understand it, he have to show you a bigger circle. Is that what you're saying, James?
No,
So,
I'm
Timbo,
just ignorant. No,
can you see the chat, Timbo?
I'm ignorant. I'm not getting it.
When you're saying we do have a photo of it hitting the target, I've posted a picture in the chat. Is that what you mean by we've got a photo of it hitting the target?
I don't know. I don't think so. I think there's a different one.
That's the only one I've ever seen of them hitting the target. And by their own admission, and I suspect as well by the date stamp, it is not. It is the day before when they attempted to just test their equipment and see if they could do it from just a really short, like a couple hundred meters.
Oh, I'm not sure. I'd have to rewatch it to actually see that. Yeah.
Yeah. So after that, you then get from setting up this target and trying to do it, and the whole test is can we hit the target, they then switch to then their results if you go further down in it, just switch to the next thing I've posted, which is just coming up now. Yeah, 5 minutes past the hour, which is no longer are we using the target, we are saying, can I see the source? And I think can I see the source is fraught with danger because diffraction will make it difficult to tell if what you're seeing is the source.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
So that's all they use. Their final test is only, well, we must be seeing the source of the laser and we shouldn't be seeing the source of the laser if we're here. So they've abandoned the salad, they've abandoned the collimator, they've now abandoned trying to hit the target as well, and they're just saying, if somebody shines a very bright light, can I see it from over the horizon? And that to me is not just not how you do tests, but also that is moving the goalposts and lying about it.
So you're saying that even at a short distance, the light is above instead of below?
No, I'm saying at a short distance they can hit the target, but once Earth curve gets in the way, they can't hit the target anymore. So just move the goalpost to saying, well, can I see a bright spot on the horizon?
Yeah. This has always bothered me about the laser test, right? So, and then, like I said, I'm ignorant, but you know how when you take a flashlight, you put it really close to the ground, and you raise it up, it's not going over a curve or anything, but the light starts to shine different on the target where you started from, right? Is all this factored in?
I don't know. I don't know about theirs specifically. I've listened to their video, the greatest laser experiment in history, once quite a while ago. Like it's an hour long.
Well, even a laser's going to work. Even a laser's going to work like a flashlight, just in a more powerful aspect. So it'll be more pinpoint. Like if you shine a flashlight directly to the ground, touch the ground, you slowly raise it up, a laser's going to be less than the flashlight would, right? Because of the pinpoint bulb, but it's still going to act the same at a distance. A laser will do the same thing that the flashlight does at a short distance, at a very long distance. So I don't understand how any of this is I just don't understand how any of this is applicable, because you're shining a light through the medium of gas, and you're expecting it to react the same way at 100 miles as you would from 20. That just makes no sense to me. Or
I a little bit agree. I mean, I think that even before they did this test, the Globers in the community had come out and said refraction is an issue. And I think to persist with doing tests when there is a strong, potentially valid rebuttal on the table, what I would do if I were then still convinced the Earth is flat and had heard about this refraction thing is go, right, well, I'm going to pick a test that that refraction cannot rebut. Right, sort of left to right curvature.
I guess what I'm getting
gyros,
at, I'm sorry,
anything other than lasers.
I guess what I'm getting at as a flat earther, what I'm getting at is I'd rather resort to elevation angles, the way we measure from sea level. Like that's way more accurate than a laser through the medium of air or gas.
Sure. I mean, that's
measuring.
That's still the behavior of light horizontally over the surface. So it's still
you're utilizing a flat horizontal reference point.
Well,
in order to get elevation angle.
The question, right?
Yeah, you are. It's the only way.
Have you done it though?
Well, you're familiar with elevation angles, right?
Yeah. It's a direct question.
Well, that would be a more. I haven't.
Right. So what if I told you that method is only used sometimes, only on boats, because on boats it's difficult to take the reading from plumb, and when you've got the option to use the horizon versus using plumb, everybody uses plumb.
So would you agree that boats are on the Earth?
Yes.
Okay. So wouldn't that be a good way to do it?
Plumb is better, is what I'm saying. Plumb, would you agree that horizontal...
Plumb is how you get elevation angles. Plumb.
Well,
That's
no,
how you get elevation angles.
Yeah. You've got to subtract from 90.
But yeah, plumb. Like if you drop the plumb bob, right? You know the plumb bob's vertical because of the horizontal, right?
No, plumb bob is not horizontal.
No. Plumb bob is only. What I'm saying is the plumb bob is vertical,
right?
Because of the horizontal, right?
What? No. Explain that. The plumb bob is vertical because of the horizontal.
Plumb bob is supposed to point into the ball, into the focal point from every direction.
So let me say
be
this.
Vertical everywhere.
Let me say this, and maybe it'll help, maybe it won't. If you take away the horizontal,
in
other words, we'll go ahead and pretend
you're up in the mountains and the horizontal is
no. We'll pretend we're in space, right?
Fine.
All right. I'm kind of like this is the part. This is what makes it hard. I'm kind of at a 45 in space. But when I drop my plumb bob, it goes straight down from my angle because there's nothing to make it go. You see what I'm saying? But there's another guy next to me who's straight up 90, right? His plumb bob goes straight down. In other words, like you believe in gravity, right? You believe in gravity?
Lost right now. I mean,
okay, so if there is no gravity and you drop a plumb bob, it's only going to drop to where the force puts it at, right? And then it'll just stay in that position, fixed. All right, man, you're not following me, dude.
No, I'm really.
So what I'm getting at is the only way you can have a plumb bob, make sure it's vertical. It's only vertical to the horizontal. That's how you know it's 90.
You've just gone back to repeating the same statement. Here's the bold claim I will make. Virtually every method.
But I'm getting to a point.
Let me finish it, James.
Yeah, I'm getting to a point.
Virtually every method that I can think of that finds horizontal does so using the vector of down and giving you 90 degrees from that. So spirit levels
So would you agree?
Put in a tube, which puts the bubble at the topmost point. And then if you orient that horizontally, the vector of down will pull that bubble to the center of that ever so slightly curved tube. Right?
So
what that's doing is using the vector of down and then just gives you a straight edge that's 90 degrees from that. Same as a plumb bob, right? Plumb bob points straight down, and then if you want to establish what horizontal is, you go 90 degrees to the plumb bob. And what I'm saying is your whole claim about taking elevation angles from stars is taking it from horizontal, but that horizontal is, again, it's the horizon, which is using the vector of down, right? All of the water's being pulled down, and it reaches equilibrium by finding a surface that is perpendicular to that down.
Well,
so all the methods of finding horizontal doesn't really exist. The vector of down exists, and the vector of down creates.
You're just repeating what you've already said, man.
Right. So you might understand it this time.
So would you agree that to have a 90-degree angle, you need a horizontal and a vertical?
No. You can have a 90-degree angle without either.
Okay, so if you just have a vertical, how do you know it's 90?
It's not. It's just a vertical, but you can establish.
But how do you know it's 90?
What do you mean? 90 from what?
Well,
it's not 90 anything. It's just a line.
Let's say to have a 90-degree angle, you need a horizontal and
not an
vertical.
Angle. You've got two things. You've got two lines.
No, but if you only had the one, the plumb bob,
is this making
the
sense
vertical.
to somebody else? Am I going crazy?
Hold on. If you only had one line, the vertical, you only had the one line, the plumb bob. Where's the 90 at?
Exactly.
Where is the 90?
Question. I don't know. Am I talking to Democ now, or is this James?
It's James.
I'm just not following. It's like it's. I think Democ might.
You can only have a 90-degree with a horizontal and a vertical, and the horizontal lets you know that the plumb bob is vertical. If the plumb bob was 45, it's the horizontal that lets you know that.
This just doesn't make any sense. This is the most circular, bizarre reasoning
What
I've
the
ever
fuck you mean
heard.
it makes no sense, dude?
I'm sorry.
Does it make sense to somebody else here? Mick, are you following?
I'm gonna have to concur.
How do you know a line? How do you know a line without a horizontal? How do you know a line is 45 degrees?
James, I'm gonna have to concur with Eggs. Your statement, or I don't know if there's a question in there.
Okay, you can concur with him. You can agree with him, but answer me. Answer me, please.
Malformed, dude. It's malformed. You're not informing.
Okay. Hold on. Well, if you have a line that's 45 degrees, how do you know it's 45 degrees?
There's a reference.
How do you know it's 45 degrees?
There's a reference.
Said in your question, it's 45
And what is the
degrees.
reference?
That's the only way I know.
What is the reference?
You tell me it's an arbitrary reference.
It's the horizontal line. That's what gives you the little square.
At any angle.
That's what gives you the little square down at the bottom. It goes up from the horizontal, and then it goes left to the vertical, and you get a box. You get a yeah. If it's 45, that line doesn't go as. Now you don't have 4 equal lines because it's shortened up the line.
James, no, I don't get it, dude. I think I get it. Traditionally, Traditionally, chill out, dude. Traditionally, you use the horizontal line as a reference. Like in math, you always use that as x-axis and shit like that. Okay, but you can take an angle from any reference. You can take a 45-degree angle off of an already existing 30-degree angle that came from vertical. You know what I mean? Like it's very much arbitrary.
Yeah.
So the way you're forming your question is a little bit skewed, it seems.
Yeah, like you could have a building that's on a tilt, right? And we don't know which way is up inside that building.
You guys are using the earth. Yeah, but when you say building, you're using the earth as a reference. You don't get that. You're just blocking that out.
Right, you have a curved line underneath you. You have a curved line underneath you. It always drops in every direction. Where the hell do you guys have your little straight baselines to even see what this building's vertical or horizontal, pointed or diagonal? They're all the same ones here. If I put my finger to the horizon and you're